services. No purchase is necessary. See official rules at anyhour.com.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's time to get your morning started with the news you need to know.
News update.
This is what's trending with DJ and PK. Hashtag Utah Jazz.
2 weeks ago, we sat down and looked at our picks and said what would be the best case scenario, and these were the two guys we really wanted. So we feel very fortunate, very excited to have them in the family. We hope they're really good at basketball. I mean, they got a lot of talent. They each can do different things, but both of them are very good shooters and scorers, and we hope that they develop and learn our system very quickly. But, you know, we understand it's a process with young guys. Over the next couple years, we hope they can become really important pieces of our future.
Utah Jazz draft the Rutgers freshman Ace Bailey with the 5th pick. They trade up 3 spots to get Walter Clayton Jr. at 18 and PK, according to Austin Ainge, dream scenario. There it is. Got the guys they wanted.
I think the rookie brought in a couple of nice rookies.
I see what you did there.
I told him that last night.
And did he giggle?
Hey, good work, rookie.
Good work.
Well, this is what you put in the work for, and now you see how it develops. I mean, there's no guarantees either way. I mean, who had the best draft? You know, the Jazz are in the running. I actually think the Mavericks had the best draft.
Because they got Cooper Flag.
Yeah. I mean, when Cleveland drafted LeBron, they had the best draft. And so, I mean, you get that star caliber of player, that's who it ends up being. But a lot of times, and in this case, when for Jazz perspective, it is now up to these young men to go to work. I mean, I don't care about this stuff that Ace Bailey doesn't want to be here. I would rather be in Maui today, too.
I don't want to be here.
Not a question of I don't want to be here.
You'd rather be somewhere else.
Yeah.
And the palm trees waving in the breeze and you getting ready to play 18 or 36, depending on your mood.
In my back. And so here, guys, you're here, Ace. Now, what are you going to show the league? This is the team that's going to pay you millions, so what can you do? And if you would have looked back and thought on May 12th, whenever it was, when it was disappointing to get 5th, if you would have thought, we get Ace Bailey and Clayton, you would have felt, okay, yeah, that's pretty good. And Clayton's a big shot kid. He showed that. And I don't know how you can ask for more, but that doesn't mean anything. Now it's go develop, you know. What are you gonna do today? I mean, you're flying out to town, so today's probably not a good day, but you get the point. When this hubbub stops and it's time to work, what are you gonna do? I'm talking about to these young men. This is your job now, and what do you got inside? What's gonna burn for you to be the best you can be? And we'll see how it develops. But on paper, it looks pretty good.
We can go over the pluses and minuses with both guys, but everybody's got pluses and minuses with the possible exception of Cooper Flag. And after that, how hard do you work to fill in the gaps, whether it's turnovers, it's defense, your team didn't win enough, all the negatives. But what they have in common is they both got a reputation for scoring. Ace Bailey for hitting really tough shots, and Walter Clayton Jr. for leading the NCAA champs in scoring and scoring a bunch of different ways.
Yeah, and hitting big shots and acting like you had no fear. This is a kid who was recruited and had scholarship offers as a quarterback at the likes of Miami. And he goes to Iona in basketball. And then with Pitino, he could have gone, he didn't choose to go to St. John's, chose to go to Florida. So it's funny, we're looking at, he's 22, he's way more mature. But compared to these other guys he is, we've all seen Ace Bailey play a million times because I thought the Jazz were going to get a top pick, and Rutgers being their games on the East Coast is much earlier here, at 5. I watched them play. I probably saw Rutgers play 20 times, which if I wouldn't have added up Rutgers.
In your life. Yeah. In your life.
Yeah.
Have you ever?
But this was about this year, so and maybe some other teams were scared off by his attitude and didn't want to work out and whatnot. Okay. And all of that stuff you take into consideration. But what's it going to be, Ace Bailey? And get with guys here in Carlos Boozer. I said this last night when I was doing the radio, when we were doing the draft show. So get with Carlos. He's in town. He'll tell you about Utah. None of that stuff matters, man. What matters is how good you play and how great you want to be. And you can be fine here. This is not Siberia. This is a fine place. And you're going to have adoring fans and all that stuff that you want. And you can have an opportunity to make a mark, because the outside of Marketing, if he's still here, there's no clear-cut pecking order. So go grab that second spot if Marketing stays, in terms of being the player you want to be and the FGAs that you want and the focal points of the offense. And you're going to be a rookie, and very few rookies get that everything thrown to them or handed to them. But you can earn everything you want right here. What more could you want?
Second round of the NBA draft starts tonight at 6 o'clock. The Jazz have the 43rd overall pick. They did originally have 2 second-round picks there. They did as of yesterday at this time. But they put that in the trade to move up and get Walter Clayton Jr. Ben Anderson, Chandler Holt, covering the action here on the Zone this evening, starting at 6 o'clock. DJ and PK.
Hashtag NBA.
With the first pick in the 2025 NBA Draft, the Dallas Mavericks select Cooper Flagg from Duke University. With the 8th pick in the 2025 NBA Draft, the Brooklyn Nets select Yegor Demin from Moscow and Brigham Young University.
The former Cougar goes to Brooklyn with the 8th pick. You can hear the oh in the audience there. Was that the first truly surprising pick in this draft? I don't know that everybody knew Concanepa was going to go 4th, but there were a lot of mock drafts that had him there. Maybe that's a mild surprise at best.
Well, as I tweeted out, those who knew, they knew. So I guess
Travis Hansen came on our show and said he's going to go between 7 and 12.
I've talked to Travis 20 times. Yeah. I always felt that this kid was going to be drafted much higher than we anticipated. I said it for weeks. I didn't care about his shot and go look at some stat, and that's what determines where he is and who he is. That's ridiculous. I talked to Steve Cleveland. He was on the air. Said, come on, the kid had to make a massive adjustment. You don't have to make a massive adjustment to the NBA. But it's not about what you can't do. It's about what you can do. And he's got a lot of things that he can do, and he's got a lot of opportunity to get better. So I suppose the sound and people were surprised, but I wasn't. I didn't know that where he would go, but I felt he would go very legitimately in the top 10, and he did. So I'm not surprised at all.
Suns traded for Hornets center Mark Williams and also draft Malloch, so the rebuild is on in Phoenix.
Yeah, I thought that was good. That's what they needed. They didn't have any big men. And come on, Malowich is they got to be ecstatic. I think him falling to 10 is a little bit of a surprise, but Phoenix can take advantage of it. I mean, there's been nothing but bad news for them for like the last 2 or 3 years, and we'll see how he develops. There's no guarantee that he turns into a player either, but it looks like on paper, again, as it does with the Jazz, that they got the guy that they needed. Not just wanted, but they needed.
DJ and PK.
Hashtag NFL.
Patriots owner Robert Kraft said the last 2 years were the worst of my 31 years of ownership, and he vows the franchise would turn around with Mike Vrabel in place as their head coach. Rode it to the top of the league, at the top of the league, finding out how the rest of the league lives. Didn't have fun.
Yeah, but that was predictable.
Longtime NFL wide receiver Odell Beckham Jr. has been hinting at wanting to continue his playing career. His release last December, Miami. He's 32 years old. Does somebody want him as a backup reserve role? It's a familiar story, isn't it? Father time, undefeated. Wide receiver at 32, looking for work.
I hope he gets it.
DJ and PK.
Hashtag college football.
Realignment continues. Texas state officials have informed the Sun Belt Conference they're expecting an offer from the Pac-12 in the near future. They would be the 8th school in the league, and Utah Tech and Southern Utah announced that they will be joining the Big Sky Conference next July, ending their brief run together in the WAC, and they played football in the United Athletic Conference. They will be teams 10 and 11 in the Big Sky, and there'll be 13 teams for football with Davis and Cal Poly. So Utah Tech and Southern Utah making the move together and joining Weber State. Surprised by any of this? Or it's realignment and it's always happening, and hey, they're in a regional league, good for them.
Well, I think the two teams in the state should be in that conference. Yeah, I mean, this is the side of the country that most of them are in, and that's the level of football that they play. So, yeah, it seems like a natural home.
DJ and PK.
Hashtag Major League Baseball.
3-2 pitch. And he got him looking with a slider. Jacob Mizorowski, his 8th strikeout of this game, and about as fired up as you'll see him running back into that first base dugout.
High fly ball, right center field. Harris on the run. He's at the track, at the wall, leaps, and it is gone. 2-homer night for Soto. A carbon copy shot.
And once he swings, it's a drive. Deep right field. Way back. It is gone. Max Muncy with a grand slam. His second one this week.
And Ramirez swings and lines it to left. Base hit. Ball game. Jose Ramirez laces one down the left field line. Scoring Angel Martinez with a game winner.
Highlights from Major League Baseball, the battle of young pitching phenoms, the potential Rookie of the Year, Jacob Mizorowski outdueling the potential Cy Young Award winner, Paul Skeens. Brewers topped the Pirates 4-2. Mizorowski only giving up a couple of hits, struck out 8. Not the best pitching performance of the night, a good one, and the best one of the night, Jacob deGrom. Flirting with a perfect game, a no-hitter, 7th inning. He had it going, but leading off the 8th, he gave up the single. Ended up giving up a hit and 2 walks, and the Rangers beat the Orioles 7-0. Is pitching contagious across the league? A lot of low-scoring games and shutouts last night. Hitting's contagious in a dugout. I don't know about pitching across the league.
No, I don't think that.
Astros 2-0 over the Phillies. Padres 1-0 over the Nationals. Low-scoring duels there. And the Bees lost 6-2 to the Reno Aces. Back on the air tonight, Tony Park, 7:20 here on The Zone. DJ and PK.
Hashtag golf.
PGA Tours in Detroit, Rocket Classic. Patrick Fishburne, the lone local in the field this week. Guys are starting to adjust their schedule now after a major championship and a big money payday. Take your time off, go over to Europe, play a little there if you want, because the Open Championship looms in July.
They do.
DJ and PK.
Hashtag NHL.
Huck will take it, fire ahead. Here's a 2-on-1. Byram has Peterka. Got the pass there, and they scored! J.J. Peterka back in the lineup as Buffalo responds immediately and restores the 2-goal lead. Peterka behind the D. J.J. Peterka from an angle. Cuts to the net and scores!
Utah Mammoth with a big trade last night. Buffalo Sabres standout J.J. Peterka. Coming to Utah in exchange for Michael Kesselring and Josh Doan. Peterka's 23 years old. He had 68 points this past season. He's got a 5-year contract extension worth $38.5 million. So the future at 23, pretty young there, PK. Now, they do give up a pretty good defender in Kesselring, who had some real size at 6'4" and was only 24 years old himself. But they're bringing in the big guys from the KHL, and I guess Boot needs somewhere to play, so moving Kesselring will open time for him.
Yeah, I wouldn't dismiss Josh Doan either. I mean, he was actually picked way higher than Kesselring was. 37th, I think it was, something like that.
Oh, he's got the family legacy.
Of course, yeah. I mean, that was in Phoenix, though, and where'd they come from? Winnipeg?
Correct.
Yeah, not so much here. But if you add up everything that JJ did last year, he would rank in the top 3 of the team. He matched Gunther's goal total. His assist total beat Cooley by 1. Keller obviously had more goals, but he could fit right in, and he's still young. I mean, they didn't get They didn't get any older with this.
Nope, they did not. They did not. It was all young players in the deal.
Yeah.
Edmonton Oilers traded veteran forward Evander Kane to the Vancouver Canucks for a 4th-round pick. Kane is 33, entering the final season of his contract and looking to regain his former star form. And the NHL pondering moving the regular season from 82 games to 84. They're in collective bargaining talks with the NHL Players Association.
Compromise, go 83.
I don't think that'll happen. The league's been considering scheduling alternatives after some franchises complained about an imbalanced number of division games, which tend to be against the rivals that typically draw larger crowds and bigger TV audiences. So, a couple more games, so you're playing all your division rivals more often. That is what is trending, brought to you by Shamrock Plumbing. There's no job too big or too small. Get the personal touch with Shamrock Plumbing. Coming up, Travis Hansen is going to join us next, former BYU basketball star and Atlanta Hawks draftee, and we will talk about Angor Demon and the NBA draft with Travis. Stephen Ellis, prospects analyst for Daily Face-Off at 8 o'clock. And we'll hear from Austin Ainge at 8:30, the Jazz president of basketball operations. DJ and PK, it's Win Tickets Wednesday, caller 12. We're going to do a Win Tickets Wednesday on Thursday?
I screwed that up.
You got bonus tickets that'll give away?
Yes.
That's your point. It's a Win Tickets Wednesday on a Thursday, people. X Games, Salt Lake City tomorrow, including access to tomorrow night's concert featuring Deadmau5. So look forward to that. We'll give those tickets away. Bonus tickets coming up in the 8 o'clock hour. DJ and PK, it's 97.5 The Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Slowest traffic currently coming out of Tooele County on SR 36 and eastbound I-80. I-15 northbound is slow between SR 92 and Lehigh to Bangor Highway and Draper as you go over the point of the mountain. Pretty typical for this time of the morning. This update is brought to you by Advanced Window Products. $2,500 off 10 windows or more. Go to advancedwindows.com. Affordable windows guaranteed. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Athletics are funny that way. I've always said this. Not only does it attract people from all sorts of different backgrounds, but all sorts of different intelligence levels, different emotionally intelligence levels, like all those things. Like, I don't know how coaches do it, honestly.
This is going to sound mean because it's certainly not the case. There are legitimate savants, can think everything with the game, and then aren't super intelligent off the floor and struggle off the floor. And that's quite common.
It's so applicable, though, to life. I mean, Elton John just sat down and played the piano. I think in person you can really tell the difference between not intelligent and maybe just public speaking isn't my first way of communicating. But then you can see people as just like, okay, this dude's just a dim bulb. And as a dim bulb myself, I feel like we can really sniff out each other. You know what I mean?
Spider sense tingles when you get around each other.
This guy's faking it just like me.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
What's up, everybody? I'm Mike Wilson with Any Hour Services, and if you want your air conditioner to last, keep a clean filter, rinse the outdoor unit off occasionally, and have it serviced each summer. Small things can help you avoid unexpected breakdowns. But if it does break down, Any Hour technicians service all brands and will never pressure you into thinking that replacing it is your only option. And remember, every week this summer, Any Hour is giving away an air conditioner to one lucky customer as part of our coolest summer sweepstakes. No purchases necessary. See official rules at anyhour.com.
Helping your money do more means putting yourself in the financial driver's seat.
Oh, yeah.
And there's no better or more literal way to do that than with a low-rate auto loan from America First Credit Union. Plus, for a limited time, when you finance your new vehicle with America First, you'll enjoy no payments for 90 days. And that means getting more mileage out of every cent you spend. So make your money move. Head to AmericaFirst.com to apply for pre-approval of your low-rate auto loan today. Eligibility, terms, conditions, and creditworthiness apply. Subject to change. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal opportunity lender.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Whoa. More fiber?
What?
Down here, buddy. It's me, your spoon. Constipation with belly pain still coming back?
Yeah.
Talk to your doctor. It could be irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, but Linzess could help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
At Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, we understand the value of $1 going further, especially right now. So we're offering up to $10,000 off almost any brand new 2025 Mazda. Yes, up to $10,000 off. Or get 1.9% APR on a 2025 Mazda CX-50.
Yes!
You heard right. Get up to $10K off or 1.9%. Make your dollars go farther at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown today. Financing for up to 36 months OAC. See dealer for complete details. Offer ends soon.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. I want to tell you about our famous "You Don't Need a Warranty" warranty. That's right, it's a warranty you don't need, but we give it to you anyway. Let me explain. Most warranty problems for siding, gutters, and windows are caused by not installing stuff right in the first place. If you rush the work, cut corners, or use subpar materials, you're just begging for problems later. At RGS Exteriors, we don't tolerate careless workmanship. We slow down, focus on every detail, and use only the best materials. We prevent warranty work by doing the job right in the first place. That's why the 10-year everything guarantee we give you is also known as our "You Don't Need a Warranty" warranty. We absolutely will be there if you need to use it. But honestly, you probably will never have to. Done right the first time. That's the RGS way. For siding, gutters, and windows, call 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsexteriors.com.
This is your Utah Jazz NBA Draft Update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utah Jazz select Ace Bailey with the 5th overall pick in the NBA draft. Make a trade up to get Walter Clayton Jr. at 18. Austin Haynes says they got the ideal pair of players.
2 weeks ago, sat down and looked at our picks and said, what would be the best case scenario? And these were the two guys we really wanted. So we feel very fortunate, very excited to have them in the family.
This Utah Jazz Draft Update brought to you by The Cage. Take real swings in a virtual batting cage. Book now and score 10% off with promo code The Zone.
The guys you know and trust, talking about the teams you can't live without. This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Join Hansen, Scotty G today from noon to 3 at My Hearing Centers, 8941 South, 700 East in Sandy. DJ and PK, we're joined now by Travis Hansen, former BYU basketball star and Atlanta Hawks draftee, mentor, Dagor Demon. Travis, good morning.
Good morning from New York City.
The Big Apple, baby. You know, Travis, you're a lot of things. You know, you're a former star basketball player. You're a businessman. You know what else you are? You are a great source. You came on the air and said Igor Demon to get drafted somewhere between 7 and 12. And bingo, at number 8, there he goes. You are an awesome source. Good work.
Sometimes you get lucky. You hang out with DJ and PK enough, listen to your show, and you start to, formulate some pretty good truths of life.
So what was the feel as far as having an idea when, as the draft had begun? Was it a total surprise, or did you have a decent idea?
Well, you watched, and we're in constant communication with some of the teams, and so you just see and the personnel and the general managers, and you kind of have a feel for who they're going to choose. But as soon as a few dominoes fell, we knew we were right there with, Con Knippel and Diego. Brooklyn really liked both of them. So once Con went 4, we knew we had a real chance to go to Brooklyn. And it's really interesting. You're sitting there at the table, and Kevin Young was saying how he has such a different perspective being on this side of how stressful it could be for you and your family. You're sitting there, and everyone starts to get picked, and you aren't yet. And so I think he grew some empathy last night for the families and what they deal with and the draftees. But at some point, we got a text from Brooklyn that said, "He's ours." And we all got chills. Igor went straight Russian mode because he had no expression on his face, and I did, man. Like other people were like, we knew he was going to get chose because we saw Travis's face smiling, and I couldn't keep it in. I was so excited for him. That was Brooklyn is one of the top 3 places we wanted to go.
For all of us who've never been involved in a draft, we're always curious what's going on behind the scenes. At some point, you get a text. Give us a ballpark. Do they know who's getting picked at 6 and 7? They know that early, or is it just like 4 minutes before it's announced? How much of a heads up do you get?
Oh, you're talking 60 to 60 seconds.
Oh, okay.
Like maybe a minute or 2. Not much time at all.
And you say that you wanted him to go there for what reasons?
We like Brooklyn. We like the owner. Joe's amazing. We like Sean Marks. He's a New Zealand guy, played international ball. He's a great human. We had the same agent throughout our careers. Drew Nicholas is a former teammate. He runs the director of scouting over there, and he's come out numerous times to BYU. I've gotten to spend time with him. Igor worked out for Brooklyn 3 times, and so we knew that they loved his type of skill set, that it was very rare to find, and there's an amazing Russian community here. Yeah. There's a ton of Russian markets and Russian grocery stores, and we knew that he would fit in well.
Then he doesn't have to get on a plane to go to the new team. He can just walk.
We were going to the practice facility this morning. We get some shots up. So yeah, he was extremely excited, and they were sending us videos from back home, Moscow, Russia. They had like 2,000 people in a bar at 4 a.m. in the morning, all going crazy. So the kid has a ton of support, and I think Brooklyn. There's a reason. There's a top 3 choice for us. It's just fit, style of play, ownership, GMs, and just an alignment all the way up to the top that we knew he would get taken care of. Kevin Young's one of his former co-workers is the director of development, skill development. So we're talking about that last night, and so Yegor's actually going to go get a workout in this morning.
Depending on who's running the Utah Jazz, there is either a lot or very little transparency around the draft, and when they have been pretty open about it, it seems rare that guys have come in for a second workout. Carlos Boozer famously did come in for a second workout. It was a big deal at the time. You just said Igor worked out 3 times. What were the Nets looking at and debating about him? What did they want to see? Because that seems like a lot of workouts.
Yeah, they start to narrow in you versus somebody else, and so then they start to really dial in on, your strength versus their weakness, or vice versa, and so they were looking at, how his foot speed in one-on-one play, or how he played 3-on-3 or 2-on-2, or his defense, and so they'll bring you in and do a variety of different tests on each workout and basically dial in more. They love the interviews. They spent a lot more time with him. Funny enough, Sam Presti was actually the only one out of all the GMs that had him over to his house. So OKC was very active last night, trying to pursue Yegor. Yeah, I know. I thought the Jazz were going to pick Jeremiah Fears because they talked a lot about him and had Jeremiah in for multiple workouts, and I think Ace Bailey slid and they were able to pick him up. I'll tell you what, Ace Bailey and his family weren't very happy. They were in the table next to us. It was funny to watch.
Yeah, and there had been talk about that, about where he wanted to go and not go and all that, but none of that matters anymore as far as that goes. I mean, I'm sure you've been around guys, and here's the most recent example that he didn't necessarily want to go here, but big deal. Now you got to go to work, right? I mean, what else are you going to do?
Yeah, I think there's some truth to that, PK, but there's also truth to, I'm not going to hire someone that doesn't want to be in one of my companies. I mean, why would I ever do that? I want people that want to be here and are going to be engaged in the community and are going to, love you and be grateful for the opportunity. And I mean, look how pumped we are about Brooklyn. We did the complete opposite. As soon as he was picked, whoever that would have been, and we had places we didn't want to go confidentially. And so as soon as he got picked, we're all in and it's go mode. So
right, that's my point.
There's a debate both ways.
But that's my point, though. This happens every year. There's guys who want to go to XYZ and guys who don't want to go to XYZ, but you have no control over it. And Ace Bailey's big thing, the stuff that he's been saying the last couple of days is in the interviews, control what you can control. All right, you can't control this. What you can control is go work your butt off.
100%. Yep, and get better and be grateful for the opportunity because it does go by so fast. And it's been an incredible experience. I mean, since landing here, having lunch with, Adam Silver, commissioner, and Andre Iguodala, and seeing the resources of the Players Association. I mean, Andre Iguodala was talking about how in the history of the NBA, 80 years, whatever it is, there's only been a total of 5,000 players to ever play, and what a small community it really is, and what a brotherhood it is, and so I'm happy that Yegor is part of it, and that he can get to work here in Brooklyn.
Travis Hansen joining us from New York. You going to be this involved with AJ DeBonsa next year, or is this a one-off draft experience for you?
Oh, what are you talking about? I'm going to come join DJ and PK. I mean, okay. DJ PK TH. No, that doesn't sound good. Dang it. Something.
No, 8 Mile. That's who you are.
Yeah. No, grateful to be part of the process. I think Yegor and his family are rare. We just connected it really early on, and sometimes you just click with people. We call them PLUs, people like us, and so sometimes these opportunities come along and you get to mentor. I mean, it's been fun. The last 2 weeks, other kids have reached out, players, Dawson Baker and Richie Saunders and Kaba and Trevor Nell, So as players reach out, you try to do your best to help them, and Yegor has been, one of those opportunities that just keeps giving because, he needs the help and hopefully we're able to provide him with some good mentorship and guidance throughout this process. So as a team, we went to dinner last night and man, I don't know what time we got home, but I think Yegor has an incredible team around him. And if you guys were able to meet him, you'd be pretty impressed by the people he has.
And I'm wondering going forward then, because you have been integral, but you've been right down the street also. And obviously he could come over and you could have face contact pretty much any time you wanted. Now he's going to be on the other side of the country. Again, a foreign kid has to make another massive adjustment in his life, not just ball playing is probably the easiest part of it, but all the other stuff that this kid has had to go through in several years. It's just amazing, at his age, that he has had these massive cultural adjustments. And going from, I grew up my first 14 years just across the water there in New Jersey, and it was a little bit of an adjustment for me to come to Utah, and I was much older. It was a massive adjustment when I moved to Arizona when I was 14 years old. And I'm wondering, how can you help him being in Utah with him being in New York?
Well, the good thing about playing for BYU, which is really, really rare, is, lots of players leave their university and they're kind of done. And there's some, summer leagues, summer camps, sports camps, and some connections, and if they're ever in that city, they go back. But BYU is not like that. Cougar Nation is all over the world and it's global. And so we've already had local people reach out that will love him, and he'll be part of a family. And that's unique. That's something that comes from playing at BYU that not many other schools have. The other piece is, we're not always face to face. Even when he was at Real Madrid or back in Moscow, Russia, we were on WhatsApp and Zooms and trying to guide him. And we'll come out here to Brooklyn a lot. So the good thing about Yegor is he's going to find a place right next to the practice facility, and he needs to keep doing his schooling. He keeps trying to say, have other plans, and he needs education is important, and surround himself with wealth management and some attorneys that we're working on. But in reality, compared to what he's done previously, Real Madrid, he was in 6 hours of school every day. Real Madrid is a club that, that pushes you educationally just as much as they do basketball. And so you have limited time on the court at Real Madrid. BYU is the same. Due to the NCAA rules, you have limited time you could actually play the game you love, and you got other responsibilities. And then in the NBA, you don't. There's some appearances and some other things that you're obligated to do, but it's not much time. And so you can really, and you see this with kids that come out of college and go to the NBA, they really improve dramatically. If you're around really good players and have good development, it's amazing how fast they improve. And so it'll be fun to watch over the next year or two as he can really focus on his game and be around great players.
One thing he needs to do is get to know the teammates and get used to playing with those guys. They had 5 first-round draft picks. Do you have any idea what kind of summer they're going to have and what the roster is going to look like? And they going forward with a lot of youth? What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, they're in development build mode, right? So, and they've accumulated a ton of draft picks, and so, they're actively working on a few trades. They're working on putting their summer league schedule together. I mean, Yegor will be here, less than a week, and all of a sudden he starts playing games, and then he'll play games through July with the summer league, and then he'll finally get back, be able to come back to Utah and hang out. But yeah, Brooklyn's in that young development mode. It's exactly where we want him to be. They're going to be patient with him, and they're going to push him, and he's going to have an opportunity to shine. So, I don't know if there could have been a better fit. We definitely liked OKC, but Brooklyn's perfect for him.
I think this is important for BYU and Kevin Young too, because when the season started, you have mock drafts right off the bat, and you saw Yegor's name was very high there, and I think it would have been a bad look if he dropped, say, from 8 to 18 or whatever, and it turns out that he doesn't. And so the message is that Kevin Young has been preaching, come here, I will develop you for the league. And right off the bat, he takes somebody who was expected to be a lottery pick and then, had his struggles a little bit and dropped. But in the end, he's right back to where he said, or he was supposed to go, basically, and where Kevin Young has been talking about this is what we can do. So my point and the question is how big of a deal it is for BYU, Kevin Young, right off the bat, take a special talent and put him in a position to be right where he's supposed to be draft-wise.
Yeah, I think it's important. I think that piece is critical, and I think we'll see a lot more of that story unfold as Jaeger enters the NBA. So a couple examples. He's at a NBA team. He's working out, and it's Atlanta. He does a film session, and his terminology and his understanding of the NBA game. And Quinn Snyder gave him a play, said, "How would you change this?" And he equated it to what he was doing at BYU with the same terminology. And at the end, Quinn called us and he's like, "Well, I'm going to implement that. That was crazy. Like, I'm an X and O guy, but Jaeger really knows the game," and he was able to, make an adjustment. So that's what KY does. He brings this NBA perspective, terminology, and know-how, and injects it in these kids really early on, and you don't have to wait till your rookie year in the NBA to learn that. And so that's been impressive. It's also impressive that every workout Jaeger went to, they all said, "Hey, tell KY hi. Hey, I love KY." That's cool. That's different. And so, yeah, I think this is the beginning of a pretty cool era at BYU when you have, mentors or coaches or trainers that have been there and done that. It definitely helps you accelerate your learning and put you in different positions and opportunities you wouldn't have. And so hopefully that's, this is the first of many to come, but a Jaeger, AJ, Richie, Rob, Wright, Kaba, getting all these guys in the league and whoever else we can place, those will be fun challenges and opportunities for these kids.
Well, Travis, we appreciate some time this morning with all your duties and responsibilities in the Big Apple. Go light New York up.
You guys are the best. Appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Travis. Travis Hansen, former BYU basketball star and Atlanta Hawks draftee. OKC trying to trade up. None of those teams, I guess, wanted to give up that pick. And there was Brooklyn at number 8. So Agor has a home. I guess don't underestimate a big Russian community in New York. That ought to help.
Actually,
that ought to help.
New York has a big whatever community.
Big whatever because there's so many people.
The highest concentration of Russian expats in the Western Hemisphere is in Brooklyn, New York.
Oh, you can't go anywhere without a vodka store. I mean, come on. You know what I'm saying, comrades?
A place called Brighton Beach, apparently.
Oh, Brighton Beach. And that's with a Y.
They call it what?
Look it up. BRY.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Yeah. But he's been making adjustments this whole time. This is an amazing story. And to see him do what he did, to go that high, what a dream come true for BYU and for Kevin Young and for Travis and for the player himself and all the stuff. The thing that a little bit of an eyebrow raiser is he's sitting next to the Ace Bailey family. And
they weren't thrilled.
Oh, yeah. And Travis is a Ryan Smith's guy.
Yeah.
But he saw it. They're sitting right next to him. We got eyewitnesses on the ground for you people. I mean, our show. I mean, I think our show, the best is yet to come.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5 The Zone. Stephen Ellis, prospects analyst for the Daily Face-Off at 8 o'clock. Austin Ainge's comments last night. We'll play them for you coming up at 8:30. DJ and PK, it's 97.5 The Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Got typical delays in all the typical areas of SR 36, I-80, and the 201 freeway coming out of Tooele County. Also, Eagle Mountain drivers coming across 2100 North or Pioneer Crossing are also having issues getting over to I-15 to head north or southbound. This update is brought to you by GoPave Utah. Whether you park it, stripe it, or pave it, GoPave Utah has your blacktop covered. Go to GoPaveUtah.com. That's GoPaveUtah.com. Call them today or once again visit them at GoPaveUtah.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Accessing. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G.
BYU jumped into the Big 12 for their own game, and they're going to get theirs. And they got their money together, and they got their recruiting together, and they came in all cute and happy, like, we're just grateful to be a partner. Oh, our broadcast, oh yeah, we're one of 2 in this country that can run our own broadcast. Hey, we'll be cool with it. Whatever bone you can throw us. And, what's that? 4 years? Integration to full revenue? Okay, that's fine, whatever. And then it's like, bam, we're going to take the number 1 recruits. We're going to sign 5 stars. We're going to get in the game with money, and we're going to compete. We're going to go from a 13th pick to the number 3 team in the Big 12, and we're here to make this nasty. So what do you know about Amway? Can I sign you up or what?
Can I get 3 people under you and let's all make some money?
Because I'm looking for diamond status. I'm here to freaking compete.
Catch Hansen Scotty weekdays from noon to 3 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Attention sports fans! Elevate your 2025 finances with a Gold Tier checking account from Hercules First Federal Credit Union.
Score big with up to 4.25% APY on balances, rewards points for everyday spending, and perks like Ultimate ID credit monitoring and free cellular care coverage, all with no monthly fees. Join Gold Tier today and watch your savings grow. Visit HerculesCU.com to learn more. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times?
You're playing the lute. Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Do your summer plans include travel? Make sure your prep includes more than just flights and hotels. Stay up to date with COVID-19 vaccination, especially if you're 65 or older or have certain health conditions. There have been surges in COVID-19 in the summer, too. It's important to help protect yourself no matter your destination. So check eligibility and schedule in minutes at VaxAssist.com. That's VAXAssist.com. Brought to you by Pfizer.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found in G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just a bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them at Costco, Harmon's, Maverick, and now at Smith's.
For nearly 70 years, Les Olson IT has been the trusted name for businesses. From state-of-the-art printers and copiers to managed IT services, we have the solutions you need to stay ahead in today's world. And now Les Olson IT is trusted and licensed in Utah for security systems, for technology that helps you work smarter. Les Olson IT, providing solutions that empower your business.
Les Olson IT.
Sink your teeth into more action, more tricks, more entertainment, and incredible value at the Ute Stampede Rodeo with Extreme Bulls. July 9th through 12th, the Ute Stampede is Utah's best family entertainment, honoring the rich heritage and spirit of the West with 3 nights of PRCA Rodeo, Flying U Rodeo, live music, food, carnivals, games, and plenty of showmanship. The best in the West with Extreme Bulls. Get your tickets now at UtestampedeRodeo.com.
If you want to save a lot of money on your fireworks this year, go to SomeDudesFireworks.com and watch our semi-famous, somewhat rednecky Chuck It video, and you will never buy your fireworks anywhere else. Some Dudes Fireworks, Lehigh High School parking lot, 10 to 10 daily.
Take DJ and PK wherever you go. Find every moment of every show in podcast form by searching DJ and PK on your favorite platform. This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hand of the day. Today's One Republic is from and Ryan Tedder celebrates his 46th birthday. It's brought to you by Live Nation. For all the live concerts events in 2025, check out livenation.com. Got reaction pouring in here to the NBA draft. Ace Bailey it is. Here's your chance to sound off.
Hey, Ace, this is the place.
Jeffrey says they call it a draft for a reason. I'm thinking when the paycheck clears, he'll change his attitude.
What does that mean? They call it a draft for a reason? That's
You
chilly.
got to go. You got to go where you're told.
Go where you want to go. Sure. For now.
Jaden says, I don't think his skill was good enough to go with his baggage. Phil Johnson or Fears would be better options. Bailey's high risk, high reward option. He's young and hopefully he can grow up and mature quickly. I'd love to be wrong and have him be a great choice.
Did you say Phil Johnson?
No. I feel Johnson or
no,
Fears
you said
would be better options.
It sounded like you said Phil Johnson. I'm like, that's a poll.
No. I feel Johnson or
makes more
Fears
sense.
would be better
Trey
options.
Johnson. Yeah, there you go.
Brad says, I'm psyched. Jeremy applauds it. Good pick. So there's some people on board, as I think you would expect.
Well, I think they had to draft him.
Too much talent. You can't keep letting him fall.
Right. If you're going to miss on somebody, miss on him.
Miss on someone with a high ceiling.
Yeah. Because if he doesn't turn out to what people anticipate, well, maybe he could be a level below that, which could still possibly be pretty good. You know, say he doesn't end up being, well, we thought he was going to go third, and you know, we've been talking about the trio all college basketball season of his teammate over there at Rutgers and Cooper Flagg, right? And then that was the big three. And so if he's not quite of that level, but still can do some different things for you and help you win games, okay. So I felt like they would have gone for Fears if they didn't get Bailey. But if Bailey became available, it was like they really had no choice. So I'm not surprised at all. And then what they do is they turn around and they get their Fears-like player in Clayton. And the thing that I liked that I said, and I told Ben and Jake they could use this line because I'm about helping and propping up other guys on the shows. I said, hey, they didn't get Fears, but they got fearless.
Yeah.
That's good.
This kid is fearless.
Feels like an old newspaper headline right there. You're still writing them.
Define newspaper.
Well, back in the day, Grandpa, there was this thing that you would find in your driveway when you woke up.
Yeah.
Bold face type font.
Oh, yeah, that's for sure.
No fears, but fearless.
When I got the gig in 02, I called my father, and I was super excited. First words out of his mouth. You're not going to quit the newspaper, are you?
Not for 5 years, Dad.
No, I didn't know that. And he said, I don't know anything about this radio stuff, but I know all my life that newspaper has been on my doorstep every morning. And he was an ardent newspaper reader. When we lived in Jersey, we was 3. He'd get the Star Ledger. There was a local paper, Morris County Daily Record, which I delivered. And then he'd bring home one of the New York papers because, I mean, we're only 30 miles away from the city.
Right.
And so, yeah, so I grew. That's how I learned to read, was reading sports sections. No joke.
Yeah, me too. Yeah.
So, yeah, but you only read one. I read 3.
I did only read one.
Yeah, I read 3. So don't try to put yourself in my category. And plus, you were smarter. I was in the dumb class for 8 freaking years.
Read the San Diego Union. Didn't read the Evening Tribune.
Which, when I showed you my 401k that I got from them,
that was awesome.
You were all surprised.
I was.
and I had
Copley
forgotten about,
family of newspapers.
I had forgotten about the 401k that I had for them. So that was a nice little bonus. We slipped in there and send it on its way to more, hopefully, development. But this Ace Bailey thing, it's a reality, and I think the Jazz know it. Of course they know it. I mean, he had to have known
that this might happen.
Yeah.
Yeah. He was hoping it wouldn't, but he had to know. But the plan was working. Philly didn't take him. Charlotte didn't take him.
Yeah,
and
how
then
long were you
depending
gonna say?
on what you believe, did he want to go to Washington or was it New Orleans? How many more teams was he hoping would hold out?
Well, but they weren't. There was no way the Jazz. You can go back. I wrote about it. I said if it comes down to Fears or Bailey, they're going to go Bailey. Yeah. If Bailey's gone, I thought they would go Fears, but he was not gone, so they go Bailey. And that's why I thought the Caleb Williams story was a big non-story with he didn't want to go to the Bears. This happens every year.
Everybody tries to guide the process, and then you end up where you end up, and you have to make the best of it.
You want to go where you create destinations. So what? He'll make more money this way than dropping 6, 7, and 8 because there's a sliding scale.
There was a time when you thought they were cooling on him. Do you think that's the difference between Danny, and that was when Danny before Austin, or do you think that's head fakes in public and, hey, let's throw that out there and little misdirection?
I think they thought he wasn't the third pick. But as it became apparent that there was a good chance he was going to slide.
And they were drafting 5.
Yeah. They pivoted because the circumstances pivoted. They didn't want to give assets to Philly to move up like they did with Clayton. Now, obviously, if you're moving from 21 to 18, you're giving up fewer assets than if you move up to 3.
But and it's a different club, and Philly has their price tag, whatever it is.
Right. So that's what I think. And Austin had the chance to interview Ace personally when he was still employed by the Celtics.
Mm-hmm.
And he talked about that.
Yeah.
And we'll play that here at the bottom of the hour. And so all those things led to they made an adjustment. Now he's going to have to make an adjustment. You got the world by the tail, son. Don't pout on us here because you didn't go to someplace. Whatever you wanted out of Washington, you can get here.
DJ PK, it's 97.5 The Zone. Stephen Ellis, prospects analyst for the Daily Face-Off. Coming up after the break, Austin Ainge, Jazz president of basketball operations. You'll hear his post-draft comments at 8:30. Stay with us right here on The Zone.
Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise?
Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter.
Get exclusive analysis.
Plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth.
Sign up today at KSLSports.com
for the Utah Mammoth newsletter.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. I want you to know that it's the little things that count. Any remodeler can say they treat customers right when it comes to siding, gutters, windows, and exteriors. It's hard to know for sure. If a contractor uses cheap generic nails instead of super grippy ridge shaft nails for your siding, would you even know? If they use cheap $4 caulk to install your new windows instead of paying $9 a tube for the good stuff, could you tell by looking? It all comes down to the details and trust. At RGS Exteriors, we only do things one way, the right way. We never cut corners. We never skimp on details. We never do less than the job requires. That's why we offer our industry's exclusive 10-year everything guarantee. And it's why we have the happiest customers. If you need any gutters, siding, or replacement windows, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit rgsutah.com. That's 801-280-3110 or online at rgsutah.com.
Do you know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day? At Salt Lake City Fat Loss, we know the secret. Our doctor-developed, easy-to-follow weight loss program helps you lose weight fast, naturally, and safely with no drugs or injections. No prepackaged meals, bars, shakes, or exercising required. Our program helps reset your metabolism so you can lose weight quickly and keep the weight off for good with an easy-to-follow maintenance plan that includes ongoing personal support. And our program costs half as much and works up to twice as fast than most other programs. Go to slcfatloss.com to schedule your free consultation now.
Hey guys, Alex here. I dropped 65 pounds on the Salt Lake City Fat Loss program. The maintenance plan has been phenomenal, and you can have that same success.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days. What are you waiting for?
Go to saltlakeCityFatLoss.com.
Many clients lose 20 to 30 pounds in about a month or two. That's up to a pound per day. Schedule your free consultation now at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
story. Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox
with the KSL Sports Newsletter.
From the Jazz,
Utah Hockey Club,
BYU,
Utah,
Real Salt Lake, and more.
Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah.
Visit KSLSports.com to sign up
for the KSL Sports Newsletter.
Black Desert Resort isn't just your home. It's an endless retreat where life is played your way. From intimate studios to spacious 4-bedroom suites. The raw beauty of southern Utah is your new backyard. Discover our championship golf course, exquisite dining, and world-class outdoor adventures, all yours to conquer. This is luxury your way. Learn more about owning a luxury residence at blackdesertresort.com. Come play, come stay.
The action is unparalleled. The music is killer. And Shea Wiggum is in it, who's in every movie there is. F1 the movie. Go see it.
Rivalries, smack talking. I feel like I want to get strapped back into a simulator. Let's go.
It is incredibly intense. Mike and I loved our experience. You will love it too. F1 the movie. From Apple Original Films and Warner Brothers Pictures, only in theaters and IMAX tomorrow. Man, see it in IMAX. It's fantastic. Rated PG-13, may be inappropriate for children under 13.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
Are you ready for the ultimate baseball experience? Introducing the Cage Baseball, Utah's first high-tech, entertainment-based batting cage. Just the fun parts of baseball. Whether you're a rookie or all-star baseball player, everyone can experience the thrill of hitting a home run. Swing away with friends, families, co-workers, maybe even a date night. The Cage Baseball, just off Redwood Road around the corner from the Maverick Center. Use code THEZONE for 10% off your 1-hour session. Step up to the plate at the Cage Baseball.
The Garden Restaurant is reimagined space with exceptional taste. Opening June 30th in Salt Lake City. Enjoy a fresh, healthy menu, dine in, grab and go, patio seating, or online ordering. Open weekdays 11 to 3. Fresh flavors, iconic location. The Garden Restaurant, next to Temple Square.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
One of the coolest stations in the world.
Utah's highest rated, most listened to sports radio show for over 20 years.
Everyone's listening.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I don't know what you've been told, but time is running out, no need to take it slow. I'm stepping to you toe to toe. I should be scared, honey, maybe so, but I ain't worried about it right now.
Join JJ and Alex today from noon to 3 at RGS Exteriors, 4235 Farm Road in West Jordan. DJ, PK, and we're joined now by Stephen Ellis, prospects analyst for the Daily Faceoff. Stephen, good morning.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good. How surprised were you by the news that the Utah Mammoth acquired J.J. Peterka and signed him to a 5-year contract after the trade that sent Kesselring and Doan to Buffalo? How big a shock was that for you on a scale of 1 to 10?
9, I'd say. Like, I was with a couple other reporters here in L.A. getting ready for the draft, and we all just kind of stood there staring at our phones and like, that's it? That's all it took to get a guy who just scored over 30 goals and 60 points? Like, I was just talking to some people from Buffalo, and, man, they were depressed. So for Utah, like, this is an exciting moment. Like, this is a game-changing top 6 forward and one of the most coveted trade targets this summer. And you gave up a guy in Josh Stone, who I think is fine, but not a difference maker. And then I like Kesselring, but it's definitely worth moving to get a guy like Peterka.
And plus, he's still so young. So the team is already undergoing and has been undergoing a youth movement, and they get a quality player of this caliber, but it really doesn't change the timeline as far as the guys that they have that are so young.
Yeah, 100%. And like the fact that they were able to trade for him and then get him signed to a deal and make that plan come all together, it's like that's what makes the deal make even less sense. But like Peterka is like the most recent thing with him. He was shocked that he hadn't signed yet, or wasn't named to Germany's Olympic roster because he's such a big part of the team. And when you look at the biggest omissions to the initial Olympic rosters, his name was the one that was getting brought up, because he's that impactful of a player. And the Sabres fan, it's just been year after year watching these star guys go away with no playoff success to go for.
Is there any chance that he had a big year and the Sabres sold high and there's going to be disappointment, or is he just like guaranteed, man, it's 68 points last year and that number is just going to keep climbing and he's going to be the man for the next 5 years?
I don't know if his offense is going to climb necessarily, but I think it's going to be still like in that range. Like I think it was just a matter of time till we really got to see this guy really kind of blow up and have this great career. And you look at Clayton Keller, Logan Cooley, Dylan Gunther, you're going to probably keep that line together. But now you've got a legitimate second line winger who could play with someone like Nick Schmaltz, who could bring the big body, or Barrett Hayton, who could be the two-way threat. Like, I think you still want to upgrade your center depth if you can, but you need a guy who could be that valuable. And I think Peterka could play on the power play. Like, I would not be surprised whatsoever if he gets 60 points every season for the next few years. But, you know, the fact that he sold so low on him makes me wonder, like, okay, maybe they know something we don't.
As I look at the draft relative to this trade, I don't see how one necessarily affects the other. Whatever they're going to do, they're probably still going to do. How do you see it?
Yeah, I don't think this should change anything. Like, I think the biggest thing was that no draft picks were exchanged in this. Like, that's what was surprising, given all the rumors here in LA, is that the Utah would trade their first round pick at number 4, which I don't know if I would want to do that, but it's something where if they're going to keep that pick, I think they're taking a center anyway, and a center that would be ready to play in the NHL in the next 2 or 3 years and push this team forward once they're ready to be a true playoff contender. So, yeah, I don't imagine it changes anything.
Does this change the arc for Simashev or Boot coming over, or do you think one or both of them are going to end up getting a lot more ice time with Kesselring gone?
I think with Simashev, yeah, for sure. I think that we're looking at him probably being more – he might probably be kind of eased in maybe as a third-pairing defenseman to start, but I think that's kind of okay. Like, with those two guys in general, going from the KHL to the NHL is a big step forward, and we've seen so many highly touted prospects try to make the jump, and it take a while. So I wouldn't be surprised if they both start in the AHL. With Boot as a forward, you know, you're looking at he probably is more of a better top 6 player than but he's more of a better bottom 6 player than a top 6 guy. So I think that won't change it too much. We'll have to see kind of what happens there. But I would not rush them to the NHL right away on a full-time basis next season.
This team go a lot of different directions, and it's just like we just got done with the NBA draft where you speculate who's going where, this team likes this guy, whatever. What do you see as far as Utah with that pick?
It feels like if they're going to keep the pick, it's going to be Caleb Desnoyers. And he's a bigger centerman. He's a proven winner. He just won the WHL championship, but he's also won the under-18 World Championship, the Hlinka Gretzky under-18 tournament there, and the U17s. Like, that's a lot of important events that he's won that very few players could say they've done in their junior careers, and he's done it before he got drafted. So I think that's one that's really exciting. If they don't take him, we know they're really excited about Brady Martin, and that's a guy who just lays it all on the line. Maybe he'll play winger in the NHL because he's not like the biggest forward, but I think that no one works harder to win an individual shift than Brady Martin. So if it comes down to one of those two guys, that's exciting. If it's maybe they take a bit of a surprise pick and they go for James Hagens, who, when you watch him play, reminds me a lot of Logan Cooley and a lot of Jack Hughes. So there's a lot of talent there, but I feel like he's going to be one of the bigger fallers just as teams try to get guys with size. So I'd say those are the 3 names to look for, but it feels like Desnoyers is going to be the guy they're going to take.
Bill Armstrong's initial reaction to getting the fourth pick was, shock, and it's just so hard to draft that high without really suffering. And they got a core of guys, so they don't think they're going to really suffer for a while. So I think his initial instinct was to keep it, but you can't really go with your initial instinct because you start having conversations, you find out what you can get back. Now that they've narrowed it down to the small handful of players, what do you think they could get from a veteran, and what would it take to pry the pick away from them? What might their options be?
That's a great question. There's definitely some good players in the market here. Do you keep the pick and maybe just hope you can get some extra cap space and go big in free agency? Like, that's what I would do. Like, I guess I'm a draft guy, so of course I'm always at the point of like, you should keep that guy. But like the fact that Peterka wasn't acquired in this without using a pick was just, again, shocking to me, because that is the type of player you would think would cost something like that. So in that case, it kind of resets the whole market of what the cost of these players is going to be. So at this point, it feels like it's your guess as good as mine as who they would try to trade for. Like I don't think a goalie gets you that. I don't think that is the right choice here. Do you go out there and maybe make a bigger run at Noah Dobson? I know the Islanders probably would love to have another pick. He's a really good defenseman out of the Islanders. Like good enough to be on Canada's Olympic team. So like that'd be a huge addition if they could somehow swing that. I don't know if Bowen Byram would be worth that pick. I don't know if Keandre Miller would be worth that pick. Like Peterka was one of those guys you would target with that. So that's why I'm starting to lean towards they might actually keep it at this point.
Since the team was announced to come, there's been a big buzz here in the community, and this past season and their inaugural season was somewhat of a love affair, honeymoon type thing here. And, a lot of things are happening. They're renovating the arena to make it more compatible with hockey and all that stuff. And then they bought a mall, a portion down about 15 miles to the south, where they're going to have all this new stuff going in there. So there's all this buzz that this is the place to be if you want to play hockey, right? Well, we're in the middle of it, but we're not outside of it. How do you think the other players in the league and their agents perceive it?
I think the one thing we've heard is that a lot of players like visiting, and they just love the fan base, and they love that people are really coming together really quickly. I also know a lot of NHL players love the new uniforms, so that doesn't hurt, obviously. I'm a big fan, 100%, great color combination. But I think that when you look at this, it's going to be it'll be interesting, because for a while Bill Armstrong showed he can make good moves, but he was never able to spend to the cap when he was with the Coyotes. It feels like this year will be different for them, and they can spend it. You look at all the moves they made last year, I think really showed that he's willing to make the right decisions for this team and is a great GM, and last night was a huge move for that. And I think that's got to give some confidence for players, saying this free agency. It's like, yeah, Utah's a legitimate opportunity. For a lot of time, it was Arizona is the place to try and revive your career because no one good wanted to be there. And in this case, it's like you look at the core of this Utah group, it feels different.
How close do you think these 20 and 21-year-olds are to being really good? I mean, what is the curve for them, and when do they hit their prime, and how good do you think they can be when they hit it?
You look at guys like 20, 21, that's when things really start to kind of ramp up. Like NHL players continue to get younger, and you look at the draft, it's all 17 and 18-year-olds, and I don't think any of those guys are going to make it to the NHL this year. But when it comes to guys at 19, 20, 21, you don't necessarily need to rush them, but that is the time where they start to kind of show up. Like you look at Logan Cooley, he's still young. He was only drafted 3 years ago. And I think he's going to continue to just develop and grow into his game and become this really notable player. So I'm excited to see what he could do. And the thing is, like Dylan Gunther is another guy that's going to continue getting better. When you look at these young guys that they have already on the team and the young guys they're trying to bring into the system, like Deej Ginla, it's all going to come together at a point where they're all going to grow together. They're all going to be great together. But the core guys, the older guys, are going to probably be in their peak. So that's what building through the draft can do for you, where you get these guys where 27, 28, 29 is kind of viewed as the best years of a player's career. And if that's kind of what the timeline is going to be for guys like Cooley and those ones to really show up, it gives them a few years to kind of get the younger guys to really show up and become the type of players you want them to be. So there's still some time.
Well, we appreciate a few minutes, Stephen. Thanks for joining us and talking a little trade and talking a little draft.
Yeah, thanks so much, guys.
Stephen Ellis, prospects analyst for the Daily Faceoff. And as you point out, PK, Peterka is 23. If he doesn't get any better, if Stephen's right and he peaks around 68, 70 points, that's one thing. But he's gone 32 to 50 to 68. You got to wonder, is there more there?
Well, I know that Gretzky's he's willing to share the nickname, the Great One.
Nice.
This would be the Great Two.
The Great Two.
Yeah.
If there's going to be a Great Two, maybe Ovechkin
just made
should
that
take
up,
that.
man.
That was good. I liked it. I think Ovechkin would just say, okay, I'm the Great Two.
I had no idea I was going to come up with the Great Two.
What's your nickname? The Great Two.
The Great Two.
That's not bad. You can make money out of the Great Two. You know, everybody has to be one. There's money to be made, the Great Two. Oh, man, sometimes I amuse myself.
When we come back, Austin Age will amuse us. Utah Jazz president of basketball operations. His post-draft thoughts. You will hear them next. Stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Got a new crash northbound I-15 or University Parkway in Orem. It's on the right shoulder, not causing delays, but be aware if you're in the area. Also, slowdowns remain on I-15 in both directions, go into Salt Lake City and on the 201 freeway between 5600 West and Redwood Road as you head in to Salt Lake City from the west side. This update is brought to you by UTA. Try UTA and get more done while you ride. Game, work, books, shows. You'll be too busy to notice all the traffic you're missing along the way. Plan your trip today at rideuta.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present...
This is JJ and Alex.
Watching an unlikely champion like the Florida Panthers, they sucked forever. One of the most irrelevant pro sports franchises of the last 2 decades until 2022. They're the 8th seed and they end up making a run to the Stanley Cup final. And ever since then, they've dominated this league. It takes time. The Panthers had to be patient. They got the right guy to lead it. It all came together for them. So now we're dreaming of a Stanley Cup here because we have an NHL team. You watch the Florida Panthers do it. The Stanley Cup going places that no one ever thought it would be. Why not here? Why not in Utah? You're thinking about, okay, what could the Utah Mammoth do to make this happen? And now it's a reality. Like, this is something the Mammoth can go do. And I think that Ryan Smith is going to be highly motivated to provide the resources to do it. And I think you got a general manager who could build a Stanley Cup championship team. The parts are in place here to be able to do something like this.
Catch JJ and Alex afternoons from 3 to 6. Presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, you refer to yourself as a full-service jeweler. What does that mean?
Once upon a time, before national stores and online sites flooded the market, your local family jeweler was the expert in your life that handled all your jewelry and watch needs. J. Brooks is that full-service jeweler today, where everything is handled by us, including appraisals, jewelry repair, watch repairs, as well as general service of all Swiss brands, and the most beautiful custom creations, including our new JBJ Bridal Collection. We can take your existing jewelry and freshen it up, or we can repurpose it completely with a fresh design using all of the sentimental parts that you already own. And of course, if she's ready for the upgrade you always promised, we can help you with a selection of a new larger diamond to say I love you more than ever. So whatever your celebration is, let J. Brooks help you any way you may need. J. Brooks Jewelers, Murray and Lehigh, and online at jbrooksjewelers.com. where women know what women want.
Home sellers, do not lose money selling your home the old way. Make more money when you sell your home with a bank buster loan. This is Rod with the Save Right Realtor team at Realty Path. Average interest rates are in the mid to high sixes, but Save Right Realtors will market your home with a fixed rate as low as 4.75%. The ultra-low Bank Buster rate gives buyers monthly payments that are hundreds less than comparable homes. When your home is much more affordable, you get a larger pool of potential buyers who can buy your home. When buyers compare homes and see your home is hundreds less per month, you'll get a quicker offer and a higher sale price. Do not lose money selling your home the old way. Sell faster and make more money. Sell with Save Right. Sell with the Bank Buster loan. Call 801-APPROVE or visit SaveRight.com.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, we give our students credit where credit is due. Credit for deciding in the middle of rush hour traffic to go back and get their bachelor's and a promotion. Credit for managing 3 kids, 2 dogs, and a full-time job to pursue an MBA. And credit for serving in the military by day so they can study cybersecurity at night. For over 75 years, we've been helping students receive the credit they deserve. With more than 135 degrees and certificates, students at UMGC can use prior learning or relevant experience to earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's, and graduate students can transfer up to 12 credits toward their master's. At UMGC, you'll find everything, online to hybrid courses, lifetime career services to scholarship opportunities, making your education journey flexible, fast, and affordable. Classes start soon. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
For over 30 years, Replenish Landscape provides the finest compost and hardscape products from bark, mulch, top dressing, and playground materials. Replenish products are perfect for flower, veggie gardens, and top dressings for your lawn. Visit replenishcompost.com. Replenish is good stuff.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
This is your Utah Jazz NBA Draft Update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Utah Jazz select Ace Bailey with the 5th pick in the NBA draft. They make a trade up, move up 3 spots to choose Walter Clayton Jr. at 18. Austin Ainge and what he wants Bailey and Clayton to become.
We hope they're really good at basketball. I mean, they've got a lot of talent. They each can do different things, but both of them are very good shooters and scorers, and we hope that they develop and learn our system very quickly. But, you know, we understand it's a process with young guys. Over the next couple years, we hope they can become really important pieces of our future.
This Utah Jazz Draft Update is brought to you by The Cage. Take real swings in a virtual batting cage. Book now and score 10% off with promo code THEZONE.
When it comes to the biggest moments in Utah sports history, these guys have seen it all. This is DJ and PK. DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Nominate the youth sports volunteer that you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week. Submit your nomination at KSLSports.com/contest. And listen every Thursday afternoon to JJ and Alex for the winner. Help us celebrate the efforts of those volunteers making an impact with the Hercules Hero of the Week. And it's sponsored by Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals.
The NBA Draft, round 1 in the books. Round 2 tonight. You can listen. Ben will be on the air here at 6 o'clock tonight, and the Jazz have the 43rd pick. They traded the other one as part of the move up from 21 to 18, making the deal to get Clayton. So, reaction pouring in. Before we get to that and Jazz fans reacting and what this might mean for the roster, let's hear from the guy who made the decisions, Austin Ainge, with the media after making those 2 draft picks.
Very exciting night. 2 weeks ago, sat down and looked at our picks and said, what would be the best case scenario, and these were the two guys we really wanted. So we feel very fortunate, very excited to have them in the family.
Can you talk maybe about Sarah Todd, Desiree?
Yeah.
Nice to meet you.
Hey, Sarah.
Can you talk maybe about your experience about guys who's, for whatever reasons, agent, management, etc., you don't have them come in for a workout?
Yeah, it's not super uncommon. Been through it many times through the years. And, we were able to meet with Ace at the Combine and speak to him in person, and obviously saw him play a lot, being highly rated high school player and college player. So we got to see him quite a bit.
Was there any hesitancy, though, with, I guess, all the pre-draft process? A lot of us surrounding him, but okay, maybe he doesn't want to play here, maybe not?
No. He's great. Was able to speak with him. He was super excited. We're super excited. We're expecting a very bright future.
I'm curious. He said, and Walter said too, that they didn't know that the Jazz were interested in them before tonight. And curious, is that a strategic move? That you kind of want to keep your interests close to the vest. Is that, and how do you decide kind of when to share your respect for a player?
Yeah, we don't like to tell. I mean, it's mostly agents you're dealing with, right? So we don't like to say who we're going to take for sure. It's just hard. There's trades and everything, and sometimes if you just kind of keep that information private, it's easier to maneuver around a little bit. So we don't try to tip our hand in advance.
Ace's game, tell us about what you like about what you think you can bring to the Jazz and what you hope his development path is for the next few years.
Yeah, I mean, Ace is extremely talented shot maker, big, long, athletic. His scoring gets a lot of attention, deservedly so. He's very skilled for his size, but watching a lot of film on him, I was impressed with his defensive effort and particularly his rebounding. A lot of weak side block shots, and his joy and energy for the game. We do a lot of background calls and work on guys, and everyone loves being around Ace. He's fun, smiles every day, just a breath of fresh air in the gym.
Conversations, kind of people who are on league scouts, etc., people from Rutgers, it seems like Ace is maybe one of the less developed guys that's coming into the league, not had as much basketball experience as some of the other guys, different programs and playing at high levels, etc. Does that make him seem ultra moldable as he comes into the game?
I would disagree with that evaluation. I think sometimes with guys when they're rated number 1 or number 2 in high school and come in with all the fanfare that Ace and Dylan had at Rutgers, and there's a little disappointment in their season. They didn't win as many games as they were expected to. That expectations, basically the reality and expectations aren't quite matched up, and so there's a little bit harsher judgment. And the guy is pretty skilled and had some pretty big games this year. So I think I don't think he's further away or less developed than a lot of the other 18-year-olds toward the top of this draft.
Awesome. Hey, Sam Barnes with KSL Channel 5. Good to meet you. Anyway, Ace also mentioned that he has the ability to push his teammates to be the best they can, and the coaches. He's called himself an instant leader. Do you see him having that ability to be a leader right away?
I mean, it's always hard for rookies to be leaders. They have to learn what they're doing before they can help others. But like I said, I really believe in his energy and his spirit, and that is a way to lead, right? It may not be, guys, this is our defensive coverage, because most rookies I need to learn that. But it can be, let's get in the gym and let's play harder and let's fight through adversity. I think he does a lot of that naturally from me observing him from afar.
What do you like about Walter's game?
Had a chance to watch Walter a lot. Saw him play at Iona, and obviously we all saw him have a magical run this year. He is tough, smart, an amazing shooter, athletic, and mature. I mean, obviously you win as many games as he has, and you're an accomplished player already. It's been really fun for me to watch his progression. He's really gotten better as kind of an athletic kid, learning the point guard position throughout college. He just got better and better and better at it every year, and that really impressed me. Just the arc.
What went into the decision then to kind of move up for him at 18 rather than kind of
Yeah, it's impossible to know who likes a guy, right, and where they're going to go. Like I said, 2 weeks before the draft, we had these guys circled as this is our dream scenario, and so we started making calls, quite a bit before pick 21, where we were slated. We were worried, so we just were trying to move up kind of all along the line until at 18, Washington got an offer they liked, and we made the swap there. So that was how it went.
Do you have any sort of philosophy on guys that come into the league after spending 4 years in college versus ones that come in one and done?
I don't think there's any general rules. Everyone's on their own development path. We see players all the time in the NBA hit their peaks at 28 and find it at 24, and some guys find it at 21. It's just an individual journey.
Austin, I know you're absorbing what happened tonight, but does this set the table or change the arc moving forward for what comes next?
No, not really. I've said this before, so apologies, I may say it 100 more times, but we just kind of believe in stacking good decisions, just making good decisions over and over as best we can. And then you look up and you have a lot of good players and or assets or whatever you're trying to do. So we're just trying to make good decisions every day as best we can.
How was this draft different than, I guess, your other drafts that you've been a part of, being kind of the quote-unquote head decision maker?
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot easier just acting really smart over there, saying you should do this. It's a lot easier. But no, like I said, this turned out how we wanted, and I've got a lot of very experienced and great help to help me through it.
What was the feeling in the room seeing the first 4 picks go the way that they went?
Yeah, it's kind of what we predicted before the draft, but you never really know. Everyone does media smoke screens and fake leaks and holds their cards close, and so you never fully know. But this was what we had projected in the last few days with what we'd heard, but you just never know until it happens. But we were very excited.
What were you able to learn about Ace at the combine, being able to talk to him?
I think more than any individual answer, it was just, again, his general personality, his positivity, his energy. He's got a youthful exuberance that's contagious. I actually interviewed him at the combine when I was with Boston. I interviewed him with Boston's group, and then I was able to watch the recording of the Jazz interview also. So I get to see 2 interviews at least. But no, he was great.
Did you notice any difference in those?
Not really. Yeah. No. He, I think he probably had to do 12 or so of those. I'm sure we ask generally the same questions. We're not journalists. We're not good at asking questions like you guys.
Are you expecting for both players to play in summer leagues, both summer leagues?
Yes.
It's interesting, Austin, that the very thing that some people were concerned about with Ace is something that you said is what drew you in to some extent.
What is that concern?
Personality, his attitude.
Oh no, I feel like I feel like that is pretty universal. I would say that if you talk to anyone who's been around Ace the last couple years in basketball, any of his teammates, coaches, they'd all say the same thing. This is not a unique perspective of ours. This is pretty universal.
To ask, over the last few days, there have been multiple rumors with you guys chasing after Jaylen Brown, and obviously you know Jaylen well, but is there truth to those rumors, and how are you approaching the next few days from a trade market point of view?
I don't like to confirm or deny rumors just as a policy, but I will this time. No, that hasn't happened. No conversations that way.
What positive changes do you see these two draftees making to your team?
Well, we hope they're really good at basketball. I mean, they got a lot of talent. They each can do different things, but both of them are very good shooters and scorers, and we hope that they develop and learn our system very quickly. But, we understand it's a process with young guys, and so we just, over the next couple years, we hope they can become really important pieces of our future.
There is Austin Ainge, Utah Jazz president of basketball operations, after the draft. You listen to the explanations for what he did, what he chose to do out of the available options. Think anything different, or pretty much just confirmed what you thought when you heard the picks announced?
Well, I think everything that they did led them to this point. And so these conclusions that they made, which means the players that they drafted, was the byproduct of all the stuff that they've done leading up to this point, and this is the direction that they felt that they should go. So that gives me a level of confidence in terms of what they've done and the work that they've put in. And normally, you do work with the intent of getting a result, and if you do everything that you can leading up to that work and put in that work, you get that result. It's just that in this situation, okay, they've done everything that leads to the drafting of these two players. Now it's up to the players to go ahead and do what they need to do to make these guys look good. So it's a little different situation. You decided, and I decided, and Yak decided, this is the type of job we want to have. So we're going to do this, and this to get to that point, and now we've been able to have that. Well, that's on our own, although we do need other people to hire us too. Mm-hmm. So it's not completely and totally on our own. It's just that what does Bailey and Clayton, what do they do now going forward? It's up to them to make sure that they fulfill the work put in the work to the level that the management did to get to this point. And when you say this is best case scenario, okay, we're going to hold you accountable to that.
100%. Let's see these guys. But honestly, we're going to hold them accountable anyway. You had the fifth pick in the draft. You got to get something. I mean, we're always going to go back and look after who was
but
there on the
best
board.
case scenario is just that. Mm-hmm. That's a powerful statement.
Yep.
Now, we really feel good about this. Usually, and a lot of times you hear, they didn't say it, they could have said it, we had our guy, we thought he would go higher. Everybody sort of knows why Bailey didn't go
3.
Yeah. I don't think he was ever going to go 4 with Charlotte having Brandon Miller over there. Charlotte's got so many other needs. So I wasn't really concerned. It was like, if he didn't go to Philly, in my mind, he was going to the Jazz. Because I didn't think Charlotte was going to go in that direction.
There were very few mock drafts. Very few people thought Charlotte would do that.
Right.
Now, they have new management, and maybe they're a bit of a wild card, so nobody knew for sure.
But just the complexion of their roster didn't seem like that's where they would go, and obviously they didn't. But whether he says it or not, you're right. We're still going to hold him accountable, but it adds a little extra power and a little juice to it by saying – best case scenario, because we do this all the time. Go pick a year, and if you're nerds like us, we'll look back. The 1998 draft. Man, I wonder who blew it and who didn't, because you can't remember off the top of your head. But with the internet, you go look it up.
Yeah.
So in 2030, we're gonna look maybe before that, but certainly by 2030, we're gonna look and say, how did they do? And if you got 2 studs, Austin Ainge, man, he's looking like, see, I told you fools. I hope that's the case. I absolutely hope that's the case for him. I like the man, and I want the team to do well. And they've put in the work, and it looks like today they made the right moves. But we don't know. And that's the fun part of it. And they don't really know. Because if they knew, they wouldn't have taken Trey Lyles, and they, generally speaking, the profession, they wouldn't have taken Trey Lyles over Devin Booker.
You wouldn't have taken Buddy Hield and Chris Dunn over Jamal Murray. Let's play this game forever. Yeah.
It goes on and on.
It does.
But we get to find out. We've got, I'm not going to go crazy on the Summer League here and the Vegas thing. That's stupid.
Why?
Because
let's go.
That's better, but it's sort of like making assumptions based off colleges' spring games. This is a little more credible because Mitchell, and I lost on that one. Mitchell played well, and I'm saying, I don't care, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
And then Mitchell does play well. He ends up being a very good player. He ends up being an all-star, multiple all-star.
I just think the Summer League won't tell you who's going to be great, but it will tell you who's not nearly ready
Yeah,
yet.
but I don't think that's the case here.
What?
With these two.
Oh, that they won't not be.
They'll be fine.
They'll be fine. Right.
Yeah.
And you can't say, hey, you dominated here, so you're going to be awesome, because there are people who let up Summer League and then they are not awesome. But if you struggle in Summer League, you're going to struggle later.
Yeah, but Ace Bailey's 18 years old.
Yep.
Kobe Bryant struggled at that age.
You didn't draft him for what they're going to do at 18, 19, 20, and 21. Everybody knows now that this is a work in progress.
And I've got, at that position, I've got MJ, then I got Kobe. And nobody else. It's those two.
And yet, you struggled.
Yeah. So,
what they
gotta
really
allow some time.
What they really valued and prioritized, I mean, both these guys can score. I mean, they can score. Now, are they going to turn the ball over too much? How well are they going to defend? How well are they going to rebound and do everything else? Which I think is why Ainge points out, like, hey, I like the way he rebounded. I like the way he came over and blocked. I'm talking about Ace. Came over and blocked shots from the lead.
He did.
Because he knows, we all know they can score. Now, maybe there's a question about how efficiently they can score.
Yeah, but I'm not so
that's
worried
all
about that.
That's all a work in progress.
I want to see them ball. I want to see them not act like they're overmatched. I want to see them body language-wise, hey, I got this, man. And so I struggle a little bit. I commit a few turnovers. I don't care. That stuff can be corrected. How do you feel about yourself belonging? That's what I want to see. Like, I'm the man. I'm
assuming Ace Bailey, especially off the interviews last night, which were very short, but nonetheless, I assume he's going to come in with that attitude. Now, whether he has the game to back it up and how quickly does he have the game to back it up, that all remains to be seen.
But he's going to be under the spotlight, man.
He doesn't sound like there's any confidence wavering.
There shouldn't be.
Well, no.
No.
I mean, Rutgers had a losing record.
I don't give a crap about that.
And I don't think he did either.
John
but I guess
Elway didn't go to a bowl game.
Yeah. And that's football and basketball. It's two different things. You know that.
But yet you assign the winning records to the quarterbacks.
But I don't compare him to basketball.
It's the same premise, man. You can't have both. You can't. Oh,
watch me.
You won super. I'm not talking you specifically, and I never want to watch you. That's disgusting.
Okay.
I'll listen to you, but I will not watch you. And
turn away.
Yes, I'm not. I'm purposely not looking. I'm Secretariat now. I'm 31 lengths ahead, and I got the blinders on.
Got the blinders on.
And the jockey, he turns around. Where'd you all go? That's what I do with you. Where are you, buddy? You hanging? You keeping up with me? Nope. And so here, I want to see these guys think about that was before. Because if you're going to go that attitude, then freaking start planning the statue for Walter Clayton. Because one team didn't win and the other team won it all. So if I'm going to hold them accountable for not winning, then I got to say, wow, Walter Clayton, he's the freaking best player in the draft because he's the only guy from there in the first round who won it all. But you're not going to do that, are you?
Nope. Because you're 21, 22 years old, beating up on 18, 19-year-olds, and you know that's a factor.
Yeah, the first one in the draft, the fourth in the draft, and the 10th in the draft.
Well, that's the reason Cooper Flagg is number one. I mean, among the many reasons is he comes in as a younger guy, and he is better than everybody.
I don't think he could be 14. He could be 25.
And he's better than everybody.
That's the key, not his age.
I think people like the fact he's better than everybody at that age. I mean, it's not just that he looked awesome against the NBA guys a year ago. It's that he did it at the age he did it. And they would have loved it if he'd looked that good against him at 25.
That's what I'm saying.
Because everybody in that court, everybody in that room, in that gym was uber talented.
I think that age stuff is overrated because it used to be you played 3 or 4 years, and the guys who were really good after 3 or 4 years were the same guys who were really good in the NBA. So that's sort of a wash for me. I try not to generalize. I try to look at the individuals. What can Ace Bailey do? Now, Ace Bailey, man, everybody knows you didn't want to be here. you were a little bit of a diva in terms of thinking that I need to get my folks out there to say, I want to go here, I want to go there. And now all your interviews are very short, and I'm just here to control what I control, and it's about basketball, blah, 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 and he doesn't want to answer anything else. Well, you're going to get those questions when they have the media availability, but then once the media availability is over, go freaking ball. If you have any form of pout, that's going to reflect negatively on you for the rest of your NBA life. So he needs to, if he can figure it out himself, or his handlers need to get to him and say, okay, son, it didn't go the way you wanted, but so freaking what here, man? You have an opportunity that is presented to you that is so rare. You just said 5,000 people in the history of the world, or Travis, I think, said that earlier. Travis did. As far as, you're one of them. So get over yourself and go work.
And this is why you have an agent. I don't expect a teenager to have the perspective to know all that.
A mother and a father and blah, blah, blah.
Right. But the agent knows the business and knows, how you walk in the room.
It's just common sense. I don't know the business.
How you walk in the room, it matters.
It's common sense. Anybody can figure it out. Do you think I wanted to go to Casa Grande in my first newspaper job? No. I wanted to go to the New York Times. But I had to go to
Well, you probably want to go to the Sporting News or Sports Illustrated.
Wherever.
Yeah.
But I didn't want. But it wasn't. That's where you start.
Yep.
And you're starting in the big leagues, by the way. The Utah Jazz are the big leagues. Yeah, they're just as big league as anybody else of the other 29 teams.
You're not in the G League. You're not in some second or third tier league in Europe or wherever.
Right. So I think this, in my mind, it ought to motivate him even more.
DJ PK, it's 97.5 The Zone. Reaction. More of your reaction to the Utah Jazz coming up and their draft picks. And we have bonus tickets left over from Win Tickets Wednesday. We got more tickets for Thursday. We got tickets to see Deadmau5 tonight. We got tickets to see the X Games, Salt Lake City tomorrow. Somebody's going to win. Next, we'll do that right after the break. Stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Another trailer became detached from a semi, this time on I-15 northbound to 3300 South in South Salt Lake. Has been blocking three right lanes of traffic. Has now moved over to the right shoulder. Traffic is backed up all the way to I-215 South interchange in Murray as a result. Subday is brought to you by the Whipple Service Champions. From system installs to fast fixes to delivering award-winning heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical services. Call the Whipple Service Champions today for the win. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jay Catcher on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
There's problem solvers. I'm not one of them. I'm a problem creator.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, right. I call it challenging groupthink, but really I'm an instigator.
See, I'm more of a problem pointer-outer.
Doing it wrong.
Exactly. Which I'd probably rather be than a problem creator.
Sure, it's better.
But easier than problem solving.
Neither help.
No, nothing.
Neither fix anything.
No. I mean, my living is to pop on the microphone and say, hey, that team really stunk out there. Well, how did they make it better? I don't know.
Not my problem.
Don't you get paid to figure that out? Boy, that team stinks. Why do they stink? Well, I could give you a number of different reasons.
How do you fix it?
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It's your problem.
Not up to me.
I missed the part where that's my problem.
I love this job.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370, or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
At Black Desert Resort, you can truly indulge in luxury your way. Whether you choose a sleek studio or an expansive 4-bedroom suite, You're just moments away from teeing off on a championship golf course, savoring top-tier dining, relaxing poolside, or exploring the rugged beauty of southern Utah. Whatever thrill you seek, it's right outside your door. Your journey awaits at blackdesertresort.com. Get lost and find luxury.
So it says here you released from the factory with your top down.
That's right.
You want to speak to that?
Well, I'm a Jeep. I'm a Wrangler. You can't tie me down. Am I a little on the spicy side? Sure. Are kids gonna stare at the school pickup? Absolutely. But I helped build this country, doggone it. You ever hear of World War II?
For the best selection on 2025 Jeeps, drop into Doug Smith Jeep in Spanish or American Fork during the Employee Pricing Plus sales event, now through June 30th. No one knows Jeep like Doug.
Hey guys, Jake and Ben here for our friends at Peach Doors and Windows. If you're looking for a way to invest in your home to improve its livability and its value, well, there's no better place to start than doors and windows, and there's no better place to do it than with Peach Doors and Windows.
Peach has 5-star customer service with no exceptions. They love their customers with an eye on every detail from the beginning of the process to the very end, and years down the road, you can check out their 5-star reviews on Google. Whether you're looking for French doors, sliding glass doors, customization is the name of the game with Peach. Peach can do renovations that other companies will not touch.
So you can check out those reviews on Google. You can go online to peachbuildingproducts.com. You can call and set up a free in-home estimate, 801-566-1255.
Or better yet, go see them in person, 2940 South 300 West in Salt Lake City. They're open Monday through Saturday, 6 days a week. It's Peach Doors and Windows.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, we give our students credit where credit is due. Credit for deciding in the middle of rush hour traffic to go back and get their bachelor's and a promotion. Credit for managing 3 kids, 2 dogs, and a full-time job to pursue an MBA. And credit for serving in the military by day so they can study cybersecurity at night. For over 75 years, we've been helping students receive the credit they deserve. With more than 135 degrees and certificates, students at UMGC can use prior learning or relevant experience to earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's, and graduate students can transfer up to 12 credits toward their master's. At UMGC, you'll find everything, online to hybrid courses, lifetime career services to scholarship opportunities, making your education journey flexible, fast, and affordable. Classes start soon. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Every day, your local Salvation Army is there doing the most good, fighting hunger, homelessness, and hardship. Join us. Donate today at 160years.org and learn more about the Salvation Army's remarkable journey.
20 years and still going strong. Utah's #1 sports radio show for over 2 decades. You're listening to DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Caller 12 right now, 801-575-ZONE wins a pair of tickets to the X Games, Salt Lake City tomorrow, including access to tomorrow night's concert featuring Deadmau5. Caller 12 right now, 801-575-ZONE. The draft is in the books. Igor Demin goes number 8 to the Nets. Why would you be surprised he went that high?
I'm not.
I'm not either. Travis told us he's going to go 7 to 12. He went 8. There you go.
I felt it on my own that he was going to go ahead and rise up the draft boards.
Tall guy who can pass.
Yeah.
Going to draw some
well in their workouts. Yeah. Yeah. I think he has a bright future.
Matt says, I hope somehow he doesn't end up here in Utah. I'm done if that happens. Matt, you don't like tall guys who can pass, Matt?
What?
Especially if he's shooting in the NBA?
Who cares about that?
Jared,
would you be done if he ends up here?
He turns the ball over 50% of the time he touches it and can't shoot, but has the body and the wingspan and moments of brilliance. I hope he figures it out and is successful. Yeah, I don't think he turned it over 50% of the time he touched it. That'd be a lot of turnovers. The Jazz on their worst night don't do that, right?
Yeah.
And when in the NBA, 25, 30 turnovers would be a freakishly large amount.
Well, he wouldn't be in the NBA.
90 possessions and you'd be out.
That wouldn't happen.
Tony says, I'm not surprised. He's got NBA size, elite passing skill, a shot that needs some work. Kind of stinks that he has to go to one of the worst organizations in the entire league. Hopefully he can improve and they don't destroy a decent young player.
Oh, here we go again. That's like Jimmer with Sacramento.
Worst organization.
We're already setting it up. They had 5 picks and kept all 5. That's kind of crazy.
That was weird.
But that's what they decided to do. We'll see what.
And we'll see if they do end up keeping him, if there's some move this summer. Kyle, because he wasn't that good last year. That's why I was surprised. He's still quite a few years away. Would love to see him back at BYU for one more year.
He clearly made the right decision.
If you're going to be a top 10 pick and get that guaranteed money, start the NBA clock to the next contract. Hard to pass that up.
Yes, and who knows next year with DeBonsa, would your value go down? No, right decision. He came to the States. He came to BYU to play one season.
He had a plan. Yeah, it worked out.
Right, and now
he's on to the next phase of the plan.
Yeah,
this was the next. Go to the U.S., adjust to the United States, play a year in college, go to the NBA. He's just checking boxes here.
Right. It's part of the business. And this is what they did. This is how you do it. Larry Markin did the same thing. And the system requires you to do this. I guess you can stay overseas, but, the idea of playing college ball and getting, especially, man, he had to have enjoyed it. Who wouldn't have enjoyed it? You played in a great conference. You had 18,000 people going nuts for you all the time, and you got to the Sweet 16. There's a lot of fun in that. Those are things you can't really buy, no matter how much money you have. Those are things that come about and make the journey that you're in and going through more enjoyable, and all that stuff factored in. So, and I think it's phenomenal for BYU that Kevin Young, I jumped on him for not having proof. Well, now he's got proof. It's undeniably proof. He has it that look what we do. This kid came over, and right now, it's a thing that can work for a few years. That Kevin Young's association with the NBA is still really strong. 10 years from now, it won't be as strong. Guys will filter out of it, and his relationships won't be as solid, but maybe he can make some new ones. But at that point, if he continues to win, that he'll create his own reputation that'll just be undeniable. He's 1 for 1 right now, I think, in terms of what he can bring to you, to your game, and also that what he can do to get you into the league.
I can help you be a top 10 pick. I can get you to the Sweet 16. Both boxes got checked.
Right, and you can have a great time along the way. I wouldn't be surprised 15, 20 years from now if Yegor's saying, that was one of the most fun experiences I had.
DJ PK, it's 97.5 The Zone. More draft reaction. Walter Clayton from Florida. Phenomenal year. You got to like that pick? We'll get to that next. Stay with us.
Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Management Minute is a service of the MBA program in the John M. Huntsman School of Business at Utah State University. I'm Professor Scott Hammond. I hope she's not listening, but I once heard a divisional leader announce in a corporate meeting that she was outraged and would no longer share information with a colleague. She expected us to do everything we could to make that person fail. The media tells us that outrage is an appropriate reaction to the misbehavior of others. Marketers leverage outrage to get you to buy something you don't need. Managers use outrage to get you to do something you shouldn't do. The media uses it to gain a wider audience because they know through experience and research that you're more likely to believe the worst than the best. But outrage triggers the body's stress response, releasing cortisol and adrenaline. Over time, it can contribute to issues such as anxiety, depression, and high blood pressure, and is contagious. There is never a time when outrage is appropriate. Learn more about how to build collaboration in an MBA program at Utah State. Go to utahstatemba.com. I'm Scott Hammond. Hope to see you in one of our classes.
Hi, this is Jay Stevens, host of the Utah Puck Report. Thanks to our sponsor, Larry H. Miller Toyota in Murray, where you're not just a guest, you're part of the family. And when you are part of the family, buying or servicing your vehicle is easy. Right now, get a new 2025 Toyota Tundra for only 2.99% APR for 72 months. Visit them in Murray or online at LarryHMillerToyota.com. 72 monthly payments of $1,519 for every $1,000 financed. On approved credit through Toyota Financial Services, price plus tax, title, license, and a $299 doc fee. Offer ends 6/30/25.
Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Why'd I go to the doctor? My heart would race just taking my son to practice. It didn't feel right. So I got checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Dick's epic 4th of July sale is on. Get summer ready with 25% off select Stanley drinkware. Get 20% off Igloo coolers and water bottles and select bog bags. Buy one, get one 50% off DSG coolers, canopies, chairs, and water bottles. $200 off Callaway AI smoke irons and TaylorMade QI10 drivers. These deals won't last. Stock up for summer now, in-store or online at Dicks.com. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
If a small budget's cramping your big summer plans, consider a low-rate home equity line of credit from America First Credit Union. Right now, with a new HELOC, you'll get an introductory 4.49% APR for the first 6 months. And that means more cash to get stuff done. Helping your money do more means helping you do more. So apply for a limited-time HELOC at americafirst.com today. Introductory variable annual percentage rate is subject to eligibility, terms, conditions, creditworthiness, and change. Federally insured by NCUA, Equal Housing Opportunity Lender.
Don't miss the Salt Lake Shred. Take on the Oakland Spiders Friday, June 27th at 7 p.m. at Zions Bank Stadium. High-flying, fast-paced, ultimate frisbee. Grab your tickets now at SaltLakeShred.com.
The guys you know and trust, talking about the teams you can't live without. This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Clayton is matched up against Cardwell. He likes this matchup against the big man. Blows by him down the right side of the lane, and an uncontested finger roll for 2. Now Clayton on the drive to the rim, throws it at the rim, banks it home, draws the foul, and a chance for one more at the line. Superman finds his cape again. Florida by 5, 73-68, with 1:33 to go.
DJ and PK brought to you in part by Teton Wealth. Ethan Miller with Teton Wealth will be live in studio with Hansen and Scotty Monday to help you with your retirement plan. Tune in or visit retireteton.com. Superman. They drafted Superman, PK. He put on his cape again.
Yes, he did. It was amazing to see. He made that bucket for Florida.
You okay?
I'm fine. Never been better.
Excellent. Walter Clayton Jr., the 18th pick in the draft. He can score it. He can score it. He can score it some more. And then when asked what you need to improve on, he goes, probably the turnovers in the defense. Well, if he were perfect, he wouldn't have been available at number 18. So if you're going to prioritize something, make it shooting, because that's what they give you points for. And the Jazz did.
Yeah, he looks like a kid who wants the ball. You know, he had a remarkable tournament run, and I was pulling for Houston as a member of the Big 12, but you had to come away impressed. You know, the mindset is there. You know, he played 4 years in college. He started at Iona, and he literally increased his scoring every single year. So,
I think the best thing you said, though, was on the air yesterday. I was driving around when you were doing your share of the 7-hour draft extravaganza, and you said, Iona, Pitino bet on him. Pitino's bet on a lot of guys who ended up in the NBA. And Pitino's looked at a lot of teenagers and said, I think you can do this.
Yeah.
He's been right a really good percentage of the time.
There's no question about that. And we've seen this now a little bit. Wolf. Wolf. Didn't he go to Yale? He was taken to
Yale and transferred to
Brooklyn,
Michigan.
Took him late.
Yeah.
And this other one, the Coward kid, who started at NAIA, then I think he went to Eastern Washington and then Washington State. Dalton Connect, a couple years last year, was Northern Colorado. And then,
so you're overlooked, but with the transfer policy now, you can play your way up.
And you always could, but you'd just be immediately eligible. But guys that, in order to do that, to me, that means you've got to have something inside of you. I'll show them. And this kid was receiving scholarship offers for quarterback in football. Florida, Notre Dame, Tennessee, Nebraska. I mean, these are huge schools, right? But he wanted to do the basketball, so he goes to Iona. And then he makes a major jump to the SEC. And then he's Final Four MVP. I think they call it most outstanding player, but it's essentially MVP. And that's really, really cool. And the Jazz trade up to get him. So they obviously, if they're going to draft you and keep you, they want you. But they take it up a higher level by trading up a few spots. What did they go, 21 to 18? And that's really cool. And listening to him talk, I did a brief interview with us on the radio, and I can't wait to get out there type of thing. And it seems like, okay, dude, you are going to make the most of this opportunity. And he can make shots. And then also, too, what we were talking about with Coach Cleveland and me and Jake and Ben, you can hear those guys at 10 o'clock, is that it puts some heat on guys like Keontae George.
Mm-hmm.
You were getting playing time because you didn't really have anybody else to get
by
playing
default.
time.
Yeah. They cleared out the roster, and there you were. And they were sitting a lot of guys on purpose, and now it's going to be different. They're not going to sit guys on purpose, and there's another group of young players coming in behind.
He's direct competition.
I know. This came up, what does it mean? And Ben started laughing on the air because it means everybody's on notice. That's what it means.
Right.
What else could it mean?
Right, and that's good. And I talked to Steve Cleveland about that. I was covering his team that first year, and he used to complain they didn't have competition.
Right. Yes, and I heard you bring that up with him. There was a coach once.
Yeah.
I was listening when you did that.
Yeah,
and he
right
was
to my
chuckling.
right.
Yeah, he knew who you knew you were talking about.
And it was
But
frustrating to him.
I get that. But I would think of all the things you just said, you said this is good. I thought you were going to say this is great.
Okay.
That these guys are going to have to compete to get on the floor. It's going to push everybody to get better. We'll have Pablo on tomorrow. He talks about this all the time. Steve Cleveland, it doesn't matter the sport, the level, the competition. Like, I got to be really good here if I'm going to get my minutes, at bats, shots, whatever the sport is, whatever the thing is.
The X's and O's are different from sport to sport, but the concepts of competition,
they don't change.
Is across the board.
They're very consistent.
Right, and that's what's cool about this because I haven't checked, but my thought is that Clayton is actually maybe a year older than Keontae George. So you guys are right together, and you got Sexton over here, and maybe they make a move. Who's it going to be?
Yeah.
Who's going to demand, Will, you play me?
Who gets the 30 minutes, who gets the 18, and who gets a seat on the bench?
And
There's
then-
basically, with a 15-player roster in a sport where 5 guys play, I mean, that's rough, but that's basically what everybody's playing for. The starters get 30, the bench gets 18, and the third-string guys are developing and sit.
We expect this team, don't necessarily know, I would expect them to have an increase of win total. I don't know how many yet. The roster obviously isn't set. We're still a ways from that. But the point is that they should minimally be in more games than they were last year. So then who's going to be in the game at the end, right? We saw like with Quinn Snyder, that first year they got really competitive, that they're in the playoff. It was clear he loved himself some Joe Johnson.
He did.
Right.
Joe wouldn't play very many minutes, and then he'd play the end. And it was like, Quinn is like, I am not going to run the old guy into the ground.
Right.
In the most important minutes of the game, he's
And
going to
so
have his legs under him.
That tells
he's
you
gonna be hitting
everything you need
shots.
to know
Yep.
about what Quinn Snyder thought of Joe Johnson. And I always said I wish Joe Johnson could have come to the team about 5
or 10 years earlier.
Because he was a consummate professional in the way he handled himself. And so here, who's it going to be? That's what's going to be the fun part. Is this team going to compete for the Western Conference Finals? Most definitely not, I wouldn't think. But I think as a fan, you can still find intrigue and entertainment and be into the team going forward. How's it going to be? When you've got Austin Ainge saying, this is best case scenario, okay, right? That's going to be in my mind when the season starts, when we get to October. Best case scenario, what does that mean? How are they going to do that? And Cody Williams, man, what are you going to do now, son? You had a crappy year. We've been over it 100 times. Well, they just drafted Ace Bailey. You want to play in this league? You want another contract? You want to be anything remotely to what your brother was? You got to work. And you got to work today, right now. So when the season starts, you're ready to go. Taylor Hendricks, seems like a really nice kid, and everyone was sad for the injury. All right, but that's over. And so what are you going to do as far as making contributions? Because nothing here is promised or guaranteed for any of these guys. Because now they got a bunch of guys. Throw Flipper in that category too. What's it going to be? And Ben kept saying, wouldn't be surprised if Clayton is the starter at point. Isaiah Collier, this dude's coming in to take your job. He can take your job, man. Anybody wants to take my job, you're my enemy.
I told you today I came in and I heard on one of the national shows, and I'd heard the 3 hosts, and it got into that because there was a guest and somebody thought they wanted the job, and it got ugly on the air. We always joke about meetings afterwards. They definitely had a meeting afterwards. Yeah. When somebody wants your job, lose a job sometime. Get fired. Get called to the general manager's office and told to bring your security card.
Now, I'm not going to treat them as if they're my enemy personally, but inside.
Well, the cool thing is that it's on the – yes. And we can look at this and say, hey, it's this player versus that player, but basketball is more positionless. So if you're really that good, well, they'll find another spot for you. They'll slide guys around. There's other combinations. So there's no reason you can't both play if they both excel. You just have to make sure you're really good.
Anybody on the face of this earth who comes after my money is my enemy. And I will not allow that to happen. I don't care who you are. If you take money out of my pocket, or you're trying to take money out of my pocket, that's my livelihood, man. That really, really matters. And now these guys, when they get together, that's what it's going to be. As soon as, I don't know if George will play in the Summer League, I assume Collier will.
I would absolutely assume
Yeah.
so. A third-year guy, you're right. Yeah. I don't know about third-year guys. Right. But second-year guys, I expect them to play.
I think they're expected to. Maybe they don't play the whole time in Salt Lake and all in Vegas, but they're here and they'll be at the practices and all that. And that's next week. Week after when that thing gets going.
And I think for the purposes of second-year guys, depending on what the doctors are saying, I would think Hendricks is playing if the doctors are clearing him.
Right. Yeah, we'll see about that.
Right. But if he's cleared and healthy to go 5-on-5, and boy, I could see them treating him with kid gloves, though. You know, if he's playing,
I probably would
every other day or every third day.
Even if he doesn't,
the doctors at this point are going to have.
They might just say, continue to keep working.
Yeah.
Over here, doing your thing. And
it's not a full year from the injury, so I don't know.
I probably would advise against that. I'm not a doctor by any stretch. I did study it for a bit though, and much like Mark Pope, I decided to go into sports.
Nice.
Yeah, same principle there, and so I would take him aside. But now you have some real competition, and you gotta look at it in a box. The way I look at it is like, what can I get out of this team in terms of them providing me with entertainment, right?
Well, watching young guys develop is entertaining.
Yeah, right.
I mean, watching young guys develop and win is more entertaining.
Sure.
We'll see how much of that we get.
Is ultimately the entertainment fact. I understand that. But I look at it, try to look at the full picture of it and what this organization, what this franchise is trying to accomplish. And what is Ace Bailey about? And you go down the list, and that, to me, that's fun. And that's why I'm interested in the sports. I may be different in terms of my fun isn't dictated by the final score. But that's what my thought for Jazz fans is there's a lot of mystery and an intrigue, and we can watch this develop. And maybe I'm off base here.
No, you're
but
not.
It just seems like from the end of last season to now, even though I haven't played any games, it seems like the attitude and the philosophy is a lot different.
It is. It is different.
And it is go time way more than it was.
It was encapsulated with Ainge taking that question and saying, yeah, well, we're not going to do that.
Right.
And that, I think a lot of people hope for that, suspected on some level maybe that could be, but that was just so definitive. It's like, wow, this guy's brand new to the job. And whenever you go through a job interview, whatever it is, what are your goals? What do you want to do? That was talked about. That was front and center in the discussion.
And it was a definitive statement.
It was definitive. The boss, the owner the governor is sitting right next to him and doesn't flinch because they talked about it. So this is going to be different.
Okay, don't be politically correct with the governor, though.
I thought that was sarcasm. I thought you got that.
Oh, if it was sarcasm, then I appreciate it even more.
You're welcome.
I don't think of you as sarcastic on the air. You're, you know what, off the air. But on the air, no.
Well, that was true. As soon as I said that, I thought, oh, he's going to say governor. I should just save him the trouble. Governor.
Okay, then I can accept and respect that.
Yeah.
Yes, I agree with that 100%. And if you would have said back in May when the lottery was such a huge disappointment that Governor Smith had gone out.
The reason I know what they're getting at.
And he screamed on his jog.
I get why they say that, but they buy and sell teams for $10 billion. They literally own the team. Yeah. And if they want to pick it up and move it, they just do. So they own it. And I get where you're going with the governor.
So instead of hat back.
We got 400 years of history. I get it.
Are we calling the Gov?
The Gov. Yes. Yuck. Yuck.
The Gov. The Gov. So,
I still think hatback's got to be it.
No.
Well,
I love the Gov.
Various roles.
You can play with both of them.
I love the Gov.
And so he goes out and he puts himself out there, and he's out there shouting and screaming as he did his run. That's awesome, right? But now, go from that day to the next day when he did his run the next morning and basically says, okay, I got it out of my system. And I love the attitude that they all had. Jay-Z was in there too, saying, all right, well, now this is it. Now we got to go get a player. So if you would have told them that next day, when we fast forward 6 weeks from now and you draft Bailey and Clayton, what would you say? They would say, absolutely. So suddenly, even though they haven't played a game yet, and I know it's premature, my attitude has changed on the crap 24-25 season. It's right now, and it's not proven yet, so I can't say it with 100% conviction.
That was
it
the
seems
bottom?
like there was a reward for that lousy season by getting these two guys. They would have taken this. Your chances of getting number one, we all said, were very, very slim.
They were.
It sucks that Dallas got it when they had a 1.5%.
Yeah.
I get that. But if
it
you
could
would
have
have said,
easily gone to
we'll
Washington.
give you
Yeah.
Bailey and Clayton, do you sign off on this right now? I'm thinking they say yes.
Well, it is exciting, and this could just me being an idiot sports fan, which you can never rule out. It's exciting they got somebody that you watched in the tournament you know something about, and you have some level of expectation. Now, maybe that doesn't have anything to do with anything. There are plenty of guys who've looked good in the NCAA tournament, and then it hasn't translated to the NBA. Different games, different rules, different ages, blah, blah, blah.
Mm-hmm.
But that's kind of cool. Like,
But he was MVP, too.
I know, and I watched him make big shots, and we all watched him make big shots.
It was sweet.
But I think that we all have the tendency, and this is where you say you're different, but you're totally like Jazz fans. So we're all looking for the next big thing. This summer league has been here, gone away, come back, morphed, changed locations. It was at East High before we were there. It was at Slick for a long time. It's been in and out of the Delta
Huntsman Center.
The Huntsman Center for a year. And
I got to call a quarter because
Come on up and
Locke
call a
decided
quarter.
he needed to go on vacation or something.
He must have gone to Hawaii.
Although before he was hired, you and I did it.
Yeah, we did. Yeah.
I was really hoping that was a springboard to my analyst career.
It should have been, and we still have to talk to Kevin Durant about whether he remembers you.
It never took off the way I had envisioned.
But people always have flocked to this because they want to see the next big thing. They want hope, but they want to discover the next young guy before the neighbors. I saw him at Summer League the first night.
Okay. I've seen
This is awesome. There's some grandma screaming that Larry Miller needed to quit.
I've seen it all.
Yeah, that's the Kevin Durant moment. Need to quit being so cheap because she couldn't get in the Kirilenko's first night. Like, well, there'll be seats the second night. Running around doing interviews, and she can't wait to get on TV and complain.
That was when I was at Salt Lake.
That was when it was at Salt Lake Community
smaller.
College. Yeah, it was smaller, seat of 5,000. But she was, but all honestly, the woman was bitterly disappointed. She couldn't watch night one. Those great. We used to read the obits when we first started doing the show, and Grandma loved her jazz. And that lady was right there on that long list of grandmas who loved
Well,
the
let's
jazz.
hope Grandma loves Walter Clayton Jr.
There you go, man.
and Ace Bailey. That's the whole point.
They can't really know what they're in for
I
coming
know.
here, can they?
These kids when they get here? Not to that level.
Yeah.
But that's get here, experience it. Don't tell me you're disappointed about going someplace that you've never been. How in the hell do you know?
He was careful not to say that. And they did both say they'd never been here.
So now you come here and see, you come here and this week, you're going to see those huge things out there when we look to the left. They're called mountains. Where else you got that, man? Where else? I'm going to get with Ace and say, dude, you spent a year in North Jersey. North Jersey's in my friggin' blood. I'm going to be on those streets this very summer. I know what it's about. And I made it out here. You can too. This place will embrace you. They've embraced me. Can you believe that? Me. I'm the ultimate outsider. I don't like anybody, but then they like you back. Whether you like them or not, it doesn't matter. This place is great to play NBA basketball. Come on. Give it a shot. Come in here and focus on ball, like you said, and you are going to flourish, man. You're going to love this place. That's the way I look at it.
You're going to make a lot of money, and people are going to cheer for you every night.
Yeah, starting from the stupid Summer League game.
Absolutely. It's going to be packed.
Yeah, when you run out there, whether you're introduced as a starter or coming off the bench, you're going to get a rousing round of applause. They're going to love you, man. That's a fact.
It is. They're absolutely, they're going to embrace you. Every rookie who comes in gets that. And
Walter Clayton, it seems to me he has this maturity about him anyway. His family moved around a little bit. He goes to Iona, then he goes down to SEC. That's a major. He goes from New York down to Florida. Now, a lot of people go from New York to Florida, and they're called retirees. And he did it and flourished and then walks off with MVP. And listening to him talk, you can just hear the gratitude in his voice. I'm super excited about him, too.
And I think that there are players in the organization now who will tell these young guys how good it is here. You know what they're going to say, PK?
What are they going to say?
It's nice as hell. I ain't going to hold you. Nice.
Yeah, I mean, if you need profanity, I like to think that I'm a master of the language, that I don't need profanity.
Here's the deal with you. You can kiss my big fat class.
Where'd you get that?
I don't know.
I've had that one forever.
Oh, really? All right. You never know what Yak is clipping.
Who was that?
That was you.
That was me?
That was you.
Oh. Yeah. Well, go to class. They need to teach.
Nice as hell. I ain't going to hold you.
And who
nice.
was that? That's Sexton?
Sexton.
That's Sexton driving around, looking at the mountains.
Yeah.
Put it on the social media.
Oh, he did?
Mm-hmm.
You guys are the social media guys. But, yeah, it is.
That was a big deal when he did it. You remember him doing that.
I remember it. I didn't remember he put it on social media because I didn't see it on social media. I didn't know what avenue that was displayed in. I definitely remember him saying that. And he's right. He's right, man. He's absolutely right, especially if you haven't been here. Sometimes you may take the views and everything and the beauty of it for granted when it's there every day.
No, I think people do that all the time.
But when these guys come here and they haven't seen this, it's going to blow them away.
DJ PK, everything you missed in this show. Big trade for the Mammoth. We'll get to that next. Stay with us.
Accessing.
This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G.
BYU jumped into the Big 12 for their own game, and they're going to get theirs. And they got their money together, and they got the recruiting together, and they came in all cute and happy, like, we're just grateful to be a partner. Oh, our broadcast unit, oh yeah, we're one of two in this country that can run our own broadcast. Hey, we'll be cool with it. You know, whatever bone you can throw us. And, oh, what's that, 4 years? Integration to full revenue? Okay, that's fine, whatever. And then it's like, bam, we're going to take the number one recruits. We're going to sign 5 stars. We're going to get in the game with money, and we're going to compete. We're going to go from a 13th pick to the number 3 team in the Big 12, and we're here to make this nasty. So what do you know about Amway? Can I sign you up or what?
Can I get 3 people under you and let's all make some money?
Because I'm looking for diamond status. I'm here to freaking compete.
Catch Hansen Scotty weekdays from noon to 3 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
In today's digital world, outdated technology can slow you down. You need a partner who keeps you ahead of the curve. At Les Olson IT, we help your business thrive with top-tier office technology, from copiers and IT hardware to advanced IT services and security solutions. With Les Olson IT, you get more than just products. You get solutions, service, and a team that cares. Les Olson IT, empowering businesses with the tools for success.
Les Olson IT.
An Australian hiker travels to the American West to walk a wilderness trail.
Wasn't afraid to be out on his own.
But Eric Robinson vanished in the high Uinta Mountains.
I remember thinking, Eric, what were you thinking, mate?
I'm Dave Cawley. Join me on my podcast, Uinta Triangle, where I travel the world to answer the question, what happened to Eric Robinson? Follow Uinta Triangle. That's UINTA Triangle on Apple Podcasts or wherever you listen.
Looking for reliable home services you can actually count on? I've got just the team for you. Mountain Home Services. They've been serving Utah since 1954 with honest, upfront pricing and zero hidden fees. Plus, they back every job with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. With summer heating up, now's the time to get your AC in shape. Mountain Home Services delivers fast, expert air conditioning service to keep your home cool and comfortable. And don't forget, they also handle electrical and plumbing work with the same trusted care. And here's the best part. KSL listeners get exclusive limited-time specials, but you have to call and ask. These deals won't last, so don't miss your chance to save. Call 801-543-2222 today and tell them KSL sent you. That's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com. Get the service you need and the deal you deserve.
Dick's epic 4th of July sale is on. Get summer ready with 25% off select Stanley drinkware. Get 20% off Igloo coolers and water bottles and select bog bags. Buy one, get one 50% off DSG coolers, canopies, chairs, and water bottles. $200 off Callaway AI smoke irons and TaylorMade QI10 drivers. These deals won't last. Stock up for summer now, in-store or online at Dicks.com. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
Do your summer plans include travel? Make sure your prep includes more than just flights and hotels. Stay up to date with COVID-19 vaccination, especially if you're 65 or older or have certain health conditions. There have been surges in COVID-19 in the summer, too. It's important to help protect yourself no matter your destination. So check eligibility and schedule in minutes at VaxAssist.com. That's VAXAssist.com. Brought to you by Pfizer.
Hey, you got a second? That's all it takes to use your fire sense. Like the second you notice the campfire isn't completely cold, your fire sense says to douse it again. Or the second you notice your tires look worn out, your fire sense says to get them changed. Or even the second you think you might be towing more than your truck can handle, your fire sense says to make another trip. It only takes a second to use your fire sense. Protect your property, the land, and our great state. Use your fire sense. Learn more at utahfiresense.org.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, whenever someone loses a parent or a grandparent, it's difficult. Things get passed down inside the family. But if someone doesn't want a watch or a piece of jewelry, what's the next best step?
At J. Brooks Jewelers, we're happy to help you sort through such a collection of things to help you know what is real and what has value. Of course, repurposing the items for the family is always the best solution, but if no one loves or wants the piece, the estate experts at J. Brooks Jewelers can help guide you on the best way to handle the liquidation and, of course, in complete confidentiality. We have buyers all over the country that we've established to get the largest return possible for your jewelry, coins, or watches to retain as much money as possible for the family. So whether you want to repurpose and create a new heirloom or liquidate part or all of the estate, let me and my team help you decide the best way to proceed. Call and make an appointment today at J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray and Lehigh or online at jbrooksjewelers.com. Your trusted custom and estate jeweler.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
This is your Utah Jazz NBA Draft Update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Jazz draft Ace Bailey with the 5th pick, trade up to get Walter Clayton Jr. at number 18. Then Austin Ainge meets with the media and is asked about trade talks. What about the rumors involving Boston Celtics star Jaylen Brown and the Jazz?
I don't like to confirm or deny rumors just as a policy, but I will this time. No, that hasn't happened. No conversations that way.
This Utah Jazz Draft Update brought to you by The Cage. Take real swings in a virtual batting cage. Book now. Score 10% off with promo code THEZONE.
For all of you, less motivated listeners, it's time for your 9 o'clock. Where the heck have you been headlines?
Where you at?
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Not really. But before, there were whispers, but even before that, about he might not love it here. And, you know, that is something that we should dig into a little bit later on, maybe when we have Paul on or before that. The idea that he might not love it here, big city kid, he's from Munich, right? Like, he might want to go to a bigger market. How many times was that said?
A lot. I heard that a lot.
He went and signed in Salt Lake City. I mean, Salt Lake City. Is Salt Lake City even bigger than Buffalo? I don't even know.
It's not.
It's not?
By like 80,000 people.
He didn't go to Los Angeles. He went to Utah.
I found that weird, too. I mean, they have hosted the Olympics. I mean, it's you know what I mean? They have a...
But come on, he didn't go to a steaming metropolis.
Right. No, I get it. But city-wise, you're right.
Yeah.
It's not even bigger.
Dig into that a little more.
9 a.m. Slacker Radio Headlines brought to you by Trajan Wealth. Call Trajan Wealth today, your local trusted financial fiduciary, 801-899-7600. Or visit their website at TrajanWealth.com. That's what radio sounds like in Buffalo right now. They made a trade, and they're not really happy about it. But it's a done deal. The Utah Mammoth, with the blockbuster trade, they acquire Buffalo Sabres standout J.J. Peterka in exchange for Michael Kesselring and Josh Doan. Peterka, 23 years old, 68 points this past season. Career best, kind of like 23 to 50 to 68. How much better will he get? We'll find out because he signed a 5-year extension for $38.5 million. And
that's
now
Buffalo, what do they got?
What do
they got like Niagara Falls.
Yeah. Yep, there it is.
We got tons of falls. Just hiking the mountains, man. There are falls all over the place. Falls here, falls there, falls everywhere.
Donut, Bridal Veil.
Yeah, every time I turn around, there's a falls.
Donut Falls.
Yeah, it's up Bell Canyon.
Yep.
Hike way up there, you'd be amazed what you see up there. I seen it. Lake Erie.
We had Stephen Ellis on, prospects analyst for the Daily Face-Off. They were all looking at their phones. Is this real? Thought it was a tremendous deal for the Utah Mammoth.
Tremendous. It is tremendous.
Wherever you get your podcasts, you can listen at your leisure to DJ PK and Stephen Ellis as he talks about the trade. And is there another trade coming? Will they use the 4th pick to bring in some veteran help? He was kind of dismissive of the idea of bringing in a goalie. Need some goaltending help, but listen to Steve wherever you get your podcasts.
And you're going to have all that snow and you don't even get credit for skiing? And what's the point?
Yeah, I don't think they want their hockey players skiing.
No, I'm just talking about the community.
Yeah, for the community, you're right.
Because you got to live in a community. At least we got, we ski.
Yep.
Give them back to Canada. We don't need it.
This just goes to your point, though, about foreign athletes coming to the United States. They're talking about the difference between Buffalo and Salt Lake City, but to someone from Germany, does it matter?
No.
You're in the United States. You're halfway around the world. Who's gonna sign me to a 5-year contract for almost $40 million?
Ready, break. I'm in.
There you go.
Where do I sign?
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Obviously. And that's what you have in hockey. Yeah. So that's why the Salt Lake bogus bad rep is going to have no effect whatsoever.
So international. NHL draft coming up, round 1 Friday, and we'll find out what they do with the 4th pick, if they trade it, if they keep it, and who they select. And Steven ran through a few prospects and ranked his favorites. So
I mean, it's not like Salt Lake is in the middle of nowhere. Although, how do you know? If you have nowhere, how do you know
the middle
where
of it?
The middle is?
Well, if you know the edges of nowhere.
But you don't.
Well, sure you do.
No, you can't be the edges of nowhere because then you're near someplace.
Where you're not that near Reno or Vegas or Denver or Boise.
Irregardless, if you are you don't know the edges of nowhere, because if you knew the edges, well, then it would be like down in Phoenix. It used to be Mesa. Well, then it went to
the edge moved.
Yeah, right. So you're not in the middle of nowhere. No, middle of nowhere is an undefinable location. It's like Area 51
or Point Nemo.
Yeah. Isn't that's that school district down south, isn't it, somewhere?
That would be Nebo.
Oh.
Point Nemo is the furthest from land you can get in the Pacific Ocean, where you're closer to the International Space Station than actual land.
I almost ran out of breath on that. Did you notice?
He did. I didn't know that stunning little trivia fact that he picked up watching Jeopardy last night.
That was not from Jeopardy. I do love me some Jeopardy, though.
Jeopardy? No, I'm more in the Wheel of Fortune.
Watch them back to back.
It's easier.
Watch Ryan,
There's 26 letters in the alphabet.
Yeah.
And you got your 5 vowels over there. You're not going to guess the vowels because you have to buy them.
Yeah, and then you come up with have yourself another round of sausage or something.
Something ridiculous.
Brutal.
Spent a lot of time talking about the Jazz this morning. Ace Bailey at 5, Walter Clayton Jr. at 18.
Ace is the place, and the place for Ace is here.
And the second round coming tonight. Ben Anderson, Chandler Holt will have coverage starting at 6 o'clock.
Right on. Good for those guys. Ben knows his stuff. So does Chandler. Oh, Chandler, I mean, geez, that guy. Walking encyclopedia.
Ben doing deep dives. He'll be ready tonight.
Yeah.
In addition to that, the new news we haven't really talked about this morning while we were doing the show, Utah and BYU made another $1 million apiece, as did everyone in the Big 12. He cut a 5-year, $100 million deal with PayPal. And the Big Ten cut a 3-year deal with PayPal, and they're going to handle these payments with this new money.
Why do I always get these things, PayPal? Was this a mistake, or did you just spend $1,200 on patio set?
That would be a spam.
Yeah. I mean, I lost like $5,000 before I figured it out.
Dang.
I know, Tom.
Nice.
Dang, Tom.
So I'm golfing with PK and his wife one day. PK just rips some drive. I'm like, dang, Tom. And his wife is, PK says that all the time, too. Yeah, got it from the same guy. Same story. Thank you, Pace Mannion.
When we went to see Kenny Chesney at the Sphere, we're walking through the Venetian, and she hears the gals, cocktails? The old lady looks, is that where you got that? I said, yes. I went to Vegas 100 times with my parents. They'd walk through the cocktails. Finally figured it out.
We had Travis Hansen on. Talked about Igor Demon. Travis came on. We had him on after the season for the draft. And he said he'd go between 7 and 12. And there it was, at number 8. Good call, Travis.
I know. I talked to Travis last night. I said, man, when you get back, I'm taking you to Vegas.
A little high on the mock drafts. The mock drafts had Malich kind of in that group of 3 through 8, but it was Igor who slips in at number 8. And the Suns take Malich at 10 and let the rebuild begin in Phoenix.
Yeah. I think that's a good pick. Duke has 3 guys, the 3 freshmen for Duke last year, all go in the top 10.
1, 4, and 10.
That's about as good as you can expect. I mean, I know they didn't win it all, but you know
they had a Final Four team.
The tournament is a 1-game deal.
Yep.
Things happen, but you'd have to think overall that experience for Duke is something. See guys come here, like whoa, come on. We got the coach has changed, but so what? We can make you that money, and you can have a great time playing before a passionate fan base yourself, right? And that's what I think that Kevin Young can sell. Certainly Shire over there at in Durham can sell it, and I think KY in Provo can really sell it, and he's going to sell it even more too. I mean, they go 10 years or whatever they went, 14 years was it without a draft choice, and now they're going to have 2 lottery picks in consecutive years. This is mind-blowing.
Do all the changes in college sports, when you bring them together in one moment in one place, could you just put on BYU basketball? Like, that's it. There, if you just need a snapshot, that's what's happened to college sports and how much it's changed.
They seem to be the biggest shocker, surprise.
Well, they benefited from NIL, and also realignment's a huge storyline, and they benefited from that. So, like, when you're looking for what's really changed, yeah. I suppose maybe you go to SMU. That's probably another place. In one snapshot in one moment, you could look at SMU. Their fortunes have changed dramatically. I'd say SMU and BYU right up there. I mean, everybody's had their fortunes change a little bit. Realignments and NIL's touched everybody.
Well, just basketball for BYU. Recruiting the types of players that they would never even think of recruiting has just been shocking. The fact that they got a hotshot LDS quarterback, I've been there, done that.
Yep.
It's not that unusual.
No, but when Jabari Parker was a prospect, it was
Those guys won elsewhere.
Not only went elsewhere, it's like, okay, just do us a favor and keep us in your Final Five. There was no real thought they were going to get him.
Right. And now, Jabari Parker, we probably wouldn't even recruit him. You're not good enough. We got better players. This basketball season is going to be unlike anything we've ever seen. I mean, because even with Jimmer going through his junior to senior year, I think the goal was to win a game. And obviously they won 2. But that was the goal was modest. If you didn't get to the Sweet 16 this year, next March, that's a bitter disappointment. What the freak?
Utah Tech and Southern Utah are going to the Big Sky. It'll be an 11-team league. They'll be in the same league with Weber State. Texas State is expecting to get an offer from the Pac-12, and they have informed the Sun Belt Conference they are going to be on the move shortly.
Yeah.
Yep.
So add Texas State to the moving up the ladder.
Yep.
And doing things that hadn't been done.
DJ and PK, when we come back, your feedback. A lot of people weighing in on the draft picks. We'll get to that next. Stay with us.
And it's all over almost here.
Don't go nowhere.
Hey, bro. You hear us every day with our crazy opinions.
Hey, what you doing?
Well, now, it's time to hear from you.
Hey, great show.
Download the KSL Sports app and fire off your thoughts with the call-in tab on the bottom of your screen.
Your show is fantastic. It's the one that captivates me the most.
You can tell PK to stop singing.
Cheap bangs!
Let Jake and Ben know what you really think of the Jazz. Tell Hansen Scotty about your favorite barbecue spot or what color of tie JJ should be wearing on TV. The best entries will be played on the air. Download the KSL Sports app now and hit the call-in button to let your voice be heard.
I think you guys do an incredible job.
This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Ethan Millard with Teton Wealth Group. In retirement, you need a plan for these unavoidable problem areas: income, investments, taxes, healthcare, and a legacy plan. These are unavoidable. You will have to deal with this whether you're ready or not, so be ready. Call Teton Wealth Group today at 844-838-6600. Because you're a Zone listener, we'll do a full ascent plan for you at no cost and talk you through all 5 of these unavoidable retirement problem areas. Call Teton Wealth Group at 844-838-6600 or visit us at retireteton.com.
You're stubborn. Okay, be stubborn. Don't admit you have hearing issues, but they won't go away. You'll just suffer with them. But you don't have to suffer. My Hearing Centers will fit you with a high-tech hearing aid that's powerful and barely noticeable. So if you're suffering from hearing loss, or if you have a hearing aid but it's 3 years or older, you owe it to yourself to schedule a free consultation at My Hearing Centers by calling 801-438-7058. With locations from Ogden to St. George, be smart, not stubborn, with My Hearing Centers.
Hi, this is Jay Stevens, host of the Utah Puck Report. Thanks to our sponsor, Larry H. Miller Toyota in Murray, where you're not just a guest, you're part of the family. And when you are part of the family, buying or servicing your vehicle is easy. Right now, get a new 2025 Toyota Tundra for only 2.99% APR for 72 months. Visit them in Murray or online at LarryHMillerToyota.com. 72 monthly payments of $1,519 for every $1,000 financed. On approved credit through Toyota Financial Services, price plus tax, title, license, and a $299 doc fee. Offer ends 6/30/25.
This 4th of July, make your barbecue the star. Kenny J's Barbecue has pre-smoked half-pound Utah-raised prime brisket burgers. Just finish the cook at home. Pre-order by July 3rd, pick up on the 4th. Call or text now to reserve yours. 801-230-5396. From the first bite to the last drop of sauce, Kenny J's is where barbecue dreams come true. Come visit Kenny J's Barbecue at the District in South Jordan or online at KennyJ'sBarbecue.com. Kenny J's Barbecue, where smoke meets flavor.
When was the last time your vacation was living the art of adventure? Discover it in Cedar City, Utah. Towering red rocks, epic trails, summer events, and world-class drama at the Tony Award-winning Utah Shakespeare Festival starting June 17th with Macbeth, Antony and Cleopatra, and more. Marvel at nature's masterpieces with just a short drive to Zion, Bryce Canyon, Cedar Breaks, and Kolob Canyons. Discover Utah's earliest artists at the Parowan Gap Petroglyph site. Head up to Bryan Head for chairlift rides that deliver endless high-elevation views. Wildflower Meadows, topped off with ATV and downhill biking trails. Be starstruck by the skies at Cedar Breaks National Monument. Browse Cedar City's unique shops and indulge in savory bites. Come experience the art of adventure around every turn in Cedar City. Start planning your vacation right now at visitcedarcity.com.
Hey guys, Alex Keary from the KSL Sports Zone. I'm sitting down here with Dale today, who has also been on the same program I've been on.
Thank you.
Why did you join the SLC Fat Loss program?
Because it has to do with accountability. I need somebody to hold me accountable.
What were your particular goals with weight loss? I know it changes for everybody.
I started out at 330 pounds, and my goal is to get down to 200 pounds.
Tell me about the goal then. Have you been able to meet it?
I've lost 46 pounds. I've still got a ways to go. I figure I probably have 2 more sessions to go with it, so I'm going to stay in as long as it takes.
What do you think helped you the most with that success at being able to drop the weight with SLC Fat Loss?
Because I believe in it. I'm living it. It's a part of my life now.
All right, so would you recommend SLC Fat Loss to somebody, and why?
Absolutely. It's the best program I've ever been into, and I've tried lots of diet programs.
Thank you so much, Dale. To learn the success of losing up to 1 pound of healthy fat a day and to start that own success story of your own, get a hold of the folks at slcfatloss.com. Here's the website again. That's slcfatloss.com.
Results may vary.
If you want to save a lot of money on your fireworks this year, go to somedudesfireworks.com and watch our semi-famous, somewhat rednecky Chuck It video, and you will never buy your fireworks anywhere else. Some Dudes Fireworks, Lehigh High School parking lot, 10 to 10 daily.
And now, enough of us. It's time to hear from you. From all your texts, tweets, and posts. This is the best feedback of the day.
Ooh, I was there. It's the best game of my life.
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I don't know what you've been told, but time is running out. No need to take it slow. I'm stepping to you toe to toe.
Business owners, business people, you want more business? Let me endorse you. Let's have a long-standing relationship, you and me. It's simple. All you got to do is text PK to 57500. Our sales staff will take care of the rest. Text PK to 57500 if you're a business owner, and we're going to get together. I'm going to endorse your product, and you are going to soar to the top just in the manner that the Jazz are going to do over the next couple years.
Ace Bailey it is. Here's your chance to sound off. 11-2, highly ranked True Blue BYU 1984 says, great pick. His ceiling is too high to let him slide by.
I think that was the essence of it, yeah.
Daryl, well, they didn't blow it. Thanks for the support, Daryl.
Oh, we got to see, though. You don't know.
Finally, Battle Cattle fan says, the Jazz front office win the draft.
Yeah, it does look like it, but it's two things. You got to look at how these guys play, then you got to look at how other guys after them played.
Brandon says only time will tell, but please, for the love, let him be really good.
Yeah, they need that, man. They need a star.
Grumman says, looking at this through the Donovan Mitchell lens, lots of efficiency issues, lots of excitement and highlights as a rookie. If Bailey's even 75% of what Donovan was as a rookie, it's going to be a fun, wild ride, and he'll be in the running for Rookie of the Year. Well,
I think he can be in the running.
In the running, you're right. Yeah. I think we all assume Cooper Flagg is going to win it, but let's see how it plays out.
Yes. But, I mean, that's one person. If you got 3 or 4 really good ones, it doesn't really matter if you get that award. Donovan Mitchell didn't get it, and Ben Simmons did. Who you taking?
Voorhees, our chance to sound off. Where have you been? The Internet's been sounding off since the Jazz picked him yesterday. Well.
What, to sound off to us?
Yes. Some people are just bitter, PK. Got to let them be bitter.
That's fine. I live on bitter.
I thought you did. I thought you would. And then Walter Clayton. Got Walton Clayton Jr. What do you think? Do you like this pick? And Wild Turkey says mixed feelings on his upside, but he's an insane competitor. What's his NBA comp? Fred VanVleet?
I don't know yet. I got to see him play.
If you got Fred VanVleet with the 18th pick, you'd be pretty happy, wouldn't you? A lot of people in front of 18 aren't going to make it at all.
Yeah, and he was a guy who was not drafted.
He was not, yes. Rock says, It was absolutely the right choice at number 5. He seemed excited as he did interviews, and you can't pass on a talent like him. It's great to see the Jazz make a bold move instead of making a safe pick.
Well, they weren't going to make a safe pick. And once it became available, I think once they knew what Philly was doing, that they knew that, hey, we're going to have to go with Ace Bailey. It's just all the work we did, all the research, interviews. This is the person we have to pick.
Following along, 8 says, well, the Jazz obviously prize shot making. Both Bailey and Clayton Jr. take and make big shots.
I mean, everybody prizes shot making, no doubt about it. And I would like to see how Clayton does and how much he can recreate just that aura that he had in the college game in the biggest moments of the college season. He came through, and it looked like it stuck out to you. Like, okay, that kid, he's the one. He's got the stones, man. He's the one who has the most confidence. He's the one who has the most belief in himself, and he's going to do it, and he did it.
Brandon, another player the Jazz will develop just so he can leave in free agency, I fear.
Right. They ought to have a clock for each player.
There actually is, I think, for most people, another clock. 7-year countdown has begun.
No, but put it out there. No, enjoy Ace Bailey because we have him this long.
The stats scoreboard up in the corner. They could just hang something underneath that. Yeah, and this is how long we have him, unless we trade him sooner.
Right, and we probably will. We'll get, and it will be a bad trade. We'll get lesser players. Why even pay attention if that's going to be your attitude?
Stewart says, no Daily Californian in El Cajon? Laughing, crying emoji. The Daily Californian was a suburban paper after you recounted 3 in New York. And you applied?
I had interviews with the Vista paper and what was it? The Escondido paper. I actually went down there. And, I know all those papers. You don't have to tell me.
DJ PK, we're out of time. Jake and Ben are coming up next right here on The Zone.
Okay, show's over.
That's all the time we have for today.
Oh, just when it was getting good.
Don't worry, we'll be back soon. Bon voyage.
Arrivederci.
Closing time. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here.
Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every offseason move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter. Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter from the Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter.
Looking for reliable home services you can actually count on? I've got just the team for you. Mountain Home Services. They've been serving Utah since 1954 with honest, upfront pricing and zero hidden fees. Plus, they back every job with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. With summer heating up, now's the time to get your AC in shape. Mountain Home Services delivers fast, expert air conditioning service to keep your home cool and comfortable. And don't forget, they also handle electrical and plumbing work with the same trusted care. And here's the best part. KSL listeners get exclusive limited-time specials, but you have to call and ask. These deals won't last, so don't miss your chance to save. Call 801-543-2222 today and tell them KSL sent you. That's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com. Get the service you need and the deal you deserve.
Market volatility isn't slowing down. If you're nearing retirement, now is not the time to wait and see. Every day of uncertainty can put your future at risk. It's time to diversify. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I want you to know you can create certainty, locking in guaranteed income for life. This means predictable, stable cash flow, even in turbulent times. You've worked too hard to leave your retirement to chance. Right now, there are options to receive up to 30% upfront or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't wait. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. 801-899-7600.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. Any examples provided are hypothetical. Annuities are issued with prospectus and sales brochures and should be reviewed carefully before funding as features and benefits vary. DBA in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370, or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Right now at S&S Roofing, get $1,000 off any roof replacement. Plus, you'll get our incredible 50-year worry-free warranty. Dial pound 250, then say the keywords S&S Roofing for a free bid. That's pound 250, then say the keywords S&S Roofing.
All Pro Services is your trusted source for cleaning projects, offering cleanings for HVAC systems, dryers, carpets, tile, upholstery, and more. Find them at allproutah.com. Call in the pros. They're here for you. allproutah.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. And now, it's 10 a.m. Let's just get down to it. And it's time for your sports fix.
Strap yourselves in, folks.
From two guys who have covered the teams you're passionate about for years.
We are professionals.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, live on remote today at Peach Doors and Windows. We are so excited to be here. Of course, you can come by and see us 2940 South, 300 West in Salt Lake. You can also call them 801-566-1255. If you know Peach and you know Cindy, they're basketball people here. So odds are when there's a big basketball day, we're going to make our way down to Peach.
High floor, high ceiling for Peach. You're going to change your house. You really go for a swing and go for the upside, but real safe floor as well.
2940 South.
Sorry, I'm still in draft mode.
Thanks to the Cage for having us out for
cool.
the draft show yesterday. That certainly I thought was a lot of fun. Shout out to all the staff that came by. Shout out to Coach Cleve. Those shows are often tricky, and Christian did a great job producing. And you know what, Ben? We were not short of things to talk about, which in the past with some drafts is definitely a thing. Last night was not one of those nights.
No, from a programming standpoint, having a pick at 5 gives you enough time to lead up and build up to the pick with a little bit of excitement, as opposed to, Dallas has the first pick and the night's over for them. That's actually kind of a hard show to do, even if you're excited to get a guy like Cooper Flagg. But you go up to number 5 and you've got a lot of anticipation, and then there's reaction, and then you go right into the anticipation for what ended up being the 18th pick, not even the 21st pick. Just spacing-wise, it worked out really well for us, and then the actual content that we got with the players the Jazz selected, I thought was fascinating.
Yeah, they came on. They were on with us, both picks, so that was really cool. Again, shout out to Madeline, who's kind of the PR person for the Jazz, who was on the ground making that happen. It was really cool. I'm trying to think of the more boring draft, because I've done the draft show for a while now, and the night that they traded, I'm trying to remember when we found out that they traded their first-round pick for George Hill. But I felt like that was early in the draft, and then it was just like, okay, well, there's no relevance to this. We stopped doing picks and stuff and just started talking about George Hill, because that was
right.
I mean, that all of a sudden was the major thing. So I guess that was kind of funny because it happened right at the beginning, and then we were left with basically no Jazz storyline for the rest of the night other than George Hill, right? So, but the draft all of a sudden became not relevant.
I was at the draft when the Jazz traded the pick for Mike Conley the day before. I was just like, wow, I've got nothing to do here. I'm here a day early. It's like, maybe they'll get another pick, but it didn't seem likely, and certain enough, they did not.
They did not.
They did not. Now, that was when they did both rounds in one day. That was before they'd split it up into 2 days. But regardless, no, I thought it was fascinating last night. And then the players they picked, I mean, there is not, and you can see it all over the internet this morning, there's not a more interesting player in the draft, I think, than Ace Bailey. He's a fascinating basketball player on the court and off the court. His pre-draft storyline was the main narrative over the last week of what was going to happen and what was he doing and was he going to fall and who would have the guts to take him. And the Jazz just planted a stake and said, this is our guy. We're going to take him. End of story. Not really worried about it. And immediately they informed Jonathan Givony at Draft Express that we're keeping him. Like, this is not a pick that's going to be traded. This is a guy who's going to be in Utah. End of story. And they just want to move forward with it.
Which is absolutely their right to do, which it makes the games before the draft a little more understandable, because really Ace Bailey's career is now kind of out of his hands as far as choose your destination for 7 years, really, if you push it to the limit. But we're talking at least 5-6 years where he really is not going to have any control over what team that he plays for. And so there's, he's going to come in, and the Jazz are going to put their best foot forward, and all this, interviewing circus is going to go into the rearview mirror, more or less because it has to. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like where you don't want to go to junior high school. You're a little nervous about it. You'd prefer to stay in elementary school, but guess what? You're going.
Yeah. And his agent is his real estate agent. I mean, that's what an NBA agent is, right? I'm trying to get you into the exact right spot that you want, that's going to make you happiest. I'm going to do my best. And it can be a little bit, what's the Flipper show? Where it's just like, the guy's like, I want to live by the ocean and I want to be downtown and I don't want to spend any money. It's like, well, you kind of can't have everything. So we're just going to work on the best situation. We're going to try and put you in that spot. And even
Flipper
then,
like House Flipper. I was thinking Flipper like the dolphin.
Not the dolphin.
No,
House Flipper.
Sorry, I was very confused.
Yeah. So it's like, you can want all these things. You can prefer all these things. Unfortunately, you know what? Cooper Flagg, maybe Dallas is a bad example, but there have been a lot of guys who were the number 1 overall pick who said, I don't want to go to that team. That team's bad. It's like, yeah, that's why they have the number 1 pick. That's why they are where they are. I'm sure you would rather go in the 20s where the Miami Heat are always drafting, or where the Lakers are traditionally drafting, or where some of these teams, the Spurs, even though they had the number 2 pick last night, where the teams who win a lot are generally going. But if you're a top pick, you're not going to get those types of teams. And then, as we've talked about a lot, as he will learn very quickly, Washington, nobody had a worse night last night than the New Orleans Pelicans. Those actually aren't places you want to go. Those aren't environments you want to be in. And I'm not saying the cities. I'm just saying the teams. The culture of those teams is not great. So he will adjust to Utah very quickly. I went back and I rewatched the Ace Bailey selection of the draft last night because I saw it blown up a lot and we were doing our show, so I couldn't watch it. Oh, man, he looked so miserable. And I just didn't see that at all. I just think people are projecting something they want to project on Ace Bailey that absolutely was not there.
Which I find that stuff annoying. And honestly, the storyline of are you happy to be in Utah will now never go away, and is going to be annoying for the foreseeable future. Did you see, again, we didn't watch the broadcast because we were doing our own, but did you see what the Toop floated out there, Toop Myers?
No.
That the Jazz may have assured Bailey that they were going to take him, that they may have given him that assurance, which actually I thought, because Ace's answer when asked about it, and he said, I had no idea they were interested in me, kind of stood out as, God, that's kind of weird.
Yeah.
So maybe that was sarcastic, like, yeah, they told me they were going to draft me. And all this shenanigans was to get them to pass on me because they told me that they were going to draft me, and lo and behold, they drafted me.
Yeah.
So that would actually make some sense to me.
And I believe in the smokescreen aspect of it, with all the Jeremiah Fears noise that was going on, that a lot of people went into the night not thinking the Jazz had the guts or the willingness to draft Ace Bailey if they weren't positive he wanted to be here, and they pulled the trigger anyways. So nobody trades up to 4 to get him before they can. So
maybe, I mean, it's all out there, but something tells me that he was aware of the Jazz interest in selecting him, and that's why that answer was so bizarre. I mean, all you have to say is, like, I think I'm a really good player. I'd like to think everybody was interested in me.
Yeah. I'm really curious. I'm curious if he had worked out for the 76ers, if they would have taken him. You know, he famously booked a workout and then backed out of it and then refused to go to one. I'm curious if they had seen him up close and felt confident that he was okay with the situation. Had he just gone number 3 overall, maybe he wouldn't have. Maybe they still would have gone with VJ Edgecombe. Had he gone to Charlotte, would he have gone over Con Knipple? I don't know. We won't ever know that. But the fact that the Jazz got him at 5 without bringing him in for a workout, again, I think gets a little overblown. They didn't work out Walter Clayton either. They said that. You know, he came on our airways and told us he didn't work out in Utah. So they've got the intel. They've watched these guys. They know who they are. They talked to them at the draft combine. You know, you get a chance to sit down with all these players. That's why the NBA combine has value. You get to go and actually sit and talk to these players. They don't scrimmage. You get their measurements, but you get to sit down and talk to them for X amount of time. And if you're in the lottery, I suspect you get the lottery picks a little bit longer, and you get to get comfortable with them and who they are as people, and you talk to their agents. And I don't think the Jazz went into this blind. I don't think the Jazz went into this guessing that, like, we just don't have any idea how this is going to turn out.
No, the Jazz need a star, and they had to draft somebody with star potential. And he has that. And, you know, on the other 2 teams that could have potentially picked him before the Jazz, I thought you made a really great point on the show last night that, you know, if Ace wants to be a star, Philly's probably not the spot for him.
Yeah, it'd be hard for him to do.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to be a role player in Philly for the foreseeable future, you know, and that might not be the ideal landing spot for somebody like him. Maybe that's why they canceled the workout in Philly. You know, you really never know. And then Charlotte, listen, somebody who's familiar with the area, they got a Duke guy right there on their board. They're going to take the Duke guy.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah,
they're going to take it. College basketball is such a big part of that community that, honestly, that's going to set somebody. If all things are equal and you can take the Duke guy, you're going to take the Duke guy because it's a victory, and this is a new ownership group who needs a PR win. And even if the guy turns out to stink, nobody's going to be mad about it because he's a Duke guy, and everybody wants him to be the guy. You know how even media members latch on to players that they say, oh, the Jazz or whomever should have taken this player, and then they follow that player for every second because they somehow attached their own identity to that guy?
Yeah.
Desmond Bain, for example. You know what I mean? The Doak Desmond draft, where everybody still brings it up probably on a daily basis. Like, well, if it were me, I would have taken Desmond Bain.
Right.
I'd love to take that victory lap. Everyone in Charlotte wanted him to take Con Knipple.
Right.
Every fan wanted him to take that. So that means that even if he washes out, nobody's really that mad about it.
Yeah.
Because that was their guy. I'm not shocked at all that they stayed there and they took Knipple. It's a win there regardless. So I don't know. I don't know. That's interesting. I wonder if this was some sort of play to get him to drop, and he probably knew himself he's not dropping any further than 5.
I haven't seen this yet from ESPN, but Legion Hoops on Twitter is reporting this is from ESPN, and they said that Washington and Charlotte, remember Charlotte was drafting 4th, and Washington was 6th. It says Washington and Charlotte plan to swap picks to allow the Wizards to draft Ace Bailey at 4, but the Hornets were afraid that Con Knipple would have been gone to the Jazz at 5. So they didn't want to drop back to 6 because they didn't know what the Jazz were going to do, which is exactly the Jazz's job.
Because they wanted the Duke guy.
Right. Charlotte wanted the Duke guy.
The Charlotte couldn't miss out on the Duke guy.
And the Jazz don't let you know, are we going to take Ace Bailey here or not? Because if the Jazz reveal they're going to take Ace Bailey, then, yeah, Washington has to move up to number 4 to get him. And Charlotte doesn't know what the Jazz are going to do at 5, so they don't feel comfortable dropping back down to 6 because they don't know if the Jazz are going to take Con Knippel, which is why you don't let this stuff leak, which is why you don't let anyone know what your board is, because you actually, maybe you have Ace Bailey at 3 on your board. Maybe you have Con Knippel at 2 on your board, but you don't let anyone know that because you don't want them to know who you're taking at 5 because it doesn't allow people to maneuver around you forward or backward, and that's the benefit for the Jazz there.
That's the game.
Yeah, that's the game.
That's the game.
Right. So pretty interesting maneuvering, especially considering that's Austin Ainge's first draft as the number 1 guy, as the signal caller. So an interesting draft, a fun draft for the Jazz, and then Walter Clayton he's gonna have a lot of fans in Utah really quickly.
Yeah, everybody's really high on him. You think he could, in fact, be the point guard? I don't know about right off the bat. You didn't say that, but he can be the dude pretty quick.
I just think the tools that he has, which the Jazz need, is a guy who makes shots, is really, really valuable. The Jazz really just don't have enough shot makers. They have a lot of shot takers. They don't have a lot of guys who make shots.
But here's what I don't get is why is he at 18 then? That's what that, and I tried not to bring it up too much on the show, but that just kept coming up in my mind, and maybe that's because I'm a cynic. But if all that is true, why is he still around at 18?
The drawbacks are that he's a little bit small. And he's 22. I mean, that's just the concern. And those guys don't always make it, But when they do hit, they can have long runways in the NBA. So, why did Damian Lillard fall even to the point where he fell? Like, he was awesome in college. He shot the cover off the ball and was little and, didn't play a lot of defense, but kind of a passer, kind of not a passer. I think they're just kind of the questions of, like, what does this look like? Like, what do we compare this to in the NBA? And sometimes those get hard for guys, and I think it's hard to imagine exactly how that's going to fit, which is funny to me because if you watch him at Florida, it just looks like an NBA team. But, yeah, we'll see. And, again, all of these are a risk. That's the other part I think is important to recognize, especially with Ace Bailey. He's a risk. Of course he's a risk. If he wasn't, he would have gone number 1 overall. If teams knew how good he was going to be and could see into the future, he would have gone higher or he would have gone way lower. We don't know what he's going to turn into. But what the Jazz didn't do last night is they did not reach on Ace Bailey by any means. The guys drafted right behind him, Trey Johnson, Jeremiah Fears, Colin Murray Boyles, whoever's in that next group of 4 or 5 players.
Igor Demon.
They are equally as flawed as Ace Bailey is. And maybe not, and probably not as rawly talented. They probably don't have as much just natural skill as he has. Plus, he's got this physical body. Like, the Jazz didn't just draft a physical freak with no basketball skills. They got a good combination of basketball skills and measurables to go at 5. And had they taken Trey Johnson, you would have said, yeah, he's got all these flaws. He doesn't play any defense. Questions about his passing. Doesn't get into the paint. Had they taken Jeremiah Fears, we talked about it a lot last night. He's 6'2". He doesn't finish when he gets in the paint. He can't shoot threes at all. It's like, I don't think Ace Bailey is a more flawed basketball player than anybody else taken between 6 and 30 last night. So I think they got truly high upside player, best player available with the right type of measurables.
To put it a different way, I agree, but they don't have to sell anything with Ace. And get where I'm coming. Like, when they drafted Trey Burke, they really had to sell it that he's a winner.
Yeah.
Because he wasn't really good at anything.
Right.
Like, he wasn't an elite dribbler or passer or shooter.
Yeah.
And he was teeny. He was small and all this stuff.
But there was some intangible
They had
winner.
to sell it as, this guy's a winner. This franchise needs that winner, whatever.
Mentality.
Dante Exum, you had to sell that he's going to learn to shoot. Yeah, we know we can't shoot now, but, I mean, look at the speed and the size and all this stuff, and, that's going to be something to come around. Taylor Hendricks, honestly, you had to sell like he's underskilled, but all the other things are there. So as soon as he gets that skill, man, the sky's the limit. And really, you have to do this for – I'm not trying to be unfair to the Jazz and their previous picks. It's just you have to do that with players because most players in the draft are super flawed.
Yeah.
There's really nothing that you have to, like, sell it with this dude. Like, the ceiling is there. He's super skilled. He's huge. The only thing I guess you have to, sell it is that he's not going to want to be here. And I don't know. You understand what I'm getting at?
Yeah, absolutely. Like, 100%.
Usually, I mean, like Enes Kanter, you even had to sell it. Like,
right.
Oh, the offensive skills. And maybe he's not laterally quick and undersized a little bit. But, boy, you've seen that move and this. And Coach Calipari loves him to death. and
right, the intel we got was off the charts or whatever.
Yeah, right, exactly. And there's really not any of that with this. Like his game, while not he hasn't arrived by any means, but I mean, if he goes at a natural development process in the NBA, I mean, he's going to be really good.
No, this isn't the Jazz trying to be smarter than anybody in the room. In fact, I think it's not the opposite. They're not being the dumbest guy in the room. They're just not overthinking it. It's a huge player with a ton of skill. Great, nothing to sell there. That's the sell. That's what you're excited about. So I think a strong spot for the Jazz to be in after last night. Jeremy, what were your thoughts? You're excited about it?
Are we talking about hockey?
Hey, there's a big trade in hockey too.
Yeah, it's been busy
today with the Mammoth. We're actually going to get to that coming up next. But hey, thanks for having us.
Thank you for coming out. We always love seeing you guys.
So we want to talk a little patio doors.
We love patio doors.
Patio doors to fit lifestyles. Like Ben wants to throw big kegger parties and wants to, really have his house accessible.
But I also want to be in bed and being able to see it from the inside of my house out.
Can you find a door for that?
We can. We love patio doors. Some of the best time right now is to use your patio doors. People are outside grilling, outside in their backyard with their pools, their yard, just soaking it up. You want to walk through your patio door with a smile. And I go into many people's homes that still have a broomstick holding their sliding glass door shut, and they have to wrestle it like a bear to open it. Let's change that. We can easily put in really good operating patio doors. We can make them larger, make them so you can see your yard, see the outside nature, make it an inside-outside living.
I think a lot of people listening, we say patio doors, and like two different styles come to mind. And I think that's the myth, is that there's only, there's either like kind of the French door style or there's the sliding glass door style. That's all you have the options for.
Yeah.
And that's just totally false. You need to come into Peach Doors and Windows. You need to come to the showroom, because there are, dozens plus custom options that you guys can make.
Oh, absolutely. Some people just have room for a single door. And if that's the case, we can change that out, maximize the viewing space that you have on it. And ultimately, again, make it so when you're carrying that tray of, fresh grilled barbecue food in or out, that you're not tipping it over, dropping it on the floor, hitting the door frame as you're walking through. We can maximize that, open it up, and.
Oh man, I can identify with that. Nothing worse than juggling the
One
tray.
hand.
And
why did I put my
door
keys in the far
jostling
pocket?
with the door? Yeah, like what am I doing here? Are you serious? I'm about to dump all this food right onto the ground.
Yep.
And then pick it up and put it back and hope my family didn't
Hope
notice.
nobody saw that.
Yeah, really hope for that. That doesn't have to be life anymore, Ben.
Yeah, don't settle with the builder grade, door that you have in your home. We can upgrade it. We have pricing affordable for all different ranges of doors. We sell luxury, but we also sell some standard doors that can really make an improvement on your home.
801-566-1255, that is the number. And you guys will come out and help with ideas and stuff like that, too.
Absolutely.
If people are
We love
kind of
it.
up in the air, you're creative and do it all the time.
Yep.
801-566-1255, or simply join us 2940 South 300 West here in Salt Lake. Appreciate you joining us.
Hey, thank you guys.
We'll get to the hockey next.
Sounds good.
Yeah. More next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Joined now by Rafael Barlow, Director of Scouting for NBA Big Board.
So excited for college basketball to start around here because the AJ DeBonce is going to play for BYU. This year a lot was made on tanking. I think we're going to see it again. What do you think?
I spoke with a college coach that was at the Team USA camp. He said that AJ has taken it up to another level. My question was, do you think he was bored in high school last year? He said, absolutely. He said, AJ should petition the league right now because he would be the best player in this draft if he entered right now. I'm not a fan of tanking, but it does make sense to tank, especially for a talent like that. If you're a fan base like Utah, you may not want to do it again because you haven't had much success with it. But AJ's special.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Show some love to youth sports volunteers with the Hercules Hero of the Week. Let's praise your favorite youth coach, ref, or maybe the parent that pulls the team together. Your nomination could score them a $100 Visa gift card from Hercules First Federal Credit Union and a $200 gift card from Beehive Meals. Listen to see if they win Thursday afternoons with JJ and Alex. The Hercules Hero of the Week with Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals, helping you take the busy work at a family dinner. Get rules, info, and nominate your hero at KSLSports.com KSLSportsZone.com/contests.
Hey, it's JJ here. I love hearing from listeners that have also had success with Salt Lake City fat loss. I'm here with Blair. Thanks for coming in.
Pleasure to be here.
It's so great to see you. So how much weight have you lost?
I've lost an amazing 52 pounds in just 60 days.
That's incredible. How do you feel?
Oh, I feel great. I have more energy, and the GERD and acid reflux is gone.
Talk about the scale for a minute. Were you surprised at how quickly that number went down?
It was astonishing to me as I'd get on the scale, even in the very beginning when I saw, 2-3 pounds drop off. But I ended up looking forward to getting on the scale to see how much I'd lost in the last day.
Tell me about the biggest benefits that you've seen with Salt Lake City fat loss.
I have much more confidence in myself, lots more energy, much more adventurous walks with my dogs.
Thanks so much for sharing another great success story with Salt Lake City fat loss. Learn the secret of losing up to 1 pound of unhealthy fat per day and start your own success story at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com.
Results may vary.
What if you could unlock over $1 million in personal and business credit? That's exactly what Ray Reynolds can do for you. I'm talking about protecting your family and building your business with $100,000 in personal or business cash credit. And Ray can help you rebuild your credit score to 750. Ray Reynolds isn't just any expert. He helped the security chief of TRW that became Experian, one of the most trusted credit bureaus. If you're looking to get your finances on track, Ray is the man you should call for a 750 credit score. Call Ray at 800-427-5991. 800-427-5991. Join his live webinars and attend his weekly workshops to learn the insider strategies for hitting your personal and business goals. Ready for a 750 credit score and your first $100,000 in credit? Call Ray Reynolds now at 800-427-5991. That's 800-427-5991.
Black Desert Resort isn't just your home. It's an endless retreat where life is played your way. From intimate studios to spacious 4-bedroom suites, the raw beauty of southern Utah is your new backyard. Discover our championship golf course, exquisite dining, and world-class outdoor adventures, all yours to conquer. This is luxury your way. Learn more about owning a luxury residence at blackdesertresort.com. Come play, come stay.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
This is your Utah Jazz NBA Draft Update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's your Utah Jazz NBA Draft Update. Here's Austin Ainge discussing the guys the Jazz got last night.
2 weeks ago, sat down and looked at our picks and said what would be the best case scenario, and these were the two guys we really wanted. So we feel very fortunate, very excited to have them in the family.
Today's Utah Jazz Draft Update brought to you by The Cage. Take real swings in a virtual batting cage. Book now and score 10% off with promo code THEZONE.
It's time to break down the biggest stories of the day. This is the top 3 stories of the day on KSLSports.com. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports
Zone. We are live from Peach Doors and Windows. Come see us 2940 South, 300 West in Salt Lake at Peach Doors and Windows. Super excited to be out here. Want to remind you to join Hansen Scotty coming up this afternoon from noon to 3 at My Hearing Centers, 8941 South, 700 East in Sandy. It's time for the top 3 stories of the day. KSLSports.com, brought to you by J. Brooks Jewelers. Cherish your love with J. Brooks Jewelers. Explore their expertly crafted engagement rings made from the finest materials. J. Brooks Jewelers. All right, Christian, where do you want to start today?
Number 1, still reeling after a busy night last night. Let's get the rest of your guys' thoughts on the first round of the NBA draft.
I'm worried about the New Orleans Pelicans. I wonder if Joe Dumars is the new pigeon in the NBA that everyone realized, we've got an idiot on our hands. Let's take advantage of this guy.
Well, that trade was a dreadful trade. To move up from, 23 to 13, so move up 10 spots to take Derek Queen from Maryland, who I'm sure is a fine prospect.
Yeah.
But to give up an unrestricted first-round pick next year, the better pick out of the Pelicans and the Milwaukee Bucks pick.
It's not just one, which, if you know you're going to be good, I don't care if I give up an unprotected pick. That's fine. But the fact that there's 2 teams betting that one of them could fall off and you don't get it either way is a real mess.
It's a bizarre trade.
Yeah, and look, if there's some control, like you certainly just hope that that Giannis doesn't ask out and Milwaukee competes again and they're in the late teens, early 20s, and that pick doesn't mean anything. But, what do we think the upside is for the Pelicans next year? What's best case scenario? The problem is you have no idea because the thing that controls that is the most unpredictable player in the NBA in Zion Williamson. Yeah, if he plays 80 games, you're probably going to be okay. He never does that. So what are you confident in that you're not going to be picking 6th or 7th again next year? Because Derek Queen doesn't change that. Jeremiah Fears doesn't change that. These guys you got last night don't help you win tomorrow. So you better have something lined up to make sure that this pick isn't going to be bad. And then you're still hoping Milwaukee figures it out.
Maybe this is like a Cortez kind of thing. You burn your ships.
Okay.
You have no choice.
Right.
Hey, you're going to be good.
We are going to go for it.
There is not an alternative here. You're going to go out there, be good, or we're all out of here. I don't know. That was the bizarre move. The biggest reach was on what are we calling him? Hansen Yang?
Everyone said Hansen Yang. They said Young Hansen yesterday, but everyone calls him Hansen Yang.
So let me ask you this: have you been following the NFL collusion story?
A little bit, yeah.
Where they 1,000% colluded to stop giving quarterbacks guaranteed deals.
Mm-hmm.
There was slideshow presentations and stuff. It was the NFL. It was Roger Goodell basically telling teams not to do
Stop
this anymore.
Players.
Yeah, which really you're not supposed to be able to do.
Right, absolutely.
Probably illegal.
Yeah.
Here's my theory for you. This is the NBA's play to get back on TV in China.
Listen, Portland, next year, we'll give you the number 1 overall
Whatever.
pick.
You're biting this bullet this year.
You've got to take him.
Middle of the first round. Why was he there? He was there.
Yeah.
Why would he have been? Why would he have been there?
Right.
He's a prospect that's not even close to the first round.
Right.
Look at this. Portland, their games next year, back on TV over there.
Yeah, it was shocking. That was by far the most shocking.
That's
pick.
my theory.
He probably went up 20 spots. And no, honestly, so my thought going into the night was, I wonder if a team will just take Hansen Yang based on the fact that it just does wonders for your social media. And that's just too harebrained of an idea. It's too cute. Okay, yeah, you get all of the Chinese followers. Great, and that's obviously it's a huge population and they follow basketball. They're huge basketball fans. It's a huge culture over there. So yeah, you get those followers, but it's not like you make that much money off of it necessarily. But when they reached at 16 or whatever it was, I was just like, okay, this is just truly bizarre.
Yes, it is that much money.
It is.
And if you don't believe that, go watch the South Park episode about all this stuff.
Yeah.
The access to the Chinese market is something that all American companies
it's why every American movie is the way it is now. It's designed to have a second run in China that makes it a lot more money. So yes, there is value there.
The mouse has buried Winnie the Pooh.
Yeah, but you would hope NBA teams are drafting to get better, and I don't know. The Portland was an interesting spot because they have young talent everywhere. They have good players kind of sprinkled across their roster. But if you go and you trade for Drew Holiday, which is a win now move, to take the guy who's at least ready to help you win now, of all of these players in the draft and Hansen Yang was very strange. So it's fun. He'll get a lot of eyeballs, but yeah, interesting move. By the way, you know what I thought last night, which is not necessarily great for you, so I apologize. Ace Bailey being on the Jazz alone is going to get them national TV games next year. He's like that type of a draw. There's going to be so many eyeballs on the Salt Lake City Summer League up at the Huntsman Center this year, which starts a week from Saturday. And the Jazz will get an ESPN game and Amazon games and whatever because people want to see Ace Bailey play. He's that type of draw.
You got to bring this up now?
8:30 games.
You got to
That's
bring
what I'm
that
saying.
up.
You're getting some 8:30
10 o'clock
games
hour on the day after the draft. You got to bring up the 8:30 game.
But he's that type of draw. I mean, you want eyeballs. Yes, Hansen Yang probably going to draw more eyeballs internationally, but nationally, Ace Bailey will do that for the Jazz.
And it's 8 o'clock net, 8:30. If this new TV deal moves it back to 8:30, I'm going to be bent.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how quickly Amazon can get through some of these national broadcasts.
Oh, we know a guy, though, at Amazon now. So
yeah, we do.
Maybe we have some sway over there to not pick up Jazz.
Perhaps. Speed it up.
Start it on time, huh?
Yeah.
Let's make that happen. Any other thoughts on the draft? Brooklyn made all 5 of their picks for some reason.
We're going to talk about Brooklyn coming up at 3, so we'll do that then with Yegor.
All right, next.
Number 2, it wasn't just a busy night for the Jazz. The Utah Mammoth got going. We had a big trade last night.
Yeah, I was legitimately curious. Like, if you watched some of the War Room stuff for the Jazz last night, you saw Ryan Smith in there. I was like, did Bill Armstrong and Chris Armstrong like knock on the draft war room for the Jazz and be like, Ryan, we got a trade that we need to do right in the middle of the draft. Is that okay? Can you sign off on this? He had a busy night, but the Utah Mammoth landed J.J. Peterka from Buffalo, 23 years old, forward, 68 points last year. If you don't know, and I had to talk to Cole about this last night because I was curious what all this means, Buffalo is just like one of those terrible franchises. They're just the franchise that drafts guys and then no one wants to be there, so they have to trade off all their good players to go somewhere else. And the Mammoth said, okay, we'll take your good players. And they had to send our guy, who we got to talk to at Hockey Cleanout, Michael Kesselring. They had to send him out. And then Josh Doan, who's the son of Shane Doan, the legend of the Arizona Coyotes, who I thought had a fun year last year. So they did have to send some talent back. But you look anywhere across the internet and everyone is saying, that's all the Mammoth had to give up for Peterka? Like, that seems to be very lopsided in Utah Mammoth's favor.
So I consulted my hockey guy.
Okay.
Who actually happens to be from Buffalo and is a big Sabres fan. So I thought I'd reach out to him. But he's actually really dialed into the hockey community, even though he works in a different industry. Anyway, he was telling me that Peterka wanted out of Buffalo.
Wanted out.
Like, he was not going to remain in Buffalo. He actually thinks that Buffalo fans are a little too upset because Doan and Kesselring make them a little tougher, and that their problem, Buffalo's, is that
Softy cakes.
They're soft.
Yeah.
And he actually said Peterka is going to be a top line guy, maybe line 2. He's might be the fastest guy on the Mammoth now. The guy can really fly, but he is not the tough guy.
And not a defensive player at all.
No.
So where you have kind of those guys who play both sides of the puck really well, he is an offensive specialist.
So I got the impression that this isn't as quite as one-sided as maybe people are making it seem, but also Buffalo, like, they had to do something basically.
Yes, they had to get rid of him. He was not going to sign an extension with them.
No.
So they were going to lose him. So they had lost all their leverage, and then yes, as Christian just told us, he signed a 5-year deal just under $40 million, which again, I'm just so NBA pilled that I'm like, that's it?
Yeah.
Well, it's $8 million a year. That's a very high salary for
contract.
hockey. It's a big number in hockey. So, but another young piece, and that's the thing I think that's really interesting. We looked at some of these like free agent spending options for the Utah Mammoth, and like some of the names out there. And it's like, these guys are 30, like 31. That's fine. You can have older players, but this guy's 23. Peterka's coming in. Like he is right there with Cooley. He's right there with Dylan Gunther. He's a little younger than Clayton Keller. So as you build up this roster, plus they've got the number 4 overall pick tomorrow. They still have TJ Ginla coming in. They've got Kobo Duan coming in. They've got a lot of exciting players on this roster, and he fits right in with that.
They need a goalie.
Yeah, they've got Veg.
Yeah, not a starting goalie. They need a backup.
They need a backup.
You remember Veg played for 3 months straight at the end of the year?
He did not. He never left the ice.
Someone had to tell him the season was over. He's like, wait, what?
Blacked out.
Just been out here for so long. I had no idea.
Cool weekend. Exciting. It's funny to, think back at 2 years ago, if you had said, yeah, the Jazz got Ace Bailey when he was coming out of high school as the highest recruit, and the hockey team had the 4th overall pick, you'd be like, what hockey team? And how did the Jazz get Ace Bailey? You wouldn't have believed it. So a pretty exciting weekend, I think, if you're part of the SEG group, especially owners Ryan and Ashley. I think they might have cooked a little bit last night.
All right, what's next?
Number 3, BYU star Yegor Demin goes to Brooklyn at the 8th overall pick.
One of 3 guards that they drafted, and they made all 5 picks.
All 5.
That was strange. Certainly not what anyone expected.
Well, what are they doing as a franchise? I'm guessing they're in a similar spot where the Jazz are, where they get a bunch of young players on the team. You don't really care about winning games anyway, so why not?
They drafted Yegor Demin, number 8 overall, which some people think was a reach. Time will tell. They drafted Nolan Traore. They drafted Ben Saroff. They drafted Danny Wolf. And I think they drafted Drake Powell.
Thank goodness. That drafting Danny Wolf, that was a mercy draft.
That guy looked wrecked to still be on the board late.
Okay, ESPN. I said this last night on the broadcast. Just, do you have to film constantly a person in their worst moment?
Right.
I mean, this guy is just full of anxiety that he's dropping, and he's not, all of a sudden his future is changing before his very eyes.
Yeah.
And he's emotional about it. And some buffoon with a camera is right up in his business. Like,
Mom, move out of the way.
Yeah, we've got to catch this emotional moment or something. It's like, you ghoul. And by the way, the NBA should absolutely cut down on how many players that they have invited.
That was
to
my
thing.
big takeaway.
Dropped
to 13.
Yeah.
We don't need 25 players or 23 players. You had guys who didn't get drafted that were in the green room. It's really hard.
13 might even be too much.
But you should have at least a pretty decent confidence in who those guys are. You can pick 13 guys that are going to go in the first round, and I'm with you. That could still be too high.
And is it just ego that the very pale Adam Silver has to shake hands and pose for pay? Is it just his fragile ego?
Yeah.
Why does it even matter?
Because yes, while maybe you made Yannick Noah, the guy who got drafted 30th overall by the
Yannick
Clippers.
was the old man.
Now, he was the...
Oh, you're not talking about Joe Keefe. There's actually a Yannick Noah.
No, the kid who got drafted out of Penn State. I have to look up his name fully. But, he wasn't even in the green room. He was just kind of sitting in the stands.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I remember that.
But, okay, that's cool. You took a gamble, and he went to the draft, and it paid off for him. But, the guys who sit there and watch everyone go, and they're not on the board, or they don't get
Yannick Niederhauser?
Yannick Niederhauser.
That's not Noah.
No, I'm mixing up, obviously, Yannick Noah there.
No, it was a famous tennis player.
That's equally crushing and probably less valuable for those guys overall.
That was funny that he just came down out of the stands.
Yannick
I wasn't
Niederhauser.
Right. I wasn't even invited to this thing. I was just chilling here.
Yeah.
I just had a beer.
Howell Neto did the same thing when the Jazz drafted him. He's like, "I'm here. Let me get down on the stage."
But the truth is that ESPN loves filming the crush. Did you see Danny Wolf's brother?
Yeah.
I mean, that was unnecessary. Absolutely unnecessary. Have you ever cried so much that your face looked like that?
No.
I have, and I'll tell you what I didn't want was to be on national television.
Yeah. So interesting. Good for Yegor. Good for BYU. Getting a top 10 pick is very rare. It's unique, especially at our schools locally. It hasn't happened in a little while. So cool there, and we'll see how he plays in Brooklyn. Actually, I kind of like that they took some other guards that can take some of the pressure off of him. There's going to be a lot of guys to handle the ball and a lot of guys who are going to get opportunities there, and he doesn't have to come in and score right away and do everything right away. The fact that they had so many picks gives him a little bit of a softer landing, which I think will benefit him.
Sure. Yeah, I don't think Brooklyn is going anywhere, so he should have plenty of opportunity to develop, 100%.
Yep.
And he was really good at the end of the year. I think people were a little too hard on him for the way he started the year, but by the end of the year, he was great.
Yeah, he had the great non-conference, really rough Big 12, and then had a really good tournament.
Yep.
So.
On a good team.
Yep.
All right, stay tuned. Live from Peach Doors and Windows, 2940 South, 300 West. You can also give them a call, 801-566-1255. We'll tell you more about them. Coming up next, Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Accessing. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G.
BYU jumped into the Big 12 for their own game, and they're going to get theirs.
and they got their money together, and they got the recruiting together, and they came in all cute and happy, like, we're just grateful to be a partner. Oh, our broadcast unit, oh yeah, we're one of two in this country that can run our own broadcast. Hey, we'll be cool with it. Whatever bone you can throw us. And, oh, what's that? 4 years integration to full revenue? Okay, that's fine, whatever. And then it's like, bam, we're going to take the number one recruits. We're going to sign 5 stars. We're going to get in the game with money, and we're going to compete. We're going to go from a 13th pick to the number 3 team in the Big 12, and we're here to make this nasty. So what do you know about Amway? Can I sign you up or
Can
what?
I get 3 people under you and let's all make some money?
Because I'm looking for diamond status. I'm here to freaking compete.
Catch Hansen Scotty weekdays from noon to 3 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Attention RVers. In 57 years, Motorsportsland has never had a sale like this before. We've got over 100 new models coming in and our lots are already almost full. We've got to clear out inventory fast, so we've selected over 100 new travel trailers, fifth wheels, and toy haulers to sell to you at or below dealer cost. Like our 2024 Encore Venue off-road travel trailer. MSRP at $30,000, normally priced at $25,000, dealer cost at $22,400, and this week only priced to you for below $17,000 with amazing financing options. Or our 2024 28-foot Stealth Toy Hauler fifth wheel. MSRP at $99,330, normally priced at $83,500, this week only $67,743. Save more than ever before on your dream RV. But these deals are disappearing quick, so visit a Motorsportsland RV Center today.
Let Motorsportsland help you get away.
Motorsportsland.com.
The Management Minute is a service of the MBA program in the John M. Huntsman School of Business at Utah State University. I'm Professor Scott Hammond. I hope she's not listening, but I once heard a divisional leader announce in a corporate meeting that she was outraged and would no longer share information with a colleague. She expected us to do everything we could to make that person fail. The media tells us that outrage is an appropriate reaction to the misbehavior of others. Marketers leverage outrage to get you to buy something you don't need. Managers use outrage to get you to do something you shouldn't do. The media uses it to gain a wider audience because they know through experience and research that you're more likely to believe the worst than the best. But outrage triggers the body's stress response, releasing cortisol and adrenaline. Over time, it can contribute to issues such as anxiety, depression, and high blood pressure, and is contagious. There is never a time when outrage is appropriate. Learn more about how to build collaboration in an MBA program at Utah State. Go to utahstatemba.com. I'm Scott Hammond. Hope to see you in one of our classes.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370, or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Dick's epic 4th of July sale is on. Get summer ready with 25% off select Stanley drinkware. Get 20% off Igloo coolers and water bottles and select bog bags. Buy one, get one 50% off DSG coolers, canopies, chairs, and water bottles. $200 off Callaway AI smoke irons and TaylorMade QI10 drivers. These deals won't last. Stock up for summer now, in-store or online at Dicks.com. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
O'Reilly. Check engine, ABS, or maintenance light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. The service is free and provides a report with solutions verified by ASE certified master technicians. And if you need help, we could recommend a shop for you. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
If you want to save a lot of money on your fireworks this year, go to somedudesfireworks.com and watch our semi-famous, somewhat rednecky Chuck It video, and you will never buy your fireworks anywhere else. Some Dudes Fireworks, Lehigh High School parking lot, 10 to 10 daily.
The sports you love, the teams you can't live without.
Get a sense of urgency!
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And the bass keeps running, running, and 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 running, running, and. In this context, there's no disrespect, so when I bust my rhyme, you break your necks. We got 5 minutes for us to disconnect from all intellect and let the rhythm affect. To lose our inhibition, follow your intuition, free your inner soul and break away from tradition. Cause when we be out, girl, it's pulling me back.
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, live from Peach Doors and Windows, 2940 South 300 West in Salt Lake City. Ben, tomorrow we're going to be broadcasting from the X Games, which I am actually really looking forward to. I'm sure you are too. This is.
Think I should bring my skateboard?
This is your people. Yeah, you should.
Out of the way. The
Go
town's
show
here.
them.
All right, old man.
Go show them what you're made of, dude.
Your bones are brittle.
I want to see it.
You're
That's
weighted to the
Lloyd bringing
ground.
his bat to the batting cages.
Yeah, right.
Which he did.
To be fair, his kids were there playing. But yes, Lloyd did bring his bat to the batting cage.
And David James used it for a while and was raking.
That's what I heard.
He was hitting homer after homer. Oh, you didn't see David?
No, I got there a little bit later.
Oh,
so.
it took David about 10 pitches to get kind of the
Caught
feel
up.
of it, and then was just hammering that
Wow.
ball. But let's give away some tickets to the X Games. 801-575 zone. You're going to get a pair of tickets to the X Games for tomorrow, including the concert featuring Deadmau5. So there you go. 801-575 zone. Caller number 12, and you're going to get a pair of tickets to go see the X Games coming up tomorrow. And while you're there, just drop by and see us. I'm not sure exactly where we're going to be.
I have no idea where we're going to be.
But we're going to be there somewhere, so come find us.
Yeah, I'm excited.
But today we are at Peach Doors and Windows, 2940 South, 300 West here in Salt Lake. Jeremy's jumping on with us once again. We talked a little patio doors in the first segment. Let's talk, should we go entry doors?
Entry doors. We love entry doors also.
Patio doors are nice because your friends are in the house and you're like
Right.
showing them the backyard. But the entry doors is the real sell. That's everyone can see it.
That's your first impression.
Yeah.
You know, when someone pulls up to your home, that says a lot about your home. What's inside? Is your front door welcoming?
Right.
You know, or is it run down? Is it? Do you have to put your shoulder into the door every time you lock or
you have
unlock
to pull it to lock it.
Yeah. No, that's not how a front door should be. We want it to be. You know, we can have doors be charming, stunning. Just, you know, simple, but operate how they should.
Ben is very, let's put this to the test. Ben is very pretentious. I mean, very pretentious. Wants
Clearly.
his neighbors to feel bad about themselves on a daily basis. What door should he install?
You know, we have plenty of doors that will make your neighbors envious. You know, and you can have a one-of-a-kind custom wood door. You know, that no one else is going to have in the entire state. We can build it custom for. You can sketch it on a napkin. We can build it.
Ben wants a door that says, "I'm better than you,"
but not subtly. I wanted to say it
subtly to say it. Yeah, exactly.
Well, you know what, and the safety aspect of it is a big part of it, and
Yep.
I think that's something a lot of people are concerned of. And we've talked about the swatting video of you had a client who. Police showed up at the wrong house and tried to break the door down, and they had to take turns with the battering ram.
Yeah, they
and
handed
it
it
didn't
off.
work. They couldn't get it down. And you know what? The part of that story I love is that they got a custom door for you guys, and when they needed it replaced because there was some damage done to the door, they were still able to call you, and you guys knew what they were looking for, and you could come and replace it.
Oh,
for them.
absolutely. Yeah, we're happy to help with all different fashions. And again, we have different price ranges of doors: affordable, high-end, luxury, or just a simple replacement to get your door working again, so you don't have to put that shoulder into it.
And come see for yourself, by the way, 2940 South, 300 West. If you can't make it down during the show, you know, come down and see it, and you guys can show them all.
We'll
all
walk
the
you
different
through
stuff.
the whole process.
So cool. Also, free in-home estimates, 801-566-1255, 801-566-1255. It's Peach Doors and Windows. Thanks, Jeremy. We appreciate you.
Thank you, guys.
All right, we're going to let you hear from Austin Ainge coming up right around the corner, and I'm curious to get Ben's reaction to what's coming out of the front office. So stay tuned for that. Live from Peach Doors and Windows, Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Take the Zone with you wherever you go. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows.
Downloading.
Download the latest podcasts and get all the latest breaking news on the teams you can't live without. Everything you need delivered right to your phone.
Let's go get them where we can get them.
Just search KSL Sports on your app store of choice. Download it now. The KSL Sports app, presented by University of Utah Health.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
Dick's epic 4th of July sale is on. Get summer ready with 25% off select Stanley drinkware. Get 20% off Igloo coolers and water bottles and select bog bags. Buy one, get one 50% off DSG coolers, canopies, chairs, and water bottles. $200 off Callaway AI smoke irons and TaylorMade QI10 drivers. These deals won't last. Stock up for summer now, in-store or online at Dicks.com. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
If you are looking for a new job this summer, have you considered using a recruiter? Your local Express Employment Professionals team is your one connection to endless job opportunities. With just one application, they can help you find a job across dozens of openings. And as always, job seekers never pay a fee. Visit expresspros.com. To find a location nearest you, visit expresspros.com. And whether you're looking for contract work or a full-time position, let Express help at expresspros.com. That's expresspros.com.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
William is one of millions of Americans who uses GoodRx to save on the cost of their prescriptions.
My oldest daughter, Camilla, 2 days old, she had to have open heart surgery. All of a sudden, she's on 5 different medications. It adds up at the end of the month. Me and the pharmacist got so tight. She said, GoodRx save you a lot of money. Saving that extra $200-300 a month. We're able to do all these extra activities, so it puts less stress on our household, and it puts less stress on our pockets.
Download the free app or visit GoodRx.com and start saving today. GoodRx user compensated for their time. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance.
This 4th of July, make your barbecue the star. Kenny J's Barbecue has pre-smoked half-pound Utah-raised prime brisket burgers. Just finish the cook at home. Pre-order by July 3rd, pick up on the 4th. Call or text now to reserve yours. 801-230-5396. From the first bite to the last drop of sauce, Kenny J's is where barbecue dreams come true. Come visit Kenny J's Barbecue at the District in South Jordan or online at KennyJ'sBarbecue.com. Kenny J's Barbecue, where smoke meets flavor.
Any Hour Services can help with any size plumbing project around the house. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. Help with plumbing maintenance or plumbing repairs are closer than you think. Call Any Hour Services or visit anyhourservices.com.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Who's got it better than us?
Your home for the best sports coverage in Utah. You're listening to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I remember when
so much space.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We are live from Peach Doors and Windows today. We are very excited about it. Come see us, 2940 South, 300 West in Salt Lake. Come through the door and just hit us right away with your scorching hot Jazz take. What'd you think of the draft? 2940 South, 300 West in Salt Lake. It's Peach Doors and Windows. You can always call. Get a free in-home estimate, 801-566-1255. Peach Doors and Windows. Want to remind you to join JJ and Alex today at RGS Exteriors from 3 to 6, 4235 Farm Road in West Jordan. All right, Ben. Let's hear from the president of basketball operations, shall we? Austin Ainge, his first draft with the Utah Jazz. And a lot of people think it's a pretty good one. Made the bold choice to stay at number 5 and had Ace Bailey land in their lap.
But they didn't reach. I think that's an important point. This is a guy who, if anything, he fell to them. But I don't think the Jazz can be argued that they reached for anybody in this draft.
I think they should have taken Hansen Yang myself. But I know not many people probably are on board with that.
Portland is. Portland's on board with you.
Well, get on TV in China.
Even they draft or traded back to get him. So they were at 11.
Well, if you have to swallow the poison pill, you're not going to do it with a high pick.
Sure. You draw the secret lottery on lottery night was not who wins number 1. It's who wins Hansen Yang.
Who has to take
Who
Hansen
has to
Yang.
take Hansen? It's like, we're a lottery team.
The Blazers are like, oh, are you serious? Well, we're trading back.
Fine. We'll take him. But we're not taking him at 11.
All right. Let's hear from Austin Ainge, Jazz president of basketball operations.
Hi, everybody.
Hi.
Nice to meet some of you in person for the first time.
Same.
Very exciting night. 2 weeks ago, sat down and looked at our picks and said, what would be the best case scenario? And these were the 2 guys we really wanted. So we feel very fortunate, very excited to have them in the family.
Can you talk maybe about Sarah Todd, Desiree?
Yeah.
Nice to meet you.
Hey, Sarah.
Can you talk maybe about your experience about guys who's, for whatever reasons, agent, management, etc., you don't have them come in for a workout?
Yeah, it's not super uncommon. Been through many times through the years. And, we were able to meet with Ace at the Combine and speak to him in person, and obviously saw him play a lot, being highly rated high school player and college player. So we got to see him quite a bit.
Was there any hesitancy, though, with, I guess, all the pre-draft process, a lot of us surrounding him, that, okay, maybe he doesn't want to play here, maybe not?
No. He's great. Was able to speak with him. He was super excited. We're super excited. We're expecting a very bright future.
I'm curious. He said, and Walter said too, that they didn't know that the Jazz were interested in them before tonight. And curious, is that a strategic move? That you kind of want to keep your interests close to the vest. Is that, and how do you decide kind of when to share your respect for a player?
Yeah, we don't like to tell. I mean, it's mostly agents you're dealing with, right? So we don't like to say who we're going to take for sure. It's just hard. There's trades and everything, and sometimes if you just kind of keep that information private, it's easier to maneuver around a little bit. So we don't try to tip our hand in advance.
Ace's game, tell us about what you like about what you think you can bring to the Jazz and what you hope his development path is for the next few years.
Yeah, I mean, Ace is extremely talented shot maker, big, long, athletic. His scoring gets a lot of attention, deservedly so. He's very skilled for his size, but watching a lot of film on him, I was impressed with his defensive effort and particularly his rebounding. A lot of weak side block shots, and his joy and energy for the game. We do a lot of background calls and work on guys, and everyone loves being around Ace. He's fun, smiles every day, just a breath of fresh air in the gym.
Conversations, kind of people around league scouts, etc., people from Rutgers, it seems like Ace is maybe
one of the less developed guys that's coming into the league, like not had as much basketball experience as some of the other guys, different programs and playing at high levels, etc. Does that make him seem like ultra moldable as he comes into the game?
I would disagree with that evaluation. I think sometimes with guys when they're rated number 1 or number 2 in high school and come in with all the fanfare that Ace and Dylan had at Rutgers, and there's a little disappointment in their season, they didn't win as many games as they were expected to, that expectations, basically the reality and expectations aren't quite matched up, and so there's a little bit harsher judgment. And the guy is pretty skilled and had some pretty big games this year. So I think I don't think he's further away or less developed than a lot of the other 18-year-olds in this toward the top of this draft.
Awesome. Hey, Sam Barnes with KSL Channel 5. Good to meet you.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, Ace also mentioned that he has the ability to push his teammates to be the best they can, and the coaches. He's called himself an instant leader. Do you see him having that ability to be a leader right away?
I mean, it's always hard for rookies to be leaders. They have to learn what they're doing before they can help others. But like I said, I really believe in his energy and his spirit, and that is a way to lead, right? It may not be, guys, this is our defensive coverage, because most rookies I need to learn that. But it can be, let's get in the gym and let's play harder and let's fight through adversity. I think he does a lot of that naturally from me observing him from afar.
What do you like about Walter's game?
Had a chance to watch Walter a lot. Saw him play at Iona, and obviously we all saw him have a magical run this year. He is tough, smart, an amazing shooter, athletic, and mature. I mean, obviously you win as many games as he has, and you're an accomplished player already. It's been really fun for me to watch his progression. He's really gotten better as kind of an athletic kid learning the point guard position throughout college. He just got better and better and better at it every year, and that really impressed me. Just the arc.
What went into the decision then to kind of move up for him at 18 rather than him?
Yeah, it's impossible to know who likes a guy, right, and where they're going to go. Like I said, 2 weeks before the draft, we had these guys circled as this is our dream scenario, and so we started making calls, quite a bit before pick 21, where we were slated. We were worried, so we just were trying to move up kind of all along the line until at 18, Washington got an offer they liked, and we made the swap there. So that was how it went.
Do you have any sort of philosophy on guys that come into the league after spending 4 years in college versus ones that come in one and done?
I don't think there's any general rules. Everyone's on their own development path. We see players all the time in the NBA hit their peaks at 28 and find it at 24, and some guys find it at 21. It's just an individual journey.
Austin, I know you're absorbing what happened tonight, but does it set the table or change the arc moving forward for what comes next?
No, not really. I've said this before, so apologies, I may say it 100 more times, but we just kind of believe in stacking good decisions, just making good decisions over and over as best we can. And then you look up and you have a lot of good players and or assets or whatever you're trying to do. So we're just trying to make good decisions every day as best we can.
How was this draft different than, I guess, your other drafts that you've been a part of being kind of the quote-unquote head decision?
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot easier just acting really smart over there saying, you should do this. It's a lot easier. But no, like I said, this turned out how we wanted, and I've got a lot of very experienced and great help to help me through it.
What was the feeling in the room seeing the first 4 picks go the way that they went?
Yeah, it's kind of what we predicted before the draft, but you never really know. Everyone does media smoke screens and fake leaks and holds their cards close, and so you never fully know. But this was what we had projected in the last few days with what we'd heard, but you just never know until it happens. But we were very excited.
What were you able to learn about Ace at the combine, being able to talk to him?
I think more than any individual answer, it was just, again, his general personality, his positivity, his energy. He's got a youthful exuberance that's contagious. I actually interviewed him at the combine when I was with Boston. I interviewed him with Boston's group, and then I was able to watch the recording of the Jazz interview also. So I get to see 2 interviews at least. But no, he was great.
Did you notice any difference in those?
Not really. Yeah. No. He, I think he probably had to do 12 or so of those. I'm sure we ask generally the same questions. We're not journalists. We're not good at asking questions like you guys.
Were you expecting for both players to play in summer leagues, both summer leagues?
Yes.
It's interesting, Austin, that the very thing that some people were concerned about with Ace is something that you said is what drew you in to some extent.
What is that concern?
Personality, his attitude.
Oh no, I feel like I feel like that is pretty universal. I would say that if you talk to anyone who's been around Ace the last couple of years in basketball, any of his teammates, coaches, they'd all say the same thing. This is not a unique perspective of ours. This is pretty universal.
To ask, over the last few days, there have been multiple rumors with you guys chasing after Jaylen Brown, and obviously you know Jaylen well, but is there truth to those rumors, and how are you approaching the next few days from a trade market point of view?
I don't like to confirm or deny rumors just as a policy, but I will this time. No, that hasn't happened. No conversations that way.
What positive changes do you see these 2 draftees making to your team?
Well, we hope they're really good at basketball. I mean, they got a lot of talent. They each can do different things, but both of them are very good shooters and scorers, and we hope that they develop and learn our system very quickly. But we understand it's a process with young guys, and so we just over the next couple years, we hope they can become really important pieces of our future.
All right, there you go. That's Austin Age, President of Basketball Operations for the Utah Jazz, after his first draft with the franchise. Interesting stuff there, Ben. I believe there was some noise around the Jaylen Brown thing.
It just sounds like there's been a lot of calls. And look, whether the Jazz, as Austin Age just said, were involved or weren't involved, he said they weren't. You make calls. Your job is to check around. And look, Austin has better relationships with Brad Stevens than anyone else in the NBA, and as does Danny. So, I'm sure they recognize what the availability would be if there was any. Neither here nor there. What I thought was telling there, and I think something we've been talking about a lot today, is just like people are going to judge Ace Bailey on a different scale than you do some other players. When you come in as the number 2 recruit, you just have a type of expectation that you're held against that other players like maybe a Trey Johnson or certainly a Con Knipple, who was a top 40 recruit but not a top 3 recruit, are held to. And thus I think the criticism of Ace Bailey is a lot harsher than it is with some of the other players that were drafted in the exact same range just because they weren't.
What criticism?
What type of a player he was. And I'm not even talking about his pre-draft stuff. I'm just talking about like actually on the court, like the types of shots he took, the fact that Rutgers didn't win enough games, the fact that he was with Dylan Harper and they didn't find a way to produce, the mistakes he makes as an 18-year-old on the court. And these aren't off the court issues; these are on the court. The decisions he makes, missing reads, having a loose handle, playing a little bit too upright, not being great on or defensively all the time. It's like, I think he gets held to a standard of what you expect superstars to turn into in the NBA, and I think that what Austin Ainge there said was smart. And I don't know if enough people will hear it, but it's like you can reel that back in. Like that's you're bringing something to your criticism that doesn't need to exist. Like you're bringing intercontextuality from something you expect to happen from a number 2 overall pick that probably isn't fair to ask of a guy right away. Now, that's not to say if you're a top 5 pick, you shouldn't be judged more harshly than a guy drafted in the 20s, but how you criticize them and what you expect them to be able to do as an 18-year-old shouldn't be that much different.
Okay, because there's difference between criticism and controversy.
Yeah.
Does that make any sense?
Yes.
I was once doing a show with Tony, and he told me, he goes, you know, the two guys that I've always said that everybody's going to be wrong about is LeBron James and Tiger Woods. And it's like, nobody ever said that nobody ever criticizes LeBron or Tiger Woods. Just because they're controversial doesn't mean that's criticism. Does that make any sense? Like, just because Ace Bailey is controversial doesn't mean he's being criticized. I honestly, and you laid it out right there, some of the criticisms, but I hear very little about his on-court game, all that stuff being criticized. The controversy was generated from his behind-the-scenes, manipulation is such a strong word, but he was trying to control what he can control.
Yep.
And he said that. He was honest about it, honestly, which I can truly appreciate. He was trying to control what he wanted to control. And everybody wants to read into every word this guy says, which I do not think is fair. And I do not blame somebody, even if I don't truly approve of the methods, for trying to do what's within their own power to get what they want. And it is unfair if you really want to think about the true fairness issue, that a draft exists in the first place.
Yeah.
The fact that they can force you to play or work somewhere where you don't want to work is actually kind of ugly if you think about it. But you certainly don't. My point is I don't know how much of the criticism is actually real or even relevant. You know what I mean? You're saying this guy gets criticized a lot. Does he? Or do people just not like it that his agent shut down a bunch of workouts, and he basically implied he only wanted to go certain places, which is never a popular thing amongst the basketball culture in general. So is he heavily criticized, or is he controversial?
And lately it's more controversy.
Because
yes, these last couple of weeks have been more controversy.
Everybody, including the mouse himself on their stupid draft board last night, had him at 3.
Right.
Everybody.
Yes, best player available rankings. He was number 3 everywhere.
Everywhere.
Yeah.
For Draft Express or Windbag or whoever, Jay Billis or everybody had him at 3. And the narrative was that he's going to fall because of these red flags, not because he's the 5th best player, but because of the controversy. Not criticism, but controversy. And there's a big difference.
There is.
Nobody ever criticizes LeBron on the floor, including noted LeBron haters like myself. Like, there's not much you can argue with. He's a freight train out there, and he's won a ton of games, and he's played forever. You know what I mean? He doesn't get criticism. Occasionally, I love the who was it that said he didn't have any wiggle?
Was it Austin Rivers?
I think it was Austin.
No, he had no bag.
That's the most criticism LeBron's ever gotten ever.
Right.
You know?
Right.
Tiger Woods never was criticized. In fact, everybody just assumed he was better than Jack, even though his resume doesn't prove that to this day.
Sure.
But everybody gave him the benefit of the doubt because he was the great Tiger Woods and Tiger Slam and all this stuff, but he was controversial.
Yeah.
People misunderstand that. I don't know how criticized Ace Bailey is. I think it's actually the contrary.
Okay.
But you laid out some examples. I'm not trying to say that those don't exist, because they obviously do, and you're right. I've heard the shot selection thing.
Of course.
I've heard
and you will hear it more now.
Right.
That will be where the criticism shifts.
All of that. Yeah. But those criticisms for a college player are dumb.
And then along the line, I totally agree with you. And as I've been trying to say, if you're criticizing him for that, it's not like you can't level the same criticisms at Trey Johnson and Jeremiah Fears, and not identical, but equal criticisms of their game and why they may work out and why they may fail. It's not like the Jazz reached on Ace Bailey at number 5, other than he may have preferred to go 6, 7, or 8. The other part of it that Austin Ainge addressed that I thought was interesting was the workout aspect. And I think what we need to realize is how not rare this is, that guys don't work out in specific towns. And look, there are specific examples where guys try to get themselves places. We talked about Alexander Sarr, who was the number 2 overall pick last year, who refused to work out in Atlanta because he wanted to go number 2 overall to Washington, and it ended up working out for him. But as Austin said, they see this a lot. They draft guys who they haven't had in for workouts, and the timing didn't work out, or they didn't want to come to that city, or whatever. This is not the first time this has happened in Utah. It's happened to every single NBA team previously. You just miss guys. You don't get to get every guy in, or they have priorities, and you still draft them.
Well, and players used to work out with each other, which never happens anymore either.
Right.
Not that you don't bring in groups. I mean, the thing is, it all depends on your desperation to get drafted, right? People leverage it when they can. Ace Bailey can leverage that sort of thing because he's not going to fall to the second round. You know what I mean? But I remember the workout when Darren Williams came to town and worked out against Ray the Buffet Felton.
Mm-hmm.
That was like a really big deal. And those two traveled the country working out with one another.
Right.
That never happens anymore.
No, it
Because
doesn't.
no agent wants his player to be measured with his direct competition.
Right, at the same position, certainly.
At the same time.
And then, if you're a high enough draft pick, it's a 1-on-0.
So nobody's going to agree to any of that ever anymore. And so it does lessen the value of the workout. But it comes back to the unfair labor nature of the draft.
Yeah.
Well, Ace Bailey's not going anywhere. He's going to be here whether he likes it or not for the foreseeable future.
Yeah. His option is the Jazz or don't play basketball in the United States.
Right.
That's your option.
Like that guy from Houston who couldn't get on a plane. What was his name?
Royce, what was it?
Isn't he like
Royce White?
He's like running for office or something.
Yeah,
now.
he's in Minnesota now. Royce White.
But yeah, his option was get on the plane or don't play. And he was like, well, I guess I'm not playing.
I guess I won't play. Right.
Which, hey, whatever. People have their thing. But
and then I almost worry that we've overblown the Ace Bailey to Utah stuff. We talked to him last night. We got him on the phone last night, and he played ball, and he was very nice about it. And I watched his interviews last night. He seemed very cordial about everything.
But the point is, it doesn't matter.
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
And I am of the belief that he will get here and he will figure out that Salt Lake is as normal a place as anywhere else. And he can, if he's looking for a certain aspect of his personal life that he wants to embrace, I believe you can find it right here in Salt Lake City. And some people are just, Britton told me an eye-opening story once, Britton Johnson, when I was working with him. Like, he played overseas in Europe, and he made it a real point to get out. Like, he had a young family, and he wanted to get out.
Right.
Wherever he was, he wanted to embrace, and he was in some beautiful spots. I'm trying to remember, like Barcelona, and he was in some great, places that a lot of us would really want to go. He said a lot of his American contemporaries would never leave their room.
Right.
They were just miserable because they weren't wherever they're from.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, you're in Barcelona, Spain?
Yeah.
One of the most cultured cities on the planet?
Right.
Cities people, dream their whole life to go to.
Yeah.
And you don't even want to walk outside because it's not
home.
Jackson, Mississippi, or
Yeah.
whatever,
Right.
because it's not Des Moines.
Right. Right.
And so you don't know people, like, you don't know what they're looking for or what they want, you
Right.
know? You don't know why he allegedly wanted to go to D.C. in the first place. Maybe his cousin lives there. Who knows?
Right.
And so I think that most people, not all, most people that eventually come to our community with somewhat of an open mind eventually are like, hey, this place is all right. Derek Favors got traded here when he was 19.
After going to Brooklyn, right? He did get to taste the big city and get to be in New York and get to have all of that with his
An
in his
Atlanta
experience.
guy.
Yep.
Never left Atlanta much in his life.
Right.
Certainly hadn't had much experience in the western United States, let alone Salt Lake City. And it turned out to be a real place where he could thrive. And I would argue that, his evolution as a person, at least from my standpoint, was a pretty cool story. Right down to the point where he was uncomfortable in, like, his own presence at the beginning.
Right.
And at the end, he was like Johnny Carson.
Yeah.
He was cracking jokes and well-adjusted and all the things.
A
you know?
Utah. Yep.
Yeah, absolutely. And so that book has not been written. Although I did say, and I mean it, we're now going to focus on every syllable and every question. What do you think about Utah? What do you think about Salt Lake? Are you happy here? I watched it with Carlos Boozer.
Yep.
When this thing of is Carlos happy here got out early in his stay here.
Yeah.
And the guy had to answer that question 1,000 times a season for the rest of the time he was here.
You're right. That's the drawback. And, Donovan Mitchell had to answer that question starting in about 2019. And he was drafted in 2017. So if that ends up haunting Ace Bailey and, hanging over his head, that will be a narrative for a long time.
Especially here.
Yeah.
I don't know how much that is something somewhere else. I would guess in Oklahoma City, Shea has to answer it a zillion times a year, whether or not he's happy. Maybe it's just built in. But I am annoyed that storyline is going before
Agreed.
he even got to town.
Yep.
But there's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah.
So now we're just going to enjoy that great content, Ben.
Well, he can
Yes, I love it. It's great.
Yeah. Happy to be here.
So happy to be here. Oh, I love the mountains. Yeah, it's wonderful.
He played in high school against Isaiah Collier. They're both Atlanta guys. They will, or Georgia guys. They will figure it out.
All right, Jeremy's jumping on with us once again. We're here at Peach Doors and Windows, 2940 South, 300 West in Salt Lake. You can call them 801-566-1255. We've talked about doors quite a bit today.
Yep.
But let's talk a little windows, shall we?
Hey, I am really happy to be here, and I do love the mountains.
Absolutely.
And the cool thing about that is so many homes here in Utah have great views of the mountains through their windows.
I was thinking Ace Bailey's going to open up this morning. He's going to fly in today or maybe last night. Yeah, he's going to draw his shades. He's going to have his big, beautiful window. He's going to see the mountains. He's going to be like, okay, this is great. Okay, right. Actually, this is totally fine. And that's something you can help offer our listeners.
Absolutely. We do all different types of windows, different materials, different colors. We have solutions for almost every home. But if your windows currently are leaking, foggy, drafty, your money is literally going out the window, pun intended. Take some of that money, let's save it, let's get you new windows.
This sounds like a weird question, but do you have a low opinion of most builders? And I ask this because, like, you see these homes, and you go in there and you see these homes with like these little bunker windows or something like that, and these giant views, and be like, what was this builder thinking? What were they doing?
I don't know what the builders are thinking, but I know they're racing to the bottom dollar.
Yeah.
They want to put in the least expensive, easiest thing possible, and unfortunately for the homeowner, that sacrifices view, quality, energy efficiency. But you don't have to settle with that forever. We can do a really nice, affordable replacement window, give you larger view, give you better energy efficiency.
Again, this is a dumb question too, but let's say you're just going for kind of a simple replacement, not, blowing out walls and stuff, but a pretty simple replacement. Is this like a crazy project where I have to move out of my house for a week and all that stuff?
No, and misconception is when we talk custom windows, people think, oh, I'm going to be paying through my teeth forever. No, custom to us is that we're not pulling these windows off of a mass manufactured shelf
or a previous job.
We're coming out and we're measuring your windows down to generally the 16th of an inch. We'll build them for you, the color, the type of glass that you need in your home, the operation of them. So, and no, you don't have to move out or move into the basement. We can do it while you're living there. Very minimal disruption.
Because that's a big deal. I mean, it's kind of a jokey question, but no, it's a big deal. I mean, life disruption is a thing. Yeah. So
most window projects, we're in and out in a day or two, and we don't leave you exposed overnight where you have to worry about someone crawling through your windows. It's a very systemized process and quite a bit cleaner than most people would imagine. In fact, we get a lot of compliments how clean the process is.
And that's a big deal too.
It is.
Yeah, absolutely. 801-566-1255. That's the number to call. You guys will come out. If people want free in-home estimate, you can check out the project and give some ideas if needs be.
Absolutely. We'll walk you through the whole process, and just like the doors, we'll make it as easy as possible for you.
Right till you hand us off to a subcontractor, right?
No.
No, that's not.
We do in-house installs. We take you through the process. If something is needed, some contractor will walk you through that process, but we handle most of it here.
801-566-1255 or drop by the beautiful showroom. Really see it for yourself, 2940 South, 300 West in Salt Lake. It's Peach Doors and Windows. Thanks, Jeremy. Appreciate you.
Thank you, guys.
All right, more straight ahead. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present...
This is JJ and Alex.
Watching an unlikely champion like the Florida Panthers, they sucked forever. One of the most irrelevant pro sports franchises of the last 2 decades until 2022. They're the 8th seed, and they end up making a run to the Stanley Cup final. And ever since then, they've dominated this league. It takes time. The Panthers had to be patient. They got the right guy to lead it. It all came together for them. So now we're dreaming of a Stanley Cup here because we have an NHL team. You watch the Florida Panthers do it. The Stanley Cup going places that no one ever thought it would be. Why not here? Why not in Utah? You're thinking about, okay, what could the Utah Mammoth do to make this happen? And now it's a reality. Like, this is something the Mammoth can go do. And I think that Ryan Smith is going to be highly motivated to provide the resources to do it. And I think you got a general manager who could build a Stanley Cup championship team. The parts are in place here to be able to do something like this.
Catch JJ and Alex afternoons from 3 to 6. Presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only. Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Hey guys, Alex Curie here. You've heard us talking about SLC fat loss for a while, and I'm sitting down here with Jeff and Angela, who have also been on the program. How are you guys doing?
Thanks.
We're glad to be here. Well, you look awesome. Tell me how much weight you guys have lost and how long it's taken.
I lost 36 pounds in the 60-day reduction phase, and I've lost an additional 6 pounds on maintenance. So 42 pounds total so far.
And I've lost 59 so far. Tell me exactly what's changed about that health now that the weight has been lost with SLC fat loss.
I immediately started sleeping better. I also quit craving things late at night that I knew were sabotaging my diet.
I don't have to take a deep breath to tie my shoes anymore, and I can actually stand up after I've been kneeling on the floor without feeling like I was going to pass out. What would you tell somebody who is like you guys and maybe wants to start losing some weight about SLC fat loss?
Don't wait another day. This plan will change your life.
Just get a hold of the folks at Salt Lake City Fat Loss. Just go to their website, slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com.
Results may vary.
Chevy trucks have you covered when the road takes you from smooth sailing to Chevy Colorado will eat up some of the toughest terrains with 5 available drive modes. And Silverado and Silverado HD have the muscle to take you out for some serious with multiple engine options and impressive towing. While Silverado EV is the perfect combo of performance and capability. Nice. Making it a snap to hitch up this electric truck and hit the road. Wherever the road leads, Chevy trucks are right there with you. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
Discover the exceptional taste of Bar W beef, where quality meets flavor. Bar W beef is dry aged for 14 days, ensuring rich marbling and tender texture. Whether you're grilling, roasting, or pan-searing, you'll find cuts perfect for any occasion. Experience the bold flavors and impressive sizes that are ideal for special gatherings. Order today and enjoy free shipping on purchases over $150. Elevate your meals with Bar W beef. Order online at barwbeef.com or visit the store in Nephi. Don't miss the Salt Lake Shred. Take on the Oakland Spiders Friday, June 27th at 7 p.m. at Zions Bank Stadium. High-flying, fast-paced, ultimate frisbee. Grab your tickets now at saltlakeshred.com.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Drop in for one of our delicious gourmet burgers made with 100% choice Grand Chuck. We're in Lehigh, American Fork, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
This is your Utah Jazz NBA Draft Update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's your NBA Draft Update at 30. Here's Ace Bailey on the type of character he brings to the Jazz.
A leader, confidence, hard worker, a player that pushes people to be the best, a very great teammate. I'm clapping for the first person to get off the bench to the last person, so I'm the person that's going to push everybody to be the best who they can be, even the coaches.
Utah Jazz Draft Update brought to you by The Cage. Take real swings in a virtual batting cage. Book now and score 10% off with promo code THEZONE.
Whether it's the Jazz, Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, these guys have got you covered.
Time to eat, fellas.
You're locked on to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
1, 2, 3, move it.
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, live from Peach Doors and Windows. Call them today, 801-566-1255, or simply drop by and see us, 2940 South, 300 West in Salt Lake. Peach Doors and Windows. It's time to get a little better perspective on the Jazz number 5 pick, Ace Bailey. Let's talk to someone who covered him in college, shall we? Host of the Scarlet Faithful podcast. We welcome Aaron Brightman to the Jake and Ben Show. Aaron, thanks for a few minutes. How are you?
Appreciate it, guys. Thanks for having me.
Aaron, what were your thoughts on Ace Bailey, I guess, leading up to the draft and ultimately landing at number 5 with the Jazz?
Well, I think, immense talent, just natural scorer, can do it in so many different ways. But what sticks out to me and why I think Jazz fans should be excited is, you hear coaches all the time talk about players, how much do they actually love the game? And Ace Bailey loves basketball. I think, him being in a pro environment is just going to accelerate his development, being able to only focus on basketball in a full-time way. He loves the game. His attitude, his positivity is infectious on the court. I think, at Rutgers, he wasn't necessarily utilized in the best way. But, there's no doubt. I mean, he could score from anywhere. And I think he's a great pickup for the Jazz, especially just in terms of the way your team's set up and the wing situation there. I think he could step in right away.
What does he need to get better at?
Well, I think, a big thing for him is discipline because he is so talented. I mean, he can hit shots from anywhere on the court. At times, his shot selection can be poor. He could force things. I think, again, going back to Rutgers, I think there were ways they could have utilized him a lot better. They really didn't. I think he has a lot of potential on the role on screens. They really didn't accentuate that in terms of his skill set. But I think being surrounded around more talent is certainly going to help him. But I think it's just kind of his honing in and refinement of his top skill sets and trying to learn not to force it at times and let the game come to him. I think at Rutgers he tried to do too much at times because he didn't have that talent around him. So I think overall, just knowing his strengths better and being able to be a little bit more well-rounded in his scoring approach.
Aaron, I'm trying to get a feel for Ace he's just a loud player, and I mean on the court. Off the court, again, it doesn't seem like there's really been any issues other than kind of some weird pre-draft stuff, but no legal issues. Seems like a very good kid. Seems like people really like being around him. But he just is he's kind of a focus for noise and conversations and controversy, even on the court a little bit with his style of play. Is that self-inflicted, or is that just because he's kind of an interesting target, especially compared to a kid like Cooper Flagg, who's pretty mum, who's pretty quiet, who doesn't really do a lot of loud things on the court? Do you think Bailey's just a little bit of an easy target, or what is that?
Well, I think it's twofold. I think, he's a unique player with a unique skill set. Obviously, he's been compared to even like Kevin Durant at times, just in terms of his length, but his ability to shoot from anywhere. So I think his skill set is unique, and that makes him stand out a little bit. And I also think, to be honest, his handlers off the court have not done him any favors. But he's always kind of been, I think, perceived a little bit like maybe a rebel in a way. Like, he on the AAU circuit, he wasn't EYBL, he wasn't Adidas. He played for a small-time AAU circuit, so he never had that full-time kind of exposure. So he's always kind of, thought of on the side, and this immense talent that no one really kind of understood. And I think at Rutgers, that was doing something a little bit different, right? So he's a little bit of a unicorn there. Could have gone anywhere, chose to go to a non-traditional school. Obviously, as a team, they didn't have success there. So I think, right or wrong, there's always been kind of questions around him because he's done it a little differently. But, just for his time at Rutgers, I mean, everyone loved him. And he embraced Rutgers, only being there 1 year, coming in with Dylan Harper, who obviously had Rutgers ties with his brother. I'm almost leaving thinking that, Ace loved being at Rutgers more than Dylan did, just in terms of the way he embraced the culture, the fans. And he's extremely approachable, and everyone has the best things to say about him off the court as well.
I'm sure this is a silly question, but one from afar would ask, why didn't they win more last year?
Yeah, no, it's painful for Rutgers fans for sure to have 2 top 5 picks and have a losing season. It's a detailed answer, but more or less the team was not built well around Dylan and Ace. Dylan did have some injuries, and that was a big part of it. Ace's 2 best games last year when he had to take over at Indiana. I mean, if you look at that film, he did it all in that game. But in terms of the team, they just didn't have a very good supporting cast. A lot of that was NIL related, not having enough to really build a good team around them. But I think also, listen, they had some freshman struggles. I think Ace with consistency a little bit. He struggled down the stretch. But I think it was all out of trying to do what was best for the team and do a little too much. But I think that there's certain things in his game, his passing ability, his defense. Those are things that I think over time that Jazz fans will see that he could develop and really become a more well-rounded player. than he necessarily was at 19 at college, where the spotlight was all on him.
Yeah, and I guess, Aaron, along those lines, what's maybe something people get wrong about Ace, or you kind of get a sense of this is the national narrative, but you've seen him up close or you've talked to him that people may not understand?
He wants to win. As much as he is kind of, highlighted or spotlighted for his own talent, he really does want to win, and he is a team player. I think at Rutgers, listen, his job was he had to score. But there were certain games where he realized in certain matchups, there were guys that were open and he was being unselfish. And I really do think his passing ability, it can be a real strength for him. So I think it's the fact that he really does care. I think people looked at him as maybe as a mercenary for 1 year. I could definitely say he did not go to Rutgers because he had got the most NIL there. There was relationships there with Brandon Knight, the associate head coach, that really got him there. And I think it's just, he's a real team player that wants to win, and he's just super passionate about basketball. It's not just about the highlights.
As far as value at number 5, do you think the Jazz got a lot of value with their pick?
Totally. I think it was a great pickup at 5. The fact that he slept that long, obviously his people were, trying to navigate and get him to wherever they wanted to get him. But I think the Jazz is a great situation for them. Obviously, Danny Ainge knows how to evaluate talent. And knows how to build a roster. So I think it was a great pickup for the Jazz, and I think it's also a great environment for Ace where he can really just come in, put in the work, and get better.
Aaron, we appreciate you jumping on with us, and thanks for the insight, man.
All right, thank you, guys.
Thanks, Aaron.
Aaron Brightman, he is the host of the Scarlet Faithful podcast.
He's just – I think one thing Aaron said there that is very accurate is, like, he's just a really unique player. His game is not the reason you get comps to like Kevin Durant or Carmelo or Paul George or all these different players, Rashard Lewis. He's unique. He's actually not a lot like any of those players. There's elements of his game certainly that reflects, and his shot making and his huge body are kind of reflective of that. He's just you're gonna have to see him. You're really gonna have to like get a flavor for him. And Jazz fans will very quickly coming up a week from Saturday when they're playing in Summer League. He just like. You have to do not like you don't have to rebuild your team around him by any means. I don't think that's the case at all. Just like he has tools that you don't see in a lot of players, and that's what makes him unique. It's not unique bad. Danny Wolf, who we've talked about a lot, dropping to the end of the first round, really unique. It might be unique bad. It might not be unique in the positive way that you want to have to design certain pieces around him to make sure you utilize his strengths. I think the strengths of Ace Bailey, which is 6'8". He's going to be 6'9" in shoes, can shoot from anywhere, can shoot off the dribble, can shoot off of screens. Those are really valuable. You just don't see it in that package very often. And so you just have to make sure that you indulge that and you build into it, but also limit some of the things that he does wrong. Like he said, he just takes some crazy shots sometimes. You've got to figure out how to point him in the right direction.
And if Jordan Clarkson can learn those lessons, anybody can.
And that might be a lot of it. One of the things I think that I've thought about in this draft process a lot. This specific cycle was like, the knock on Bryce Sensabaugh was, man, nobody in the NBA plays that way, so he can't play that way in the NBA. And I was like, that was right, correct. He can't play the way he played at Ohio State in the NBA, but he did shoot 40% from the 3-point line, and if you left him open, he was going to kill you, and that translated in year 2 perfectly. And Bryce had ended up being a pretty intriguing player where, if you leave him open from 3, the ball's going to go in, and then he's just big enough to do a couple of the other things and can use his dribble a little bit. And maybe that's just where you start with Ace. It's like, yes, everything he does is not going to translate day one to the NBA, but he is 6'8", and he runs off of screens really hard, and he shoots, and when he shoots, it goes in. It's like, okay, and then put him on a team that actually has spacing, which they had zero of at all at Rutgers, and maybe let the strengths that he does actually have shine through, and I think they will.
This didn't happen with Ace, but if your mom stole your big moment, would you be mad?
Sure. We talking about Zach Wilson, or what are we talking about here?
I'm talking about Dylan Harper, but there were other moms last night that did steal the attention from their sons.
There were.
Would you be mad at that? Or do you forgive your mom because she's your mom?
I think you forgive your mom. And it's all you know, right? You only know your mom.
But more people are talking about Dylan Harper's mom than Dylan Harper.
You don't know how flawed your parents are even at 18. But by the time you're 39, you recognize all your parents' flaws.
But what, Mom? This is the second pick in the draft.
You know what? I think, first of all, The funny comp here locally is it's pretty relatable for a lot of people who got a mission call at 18 years old and they're like, where am I going? What am I doing? How am I supposed to feel about this? And I think a lot of times it's like this this graduation into being an adult. I think a lot of players are dealing with that, and I think your natural instinct still for a lot of people is to be like, where's mom? Where's my parents?
But Lisa didn't steal Zach Wilson's
she did
night.
Not. No,
she didn't. She could have taken all the attention for herself, certainly. Yeah. But I don't even remember Lisa Wilson on draft night.
Yeah.
But Dylan Harper's mom she's still all over the internet.
Lisa was the next morning. was all of her stories came out. Yeah, I'm sure it's all because it's not like his mom out of nowhere was like, this is my time. I've been sitting and waiting for 18 years to get to this point. Like, I'm sure she's always been this type of mom.
Every locker room that guy walks into now is going to some sort of the joke of, boy, your mom had a great draft night is going to be said.
Absolutely.
And poor, what's his name? The only thing that's saving Danny Wolf and his heartbreak on television is his idiot brother.
Yeah, right.
who I don't even know what tragedy it looks like he just lived through, but like puff up eyes, tears streaming everywhere. That guy is going to be an internet meme for the rest of his life.
Yeah. Little Wolf. Wolf, is he younger? I wonder if he's older.
But even like, remember when Rusty Wilson's girlfriend tried to steal his spotlight?
Mm-hmm.
I didn't see. Did Ace have any family with him?
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he had his whole family there.
Yeah. They didn't come up with him though, right? They didn't do the ESPN interview with him or whatever.
I think his mom might have been by his side at one of the interviews, but I don't think it was on the main interview. Again, I just kind of threw it on this morning.
Be like, you guys stay in the audience.
Correct.
I'm going to have my moment.
Yeah.
And we're going to hit the steakhouse after and celebrate.
That was Danny Wolf's older brother, Jake, by the way.
Jake Wolf.
Jake Wolf. A crier.
Emotional. He loves his brother.
Sure.
He shouldn't have to be living that out on TV either.
You remember Tim McCain's son? Tim McCain? No, Tim Kaine.
Tim Kaine,
Tim Kaine.
vice presidential candidate?
Waltz.
Tim Waltz,
Tim
the
Waltz.
other vice
Sorry,
president.
I'm mixing up my Tims. Remember his son was like, it's the same thing with Danny Wolf's brother.
But if I'm Dylan Harper today, I'm so mad.
I don't want my brother to be famous because I don't want to be criticized for being happy for him.
Con Knippel had like all four of his brothers up there with him.
All of his brothers are named like Cage and Cliff. And
with a K.
They're all Ks. Yeah.
See, our friend Wild Turkey Fart Blunt just tweeted in. You said Dylan Harper's mom has 0 flaws. See, you're talking about his mom. If I'm him, I'm like, why is Wild Turkey Fart Blunt talking about my mom?
Yeah. Keep my mom's name out of your mouth.
We'll wrap up the show coming up next. 97.5 in the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, bro. You hear us every day with our crazy opinions.
Hey, what you doing?
Well, now, it's time to hear from you.
Hey, great show.
Download the KSL Sports app and fire off your thoughts with the call-in tab on the bottom of your screen.
Your show is fantastic. It's the one that captivates me the most.
You can tell PK to stop singing.
She bangs.
Let Jake and Ben know what you really think of the Jazz. Woo! Tell Hansen Scotty about your favorite barbecue spot or what color of tie JJ should be wearing on TV. The best entries will be played on the air. Download the KSL Sports app now and hit the call-in button to let your voice be heard.
I think you guys do an incredible job.
This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's Jeff Jr. from Trajan Wealth, and I've got something important to talk to you about, your 401k. If you have changed jobs, there are 2 very important considerations. You don't want to leave your 401k behind, and you don't want to roll it over into your new company plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. 401ks will often have limited investments or age-based options. Since companies have to make choices to suit all employees, they may not be suited to you, which could cost you fees and money. When you roll over your 401k into an IRA, you not only keep your money growing tax deferred, but you also gain access to a world of investment options specifically designed for you. Trajan Wealth and our fiduciary advisors have helped thousands, and we can do the same for you. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. 801-899-7600.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
At Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, we understand the value of a dollar going further, especially right now. So we're offering up to $10,000 off almost any brand new 2025 Mazda. Yes, up to $10,000 off. Or get 1.9% APR on a 2025 Mazda CX-50.
Yes!
You heard right. Get up to $10K off or 1.9%. Make your dollars go farther at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown today. Financing for up to 36 months OAC. See dealer for complete details. Offer ends soon.
Looking for reliable home services you can actually count on? I've got just the team for you. Mountain Home Services. They've been serving Utah since 1954 with honest, upfront pricing and zero hidden fees. Plus, they back every job with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. With summer heating up, now's the time to get your AC in shape. Mountain Home Services delivers fast, expert air conditioning service to keep your home cool and comfortable. And don't forget, they also handle electrical and plumbing work with the same trusted care. And here's the best part. KSL listeners get exclusive limited-time specials, but you have to call and ask. These deals won't last, so don't miss your chance to save. Call 801-543-2222 today and tell them KSL sent you. That's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com. Get the service you need and the deal you deserve.
Selling or buying a home, you're losing a lot of money if you're not using the Bank Buster loan. This is Rod with the Save Right Realtor team at Realty Path. Nothing compares to the Bank Buster loan. Home sellers, you get a quicker sell and a higher net price. How? The buyer of your home gets a rate as low as 4.75% with a payment that saves them hundreds every month. The ultra-low Bank Buster rate is not a seller concession that comes out of your pocket. It's all thanks to our affiliate lender, Save Right Mortgage, and their Bank Buster loan. Hire the Save Right Realtors when you sell or buy a home, and you automatically get a preferred lender and a Bank Buster loan. Buyers, you can start with a rate in the ones. Don't lose tens of thousands of your hard-earned money. Sell and buy your home with a Bank Buster loan. Call 801-APPROVE or visit SaveRight.com.
Take a moment to listen, really listen. You can hear the world around you, but can you hear clearly? If not, turn a new page in your life. Turn to My Hearing Centers. Research shows good hearing stimulates your brain, which reduces memory loss and helps maintain a higher quality of life. If you're dealing with hearing loss, you owe it to yourself to call My Hearing Centers and schedule a free consultation. 801-438-7058. 801-438-7058. With locations from Ogden to St. George, My Hearing Centers, changing lives through better hearing.
Right now at S&S Roofing, get $1,000 off any roof replacement. Plus, you'll get our incredible 50-year worry-free warranty. Dial pound 250, then say the keywords S&S Roofing for a free bid. That's pound 250, then say the keywords S&S Roofing.
The sports you love, the teams you can't live without.
Get a sense of urgency!
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Two niggas on the airways, talking sports. They got him made Jackson on soul. Loves his tie guy, Ben's got style with his scarf. Oh my.
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We are live today from Peach Doors and Windows, 2940 South, 300 West in Salt Lake. They are also the sponsors of this segment. Amazing home transformations begin with Peach, where 5-star reviews are the norm. You can call them today for your free in-home estimate, 801-566-1255, Peach Doors and Windows. Ben, we haven't talked a ton, I guess, about the fan base reaction to last night, and you are our Snap Talk monitor in chief. I think for the first time maybe ever, the fan base that booed Gordon Hayward is not really complaining. Even the complainers are not really complaining today.
You always find complainers. There's always a segment that
what are they complaining about today?
X, Y, or Z.
Other than the whole he doesn't want to be here thing.
Again, the whole, and I did get some of that last night. No, again, if you're like a die-hard draft circle guy, like if you're listening to all the podcasts and you're watching all the YouTube videos, et cetera, and you've watched the corpse of Ace Bailey get picked apart over and over and over, you would just think there's not a basketball player here. You would just think this is a guy who doesn't have any skills, doesn't have any idea how basketball is played, doesn't have any projectable future. And I think that gets reflected sometimes. People just get really hyped up on some of this, this narrative that does get created in these niche circles about, who this guy is or what he can and can't do on the floor. And I just think so much of it gets so overthought and dragged out. And look, it was my take that I brought to you a month ago, which is I think we overdo the draft. I think we look too hard at the draft. I think we get a little too nitpicky, especially on the court. Off the court, find out if it's a good guy, find out if it's a bad guy, find out how he's going to treat people, how he's going to fit in your community, et cetera, et cetera. That stuff is all important. But you go back and you watch 30 games of an 18-year-old, and the more you watch it, the more you want perfection, and the less you're going to see it, and you're going to start turning on players. But you're going to turn on every player if you do that. But then, as we mentioned with Austin Ainge talking earlier, the higher they come in as recruits, we seem to judge them more harshly on what the flaws are, even if their flaws are identical or similar to every other player in the draft. And I think that's where you still got some fans who are just like, can't pass. Never going to fit never going to have any value because he just didn't pass that well. It's like, is he not 6'8" anymore? He's not a great shooter anymore. He's not the top. He's not been better than everybody at his age every single time he stepped on the court for his entire life. None of that stuff matters anymore. But he missed that read. I watched the Notre Dame game. Didn't get to hit the guy in the third quarter because they don't do quarters, but second half, just missed it. I don't like him. It's like, okay, what are you doing now? What are you watching for? You've missed the forest for the trees. So I think you do get some of that criticism, but that's like the highest level, dorkiest, nerdiest people overthinking what you're actually looking for.
And how many of those people are just looking for something to complain about?
100%.
All of them?
All of it. Literally every single one of them.
Searching it out. I think maybe you compare a draft to something like picking stocks. You can probably look into a company and you can probably look through whatever. And if you you have yourself convinced subconsciously that you're not going to like this company for whatever reason, you'll probably find it. Well, I don't like this return or this decision or the way they do this, so I'm not going to do this. And next thing you know, Apple is, the biggest company in the world.
All about confirming your biases.
Yeah, right. That's what I'm saying.
Yep, good and bad.
I don't know. I like on the floor stuff. I just don't see that much to complain about, honestly. I mean, as opposed to trading up for Cooper Flagg, I don't know.
There's not more to complain about him than there is any other player in the draft save Cooper Flagg.
Yeah. So I don't understand that part. Maybe that I've spent today's show trying to connect with the complainers on what they're actually complaining about. I mean, I guess if you really wanted to, you could complain about maybe he'll force his way out in 5 years, but I mean that seems like a long way away to me.
Yep.
On the floor, why is you got a guy with size, an incredible amount of skill, the ability to play both ways? I just don't see what there is to complain about. A lot of value at number 5.
Yeah.
Like you got a player that probably should have gone 3, got that player at 5. Again, you didn't trade up to get Trey Burke. You know what I mean? You didn't. There's not a whole lot to compensate for in the messaging today. I mean, I think you've got a guy that takes some bad shots because he has a little too much confidence in himself or whatever. That's a fixable problem.
Correct.
That's not like Dante Exum couldn't shoot.
Right.
That's a way bigger problem.
Right. Every time he shot, it was a guess.
Ennis Cantor was a stiff. Like
right.
Those are problems that you can't.
Jeremiah Fears is 6'2",
really solve. But saying, hey, you shot the ball there. Try the extra pass next time.
Yeah.
That's not hard.
Right.
Like I don't understand. I don't understand the
Ace,
complaining.
When you catch the ball, instead of catching it and surveying, just make a decision quickly. Like even if it's just dribble,
move.
Like in a direction, that's better than just catching the ball and stopping because then the defense. It's like that's literally a couple of you hammer that into him over a few practices, over a few months, and he'll be better.
And then they got a potentially dynamic guard at number 18.
Yeah. No, I think
and traded up to get their pick of a group of guards. So yeah. I mean, I just don't understand what there is to complain about.
I'm with you. I give it 5 stars. My review on Google, 5 stars.
But not that our review of the draft even matters. Who cares? But I just don't understand. I mean, there's a chance that Ace Bailey flops tomorrow. Anthony Bennett didn't make it. You know what I mean? Sure, there's a chance of that. But I don't see what their obvious thing is to complain about. I just don't.
Other than there's something to complain about.
Other than I'm looking for something to complain about.
Yeah.
All right, we've had a great time. We've been here at Peach Doors and Windows, 2940 South, 300 West. Cindy is jumping on with us now. And you waited till the very end of the show to jump on with us, and we've all been eager to hear your analysis of the draft.
Well, I'm not a complainer.
You are not.
And so I'm pretty excited that someone who I thought would go at, third or fourth was still there at fifth to be drafted.
Yep.
That's value.
It is.
That's good value there.
People do like to complain. That's true. And people like to complain about businesses, and that's what's so shocking about your 5-star reviews on Google is, look, people, when they want to be loud, it's usually about something that they're frustrated with. You have to be really special to deliver something that people want to go online and really be like, this was awesome. This was great. And that's the 5-star reviews you do see with Peach Doors and Windows. When you Google it, it is people raving about the product, about the installation, and most importantly, honestly, is the people who came and put it in your home, and that's you, Cindy.
As many 5-star reviews as we have don't come from just luck. They come from our staff here at Peach that shows up. They show up on time. They're there to answer your calls. They're there to educate you, inform you. We do clean installs. We stand behind our work. And what people are saying about us is something you can read and get a feel for who you want to do business with. We've been around for over 30 years, so we aren't perfect, but we try really, really hard. And that's all we can say is we try really, really hard to treat your home like it's our home, to treat you like family. And some of our clients do become family. There's no kidding about that. We just love the people that we work with. And we love the transformations of their homes when we replace their windows and doors. So we love to see the transformation that comes from what sounds like an overwhelming remodel, but is truly a wonderful transformation.
You guys say you've been around 30 years. One thing I love about you at Peach is your philosophy, business philosophy, I don't know how you want to put it, is old school. Customer service is a huge deal. Pushy sales stuff is not something that you guys are going to do. Gimmicks, that sort of thing is just not what you're going to do. You're going to be very transparent and very helpful and do things the right way. And I don't know. Maybe I'm sappy, but I feel like we lose a lot of that these days, It's
really easy to see that being lost in our interactions with, let's just use one example, cell phone companies. You can't talk to anyone. You're not sure you're going to get an answer, but we just want to be transparent and have honest conversations and answer our phone, educate you. Even if you have simple questions, call us. We're happy to help you maybe something you're just not familiar with. And we have experts here who are trained to be the experts and to educate you. And if you just have questions, we're happy to answer them. We don't ever want you to feel rushed or like you're upsold or you're boxed into some package. We don't do things a cookie cutter way. We just do them customized to your home, your taste, your budget, your style.
Because it's your home, right?
It's your home.
Yeah,
it's yours.
It's yours.
Your
it's
home.
Where you live.
Yeah.
Spend all that time. You want to do business with somebody who treats you like it.
Exactly right.
It's pretty cool. Well, we love coming out here, and we love you guys here. You're wonderful. You're wonderful to the show. You're great to our listeners, and it's fun to just come talk basketball with you.
We love listening to you each day. We love talking Jazz basketball. And we'll add a little hockey in there. I guess the draft's tomorrow.
Yeah.
There's going to be a lot of excitement
today.
about both of these teams. Yep.
I love off-season stuff in general.
It is. This is a busy time.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. Thanks for having us, Cindy. We appreciate
Cindy.
you.
Thanks for joining us here in our showroom today, Jake and Ben.
801-566-1255. That's the number to call. Get a free in-home estimate or simply drop by the showroom, 2940 South, 300 West in Salt Lake. Ben, we'll see you tomorrow, pal. X Games.
We'll be at the X Games.
Hansen, Scotty G are coming up next.
Bring
Stay
your
tuned.
helmet.
97.5 the KSL
Thanks,
Sports
Christian.
Zone.
Take the Zone with you wherever you go. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows.
Downloading.
Download the latest podcasts and get all the latest breaking news on the teams you can't live without. Everything you need delivered right to your phone.
Let's go get them where we can get them.
Just search KSL Sports on your app store of choice. Download it now. The KSL Sports app, presented by University of Utah Health.
Hi, this is Jay Stevens, host of the Utah Puck Report. Thanks to our sponsor, Larry H. Miller Toyota in Murray, where you're not just a guest, you're part of the family. And when you are part of the family, buying or servicing your vehicle is easy. Right Right now, get a new 2025 Toyota Tundra for only 2.99% APR for 72 months. Visit them in Murray or online at LarryHMillerToyota.com. 72 monthly payments of $1,519 for every $1,000 financed. On approved credit through Toyota Financial Services. Price plus tax, title, license, and a $299 doc fee. Offer ends 6/30/25.
Well, it's officially summer, and whatever you have planned for the summertime months in the great state of Utah, it can be made better with a stop at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. Say, for example, you're heading up into the mountains, going to do a little hiking, a little shopping at the outlet stores, whatever it might be. How about wrapping up a perfect day with that perfect meal that waits for you at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse at Hotel Park City? And of course, all of the things to do here along the Wasatch Front, especially in the capital city, whether it's a play, maybe a concert, some sporting event, Ruth's Chris Steakhouse is waiting for you at 275 South West Temple, where your entree will be perfectly prepared. I love the ribeye steak, and it is always cooked to perfection. The side dishes, the desserts, just the way you're treated, the way the servers take care of you. You're going to love your dining experience this summer at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
The action is unparalleled. The music is killer. And Shea Wiggum is in it, who's in every movie there is. F1 the movie. Go see it.
Rivalries, smack talking. I feel like I want to get strapped back into a simulator. Let's go.
It is incredibly intense. Mike and I loved our experience. You will love it too. F1 the movie from Apple Original Films and Warner Brothers Pictures, only in theaters and IMAX tomorrow. Man, see it in IMAX. It's fantastic. Rated PG-13, may be inappropriate for children under 13.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The noon hour is here.
Check it out.
And you're locked on to Utah's highest rated, most listened to sports radio station.
It's my station.
It's my station.
This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hansen, Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We got a couple things to talk about today.
Oh, I'd say 2 or 3.
Just a bit.
4 or 5. Listen, you got off air, what, midnight?
Yeah. Lloyd guided me on the 9 to 12 shift.
Anything for a pal.
That hot coverage.
Yeah.
Well, anything for anybody that doesn't have to listen or watch ESPN.
Ugh.
I'd say out of all the winners and losers, the biggest losers was ESPN coverage.
Oh, my gosh.
What a train wreck.
That was rough.
Yeah, and social media has been pretty hard on them.
As they should.
But it's crazy. What nobody's going to do anything.
No.
Because ESPN's looking around like, oh, I'm sorry, did you think somebody else owned the rights? We will put on air whoever we want to put on air.
Yeah.
And we just fired 35 people so that we could give Stephen A. Smith $650 million. So we're going to get $650 million worth of him. So we're going to put him on draft coverage. What are you going to do about it? Are you going to turn the channel and not see the owned draft coverage? It's like, man, ESPN's got us all against the wall.
And you know, the thing too is I love the NFL draft, and you know that I watch a lot of NFL draft coverage, but I have not watched ESPN's NFL draft coverage in probably a decade because the NFL Network does its own, and I love the NFL Network. I think Rich Eisen and that crew do a fantastic job, and so I have not watched ESPN for NFL Draft Night forever because there's competition. There's alternatives. NBA draft, guess what? You're stuck.
Yeah, they got you.
This is who we're going to give you.
They got you. But that's why I tuned into Jake, Ben, Coach Cleve, and JJ on my way.
Yeah.
Then I did the hour. And then on the way home, I turned into you, Ben, Jake, and Coach Cleveland. And it was really, really good.
Hey, by the way, how good is Coach Cleveland?
He's a lot of fun just to sit and shoot the breeze with.
I had more fun with him talking off the air than I did on the air because he's got so many great stories, so many great insights, and he's just and just a genuinely good human being too.
Well, a guy that coached Paul George,
Yeah.
I mean, a guy that knows the landscape. He knows so many different players, and he knows so many different people. And so when you're talking to him, he's like, oh, yeah, I was talking to so-and-so about Ace Bailey 2 weeks ago, and Ace was up in this area doing these things. And you're like, geez, Coach, you just know everybody. So he's great on coverage. Plus, he's just so personable.
Yeah.
He's fun. He doesn't have an ego. He's not trying to force feed you an ego. He's just there to give you some good insight, good information, have a little bit of fun. And I feel like largely that's what yesterday's draft was. It was a lot of fun. I mean, it just kind of went business as usual, but it was a pretty darn good day for the Utah Jazz.
We kept talking to people. Are there going to be fireworks? Going to be fireworks? No fireworks.
No fireworks. You know, I was listening to Jake and Ben on my way in today, and at the very end of their show, Jake said, tell me, where's the complaining coming from? Like, what's the complaining about? And Ben's like, I'm not real sure. Like, people can get nitpicky on the talent, and, you know, maybe they're just getting overly nitpicky. But where's the complaining for Ace Bailey and this and that for Ace Bailey? And while I was driving in, the thought I had was, there's no complaining about Ace Bailey. There's no complaining about Walter Clayton. The complaining is there weren't fireworks. That's the only complaint. There's no Jaylen Brown. Yeah, there is no big move for a Giannis or to better your position, or there's not a move for Zion or some big splash play where you combined 5 and 21 together to get the 3, and you got Edgecombe and everybody's. That's the only complaint. But if you're talking about the talent that the Jazz pulled at 18 and 5, there's no complaints.
There shouldn't be.
I mean, Jazz fans, you got the best.
Yeah, and okay, and, well, you know, let's get to it. Starting lineup, Hansen, Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Hansen, Scotty G.
Let's go!
The lineup is set, and it's time to kick off the show with the biggest topic of the day. This is the starting lineup on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
With the 5th pick in the 2025 NBA Draft, the Utah Jazz select Arius Ace Bailey from Rutgers University. And with the 18th pick in the 2025 NBA Draft, the Washington Wizards select Walter Clayton Jr. from the University of Florida.
2 weeks ago, sat down and looked at our picks and said what would be the best case scenario, and these were the 2 guys we really wanted. So we feel very fortunate, very excited to have them in the family.
That's Austin Ainge talking about the two picks that Adam Silver announced yesterday that will be coming to Utah, Ace Bailey and Walter Clayton. By the way, your starting lineup brought to you by Mountain Land Supply, where the pros go for all your HVAC needs. If water runs through it, they got you squared away. It's Mountain Land. Find a location near you at mountainland.com. All right, there's a lot of layers to this. There's a lot of layers to this onion I want to break down. But here's the first thing. We have got to, and I don't like it when sports radio guys get on soapboxes and say, you as a fan need to do this. However, you as a fan need to calm down on he doesn't want to be here. Guess how long the Jazz thought about that and put that into their thought processes, whether or not to draft Ace Bailey? 0.0 seconds. The Jazz did not care, and I have had this confirmed by multiple people inside the Jazz front office. The Jazz spent zero amount of time concerned at all the fact that Ace Bailey Ace Bailey did not work out for the Utah Jazz and may have implied that he did not want to come to Salt Lake City, that they were not one of his desired destinations. The Jazz gave two you-know-whats about that. They didn't care. And you as a fan should not care about this. This is the one time your team has leverage. And so if you want to be like, oh, well, that means he's going to want to leave. Well, guess what? There's been a bunch of other Jazz players that have come here and said all the right things, and then they forced trades out or have left. So at the end of the day, don't worry about it one bit. You've got the rights to this guy for 7 years. Let's worry about that down the line. And frankly, the Jazz didn't worry about it. You shouldn't worry about it. So if that's a complaint that you have about Ace Bailey, put it to bed because it's a non-starter. The Jazz didn't care about it. You as a fan shouldn't care about it.
Can we get to the root of where it started? Because I can't even find. Yeah, I've got videos of his eyes when the Jazz called his name, and I've got a couple of different tweets of he turned down the Jazz offer to work out, and I've got a couple of things, but there's nothing that's like audio of Ace Bailey saying, if Utah drafts me, I'm going to probably withdraw my name. I'll go back and play another year of college and try to avoid being drafted by the Utah Jazz. It's weird because I feel like it's a bunch of backbiters and a bunch of haters that are building this perception that Ace Bailey, for one reason or the other, did not want to come. There were a lot of teams that he didn't go work out with.
He didn't work out for anybody.
Right. And there are, I'm sure, a lot of scenarios that he may have been more excited about. Like when I ended up in Indianapolis Colts, yeah, of course I wanted to end up with the Rams, where my uncles were. It'd be pretty cool. And now I think they were in St. Louis at the time and not L.A., but still would have been cool to beat the Rams. And, I grew up a big Tampa Bay fan, or you got your visions of what it might be. But when the professional leagues call you, you go. And we had a few minutes with Ace Bailey right after he was drafted. I was sitting there with Coach Cleve. It was me. It was Jake. And it was Ben. And we get a quick thing in our ear from Christian. He said, hey, Ace Bailey's on the line, ready to go. So we put Ace on with us, and it was like I had all my bat indicators open. Like, okay, I just want to hear. Is there any verbiage? Is there any words? Is there an emotion that like tilts his hand a little bit so I can say, oh, yeah, no, he doesn't want to be here. There was none of that. He was like, yeah, Coach, I'm not – because Coach Cleveland asked him, which was awesome. Coach Cleveland was like, do you have a problem with coming to Utah? Was that a problem? Why didn't you work out? He was like, look, Coach, I'm busy doing basketball. I'll let everybody else do their thing. I'll do basketball, and then when I show up there, I'll be ready. It's like, but the last thing I wanted to do was waste my time going around a lot of things because I'm doing basketball, and I will be ready. And it was like, oh, okay, well, end of story. So I want to understand where the genesis of this lies. Who's got the audio of Ace Bailey saying, nah, I'm refusing Utah. I'll go back. I'll play another year of college, but I'm going to avoid going to Salt Lake City. I think it's a whole bunch of nothing.
If anything, there was more verbal indications that he didn't want to go to Philadelphia than there was Utah, because he didn't want to go to a star-studded lineup. He wanted to go to a place where he could be on a fast track to stardom. Well, guess what? The Utah Jazz can give you a real fast track to stardom because there's nobody in your way.
Yeah.
Outside of Larry Marketing, this is your team. This is your team.
Yeah.
And so I think when the dust clears, you're going to realize, and everybody's going to realize, even if Ace Bailey very quietly is like, man, I don't want to go to Utah, But then he looks at the lineup, he looks at the roster, he looks at the opportunities, he looks at the development, goes, oh, wait a minute, I'm going to be in the Western Conference, and I'm going to have a team pretty much all to myself, and I will be the star of this team.
And if his agent is smart, his agent's saying, Ace, do you realize the assets that the Jazz currently own? Do you understand, like, the leverage that they have to move and build? If you go in there and you show that you can be a top 5 player in the NBA at any point, they can pull a trigger, and within 2 years, they can have an entire team built around you. They can move all these picks. They've got all these assets. They've got all this open cap space. They've got an ownership group that's got bottomless pockets. They can and will make a championship team around you. You just got to go prove that you can be a top 5 player in the league in the first few years.
Yeah.
That's all you got to do. I don't care anything about Ace Bailey. I don't care if he looked at teams right in the face and said, no, I wouldn't work out for your stupid team. Your city sucks. I hate the culture. I hate the religion. I hate everything that's going on in Utah. I would close my eyes. I would plug my ears. I'd say, come in here, get yourself going, go win some basketball games. I don't care.
Yeah.
You just brought it up. Donovan Mitchell came in here and treated this community like it was his front door. He went into homes and backyards and went to barbecues and football games. Within the first 2 years, you couldn't catch him outside of a high school football game, bumping elbows with a bountiful coach, tweeting out a random backyard barbecue where he's sharing a chicken wing with a fellow Utahn. And what did he end up doing? He turned.
Yep.
He was gone. He informed the Jazz, I'm not resigning, so do what you got to do. I'll finish out a contract, but I'm not going to be here. So to me, I don't care. Come and win. I don't care. I just want a guy that can freaking win a basketball game and a guy that can turn into a top 5 talent.
Yeah.
So with that in mind, and like you said, man, there's so many different angles to go. I've got 5 pages of notes sitting here in front of me with all kinds of things that I want to hit, but I do think that this is a good angle. When the Utah Jazz took Ace Bailey last night, because you and I had some different conversations, and I know that Fears was on the board, and I know Johnson. I know that there were a few different names that were available and potential. When they took Ace Bailey, and I know since then it has been reported that the Jazz continue to intend to keep Ace Bailey. Like that's the projection. The Jazz they maintain that they are going to be keeping Ace Bailey moving forward. But when they took him, my first thought was, oh, you took the best talent. Who cares about any background or personality or youth or he's this, that, or the other thing? You took the best talent. If you haven't watched the video of him, if you haven't seen him working out with Giannis Antetokounmpo and Giannis working on a drop step and a crazy hip move that goes baseline at the rim, and you watch his length, you watch his speed, you watch his flexibility, you watch everything that he's doing with Giannis, you're like, oh, geez, this guy is a God's gift to the game. He's a God's gift to the game. He is as beautiful a basketball playing body that you'll ever see. And my first thought was, oh, the Jazz took him because they're doing something. They got something up their sleeve. And I wasn't sure if it was going to be trading the number 5 pick and the number 21 a little bit later or what they do until it was reported that the Jazz intend to keep Ace, because I thought, well, they got the best player in the draft outside of Cooper Flagg and maybe number 2. But I felt like Ace was the top quality athlete of the draft.
Yeah, and you're spot on all that, because you have to look at things the way Danny Ainge looks at it, and I'm sure that Austin Ainge has picked that up from his dad. I don't think Danny Ainge looks at players as players. He looks at them as, frankly, to be blunt, commodities. And so you have Ace Bailey, who freakish talent, absolute freakish talent. Are there some red flags out there in terms of maturity and his representation and some of that other stuff? Yes, there's no doubt. There are some red flags with Ace Bailey. Okay, so if he comes here and for whatever reason it's not clicking, he's maybe, he's like Michael Beasley, crazy talented, but just the maturity's not there. He keeps getting into his own way. Well, guess what? You can flip him, because there's going to be another GM out there or another coach out there that goes, hey, we get him in our system, he'll be fine. So you got the best asset available for you at number 5. So even if for whatever reason the maturity doesn't increase or he doesn't live up to the expectations or the representation gets in the way or whatever the case might be, you're still going to have the best asset to move a year, 2 years, 3 years from now, because there's going to be another GM out there that looks at him and goes, hey, he's 21. We've seen that freakish talent ability. We get him here, we'll get it to work, and he might be the part of another trade down the line that might bring you that stellar player you're looking for.
Yeah, because he is that playing asset.
He is.
Like, you can't look at this guy and question, well, yeah, but did they go for talent? I would rather be sitting here today saying, oh, man, I mean, this kid's the same age as Brooks and Rock.
Yeah, yeah.
He's our boy's age. He's a little bit older. He's a few months older.
Just a hair, but not much.
Turns 19 in August, late August.
Yeah.
But he's he's 18. He just became an adult. And what I don't want to do is be sitting here saying, yeah, but, he's this 18-year-old kid, and he's got some baby fat on him, and, yeah, he flashed in the pan, but is he going to be a real talent? Like, is he going to be an actual basketball talent? You can't argue that he's not a phenomenal basketball talent. He is a beautiful basketball talent.
Yeah.
Everything else will come. He'll get some experiences along the way. Maybe he does fall in love with Utah. I'm not saying he's in love or out of love. I'm saying he's probably got a pretty clean slate. And in his mind, he should be coming in with, I better not have any preconceptions. I just need to have an open mind because he's got an ownership group that'll love him. Dwayne Wade is going to be there with the big, bright smile when he walks in the front door saying, hi, I'm Dwayne Wade. I'm a Hall of Famer. I'm also a part owner. I'd also like to help develop you, and I've got high hopes for everything you're doing. Oh, by the way, I averaged 29.5 points through my NBA career, and I'm going to show you how. Like, you walk into this Utah Jazz organization, you got everything.
Yeah.
And you won't find a finer facility. He's not going to find a better owner that wants to be a player's owner. He wants to be close with these players. Ryan Smith wants to be close with them. He does. He wants to be on the same page. Not like the owner I played for, who just passed away. He was pretty far and distant. He had his own things that were going on, Jim Irsay.
Yeah.
His own things that were going on, yeah. He would stay in a helicopter, and he'd keep his distance. And he didn't want to get too close to people because he didn't want to be an open book. Ryan Smith's an open book. He'll be out. He'll golf with you 3 days a week if you want.
Yeah.
So you got everything your heart could desire. I think when this 18-year-old kid gets here, I actually think that you got a clean canvas that will have an open mind, that is a brilliant basketball player that could be great for the Utah Jazz. He is not my disappointment. Clayton is not my disappointment. The only disappointment that I would even talk about coming out of this thing is that there weren't fireworks. That's it. I was hoping maybe. But then again, Scotty, we know the potential of that.
Plus, it takes two to tango.
Yeah, that doesn't exist.
Yeah.
And then the last thing that really stood out from this draft, and it was the first thing that I mentioned on draft coverage last night, because they had just taken the number 5 pick. This is an absolute indicator that they are in full tank. As things currently stand, they are in full tank. They still have a roster right now that's about 18, maybe 22 wins.
Yeah.
That's where it is. And I've talked about it. You have to have the 4th worst record or worse in order to stay completely clear of falling to number 9 in the NFL draft lottery. So you still have to finish with the 4th worst. If you finish with the 5th, it's 0.6% chance that you could fall to the 9th off a draft lottery. So you don't want to mess with anything. If anything, you don't want to be 6th worst record or worse, because now you're really dabbling with falling in the draft order down to 9. So you got to avoid being the 9th worst, getting the 9th pick to convey. And that was very obvious that they're holding that Oklahoma City conveyance in top order.
Yeah, and Colin Sexton will be traded shortly. Jordan Clarkson, John Collins may not be too far behind.
I think John Collins is a moving piece.
Yeah.
I think when he signed his extension,
Yeah, the day before.
His option.
Yeah.
At $28 million or whatever it is. I think he was like, I think the Jazz and he were like, hey, you can get me on rent.
Yep, exactly. Hansen, Scotty, we're out and about today. My Hearing Center. Matt's with us. How are you, man?
Doing well.
Good.
Doing well, thank you.
Good to see you.
You as well. How are things for you?
Things are good. A lot of fireworks, and it's.
I thought we just said no fireworks.
Well, we still have a NHL.
I know, that's
to talk
exciting.
about too.
That's exciting.
So, all of that being said, it is that time where there's a lot of family gatherings, a lot of family reunions, stuff
actual
like that.
fireworks.
Actual fireworks,
yeah, for sure.
And I think a lot of people don't realize how poorly they're hearing until they actually get in with you and see the numbers, and then try these hearing aids and find out, oh wow, I can hear a lot better now.
Yeah, I was actually just talking to a patient and she said, hey, what's the, why? What's the difference? How's your experience? And they basically were just saying, I've gone a couple different places, tried some different hearing aids. It wasn't until I came to my hearing centers that we found the right solution, and it's the Signia IX. He's really happy with it. It's the right solution that has allowed him to do exactly what he said. Like, the difficulties are in crowded rooms and with family. That's where he was having a hard time. And so now he said, I'm hearing great with family. I'm enjoying that part more than anything else because I'm rekindling those relationships that kind of fell off when I couldn't communicate. So that's the fun thing, and that's why we've got, again, this brand new product. It's a Signia IX, the BTC IX. We're allowing people to take them home risk-free for 30 days, and at the end of the 30 days, we want to give them a gift card to either the Red Lobster or Olive Garden as a thank you just for doing that. And it all starts with a free hearing evaluation.
I just love the offer because there is absolutely no risk in this. Everybody who's driving around listening to the show, if you got a loved one, if you're dealing with any hearing loss, if you've got your volume currently cranked up for the Hansen Scotty show and you're like leaning in, if you were watching a movie the other night and you're leaning in or turning on subtitles, just know you're starting to lose your hearing. And you got an opportunity to try the latest and greatest equipment for free for 30 days. And if you do it, you're just going to get yourself a gift card to go out on a date night. Like, this is such a brilliant opportunity for you to get your hearing fixed. And all you got to do, call 801-701-1629. That's 801-701-1629. And it goes further than that because, Matt, if they're one of the first 50 callers, you're going to get something cool too.
That's right. If you're one of the first 50 callers that schedule an appointment, if you keep your appointment, you're put into a drawing for a free set of these brand new hearing aids.
So somebody's walking away with a free set of the Maserati of hearing aids.
That's exactly right. And this is the product. We'll talk more about it. It's got all the bells and whistles, all the features. It has something that no other industry hearing, couple things that no other industry hearing aids have. One of those is AI Assistant, live AI Assistant. Anytime you need some help on your phone, you've got a audiologist waiting for you, AI audiologist. You tell them what's wrong, and it will adjust your hearing aids to compensate.
That's
Holy
awesome.
Cow.
It's just the tip of the iceberg of what these things can do. We're going to talk to Matt throughout the show today, but I'm telling you right now, make that phone call, set up that free hearing assessment, the 30-day risk trial, and you may even be wearing or getting a free set of these hearing aids as well. And whether you decide to go forward or not, they'll still hook you up with some restaurant gift cards where you can get some of those cheddar biscuits or some Olive Garden. There you go. It's all available for you. 801-701-1629. My Hearing Center right here on the Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Jay Hill, defensive coordinator for BYU, joins us.
When I look at your group, so many of the guys have experience. So it seems like it's not a lot of holes, and the holes that you do have, you're filling them with experience.
I love the transfers we took, and I love the guys coming back. The corners right now are the most inexperienced group on the defensive side, but they're one of the most talented. There's always going to be things that you're working on and trying to build depth, but I do like the roster a lot. I think we're way bigger inside than we were last year. The linebacking core is as good as there is in the country. I'm excited to see how this defense comes together and how they gel. That's such a critical part of good defense, and that's what we had last year. We had the sum of the 11 was pretty special.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Everybody knows that exterior remodeling salespeople are all about the high-pressure sell. Am I right? Windows, siding, gutters, those suckers are going to twist your arm and get you to buy, or they won't leave your house at night. Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors, and I want you to know we don't have high-pressure cells. In fact, we don't even have salespeople. Nope, we have estimators. That's a huge difference. Estimators are trained to look at the entire scope of the project, to see and know if there are any problems, like rotten wood, wood-borne insects, or construction issues specific to your house or your neighbors. Salespeople are more concerned about playing those silly price games. Buy one, get one free, sign today and get 40% off, as if they didn't just jack the price up to give you a fake discount. RGS Exteriors estimators are going to give you a great quote. No games, no tricks, no nonsense. Call RGS Exteriors to quote your exterior project. Our number is 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsutah.com. That's rgsutah.com.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Discover the exceptional taste of Bar W beef, where quality meets flavor. Bar W beef is dry aged for 14 days, ensuring rich marbling and tender texture. Whether you're grilling, roasting, or pan-searing, you'll find cuts perfect for any occasion. Experience the bold flavors and impressive sizes that are ideal for special gatherings. Order today and enjoy free shipping on purchases over $150. Elevate your meals with Bar W beef. Order online at barwbeef.com or visit the store in Nephi.
If you've ever had to deal with a plumbing problem, you may have felt the pain of realizing you don't know any plumbers. Whether you're trying to stop a leaky faucet, fix a running toilet, replace your old water softener, or install a tankless water heater, the plumbers at Any Hour Services can help. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. Help with plumbing maintenance and repairs is closer than you think. Call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
Attention sports fans! Elevate your 2025 finances with a Gold Tier checking account from Hercules First Federal Credit Union.
Score big with up to 4.25% APY on balances, rewards points for everyday spending, and perks like Ultimate ID credit monitoring and free cellular care coverage, all with no monthly fees. Join Gold Tier today and watch your savings grow. Visit HerculesCU.com to learn more. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together.
Don't miss the Salt Lake Shred. Take on the Oakland Spiders Friday, June 27th at 7 p.m. at Zions Bank Stadium. High-flying, fast-paced, ultimate frisbee. Grab your tickets now at saltlakeshred.com. Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
This is your Utah Jazz NBA Draft Update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hansen, Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. First round of the NBA Draft is in the books as Austin Ainge and the Utah Jazz. They got who they wanted.
2 weeks ago, sat down and looked at our picks and said, what would be the best case scenario? And these were the two guys we really wanted. So we feel very fortunate, very excited to have them in the family.
That's your Utah Jazz Draft Update, brought to you by The Cage. Take real swings in a virtual batting cage. Book now and score 10% off when you use the promo code THEZONE.
Looking for the latest on the Jazz, Utes, Cougars, and Aggies? Yeah! We've got you covered. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the Sports Zone.
Hansen, Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. First round of the NBA draft is in the books. The Jazz had 2 second-round picks, but used that 43 pick to move up and select Walter Clayton Jr. at 18. So they move up 3 spots and select the darling of the NCAA tournament, who just had a phenomenal career at Florida en route to winning a national championship. And that guy, when you talk about guys that made an impact on all of us watching games in March, you can't find anybody who had a bigger impact than Walter Clayton Jr.
Still a little bit shocked, man. They took 2 more stinking number ones. I can't believe it.
Yeah.
And I just sent out a tweet. There's 8 first-round picks over the last 3 drafts. Now, I'm including Phil Paskey in there at number 32 because, when you're picking that close into day 2, you got plenty of time, you got plenty of inventory. You're kind of getting the guy that you want.
Yeah.
And so I'm including Phil Paskey in there. But that's 8 guys. You are sitting on 8 draft picks over 3 years. When the previous 7 years, there were 4. And I'll go through the guys. It's Udoka Azubuike in 2020.
Oh, boy.
Grayson Allen in 2018.
Yeah.
Donovan Mitchell in 2017.
Good.
And then you go to back to 2015 to Trey Lyles.
And you traded up for Trey Lyles, too.
And now, look at this, man. You've now stacked 8 draft picks. And, you could go to 2022 and you could call it 9 with Walker Kessler.
Yeah.
Because essentially you went and got your first-round pick.
And you said you're including Filipowski in that?
I am including Filipowski in it. Yeah. So that's 9 guys that you are now stacked. And by the way, if people are listening to me and they're like, why are you even worried about this? I'm sorry. This is more my problem than it is probably yours, because Scotty and I, over the last 3 drafts now, our big thing is, okay, so they drafted 3. How many will we see in Summer League? How many will we now see at the beginning of the season? How many do the Jazz intend to keep and develop? How many? And it's been everyone. They've kept them all. They draft them, they develop them, they Summer League them, they play them, they keep them. And I think that their full intention with these 2 picks, their full intention is to keep these 2 picks.
Oh, yeah. Yep. Especially these 2. Now, that might be at the expense of Colin Sexton, who I think is about to be traded. It might be at the expense of Isaiah Collier or Keontae George or whoever.
Yeah, I think Bryce Sensabaugh. The 2 that are really up for the chop, Bryce Sensabaugh, I think, is one of them.
Yeah, and it makes sense. But here's the thing. Over the last couple of years, you've given him enough playing time that there's film out there that he could be a reasonably decent asset.
I wasn't even going to mention this, but because you bring it up, I'm going to mention it. And I don't know, maybe Lloyd has the audio of it. But there was a time last season when Quinn Snyder said, you better stop taking your minutes for granted.
Or Will Hardy.
Will Hardy.
Yeah.
Said, you better stop taking your minutes for granted. You better stop thinking that, well, just because the minutes are available, you're going to get them. Because that was the biggest indicator to me that everybody is on the block and nobody is doing the most with the minutes that Will Hardy is giving them. And that's a pretty bad deal. That's a pretty big indicator that somebody is probably in a little bit of trouble because he was hot. What was that, 3 weeks left in the regular season?
Yeah, it was down the stretch. When I think when he was still trying to get these guys to play hard, everybody had kind of folded up and said, all right, they don't really want us to win otherwise, and what are we even doing here? You could kind of get that sense with this team, and he's like,
Yep.
Nope. Because the eye in the sky doesn't lie, and if you want to be part of this long term, then you better play well. And if not, guess what?
You're out.
You're out. I mean,
and we'll draft over you.
I mean, you tell the story all the time, and I reference it whether you're here or not, that you know what? You've had a good AFL career. Things are going well. And they brought in a guy and go, yeah, we brought this guy in to replace you.
Darn right they did.
Now, you could have gone one of 2 ways. You got you motivated and you beat the dude out and sent him packing.
Yep.
Well, guess what? A lot of these guys on this roster just go, oh, geez, He just went over the top of us.
Yeah. Lloyd's got the Will Hardy comments. Listen to this, because this is him hitting a breaking point, and I think him throwing the indicator of what's on the horizon. With the Jazz now taking these 2 draft picks, this audio means more to me.
Pass the mother ball. Run back on defense. When it's time to communicate what we're doing on defense, you should do it at a volume louder than I'm talking to you right now. When there is a loose ball, you need to want it more than the other team. You are a member of a team. This is not about you. This is not a personal workout for you. I could go on and on and on, but you get the point. It's a team game. The moment that you make everything about yourself is the moment that it all goes bad.
And he goes on and he talks about taking minutes for granted. And, there's a lot of things that I've come to like about Will Hardy. One of my favorite things is his quiet, calm, subtle, sharp jab. Because that's what he'll do. You get into this mode and this volume, and he'll give you this sharp jab. Here he is talking about taking those minutes for granted.
I'm a very competitive person, and there are moments where I feel like I'm having to restrain the core of who I am, because there seems to be an unwillingness at times to understand that this is not something that you can take for granted. The NBA will stop for no one, and our program will stop for nobody.
There you go, Scotty.
Yep.
I don't have enough information to confidently tell you the player or the players that he is referencing there. But I got some pretty good ideas. And to further that, Walter Clayton and Ace Bailey play a similar position / style of maybe 1 or 2 of those guys.
Yes.
So I look at this draft a little bit different than the 23 and the 24 draft. The 23 and 24, it was like, let's throw some things at the board. Let's see what talent we can get. And it sucks because Taylor Hendricks had his injury, and there's been some downside moments to some of the darts that you threw at the boards, but now they've got him for a couple of years, and they're looking at it like, now we're going to draft over him. What do you think, Coach Hardy? I think some of them are taking minutes for granted. I think some don't want to be a team player. I think that we've got some bad seeds. And we're going to figure out who it is as we kind of advance through this, but this is an indicator to me.
Taylor Hendricks, Cody Williams felt like, as soon as they were drafted, the message was, we're going to take our time with these guys. We're going to develop them. It was we were told, trust the process with these 2. Last night, that was about, this guy's a freak talent, and we're bringing him in, and we want to win games. And we also brought the best player in the NCAA tournament, and arguably, outside of maybe Cooper Flagg, the best player in college basketball last year, and we're throwing him in here, and we're going. Now, they still may not win a lot of games. In fact, I don't think they will win a lot of games. I think you're right. I think they're going to hold on to that number 8 pick going into next year. But make no mistake, I think last night was a bit of an announcement like we're ready to turn this.
Yeah, they're getting ready. I think they fully intend to not win next year.
No.
But I do believe
there is a different vibe, though.
And by the way, I'm not sitting here calling Austin Ainge a liar. Because I think when he made the comment, we won't be doing that, talking about intentional tanking, I think he's talking about, telling Larry Markkinen he's got a hamstring. I think that they can not win and do it not intentionally, which, by the way, they got to start doing, because you've got so many young guys that you're teaching how to lose right now.
Yeah.
You can't teach Ace Bailey how to lose or let him think it's okay. And I felt the same way about Phil Pascal. I felt the same way about Keontae George when you brought him in 3 years ago. And all you've done is lost with these guys. So not only do you got 9 picks over the last 9 first-round picks over the last 4 drafts, none of them have won. They don't even know what it feels like to win.
And Ace
in the NBA.
And it's not like Ace Bailey's coming in with a culture of winning from college. He was 2 games under 500 at Rutgers. And
Right.
if you look at his numbers from February on, they're atrocious.
Yeah.
Like, he mailed it in.
He did.
And Rutgers mailed it in.
Yep.
Dylan Harper got banged up, and they're like, I'm getting ready for the NBA draft. I'm not going to hurt myself.
Yep.
And so he's already got a little bit of that experience in him. So you don't want to let that fester.
Walter Clayton, a little bit different story.
Oh, much different. Hansen, Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, which you may have missed, coming up next.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
WIT has evolved a lot. I mean, there are still the WIT staples, which the staples are strong. We've talked about NIL and recruiting and how that could have washed him out of college football the way it has washed certain guys out of college football, or they've been so stubborn that it has eliminated their advantage, a la Dabo Swinney and Clemson. WIT has just continued to evolve.
His magic is his message hasn't been lost on the youth. If you want to talk about evolving, you know where Frank Beamer didn't evolve is because he stopped being able to identify with his players.
Yeah.
And his message got lost, and it got stale for whatever reason. And the people do their own thing when the message gets lost. He's figured out a way to translate his message to his players throughout multiple generations. And that is not easy to do. I mean, you have to talk about like straight fire and stuff. When he took the job, he was talking about being groovy.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hansen, Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's time to better your professional opportunities. How do you do that? Well, an executive MBA from the John M. Huntsman School of Business at Utah State University is going to get that diploma in your back pocket so you can go out there and earn more, that you can be more attractive to employers out there or your current employee. You want to learn the foundations of business, the strategies of business, how to make good decisions as a leader. Those are all the central points that you will learn and the skill sets that you will learn at Utah State. Now, here's the great thing. You're busy. You're in your 30s, 40s, 50s, and you just don't have a lot of time on your hands. Well, if you want to buckle down and knock this program out in a year, you can do that. You need to take 6 years. You can do that. You need a satellite branch campus near your home. They've got those all up and down the Wasatch Front. You can do it completely online. They'll even waive the application fee as well. Check it out at the registrar's office. It's the John M. Huntsman School of Business Executive MBA program. They'll let you start any semester you want. Complete flexibility in bettering your life, courtesy of Utah State.
When was the last time your vacation was living the art of adventure? Discover it in Cedar City, Utah. Towering red rocks, epic trails, summer events, and world-class drama at the Tony Award-winning Utah Shakespeare Festival starting June 17th with Macbeth, Antony and Cleopatra, and more. Marvel at nature's masterpieces with just a short drive to Zion, Bryce Canyon, Cedar Breaks, and Kolob Canyons. Discover Utah's earliest artists at the Parowan Gap Petroglyph site. Head up to Bryan Head for chairlift rides that deliver endless high-elevation views. Wildflower Meadows, topped off with ATV and downhill biking trails. Be starstruck by the skies at Cedar Breaks National Monument. Browse Cedar City's unique shops and indulge in savory bites. Come experience the art of adventure around every turn in Cedar City. Start planning your vacation right now at visitcedarcity.com.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
The Garden Restaurant is reimagined space with exceptional taste. Opening June 30th in Salt Lake City. Enjoy a fresh, healthy menu, dine in, grab and go, patio seating, or online ordering. Open weekdays 11 to 3. Fresh flavors, iconic location. The Garden Restaurant, next to Temple Square.
At Larry H. Miller Toyota Murray, you're not just a guest, you're part of the family. When you're part of the family, buying or servicing your vehicle is easy. Visit LarryHMillerToyota.com.
Number one. Miss any part of the show? Every moment of every show is available in podcast form by searching Hansen Scotty on your favorite podcasting platform or online at KSLSports.com. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hansen, Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Time for another edition of What You May Have Missed. And, it was a big day for the Utah Jazz, draft day. Tomorrow will be the NHL draft, but the Utah Mammoth are not giving the Jazz all the spotlight. They're like, hey,
we got something.
We got something brewing here.
We got business. Utah Jazz have acquired J.J. Peterka, and he's no joke. I said the Jazz, didn't I? The Utah Mammoth. The Utah Jazz are taking J.J. Peterka as a forward.
Yes.
And
taking him for a little test drive.
The dude can box out.
Buffalo is getting Michael Kesselring and Josh Doan.
And that hurts because you got to know those. Those are some of your original guys.
Yep.
But this is a big boy trade here for the Mammoth.
The other thing that I saw from Saravalli, he said that Peterka is the Mammoth are expecting Peterka to extend a contract. So that's good news too. But a couple things about him. He's incredible just across the board. He's an all-around player. He can absolutely put points on the board. And according to Cole, I think I got this from Cole's story, he's 7th in career points and 6th in goals and power play points amongst his draft, his 2020 draft. So he does a lot of great things, and I know that the Mammoth are pumped to have him.
Mammoth now have 4 forwards, 26 years of age or younger, that had 60-plus points last season. So you got Keller, who had 90, Peterka, who had 68, Cooley, 65, and Gunther at 60. Guess what, folks? This team's getting loaded up.
Yeah, you're doing well. But you're going to miss Kesselring.
Oh, yeah, and you'll miss Doan.
And you'll miss Josh Doan. A couple of really good players. By the way, Bill Armstrong is going to be joining us at 2:25?
2:45, is it, Lloyd? A little bit later? Yeah, 2:45.
Put that in your phone or set a timer.
God, I thought you were going to say put that in your pipe and smoke it.
I said I put that in your phone and smoke it.
No. Put that in your calendar.
Hey, everybody out there, put that in your pipe and smoke it.
Day planner. Does anybody use a written day planner anymore?
No, I don't even think. Remember when Franklin Covey had all those day planners? I think they've gotten completely away from those.
Did Covey have his day planner? Did Covey?
Yeah, those were the big thing back like in the 90s, man. You have the big old leather bounder with all the filler paper that was stuck in it.
Yeah. Well, write it in there. And then smoke it.
And then no.
Bill Armstrong, 2:45.
Don't puff give that thing, man.
Talking Utah Jazz and how he's going to use J.J. Peterka on the court.
Hansen, Scotty, we're live here at My Hearing Center. Matt's with us, and Matt's got some opportunities.
Dude, I am so confused. What's going on with who?
You know what? Just let it go.
The Jazz are combining rosters with the Mammoth.
That should be fun.
And they're going to find best available.
You want to fuse a little toughness. There you go.
Boy, that's the truth.
That's fun. Well, good to have you guys here. Thanks so much for coming.
Yeah, we're fired up. You know, the great thing about My Hearing Center is, and I've talked about this, I'm a dude in my 40s. I would think I'm a little young to be using the services, but I've got a set of hearing aids from My Hearing Center because I've had headphones on my whole life. I've got a certain decent level of hearing damage that I've acquired throughout the years. And the thing that really, when we first started doing these remotes that I was talking to you, I'm like, Matt, I don't think I have hearing loss. I just can't decipher what's being said. It's like a wall of sound coming towards me. And you're like, you know what, that's a signal of hearing loss. Mm-hmm. And people think it's just everything's getting quieter. That's not the case. It's just being able to try to pick out conversations in crowds and things like that.
Yeah, it's distinguishing your different frequencies. Basically, what's happening when you have a hearing loss is there's the mechanical portion of your hearing, and then there's this cochlea where all these nerve endings sit. And as sound passes those nerve endings are stimulated. That's how we understand sound. The further down the cochlea you get, the higher the frequency, or the lower the frequency gets. So high frequencies first, and then lower down as you get further down. Typically because the sound's coming in, especially because noise exposure is the number one cause of hearing loss, those first high frequency nerve endings are getting hit the hardest, and they're getting damaged, and that's what we're starting to lose. So we're still getting all the volume that's going down the cochlea. It just has nothing to stimulate because all those nerve endings at the head of the cochlea, those high-frequency nerve endings, they've been damaged. And so what we do is we identify what you still have left, we represent the sound in areas where you can either hear better or turn up the volume so that you can hear at those frequencies without creating more damage with prescriptive amplification. So that's really what's going on. You're going to hear, if you think you don't have a hearing loss because you hear sound, that's not what we're talking about. Hearing loss is the ability to distinguish between high and low frequencies. That's the hearing loss we're talking about. And that's going to help, or that if you have a hearing loss, that's that way. You'll have a hard time hearing women's voices. You'll have a hard time hearing children's voices.
And sometimes that can be to your benefit. But,
I mean, we're not judging here.
No, I'm joking.
And then you're going to be turning, like you said this earlier, you're going to be turning on the closed caption on your TV. If that's what's happening to you, but you can still hear, you probably have a hearing loss. And that's why we're offering an opportunity for you to come into any of our offices up down Wasatch Front for a free hearing evaluation just to see if it's going on. You have to pay for anything, just to see if it's accurate. If not, we send you home. Thank you very much. If you do, we'll let you try the latest, greatest hearing aids risk-free for 30 days. And if you call right now and schedule that appointment, you'll be put into a drawing for a free set of those latest, greatest hearing aids.
Matt, what separates you guys from somebody just going to Costco and buying a set of hearing aids?
Yeah, I mean, there's a few things, but the biggest thing is we don't sell hearing aids. A hearing aid is the tool that we use. We treat hearing loss. And so everybody's treatment plan is different because it's going to be specific just for you. Additionally, we actually work with insurance carriers, which Costco and others don't, and we are going to make sure that the hearing aids are working well. So it's not just about using the tool and getting you out of there. We'll let you try it for 30 days. If it's not working, we can always exchange it for a different product. We're just trying to find the solution that's going to work best for you. And then we have what we call complete care, meaning all of your follow-up visits, all of the service for the life that you have that hearing aid, there's no cost.
Yep. And I've watched it with my dad. That's why I brought that up.
Yeah.
It's a completely different, and the hearing aid he had when he came in.
Yep.
It was a store-bought hearing aid, and it's been a completely different experience. And it's nice when a hearing aid isn't acting right. Why do I do it? Just call you or I bring it in.
Mm-hmm.
You guys get it fixed, send it back out to the house, or I come by and pick it up. It's so nice to have somebody back you and understand what's going on with your hearing and help you adjust along the way. And then plus, whether it's your insurance provider using flex spending, all of those things, Matt and his crew are going to help you work there.
It's really simple. Call right now, 801-701-1629. There's a lot of free here, folks. The assessment free, the testing's free. You get to try these hearing aids for 30 days for free. And whether you keep them or not, you're still walking away with a gift card to either Red Lobster or the OG Olive Garden. All you have to do is call 801-701-1629, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Take the Zone with you wherever you go. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows.
Downloading.
Download the latest podcasts and get all the latest breaking news on the teams you can't live without. Everything you need delivered right to your phone.
Let's go get them where we can get them.
Just search KSL Sports on your app store of choice. Download it now. The KSL Sports app, presented by University of Utah Health.
This 4th of July, make your barbecue the star. Kenny J's Barbecue has pre-smoked half-pound Utah-raised prime brisket burgers. Just finish the cook at home. Pre-order by July 3rd, pick up on the 4th. Call or text now to reserve yours. 801-230-5396. From the first bite to the last drop of sauce, Kenny J's is where barbecue dreams come true. Come visit Kenny J's Barbecue at the District in South Jordan or online at KennyJ'sBarbecue.com. Kenny J's Barbecue, where smoke meets flavor.
The success you've had in life matters. The late nights, the extra shifts, the moments you've stood up and said, I've got this. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we value your achievements because we're a school for real life. With UMGC, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and relevant life and work experience. or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer scholarships, affordable tuition, and online and hybrid classes, all with the support you need from your first day to graduation day and beyond. As an accredited state university, we've been transforming lives for over 75 years. Choose from more than 135 undergraduate and graduate degrees and certificates, and get ready to succeed again. Get an affordable online skills-based education to move your career forward. UMGC offers no-cost digital materials in place of textbooks in most courses, low-cost tuition, and over $21 million in scholarship opportunities each aid year. Find out if you qualify at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Looking for reliable home services you can actually count on? I've got just the team for you. Mountain Home Services. They've been serving Utah since 1954 with honest, upfront pricing and zero hidden fees. Plus, they back every job with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. With summer heating up, now's the time to get your AC in shape. Mountain Home Services delivers fast, expert air conditioning service to keep your home cool and comfortable. And don't forget, they also handle electrical and plumbing work with the same trusted care. And here's the best part. KSL listeners get exclusive limited-time specials, but you have to call and ask. These deals won't last, so don't miss your chance to save. Call 801-543-2222 today and tell them KSL sent you. That's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com. Get the service you need and the deal you deserve.
Market volatility isn't slowing down. If you're nearing retirement, now is not the time to wait and see. Every day of uncertainty can put your future at risk. It's time to diversify. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I want you to know you can create certainty, locking in guaranteed income for life. This means predictable, stable cash flow, even in turbulent times. You've worked too hard to leave your retirement to chance. Right now, there are options to receive up to 30% upfront or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't wait. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. 801-899-7600.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. Any examples provided are hypothetical. Annuities are issued with prospectus and sales brochures and should be reviewed carefully before funding as features and benefits vary. DBA in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Right now at S&S Roofing, get $1,000 off any roof replacement. Plus, you'll get our incredible 50-year worry-free warranty. Dial pound 250, then say the keywords S&S Roofing for a free bid. That's pound 250, then say the keywords S&S Roofing.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Craving something sweet? We do ice cream right. Come in and try one of our shakes, freezes, or an ice cream cone, and you'll see why we say JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're locked on to Hansen and Scotty G. That's
right, yeah!
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hansen, Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hope you're all having a tremendous day.
I am.
You are?
Yeah, anytime I'm hanging out with Matt.
I know.
He's my favorite.
Although it kind of bums me out because I have hair envy. Like, that's a good head of hair on Matt.
Got hair and face envy.
I know, right?
Hair, face, and body envy.
Dude looks like he's sculpted out of.
Turn on Matt. He's got to come back.
Turn Matt's.
Sculpted out of like smushy clay.
No, I was going to say granite.
Smushy clay. Look at you all sharp and taking care of people's hearing business. But no, we love being out here at my hearing, love hanging out with Matt. I'm having a great day. Post-draft is always fun, too. Yep. And then what's crazy, this is our first go-around where we've got the NBA draft, a day to breathe, and then the NHL draft.
Yeah.
We haven't been able to do this yet, so it's pretty fun.
Hey, right now, just to add on to what's already a great day, it's caller 12 right now. We're giving away tickets, 801-575 9663. That's Zone. 801-575-ZONE. You win a pair of tickets to the X Games in Salt Lake City coming up on Friday, including tomorrow night's concert featuring Deadmau5. Our text saying Deadmau5. Dave saying Deadmau5 is good. Oh, okay. All right. Well, so Deadmau5 is playing. So you want to go see Deadmau5?
Oh,
there you go.
You say Deadmau5.
801-575-ZONE. But it's spelled DEADMAU 5, the number 5. That's how they spell Deadmau5.
I remember hearing the name Nirvana and being like, what a weird name for a band. So I guess it just continues to get weirder and weirder, doesn't it?
I don't know if Lloyd can bump us back next segment with some Deadmau5. But I'm very curious to hear Deadmau5 because they're in concert. And if you are caller number 12, you're going to win tickets to go see Deadmau5.
That's exciting for a lot of people.
You think
X Games and Deadmau5 seems like a really great weekend for me.
Have you ever had mouse issues there at Eagle Mountain?
No, because we got some good cats.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Yeah, we got patrollers. They don't let them get an inch. Mice stand no chance against a good mouse and cat. So you know that. You had plenty out there.
Oh, yeah,
sure.
but all right. Well, that's good to know.
No,
do the dogs help out there a little bit too?
No, just cats and snakes. We got a lot of snakes out there.
All right, Brian Fonseca, kind enough to join us, beat writer for Rutgers, as Ace Bailey, the newest member of the Utah Jazz. Brian, how you doing?
Hey, Brian.
Hey, how you guys doing? I'm doing well. How are you?
We're doing great. All right, so we've talked to you a little bit before about Ace Bailey, but now he's a Jazz man. What can Jazz fans expect from this young man?
It feels like you guys manifested him going there in our interview.
I know, right? Yeah.
Just so you could bring me back on, so I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, listen, I think I have no idea what Jazz fans should expect because I have no idea what to expect. I think this could go incredibly well. I think it could, he could be one of these guys that gets picked really high and doesn't live up to expectations. But I will say that I think of all the places he could have landed and all the places he might have preferred over Utah, I think Utah might be one of the better spots for him to land as far as it's far away from everything, whether it's his base here in New Jersey, his base in Chattanooga. It's a place where he can really do what he does best, which is focus on basketball, work on getting better. And I think the most interesting part is that despite his camp clearly signaling that he didn't want to go to Utah or Charlotte or Philadelphia by his actions before the draft, it's telling to me that Danny Ainge and the leadership in Utah said, I don't care, I'm taking you anyway because I think you're the best prospect, because that to me signals that when Ace is being told he has to improve these certain things about his game, they're not going to let anyone else tell them otherwise. And I think they're going to be able to coach Ace hard and get the most out of him. So I'm encouraged for Ace's professional prospects landing in Utah, and I think that things, if they work out well, he could be a guy that could be a real big fan favorite over there in Salt Lake City.
So I'm interested that, when he turned down offers from Ohio State and Kentucky and Kansas and Texas, and he chooses to go to Rutgers, what was kind of his expression of interest? What did he talk about, the reasons he chose Rutgers and came to play there?
So I can tell you that the main reason, and my colleague Kevin Armstrong had a tremendous profile on Ace that kind of spells this out, but he has a strong relationship with his agent, Omar Cooper, who is from New Jersey and grew up in Essex County, Newark, East Orange, with Brandon Knight, who is the associate head coach at Rutgers, the right-hand man of head coach Steve Peichel. Those two have a very strong relationship, and I think that ultimately was a major piece in all this, in going to Rutgers and going to a place where he has a coach that can trust him and having a bit of freedom offensively. Rutgers does have they're very, very strict on their defensive principles. They're a bit looser offensively. And I think, as you can see the theme with the NBA teams that his camp kind of wanted him to go to, where he'd be the man, take a lot of shots and have a little bit more freedom. I think that is the case at Rutgers that was attracted to him as well. I think he averaged 15, 16, 17 shots a game at Rutgers. So clearly that worked out. But I think that if there's one thing beyond all the platitudes about loyalty and Rutgers recruited him hard and all that good stuff, I think the main factor was that Omar Cooper is his agent, who kind of recruited him to McEachern High School in Atlanta, where he's based out of now. And that relationship with the associate head coach, Brandon Knight, is what was the ultimate deciding factor in him coming to Rutgers.
You look at some of the numbers, and there was a little bit of drop-off from February on. Was there just kind of a moment where it felt as if it's like, okay, you know what, the season's not going anywhere, and it's time to get ready for the NBA draft, whether it was just a mental checkout or not. What do you think the cause for the slide there at the back end of the season?
It's hard to gauge that, right, without talking to them. I didn't really sense that. I think part of it is that teams had scouted him to that point. You're in February, and again, Rutgers is not this complex offense. They do a lot of iso ball, and a lot of teams just figured out that if you could stop Ace and you could stop Dylan Harper, there really wasn't much there. So teams were able to really focus on him. And I think there's part of it that there's some inconsistency. I'm sure you guys and all the fans listening have probably already watched his 39-point game against Indiana, his 37-point game against Northwestern. But on the flip side of the coin, there were many 10-point games on 17 shots against UCLA or Wisconsin or games that things didn't go so well. So there were a lot of highs and lows throughout the season with Ace, and I think there were just a little bit more lows than highs towards the end. And that inconsistency, again, is part of the things he has to work out at the professional level. If you can iron out some of the poor shot selection and focus in on the things he does well, I think he'll be on a good path. But that's one of the major questions I have about him at the next level.
Talk a little bit about his family history. It sounds like his mother was an extremely good college basketball player. His dad, Richard, was very good. I think I'd heard that he'd had an aunt that was very good. Just talk about where he comes from and kind of the basketball legacy that he carries.
Yeah, so his aunt, Venus Lacey, played for the U.S. national team and won a gold medal. She won a WNBA championship. She's arguably the best women's basketball player out of Chattanooga, Tennessee. There's a big sign where that's his hometown of her and all her achievements at her high school. So she is his aunt. His mother played at West Virginia and was a good player until knee injuries kind of ended her career. So he has there's a great quote in my colleague's story about where he comes from a family with thin athletic men and women with some meat on their bones, which I think is true and helped kind of give him his physical tools. So those were kind of the basketball people around him. His father did play some junior college, tried to walk on in Houston. That didn't really work out, but he has a lot of people in his his bloodline that kind of helped shape who he is as a player today.
So this may not be a fair question to ask, but there is some concern that I've heard from a national level about his representation in Omar Cooper. And again, I'm asking you to speculate a little bit. Talk about that relationship and what kind of role that he has in Ace's life.
Yeah, I mean, Ace is very close to him. Everywhere you saw Ace during this draft process, whether it's at the Combine, whether it's at the NBA draft week in New York, Omar was always close by, and Omar was at pretty much every home game. He was at in Las Vegas when they played in the Players era. He actually had a seat at the rack at Rutgers home arena across the way, on the baseline, across the way from Governor Phil Murphy, who also went to a lot of games. So he played a prominent piece in Ace's life, played a prominent piece in the Rutgers season, played obviously a prominent piece in the pre-draft process where he was kind of calling the shots to a large degree and deciding not to attend private workouts and meetings. So he has a big influence on Ace. Now, I mean, you could argue that it didn't work, right? Because clearly they wanted to go one of the 6, 7, or 8 spots, and he ended up in Utah. And whether you think that's a successful strategy, the way they went about it or not, that's up for argument. But I think what's not arguable is that Omar does have a big influence. He's not a very experienced agent, right? His son was a 5-star recruit who was drafted to the NBA, Sharif Cooper. He did have Isaac Okoro, another McEachern graduate, but tellingly, Isaac Okoro did not have Omar Cooper as his agent when he signed his second contract. I think that's a big question with Ace. How long is he going to hold on to Omar as his agent? Is it going to be a career-long thing? How much is Omar going to have an impact on his time in Utah? I think that's all going to play a factor for sure.
So, Brian, I know that the observation of this would be limited just because of the time Ace Bailey spent at Rutgers and the time you've spent covering him, but I'm going to do your best to recall crunch minute playtime when games really counted in big moments, in critical possessions. Was Ace Bailey a performer in moments that you remember thinking, oh man, that was clutch, that's big time, holy cow, he really rise to the occasion when you absolutely needed him? Or are his numbers just more filled in a pedestrian way in non-meaningful games?
So a couple things. I leave myself some room for error here if I'm just missing an egregious example that I can't remember. I give myself some grace here. And the other thing also is that given the way the Rutgers season went, they went 15-17, never really sniffed the NCAA tournament. They weren't really in that many situations throughout the year. When they were, typically it was Dylan Harper taking the reins. He had a game-winning shot against Seton Hall. Hit a big shot, I believe, against Princeton in a game they ultimately lost. But when it was down to crunch time, Dylan Harper was usually the guy with the ball in his hands. And with Ace, the one memory I do have in crunch time is they played a game at Kennesaw State in Georgia near his high school, close by to his hometown of Chattanooga, Tennessee. So a ton of people from his hometown, from his high school were there. He really struggled in that game. Rutgers was down by as much as 21. They stormed all the way back. They had the ball in Ace's hands with about the time running down. He was dribbling up the court. And in a moment where you think he'd take the shot and try to be the hero, he made a cross-court pass that ended up being intercepted, and that lost them the game. That's the one memory I have of crunch time with Ace. That's not to say he's not a clutch player. I certainly don't think that, whatever small sample size at Rutgers will spell that out. But you're asking me about his time at Rutgers. I truthfully cannot remember, that any clutch moments. Again, with the caveat that I could be missing an egregious example and have forgotten about it. The season feels like it was 100 years ago. So forgive me if I do.
Should we be, we haven't met him. We had a quick interview with him last night on our draft show. So our exposure to him is about 3.5, 4 minutes. And so that's about all we have to go with personally. You were around him. You covered him as a beat writer. I keep hearing that he's kind of the joker in the locker room. He tries to keep things light. He does at times act like what you would expect, and we all acted like as 18-year-olds at times. Do you feel as if that maturity is something that can be improved upon as he continues his career in the NBA?
Absolutely. I think that that's a key part of it, right? I don't necessarily think it's an issue right now. As you said, he's 18 years old, and I think it is positive to a certain extent to be, his coach calls him an energy giver. Steve Pikiell calls him an energy giver. I think that's the exact way to describe him. He's bubbly. He's always joking around. He has a good personality to him. And I think if he can keep that part of his personality while being a bit more mature in certain aspects, I certainly think that that would be the best of both worlds. But I think as much as the on-court improvements need to be made, I certainly think that just growing as a person, I think, to your point, we all grew out of it. Age is just part of growing up, right? Part of being a human. So I think that evolution will come naturally. I do think that, as media people, I had an excellent time covering Ace. He always had something fun to say, never really held back, and kind of just said what was on his mind. And I think that's refreshing. I hope sincerely that, the professional, the PR machine, the natural tendency for professional communications people to tamper things down and get these guys more robotic doesn't work on Ace, and that his wonderful personality perseveres, because it'll be fun for everyone, I think.
So it did seem like his teammates liked him and Coach Steve liked him, and he got along pretty well there with the team, with his teammates and his coaches?
Yes, absolutely. I think you can't really find many people at Rutgers who have, or any people from, I should say, that would have anything bad to say about Ace as a person. I think he's a wonderful young man personally from my experiences with him, and everyone seemed to like him. So I think, again, it's just a matter of going up to that next level to the NBA. It's a serious business, a multi-million-dollar business. So while there is room to be, obviously, have fun and things like that, I think that there's some natural maturity to be had to understand the magnitude of what he's doing, and that I'm sure there are veteran leadership in the Utah system to kind of help him guide through that part of the process.
So who are the top 2 picks on next year's Rutgers teams?
I don't think Rutgers will have a top 2 pick for a very, 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 very long time. Obviously, I'm in New Jersey. I had an hour-long drive to Brooklyn for the draft. I cannot anticipate I will be covering another one as a Rutgers beat writer. Maybe not for the rest of my lifetime.
Well, tell you what, we certainly appreciate your time. Thanks for giving us some insight, and look forward to catching up with you again here soon.
Really appreciate it.
Always a pleasure, guys. Thanks for having me on.
Thanks, Brian.
Brian Fonseca. He is the beat writer for Rutgers and was around both he and Dylan Harper, Ace Bailey and Dylan Harper. And you know what? I think he
was straightforward. Brian does not mince words.
And remember, the first time we had Brian on, he said that he believes that Ace Bailey very well could get a GM fired.
Or promoted.
Oh, but meaning you're one of the teams that passed on him and he ends up being a star and you get fired for passing on him, or you draft him and he's a bust and you get fired for drafting him. Either way, it could work. And that's just the kind of guy he is.
With that in mind, let me put you in that position, Scotty. You're making $2.8, let's say $3.4 million to be decision maker. And you've worked your whole life to get that opportunity to be able to make that decision maker. And a talent like this is on the board and you're picking number 5. To that point, you can't. You got to take him.
You have to take him.
Because if he goes at 6 or goes at 7 and he's the next Shea Gilgeous, he's the next thing that rises, you're screwed. You got to take him at 5. You can't. I understand the fears conversation because he seemed to be a very well-rounded, very well-liked, and a bit more mature type player. But you can't let Ace Bailey slip through your fingers. It was the right way to go.
Yeah.
Whether he becomes great or he gets in a fist fight with Coach Will Hardy and is booted out of the league, you had to take your shot at this guy. That's the type of talent he is.
There was no other option here. In fact, if anything, if I'm Charlotte, I'm a little cranky because they went safe with Con Knipple. And you know what? Con, I think, is going to be a really good player in this league for a long time. And several years from now might be considered one of your best shooters in the NBA. But there's going to be a ceiling for Con. We don't know what the ceiling is for Ace Bailey.
And that could bite you.
Yes.
For taking Con.
Yep.
One thing that stood out to me from Brian's comments, I was asking about clutch minutes, big plays, big moments, because that's all professional basketball is. The biggest adjustment from college to pro sports, there is a physical adjustment. There's speed and strength, no question. But one of the big things that you recognize is every moment in pro sports is like your biggest moment in college sports. Every game, every play feels like that Cotton Bowl, or it feels like that rivalry game against Utah, or it feels like, in my case, that rivalry game against Utah State, because every time I went to Logan, I had the bullseye put on me and I got the target on them, and every play was massive to me. When I went to the NFL, every play.
Yeah.
It didn't matter if it was the Cardinals, didn't matter if it was the Rams, didn't matter if it was my own teammate in a freaking scrimmage.
Preseason game against Seattle. It's all huge.
Preseason game against Seattle was the biggest moment of my life.
Yeah.
That I ended up making a lot of money off that one preseason game. And that's going to be the big jump. All of a sudden, your non-pressured pass, and I get it, there's 82 games in the NBA. But the thing is, when you jump into professional sports and you're making millions of dollars, you could have a couple of really stupid moments in a 5-game stretch that changes everybody's opinion about you as a young rookie. So he's going to be playing in a lot of pressured moments. And I'm curious how he handles it. According to Brian, Dylan Harper was the pressure guy. According to Brian, when you needed it, it was Dylan Harper that stepped up. But again, our sample size is very small with Ace Bailey. Small. 30 games?
Yeah. Missed did not play the first 2 games of the season. Yeah, that was it.
Yeah, 30 games.
Hansen, Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Matt's hanging out with us from My Hearing Center, and I think it's important, Matt, to know that we're down here in Sandy talking to you, but you've got My Hearing Centers all up and down the Wasatch Front. I know exactly where the one in Bountiful is.
Yeah.
And if you're listening to us right now, you've got a center close to you.
That's right. And, even out in Vernal and down in St. George. So we've got the state pretty well covered. Gunnison. If you can hear us down in Gunnison, we're there for you in Nephi. So give us a call. Schedule a free hearing evaluation for yourself or a loved one. We're there. We're in the community. We're trying to take care of everyone we can.
How many times do people call in for themselves, and how many times do people call in for a spouse or a loved one?
Yeah, it's always encouraged by a spouse. I mean, it's very rare that people call in for themselves without someone behind them making sure they're saying the right thing. So if it is for themselves, they still got the support, whether they want it or not. They're helping them make that call.
And you want the spouse to come in with them on the hearing test.
We do. We invite the spouse in for quite a few different reasons, but one of the main reasons we do a familiar voice test. We actually use the spouse's voice in the testing. It helps us identify the actual areas where we're having a hard time, and then to show both of them like what communication can be like with prescriptive amplification if needed.
I always wonder what it is that finally gets somebody to call the phone number. 801-701-1629. I always wondered, like, what is it? Is it my endorsement, like what I went through with my dad, and watching him put an actual hearing aid in and watching him engage with the family and seeing just how much more a part of a conversation he is? And, I hope I get him for another 20 years, but what if I don't?
Yeah.
Then every conversation, every moment I get, it matters that he's a part of it. And I think, what is it that's finally going to get that listener that's wondering about his parent, his wife, her husband, that's like, I'm going to call. I'm going to take advantage of the free 30 days with the top-end technology, take advantage of getting my name entered in to win a free set of these hearing aids. Like, this is it, man. Call 801-701-1629. Let's schedule the appointment, free consultation, and let's get him taken care of, Matt.
Yeah, so to answer your question, and I agree with you, I think that endorsement does help a lot. Hearing other people's experience, knowing that they're not alone, that certainly helps out a lot. Where we get the most calls, and almost always someone calls after an event happened that they didn't get to participate in. So we get a ton of calls right after Christmas, New Year's.
Oh.
We get a bunch of calls right after Thanksgiving. We got a bunch of calls early June because we went to graduations and we missed out. That's usually where they wait till after, and that's the part that's super, super sad for me. Now, the good thing, like you just mentioned, hopefully there's another 20 of those left in the tank with the good hearing because you came in after that one event. But, golly, you had to miss that one, right? Why do you have to miss any? Call right now. You've got 4th of July celebrations coming up, 24th of July here in Utah coming up. You're gonna be getting on vacations, I'm sure. My favorite thing is people that come in and say, well, yeah, I got a cruise I'm going on. Let's wait till after. It's like, no, take it on your cruise. In fact, do the 30-day trial and bring it with you on the cruise because you're going to be doing all these fun events that you won't be able to participate in unless you have this great hearing technology. So take it on your cruise. If you have anything coming up like that, this is a great time. Take advantage of the 30-day trial. Take it with you. See how much it can impact those events, and then come back and tell us about it.
801-701-1629. The evaluation, the testing is free. And then if you want to go forward with these hearing aids, you get 30 days to test them out for free. And at the end of that 30 days, whether you keep them or turn them back in, they're still going to give you a gift card for dinner at Red Lobster or Olive Garden, your choice. All you have to do is call 801-701-1629. And, oh, by the way, first 50 people to call and set up an appointment, you'll be put into a drawing for a free set of these hearing aids. So you might just get the whole thing for free. 801-701-1629 right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present...
This is JJ and Alex.
Watching an unlikely champion like the Florida Panthers, they sucked forever. One of the most irrelevant pro sports franchises of the last 2 decades until 2022. They're the 8th seed, and they end up making a run to the Stanley Cup final. And ever since then, they've dominated this league. It takes time. The Panthers had to be patient. They got the right guy to lead it. It all came together for them. So now we're dreaming of a Stanley Cup here because we have an NHL team. You watch the Florida Panthers do it. The Stanley Cup going places that no one ever thought it would be. Why not here? Why not in Utah? You're thinking about, okay, what could the Utah Mammoth do to make this happen? And now it's a reality. Like, this is something the Mammoth can go do. And I think that Ryan Smith is going to be highly motivated to provide the resources to do it. And I think you got a general manager who could build a Stanley Cup championship team. The parts are in place here to be able to do something like this.
Catch JJ and Alex afternoons from 3 to 6. Presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but What I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
Whether you're building your $1 million dream home, giving your current home a facelift, or just trying to get it out of the minor leagues, Peach Windows and Doors brings the big league look.
Modern style, energy efficiency, clean lines, tough builds, and curb appeal that hits like a home run. Not sure what you need? No sweat. Peach has the coaching staff to get your home in the game. No pressure, no gimmicks, just solid game plans and pro-level results to help you knock it out of the park.
Come see for yourself big, beautiful windows that bring the outside in. Visit Peach Windows and Doors showroom, big enough to spark ideas, small enough to feel right at home. It's time to step up your game and make your house the MVP of the neighborhood. Why live in the minor leagues when you can swing like $1 million? Peach Windows and Doors, because real homes play like champions. Visit peachdoorsandwindows.com or call 801-566-1255 for your free consultation.
That's Peach Windows and Doors. Give them a call, 801-566-1255.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It is your NBA Utah Jazz draft update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Ace Bailey, the newest member of the Utah Jazz.
A leader, confidence, hard worker, a player that pushes people to be the best, a very great teammate. I'm clapping for the first person to get off the bench to the last person, so I'm the person that's going to push everybody to be the best who they can be, even the coaches.
Utah Jazz NBA Draft Update brought to you by The Cage. Take real swings in a virtual batting cage. Book now and score 10% off with the promo code THEZONE.
This is your top 60 and 60 watch list as Hansen Scotty gets you ready for the start of the 2025 college football season by highlighting the most influential players on their team for the upcoming season. And now, get the call, baby! Come on, let's go! Here's today's newest addition to the watch list.
It is our top 60 and 60 watch list right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. No countdown this year. No, we're focusing in on some of the best players, detailing what they bring to the table, and then at the end of the season, we will do our countdown. But Hans, let's go to Provo. Talk about that BYU linebacking room.
Siale Acera, one of our fastest linebackers and one of our biggest. Definitely got a lot of strength and bulk to him, so he's big, but he's fast, and he's a punishing hitter. I think as he starts to learn and understand the scheme, this is his moment now, and I think he's going to be probably the unsung hero that a lot of people don't know about, but people will know after this year. I'm putting myself out there, but he's one of the best athletes I've been around that has that type of size, and you combine that with the humility that he carries and his willingness to be a great teammate and to connect with his teammates has been amazing. So his work ethic, his understanding of the game, and his physical ability is going to put him in a really good position. That's why he was starter at middle linebacker coming out of spring. We knew that he's going to be something special, and this is his moment. So he's had some flashes last year when he redshirted and played the 4 games. Saw a little bit of it in the bowl game, but this is going to be impressive when you get to see him down to down, and when he just take ownership and know that he can be the middle linebacker for us.
A long conversation with Kalani Sitake.
He likes him a lot.
Yeah.
And I think that there's a reason that Harrison Taggart moved on. And I think that reason is Siale Esera. I think Harrison really wanted to be a starter on this BYU defense. And I think Siale Esera is a starter at this level of football. So I'm not saying anybody was guaranteed any starts. I'm not saying Harrison was told he couldn't, but I don't think Harrison was told you're guaranteed. I don't think that Siale was told you couldn't, but I don't think Siale was told you're guaranteed. So I think that Harrison Taggart was like, I see the writing on the wall. I kind of see where this is headed. Most high-level athletes are pretty self-aware with depth chart, if that makes sense. You're pretty self-aware.
Yeah.
You don't need to explain to me.
Well, but coaches are also pretty upfront more often than not.
Coaches are becoming more and more upfront. There are still a lot of coaches that will fake it and paint a rosy picture so that you won't transfer. There's coaches that are still not real up front, Scotty. I don't know Jay Hill to be that type of coach.
No, Jay Hill's not that coach. And Kalani's not that kind of coach.
And I definitely don't see Justin Inna being that kind of coach.
No, you pretty much know where you stand with Justin Inna.
Yeah. I think if Justin says, hey, it's going to be a competition this upcoming camp, you can expect a competition. And I just don't see Justin Inna being the type of coach that says to a kid, oh, yeah, you got to start. Relax, kid. Chill. You got to start. And I could see Harrison Taggart being like, hey, look, man, I've had a couple years now in this thing. I had a lot of good starts. I did a lot of good things for you last year. Yeah, it's going to be an open competition. We want to see what Siale can do between Jack Kelly and Isaiah Glasker. We love you. And by the way, Scotty, you've heard me talk about Harrison Taggart. You know how I feel about him.
Oh, yeah.
I know he's a tackling machine, but he catches. He always has. Siale's a little bit more up the point of the tack. If you're asking me who I would start, I would have had an open competition. I would have told Harrison, I need you to engage at a 1-yard mark, not a 3-yard mark. And I need you to give 0 ground, not another 1.5 yards of ground. And I need you to make a tackle for a 1.5 to 2 yard gain and not a 4.5 to 5 yard gain.
Yeah.
I'd be straight up with him. And then we're going to open up this competition. And if you can do that for me, and we are going to track where you make contact and then where you bring the tackle down, we're going to we're going to keep track of it. Because I want to make sure that you're contacting my pulling guards at the 1 yard line and not at the 3.5. I mean, it sounds stupid, but that's where we're at in the world of football right now.
Well, I mean,
it's inches.
Yeah. I mean, it is a game of inches.
It's a game of inches, and Harrison catches. I love his game, though. Don't get me wrong. I love his game. But, Scotty, when we get to this point, this level of football, it becomes so critical and critiqued, especially now when we're talking about a guy that's making $650,000 starting at that middle linebacking position. So, it gets critiquey.
Yeah.
And you heard Kalani right there. He's got a lot of solid upside with Siale Esera. I fully expect it to be Jack Kelly, Siale, and Glasker.
It's a hell of a trio, man.
Yeah.
You just wish you had Taggart there for some depth.
Oh, yeah.
But
depth and rotation and competition to keep everybody honest.
Yep. All right, Hansen, Scotty, it is your good, it is your bad, it is your ugly.
It's time to saddle up and talk about the winners and the losers. This is the good, the bad, and the ugly. Now, here's the good.
Hans, you and I have spent a lot of time on this show talking about the Jazz, the 2 pickups for the Utah Jazz. Now it's time to talk about a good day BYU had because Yegor Damon goes 8th.
Yeah, he goes to number 8, and he is a part of this crazy Brooklyn draft.
Yeah.
I'm trying to understand exactly what Brooklyn's doing here. For those of you that kind of haven't heard what the Brooklyn Nets situation was, they had a record 5 picks in the first round of the NBA draft. And they picked 4 of the 5 are guards.
Yep.
Including Yegor Damon. Now, Yegor was the first of the guards that was picked by Brooklyn, but they had number 8, number 19, number 22, number 26, and number 27. Everybody fully expected Brooklyn to package and combine and build and move and shimmy and shake. And what Brooklyn did was picked at 8, 19, 22, 26, 27, and took 4 guards, including Yegor Damon.
Yeah, 3 of those 4 are point guards.
3 of the 4 points.
Yeah.
And by the way, they think that Yegor is a point.
Yes. They fully anticipate him as a pure point guard.
As a pure point guard.
Yeah.
At 6'8" or 6'9".
Which he kind of is, because until his three-point shooting increases, which we saw that get much better at the end of the year for BYU.
Oh.
But until he becomes a real consistent three-point shot, he's going to be a point guard.
Yeah, okay, so I'm not going to argue with you on that, but is he really an NBA point? Is he does he have NBA handles?
He's got good handles.
He's got good handles, and he's got good passability. He's really good in the pick and roll. His best attribute is the pass.
Yep.
But is he the type of guy that could take the inbound, bring it up court, search dribble, file back into the 3, and dish on a pick and roll timing? Maybe at 6'9", but man, you got to be low to the court. You got to have extreme athleticism. And, I was listening to a bunch of different – in fact, I grabbed a couple of different cuts, but Adam Finkelstein and Kyle Boone were going back and forth for CBS Sports, and I love CBS Sports.
Yeah.
I grabbed their quote. By the way, they gave Brooklyn a C+ on this pick. This is what they said. I'm surprised. Everybody calls him a point guard, but he's 6'9". I don't buy into that. I see him as a facilitating forward, and that's kind of how I see him.
Yeah.
Said to draft him this high, you believe in his upside and believe he's a point guard. You don't take a facilitating forward at this point in the draft, especially when he struggles defensively and with his shooting from the outside, which you mentioned. He mostly defended forwards at BYU who he will guard in the NBA. And then I took Kurt Heelan's comments because I went back and grabbed Kurt Heelan's comments because I love Kurt. And we'll get more from Kurt when he comes on with us. But here's what Kurt Heelan said about the Brooklyn Nets pick. Damon is the big swing for Brooklyn. He is a polarizing figure among scouts, but the Nets have bet on his upside. Damon is the best passer in this class, has a good feel for the game, and has fantastic positional size at 6'9". The question is his shot and ability to score in general. But if that part of his game can be developed, then he is going to look like a steal at number 8. If not, well, the Nets are rebuilding, and it's just going to take time. So Kurt sees his upside. I see his upside, but I don't see him as a bring the ball up the court as a guard in the NBA. But I could be completely off on that because it is tweaked and things are so significantly different. But a 6'9" that's going to handle, that's going to search dribble, that's going, that's going to do all those things to create and make. And then you still have to have an outside shot.
Yes. I mean,
in today's NBA.
And that's one thing we learned about Ben Simmons. You can be a big, tall point guard, but you better be able to shoot.
You darn well better be able to shoot. This is a huge moment for BYU. Huge moment for BYU. They got so much press and publicity, and it's not just because the Yegor pick. It's combined with the A.J. Debonsa signing, and people are like, oh, man, look at this, number 8 and Yegor, and to Bonsa, and it all went together, and it combined for a lot of beautiful conversation for BYU. Now when it boils down to it, what does Brooklyn expect from Yegor? How do they use him? Because I think he's a significant and incredible talent. But if you can't find his position, and if you can't find his usage, and you're thinking he's one thing instead of like, okay, well, what are you good at, and we'll let you be that. No, that's not what we see. What we see, we need you to be this. I don't know if Yegor is the kind of guy that you bring in and say, we need you to be this. Cooper Flagg is that type of guy.
Yeah.
Where it's like, hey, Cooper, the entire league is shifting to a defensive league. Whistles are being swallowed. Physicality is on the rise. We need you to do this. Cooper could do it. I don't know if that's Yegor.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. All right, so Yegor Damon, part of 5 rookies, including 3 point guards, on their way to Brooklyn. All right, there you go. Good, bad, the ugly. Coming up next, another edition of Whole World News right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
I told you we went to this country writers thing in Nashville where you saw these different people that write hits. But mixed in the middle was this old timer. He sang a song about his dog dying. I'm not kidding. Like there were people going, play a happy song, like yelling at this guy.
Be happy.
Be happy. Guy played like 3 songs and everybody was like, oh, I'm so depressed. Yeah. You know what? Read the room.
Yeah, right.
By the way, and he said before he sang the dog dying song, he's like, nobody's picked this one up. I can't figure it out. I can. The song was called For Pete's Sake, and the dog was named Pete.
It's a little on the nose.
I'm just coming to this theater to rock out on some country I barely like, and they got to sing about a dog dying.
Dying dog, for Pete's sake.
Oh, it's so bad. So bad, dude.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard. Folks, we love us some Bar W beef because it is the best beef in the state of Utah because it is raised, produced here in the state of Utah in a beautiful facility where they are producing the best beef, whether it's your ground beef, whether it's your steaks, your roasts, whatever you need, you're going to get the best beef on the planet at Bar W Beef.
All right, man, I'm sold. It's the sirloin for me.
Yes. I know. I love the sirloin.
I had the sirloin last night. Actually, just before I headed out to come do some draft coverage with 97.5 last night, I fried up 2 sirloins. It had just the right amount of marbling, just the right amount of fat. And when we're talking about the price per pound on these sirloins, it's unbeatable. The Bar W beef sirloin is as good as any New York that you're going to find at any one of your box stores.
Yeah.
And I will put my name and reputation. I've eaten enough of their sirloin to absolutely be able to confirm to people the sirloin is the way to go. Now, you really want to treat yourself? Well, get the ribeye because, as you know, we've got a couple of ribeyes sitting in our freezer.
Yep.
Their ribeyes are Wagyu. Their ribeyes are marbled enough that it's as high rated that it's going to be a Wagyu beef. It's going to be as delicious and fatty and beefy as you can possibly get on a cut of meat.
BarWbeef.com is where you need to go right now. It's BarWbeef.com, and you will get that beef sent right to your home anywhere in the state of Utah for free on orders over $150. They've got subscription models. It'll save you 10%. It's all available for you at BarWbeef and BarWbeef.com.
This is Ethan Millard with Teton Wealth Group. In retirement, you need a plan for these unavoidable problem areas: income, investments, taxes, healthcare, and a legacy plan. These are unavoidable. You will have to deal with this whether you're ready or not. So be ready. Call Teton Wealth Group today at 844-838-6600. Because you're a Zone listener, we'll do a full ascent plan for you at no cost and talk you through all 5 of these unavoidable retirement problem areas. Call Teton Wealth Group at 844-838-6600 or visit us at retireteton.com.
This 4th of July, make your barbecue the star. Kenny J's Barbecue has pre-smoked half-pound Utah-raised prime brisket burgers. Just finish the cook at home. Pre-order by July 3rd, pick up on the 4th. Call or text now to reserve yours. 801-230-5396. From the first bite to the last drop of sauce, Kenny J's is where barbecue dreams come true. Come visit Kenny J's Barbecue at the District in South Jordan or online at KennyJ'sBarbecue.com. Kenny J's Barbecue, where smoke meets flavor.
Chevy trucks have you covered when the road takes you from smooth sailing to Chevy Colorado will eat up some of the toughest terrains with 5 available drive modes. And Silverado and Silverado HD have the muscle to take you out for some serious. With multiple engine options and impressive towing, while Silverado EV is the perfect combo of performance and capability.
Nice.
Making it a snap to hitch up this electric truck and hit the road. Wherever the road leads, Chevy trucks are right there with you. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot, doot, and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh, yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Do your summer plans include travel? Make sure your prep includes more than just flights and hotels. Stay up to date with COVID-19 vaccination, especially if you're 65 or older or have certain health conditions. There have been surges in COVID-19 in the summer, too. It's important to help protect yourself no matter your destination. So check eligibility and schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Brought to you by Pfizer.
At Black Desert Resort, you can truly indulge in luxury your way. Whether you choose a sleek studio or an expansive 4-bedroom suite, you're just moments away from teeing off on a championship golf course, savoring top-tier dining, relaxing poolside, or exploring the rugged beauty of southern Utah. Whatever thrill you seek, it's right outside your door. Your journey awaits at blackdesertresort.com. Get lost and find luxury.
The 2025 Ute Stampede Rodeo and Extreme Bulls is back in Nephi, Utah at the Juab County Fairgrounds, July 9th through the 12th at 8 p.m. nightly. July 9th, Extreme Bull Riding. July 10th through the 12th, PRCA Pro Rodeo. Go to UtestampedeRodeo.com.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Not feeling a burger? We've got you covered. Try one of our hot ribeye, turkey, or BLT sandwiches, and you'll understand why we say JCW's, quality, and a lot of it.
Go! It's time to span the globe for the hard-hitting news you care about. Well, not really. But hey, at least we found it interesting. This is Whole World News on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
We've got the whole world in our hands.
You got the whole world in our
Hansen, Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. All right. I got a story here for you, Hans, that I think you're going to like. We're going to go to Newton County, Georgia. And sometimes, you know, when you buy a house, it comes down to neighbor roulette. You never know what you're going to get in a neighbor. Well, a woman in Georgia got a little cranky. Her name is Donna, and she wasn't seeing eye to eye with her neighbor. So what did she do? She built a 6-foot fence.
Okay.
And the neighbor refused to go in on her with it, so she took on all the costs herself on her fence. And, well, guess what? She gets a call from the neighborhood, the county, and says, you know what? Your neighbor is complaining because you can only have a 4-foot-high fence. So she decides she's going to take matters into her own hands. She cuts the fence down to 4 feet. But because she paid for the entire fence and there's no rules on color, on her side, she's got a good color. On the neighbor's side, it's neon colors. Here's the report.
This past summer, Donna installed a tall privacy fence on her lot along Trotter's Walk in Newton County. Turned out to be too tall. Complaints came in. The county told her to cut it down to size. She did. But over the Thanksgiving weekend, she painted it.
She looks over there and out of her mouth says, "Oh my God."
Dick Hopkins lives 2 doors down. The neon colors are making him see red. But it's only on one side of the fence. On Donna's side, it's a bluish gray to match the trim on her home.
I don't know what her problem is, but she certainly doesn't have any respect for her other neighbors.
Donna says over the last couple of years she hasn't seen eye to eye with a neighbor on the other side of the fence. She believed a little more privacy was best for everybody. But she says the county incorrectly told her a 6-foot fence was fine. Turns out, along the front yard, the limit is 4 feet high, which is why she had to shave it off. As for the paint job, the county does not regulate the color of a resident's fence.
That paint is a 20-year warranty paint, so within 15 years, if it needs to be repainted, it'll be painted the same color.
Yep.
Could the neighbors not change the color?
Because she, and according to the story, because she paid for the fence herself,
they can't paint it.
They're not allowed to paint it.
Oh my gosh!
Because the neighbor refused to go in on her with the on the fence.
Oh,
I respect the hell out of this.
I understand that. Then, if they didn't go in on it, they can't touch the paint color.
Yeah, exactly. She put in. She wanted to.
She has full ownership.
Yeah, she wanted to go halvesies with the neighbor. Neighbor said no. And so she put the fence up. It was 6 feet. The neighbor complained, said you can only have a 4-foot fence. So she's like, all right, fine. I'll cut it down, and then I'm going to go in and paint it. It's neon yellow, green, and red. I'm trying to see if I can. I sent the story to Lloyd.
So with Uncle Fester there on the report, is that the neighbor?
He's one of the neighbors. He's not the next door neighbor. He's 2 doors down, but he's upset about it too.
Oh, about it being a neon color?
Yeah.
So you guys are aware. Like I've had a couple things, whether it's a dishwasher or whatever, go out at my house, and we had a fence blow out last year. And by the way, it was one that was connected with our neighbor, and fortunately he went in on it with us. But had he not, I would have done something like this too.
So he did pay for half of that fence blow down?
Yes. Yep. He went in on it with us.
Oh, that's worse than I thought, Scotty.
Yeah, it's pretty rough, huh?
Yeah, it's about 6 different colors, and it's like 8 feet are like a bright green, 8 feet are a bright orange or red, 8 feet of bright blue, and it's not painted well.
No,
it looks like a second grader painted it with their finger.
And but her side of the fence looks great.
And the neighbors can't touch it. They can't.
They're not allowed to touch it.
Because I would go get a spray machine, and it would take me 10 minutes.
Oh, yeah. See, this is her side. Nice color. Matches that trim. And then on the other side, all the neon color.
The person that reported her's a jerk. Anyways.
Yeah, exactly. Why would – who in their right mind wants a shorter fence? If somebody's willing to pay for a 6-foot fence, then all right,
yeah,
let's
we put up the 6 foot, keep it private. The reason you put up a fence is to keep it private.
Yeah.
What else is it for, Hans?
Well, keep the perverts out.
Yep, keep the kids in and the perverts out.
That's right, man.
Vinyl Industries.
Greatest slogan of all time.
I was pretty darn good.
It's our first show, too.
I'm lucky, man. I've got some of the best neighbors in the world.
Yeah.
Guy to my west has every tool that man has ever created in the history of tooling.
And for some reason, he's had to buy 2 of them because some go missing.
Well, some go missing. All of a sudden, he's like, where's my post driver? And I'm like, well, I've had it for 3 years. Well, why have you had my post driver for 3 years? Well, I didn't know if I was going to put up more posts.
You went prima nocta on that pencil.
I did. I owned it.
Yeah.
And then the neighbor to my east has the tools that the neighbor to my west doesn't have. And then he's got all the different, like he could take a 2-inch sheet of steel and he's got a machine that could cut my name into a 2-inch sheet of steel. Like he's got that kind of equipment.
Yeah.
So I've got good neighbors.
Hansen, Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We're live here at My Hearing Center. And Matt and the crew ready to help you out. 801-701-1629. It's 801-701-1629. And Hans, you're going to have some great opportunities to get these hearing aids. I have them. Your dad has them. I mean, these are critical for living life the way you want to.
Yeah, and we want you to call today, and we want you to take advantage of some of the opportunity that you've got here at My Hearing Centers. 801-701-1629. You've heard us talking with Matt, and you're going to get that free hearing consultation, which means they bring you in and they test your hearing. They're going to put you in a sound booth. They take you through a battery of tests, and they're going to figure out the depth of your hearing loss. They get right down to the root cause and the root issue and how extreme it is. And then they find the hearing aid that they can dial in to that loss. And by the way, everybody's got a different need. Everybody's got a different amount of loss. Everybody's got a different need. So if you're currently suffering from hearing loss, 801-701-1629. Take advantage of the free hearing consultation. And then they're going to put the top of the line, latest and greatest technology in your ear for free for 30 days. So you're going to get the top-end technology that's dialed into your hearing, and you're going to get that free for 30 days. And then doing that, they're going to give you a gift card to either Red Lobster or to Olive Garden, so you can go out and eat some lunch. So there is no reason for you to not get your hearing taken care of today.
They're knocking out all the excuses. 801-701-1629. Call right now, 801-701-1629. Right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Take the Zone with you wherever you go. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows.
Downloading.
Download the latest podcasts and get all the latest breaking news on the teams you can't live without. Everything you need delivered right to your phone.
Let's go get them where we can get them.
Just search KSL Sports on your app store of choice. Download it now. The KSL Sports app, presented by University of Utah Health.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370, or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Hey, you got a second? That's all it takes to use your fire sense. Like the second you notice the campfire isn't completely cold, your fire sense says to douse it again. Or the second you notice your tires look worn out, your fire sense says to get them changed. Or even the second you think you might be towing more than your truck can handle, your fire sense says to make another trip. It only takes a second to use your fire sense. Protect your property, the land, and our great state. Use your fire sense. Learn more at utahfiresense.org.
You've built the dream, the home, the lifestyle, the legacy. Now it's time your windows and doors reflect that same $1 million standard. Whether you're designing a stunning custom home or upgrading the one you've loved for years, Peach Doors and Windows is here to bring that vision to life with precision, style, and craftsmanship.
The Peach specialty? High-end custom windows and doors that don't just fit your space, they elevate it. From sleek modern lines to timeless elegant finishes, they offer the kinds of craftsmanship that truly complements a $1 million space. And with Peach, the process is easy. No pressure, no gimmicks, just knowledgeable experts helping you find solutions to turn your someday project into right now.
Visit their spacious showroom, get inspired, and create something beautiful together. Peach Doors and Windows for the $1 million home you live in and the $1 million feeling you deserve. Visit peachdoorsandwindows.com or call 801-566-1255 today.
That's Peach Windows and Doors. Give them a call, 801-566-1255.
So you're a Forester?
Yep.
Seemed like a good car. Describe your dream job.
Work stinks, but I love commuting.
Lease a new 2025 Subaru Forester at Doug Smith Subaru for only $298 per month. MSRP $31,850. 36-month lease, 10,000 miles per year. $3,199 due at signing. No security deposit required. JF2, SLDA, C8, SH5, 30755. OAC, valid through June 30th, 2025. No one knows Subaru like Doug.
For over 30 years, Replenish Landscape provides the finest compost and hardscape products from bark, mulch, top dressing, and playground materials. Replenish products are perfect for flower, veggie gardens, and top dressings for your lawn. Visit replenishcompost.com. Replenish is good stuff.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Looking for the latest on the Jazz, Utes, Cougars, and Aggies? Yeah! We've got you covered. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the Sports Zone.
If I ever find a dinosaur bone that's rare, I'm just going to keep it. The last thing I want is somebody marching into my front room declaring prima nocta on that thing and taking it.
Never gets old. By the way, this is
the days when you used to when you really did claim prima nocta on pretty much everything.
Dinosaur bones,
Hot Pockets, you name it. Like, that's mine.
Taysom Hill's M&Ms.
I'll be taking that.
I really misunderstood what that was.
Yeah. You watch Braveheart, and it's like, okay.
I went for about 8 years with a pretty bad misunderstanding of what that was. Probably left a lot of people offended and confused.
You know what? You say it with such conviction that everybody's like, no, I think he's probably right and the movie's wrong.
Oh, he knows.
He knows what he's talking about.
The British got it wrong.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, they start clutching their better halves a little closer.
Like, hey, remind me not to introduce you to Hansel's. Somebody reminded me the other day about when you stole Taysom Hill's M&Ms.
Oh, really? They were just sitting there, and I knew that he did not pay for them because BYU was giving everybody everything.
Yes.
And I was like, well, I said, Taysom, could I had those? And he just didn't fight it.
No.
Right? He didn't look disappointed.
A little disappointed.
Did he?
But then he's like, I'm Taysom Hill. I can get M&Ms wherever I want. So I'm good. So NBA draft, first round in the books. By the way, second round tonight. The Jazz did move one of their second-round picks to move up to 18. They do have, I believe, 53 is where they're picking in the second round. So they do have a second-round pick available to them, which, hey, why not? You got 3 rookies 1 year, 3 rookies the next year. Why not bring in 3 rookies this season as well? Let's go crazy.
I could see him doing it.
I'm not gonna argue against him.
Don't put anything past them. And as I've mentioned now a couple of times, they currently own the rights to 8 players in the last 3 drafts. And I think that there's a escalated level of competition. I don't think we're going to see the last 8 drafted be on the roster on opening day. I think we're probably going to see a couple of guys that are dropped or moved on from. And I think that the class of 2023 needs to be looking over their shoulder a little bit.
Oh, for sure.
I think all 3 of them need to be looking over their shoulder. And I know we don't know what Taylor Hendricks is yet. I know David Locke has emphasized, if not exaggerated, the level of importance that Taylor Hendricks' injury played. I say importance only because of its influence on Taylor Hendricks' career and the Utah Jazz direction and everything that was Taylor Hendricks and the number 9 pick. He was number 9, wasn't he?
Yep. Cody Williams was 10.
Cody Williams was 10. It just has thrown the timeline so off on him that you're probably going to be looking around to see more a little bit about Taylor Hendricks. I got to imagine if you're Bryce Sensabaugh or you're Keontae George, you're probably counting your days. And you better be in the gym and you better be fully engaged because they have drafted over you. And you've got pressure and you've got competition. So it's a lot of youth. And, I thought that the number 18 pick was very solid.
I think it's great.
Bringing in a 22-year-old and Walter Clayton Jr. This guy has been around the block a few times. And he started out his career at a much smaller school, and he built himself into a Florida Gator and an NCAA champion, where he was very influential, very impactful. He was named the most outstanding player. The other thing that I saw, he played 32 of 32 available games his sophomore year, 36 of 36 his junior year, and 39 of 39 his senior year.
Yeah.
Never missed a game. So he's durable. He's hardy. He's healthy. I mean, you see his build. He's 22, so he's not 23, 24, going to be 24. He's 22. Yeah, he's got years on him, and when you put that into terms, Ace Bailey's 18, going to be turning 19 in a month and a half, 2 months. And you've got Walter that is 22, going to be turning 23 in 4 or 5 months. So there's definitely different mileage, but totally different players.
By the way, I fully anticipated calling one of his games a couple of years ago. Utah State was playing in a tournament in Hawaii over Christmas, and Utah State was expected to play Iona in the second round of that tournament. Well, both teams ended up losing surprising games in the first, or no, Iona won, Utah State lost to SMU. And unfortunately, I didn't, because I wanted to see Utah State play a team coached by Rick Pitino. He was the head coach at Iona, and Clayton was his big player there. Well, that sadly did not come to fruition. But then he ends up going to Florida and really blowing up. But he was on people's radar back then. I think the fact that we're going to see a resurgence of the value of 3- and 4-year players in the NBA because they can help you quicker. And in what you're dealing with now, when you see Oklahoma City and you've got a bunch of guys that there's no more 7-man rotations. It's 8, 9, 10-man rotations. So you need somebody that can come in and help your team right away. And even if he has a lower ceiling than Ace Bailey, he's a really good player, and he can give you good quality NBA minutes right now. It's not a Taylor Hendricks where, 2 or 3 years from now, or Cody Williams, well, when he gets his body and really grows into his frame, he could be a really good player. No, he's ready to help next year, and it wouldn't surprise me if he is your week 1 starter at point guard.
Yeah, he might be. Wouldn't surprise me either, just his maturity level. The other thing we need to point out with Clayton, as compared to Ace Bailey, and the conversation that we just had with Brian Fonseca, the Rutgers beat writer, where he said he hasn't really seen Ace in clutch minutes. I want you to think back to that Clayton closeout on Emmanuel Sharp. And what's funny is when we were going through drafts and draft names, and I was thinking about clutch players that get big things done in big moments, you can't help but close your eyes and remember his closeout on Emmanuel Sharp that forced Emmanuel to pump fake on what would have been a game-winning 3.
Yeah.
But because Clayton was so quick, so ready for the moment, and so aware that you were going to go to Emmanuel Sharp for that shot, he's there to close out, forced the pump fake, ended up with the turnover on the possession, and Florida wins the game. That's it. That's the most clutch play of the entire college season, defensively.
No doubt.
And he was in on it.
Yeah. And
so that's a big, big deal.
And you've got a guy right now that can shoot the heck out of the basketball. He may not have Colin Knippel's numbers as a three-point shooter, but he's not far off. And so you're going a guy who can facilitate, make plays, get to the rim, and shoot the 3-ball well. Lived at the free throw line in the NCAA tournament outside of that final game against Houston. And so you look at what he's been able to do and the numbers that he put together that last year in Florida, there's no reason why. It would not surprise me one bit if Clayton ends up not having just a better rookie year than Ace Bailey. He may end up having a better career than Ace Bailey. Now, I hope that's not the case because I think Ace Bailey's ceiling is so crazy high that he could end up being a perennial all-star, but there's no reason why I don't think this kid at 18 could end up being a really good, great player for this team. And look, here's the thing. He's mature. You're not hearing him complain about Utah. He's bringing a kid here. You've tweeted out the video of him with his daughter.
It's adorable, yeah. You can tell he's a funny, sweet dad. It's like, you got your red soles on? She's got her little slippers on, and he's lifting her up, and she's smiling big, and you can tell that it's just an adorable family. And he's a great dad. He's going to love Utah with splash pads that he can take his kid out to there at the Gateway.
Taking you to Boondocks.
Just right across the street from the Delta Center. Yeah, take him out to Boondocks. But, we are definitely built to facilitate good families. And it seems like he's going to be a fit that way. But it seems like he's going to be a fit as a player too. And the last player that I remember playing as many years and having that level of success that came in, he actually came in as an undrafted free agent, was Wes Matthews. Wes Matthews played a pretty impactful role in year one.
Yeah.
Year one, he built himself into a big-time contract player. And I expect the same from Clayton. But this is going to be very interesting to see how the Jazz manage the talent of these two players along with the talent of the other 6 players that were drafted over the last 2 drafts and the amount of wins that they're going to compile. As it's constructed, I think you could put Colin Sexton, Lauri Markkanen, John Collins, Walker Kessler on a court, have it supported by, guys like Ace Bailey, Jordan Clarkson, whatever Taylor Hendricks is going to be, and Kyle Filipowski, and you could probably generate 28 to 32 wins.
Yep.
I think that's too many wins.
If you cannot allow yourself to fall and give up that 8th pick. You can't.
So 28 and 32, that's too many wins.
Yeah.
But if you're looking at that as your group, and if Austin Ainge was being sincere and not knee-jerk to a very direct question that came into him on his opening presser, where he said, we're not going to do that. If you don't try to manufacture losses and you don't move this roster, you've got 32 plus wins on your hands. If you're getting some of that potential out of Ace Bailey and Isaiah Collier takes one more step. Remember, Isaiah Collier broke Jazz rookie records for assists. Like he's good. But then if you max out Lowry, because you can't do what you did to Lowry last year.
No, at this point in his career, that guy wants to win. He's 28, 29 years old.
Yeah.
He's at that point where it's like, okay, I made money. I got my money. Now it's time for me to start winning some games.
So I kind of feel like this draft is just scratching the surface of what we're about to see from the Jazz. Whether it's now or at the trade deadline, which it very well could be. Maybe you highlight a couple of these guys and you try to make a couple of these guys look impactful, and then you move out on the trade deadline and make sure that you win 2 of the next, 38 or whatever it is after trade deadline?
Yeah, I think that's what it was.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, it was pretty rough.
So, you just make sure that you're not winning a lot of games after trade deadline. But I just think we're just seeing them scratch the surface, and we're going to see a lot of young guys with a lot of minutes this upcoming season. Dominate the minutes with young guys.
Yeah, because I think I don't know what it'll look like after trade deadline, but I think if I were to guess, Lauri Markkanen will be part of the Utah Jazz lineup on opening night. I think that you will have 1 out of the 3 of Collins, Sexton, and Clarkson. I think 2 out of those 3 will be gone by the time the season starts. Sexton will be the first one off the board, then probably Collins. It wouldn't surprise me if Clarkson is here to start the season and then he gets moved before trade deadline to a team that's trying to make that final push that needs that one piece to be a contender. But that's that, and again, by the way, that's just me speculating. But I think that's so you're looking at Lauri Markkanen, I'll say for the sake of argument, Jordan Clarkson, and then the youth parade, and I still include Walker Kessler in that group of the crazy young amount of youth movement that the Jazz are on.
He'll be coming into his 4th year.
Yeah, that's a lot of talent, but also a lot of inexperience and a lot of losses.
A lot of losses. Is it enough losses?
I don't think it'll be 17, but I think it'll be in the low 20s.
That'll be enough.
Yeah.
22 to 24-ish is your cutoff point.
Yeah.
22 to 24-ish. Don't get going crazier than that. And by the way, this is actually different than what we saw last year.
Yeah.
This is different because last year you were working for 14% at Cooper Flag. This year you're working to void off a 12% and then a 36% by finishing as the 5th or 6th worst record. So you're instead of trying to get to the number one overall, I think they learned their lesson. Like 14% for AJ DeBonsa, is it worth it? I don't know. Don't think so. I don't think it was worth it for Cooper Flag. Obviously, it proved to not be worth it. But what they're doing now is, okay, well, we don't need that 14%, but what we got to make sure we do is we're not the 7th worst record that gives us a 56% chance at the 9th pick in the draft lottery. Got to work those numbers, and you got to be really smart with it.
Hansen, Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Bill Armstrong's going to join us in about 20 minutes from right now. We'll wrap up the show with Bill and get his thoughts on the Utah Mammoth trade. We're out and about today here at My Hearing Center, 801-701-1629. That's 801-701-1629. You can check out these new Signia IX hearing aids, Hands. They are the state-of-the-art hearing aids, and you can try them for 30 days for free. It's really simple. You need to come on down, check it out. Matt and the crew ready to help you out with whatever you need, answer any questions, and it all starts with the free phone call and the free test, Matt.
That's exactly right. Everything you just said.
Free.
Free and a bunch of free.
And free. And here's what I really like, and this is my favorite, because we actually negotiate with the manufacturer, so we're not putting all the money in on this. Signia has been so kind to us. Part of it is because we've found such great success with their product and give them some good feedback on things that they can adjust. But they're so kind to us. They give us this set of hearing aids. They don't charge us for it. And we pass that on to the consumer. What we add, or to the patient, and what we add is all the service. So we contribute the service. So all the testing, the visits, the follow-up, all that's free for the person that wins the free hearing aid. So if you call right now and you schedule your evaluation, you'll be put into that drawing. One person is going to walk away with a set of Signia BCTIX.
801-701-1629. Put it in your phone. Dial it right now if you've felt like you're dealing with any type of hearing loss. If you got a loved one that's dealing with hearing loss, you can enter them to win by just having them come in and schedule an appointment. It's free. And by the way, the people that you work with, Matt, from front desk to you, to everybody in between, just kind, patient, informative, helpful. So I know our listeners are going to come in and have a wonderful experience with great people, top-end product, from start to finish.
Yeah, whether it's Keith in Provo or Amanda up in Layton, Brandon out in Park City, we're going to make sure you've got a great provider that's going to help you out. Like you said, they're super. They're a lot nicer than I am.
And Matt's really nice.
And they're a lot more patient than I am, and they're very good with our patients. And if you don't believe me, that's fine. You can go online, go to any of their Google listings, and you can see feedback from the patients. They don't talk about the hearing aids. As cool as those are, as nice it is to have that Bluetooth technology and the audiology assistant, they all they're about the great, kind people at the front office and those that are working with them with the hearing aids.
801-701-1629. That's 801-701-1629. Free test. You get to try these hearing aids out for 30 days, and if you keep them, great. If not, either way, you're going to get that free gift card to Red Lobster or the Olive Garden. I'm telling you, there's a lot of free. Let's go. And somebody's walking away with a free set today that sets an appointment by calling 801-701-1629. Right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
You should really write these crazy letters that in 250 years, people are like, this Jake Scott lived the craziest life. Like, they'll be like, you listened to his radio show and his life was pretty flat, but man, these letters are colorful.
Nowadays, that's how you get arrested. Because nobody writes letters anymore. So, like, if you start writing some unhinged letters, like, Zodiac. People are showing up at your door. Yeah. You could send some unhinged emails, and people will dismiss it. You write out an unhinged letter and mail it to somebody?
No fly list.
Yeah, immediately.
This guy bought stamps. Let's keep an eye on him.
I mean, honestly, I could say whatever I want to over the radio, and nobody's there going to give it a second thought. But I write that thing down.
He meant it. This guy meant it. This is a threat.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
If you have a lot to get done and get growing this spring in your yard or garden, let our friends at Replenish Landscape Garden Products help. Tim Hughes here with Greg and Mike. As much as we talk about Replenish, I want everybody to know, Greg, that no matter what part of their landscaping they're changing, and maybe they're looking for something that provides them with no maintenance or low maintenance, you have other materials that can help.
That's all right. We have 4 different natural barks. We have 4 different of the colored wood mulches. We have rock, we have gravel, we have sand, 22 different products here.
You may never have to pull weeds again. Mike, there's a reason why professional landscapers and even school districts and others use your products.
Yeah, it's a great proven material. We get a lot of school districts and municipalities that use it as well, and landscapers.
You're going to find it all right here in Murray at 4660 South 200 West. Call them at 801-262-5142 or go online at replenishcompost.com. Remember, Replenish. It's good stuff.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
An Australian hiker travels to the American West to walk a wilderness trail.
Wasn't afraid to be out on his own.
But Eric Robinson vanished in the high Uinta Mountains.
I remember thinking, Eric, what were you thinking, mate?
I'm Dave Cawley. Join me on my podcast, Uinta Triangle, where I travel the world to answer the question, what happened to Eric Robinson? Follow Uinta Triangle. That's UINTA Triangle on Apple Podcasts or wherever you listen.
Chevy trucks have you covered when the road takes you from smooth sailing to Chevy Colorado will eat up some of the toughest terrains with 5 available drive modes. And Silverado and Silverado HD have the muscle to take you out for some serious with multiple engine options and impressive towing. While Silverado EV is the perfect combo of performance and capability. Nice. Making it a snap to hitch up this electric truck and hit the road. Wherever the road leads, Chevy trucks are right there with you. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
The wheel is loaded, and it's time to talk some sports. This is Sports Roulette with Hansen Scotty on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hansen, Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hope you're all well. Hope you're having yourself a great Thursday. Time for Sports Roulette. We take some of the biggest storylines, we put on a roulette wheel, we spin it. We're doing this a little early. Why? Well, I mean, we're going to break a little early because we got Bill Armstrong who's going to join us coming up in about 13 minutes from right now.
Yeah, we're going to be talking about the big NHL news. The Utah Jazz bringing an NHL player into play in their front court. Hey, look, if I'm going to give other people a hard time for being an idiot, then I got to give myself a hard time.
Yeah, but it's no Smith's Mobile Ballpark.
No, it's not. It's definitely not. But it's a bad one.
It's no Bill Cunningham.
Yeah, Bill Cunningham will not be joining us at 2:45. Bill Armstrong will.
Yes, both of them great people, but
yeah.
Bill Armstrong knows a lot more about sports than Bill Cunningham.
Yeah.
Before we jump into the NHL conversation, and what the Mammoth just did, I want to remind people that Scotty and I are looking for great products to endorse.
Yes.
We want to endorse your product. You know, we're out here with My Hearing Centers, and we've had great success today. Plenty of listeners calling to get their hearing fixed, and Scotty and I want to represent your product too. We want to help you get calls. We want to help your business grow. We want to help your product sell. And we also want to be friends with you. You know, we were down at the Cage last night for the draft coverage and getting to meet the owners of the Cage and seeing this new product. It's kind of like, it's a bit like a Top Golf, but for a batting cage.
It was awesome. And those dudes, young entrepreneurial dudes that are just busting their butt trying to keep a dream alive. I loved it, man.
It is. It's incredible what they're doing, and I'm hoping people get out there and check out, because it's a fun date night. Go sit in a batting cage and smack a couple home runs, and you know, you can dial down the speed, and anybody can get in those cage and hit a home run. It's fun. But we want to help you sell your product, and Scotty and I need it. 57500. Just text the word HANS, H-A-N-S, to 57500, and you'll be contacted by one of our representatives, and you can just say, well, how much is it for Scotty to cut a spot for me? Or how much is it to have Hansen Scotty come out on remote, or whatever? And we'll get you those prices, and we'll answer any questions you have, but we want to represent your product.
And beat those people up, too, a little bit, because, come on.
Yeah.
We're flexible.
Yeah.
57500. Text the keyword HANS to 57500.
Yeah, tell them Hansen Scotty said we'd do the first one for free.
Yes. And we give you the racks of ribs.
Let's see what they say.
What else can we? Oh, yeah. They said a non-commission first year
remote.
on an annual.
On an annual. Yep.
Yeah.
You just tell them that when they reach out to you. 57500. Text HANS. And what that does is that just alerts our sales staff that you're interested. And they're just there to answer questions. You're not signing a contract.
Nope. Just asking questions. That's it. 57500. Text keyword HANS. That's 57500.
And Lloyd will spend an entire day with you at the lake.
Yes. And, well, I mean, people want that. You saw those guys fanboying over Lloyd last night.
Oh, that's not true.
People
I got
love
shoved out of the
Lloyd.
way just to get to Hands and to get to Scotty. In fact, our guy Blake came back to just to see Scotty. Loves both of you guys.
Well, we love Blake.
Yeah,
we love good
Blake's
listeners.
amazing.
They're both awesome.
But
awesome
he did shove me out of he was talking to me. He's like, oh, I love your guys' show, and I love what you bring. I'm like, oh, thanks. And then as soon as Hands walked in, he shoved me right out of the way and went over to talk. I was like, okay, well, there you go. We know who brings the milkshake to the yard.
Hey, speaking of batting cages, I couldn't even hear myself talking over Xavier ripping dingers with that metal bat.
That bat's
Dude
got a
was
little
taking
pop to
some
it.
good cuts, huh?
Xavier was sitting in that cage I don't know if you heard the coverage coming in. And you heard the dink, dink. That was Xavier just quack, smashing him. He looked good in the cage, Lloyd.
Well,
not too bad.
It got really crazy when Brant, our tech, and Lloyd got in a cage together. Those dudes.
Now,
were
Brant, you mean?
They were really flexing on each other.
Was Lloyd smashing a couple?
Oh yeah, Lloyd. But Brant would. You know, Brant's like 22 years old and built out a solid muscle. And he was just ripping him. And so Lloyd's like, well, I'm the baseball player. So he came in, and it turned into freaking testosterone on parade between those two.
For real?
Oh, yeah.
I should have got in the cage, dang it.
Hey, you would have thought.
I just didn't get in there.
People's manlyhood was on the line there.
Was it that much?
It wasn't that bad.
Yeah.
So, Lloyd, the cage, it keeps the score as you hit?
Yeah.
It has all different games. It's like you can do a home run derby. You can do there's some other different games where they actually have infielders that are out there, playing it like it's a game. Like it's got a ton to it.
A lot of cool things. All right, 57500. Text the keyword HANS. You know what? Bill Armstrong's going to join us coming up here in just a moment, so no chance to spin the wheel, which is probably for the best considering what was on the roulette wheel.
Yeah.
So we'll go ahead and go to break. Bill Armstrong joins us next, general manager of the Utah Mammoth, right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
What the Jazz didn't do last night is they did not reach on Ace Bailey by any means. The guys drafted right behind him, Trey Johnson, Jeremiah Fears, Yegor Dehaman, they probably don't have as much just natural skill as he has. Plus, he's got this physical body. Like, the Jazz didn't just draft a physical freak with no basketball skills. They got a good combination of skills and measurables.
They don't have to sell anything with Ace. When they drafted Trey Burke, they really had to sell it that he's a winner.
Yeah.
Because he wasn't really good at anything.
Right.
Dante Exum, you had to sell that he's going to learn to shoot. There's really nothing that you have to, sell it with this dude. The ceiling is there. He's super skilled. He's huge.
No, this isn't the Jazz trying to be smarter than anybody in the room. In fact, I think they're just not overthinking it. It's a huge player with a ton of skill. Great. That's the sell. That's what you're excited about.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Trajan Wealth, and I've got something important to talk to you about, your 401k. If you have changed jobs, there are two very important considerations. You don't want to leave your 401k behind, and you don't want to roll it over into your new company plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. 401ks will often have limited investments or age-based options. Since companies have to make choices to suit all employees, they may not be suited to you, which could cost you fees and money. When you roll over your 401k into an IRA, you not only keep your money growing tax deferred, but you also gain access to a world of investment options specifically designed for you. Trajan Wealth and our fiduciary advisors have helped thousands, and we can do the same for you. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. 801-899-7600.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
So it says here you released from the factory with your top down.
That's right.
You want to speak to that?
Well, I'm a Jeep. I'm a Wrangler. You can't tie me down. Am I a little on the spicy side? Sure. Are kids going to stare at the school pickup? Absolutely. But I helped build this country, doggone it. You ever hear of World War II?
For the best selection on 2025 Jeeps, drop into Doug Smith Jeep in Spanish or American Fork during the Employee Pricing Plus sales event, now through June 30th. No one knows Jeep like Doug.
2025 Ute Stampede Rodeo and Extreme Bulls in Nephi, Utah is here. 91 years of rodeo fun happening July 9th through the 12th at 8 p.m. nightly at the Juab County Fairgrounds. July 9th, it's a Wild Wednesday featuring PRCA Extreme Bull Riding. July 10th through the 12th, it's PRCA Rodeo. Flying U Rodeo Company is here with the entertainment, plus the City of Fun Carnival. Rising Star Cole Hardley. Heritage Parade Friday, July 11th at 4. Mammoth Parade Saturday, July 12th. Lions Club Chuck Wagon Breakfast Friday and Saturday, 6:30 to 10:30 at Nephi City Park. Get your tickets now at UteStampedeRodeo.com.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Do your summer plans include travel? Make sure your prep includes more than just flights and hotels. Stay up to date with COVID-19 vaccination, especially if you're 65 or older or have certain health conditions. There have been surges in COVID-19 in the summer, too. It's important to help protect yourself no matter your destination. So check eligibility and schedule in minutes at VaxAssist.com. That's VAXAssist.com. Brought to you by Pfizer.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
The Garden Restaurant is reimagined space with exceptional taste. Opening June 30th in Salt Lake City. Enjoy a fresh, healthy menu, dine in, grab and go, patio seating, or online ordering. Open weekdays 11 to 3. Fresh flavors, iconic location. The Garden Restaurant, next to Temple Square.
Number 1. Miss any part of the show? Every moment of every show is available in podcast form by searching Hansen Scotty on your favorite podcasting platform or online at KSLSports.com. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Standing here beside you, want so much to give you this love in my heart that I'm feeling for you. Let them say we're crazy, I don't care about that. Put your hand in my hand, baby, don't ever look back. Let the world around us just fall apart. Baby, we can make it if we're heart to heart.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. I don't know what to think about this, Hans. This kind of feels like, when your wife starts talking about other guys. JJ and Alex is going to be with Tim and RGS Exteriors.
What?
I know, right?
Oh, he'll come crawling back to us, I can promise.
Tim's going to be texting them pictures of him being on an island somewhere. Thinking of you, JJ. But they'll come up this afternoon, 3 to 6, JJ and Alex with Tim and the crew at RGS Exteriors.
Oh, my gosh, I love RGS. Worth the call if you're rebuilding or you're remodeling on the outside of your home. And let's say you've started taking things off and don't know how to put things back on.
They're there to help you out.
Yeah, they'll get the job done. But excited to catch up with Bill Armstrong and just talk about some of the incredible things that the Mammoth are doing. And the more I learn about Peterka, the more I like.
Yes.
Second leading scorer in terms of points for Buffalo, the Sabres, last year. And he has been a mainstay. He had 41 assists, 27 goals in 77 games played, Scotty. And he just is the type of guy that I think the Mammoth have really needed. And then you mentioned you're throwing his points in with a couple of young up-and-comers that have been rocking and rolling with points in Keller, who had 90 points, Cooley at 65, Schmaltzy at 63, Gunther at 60. You're adding a big piece.
Yeah, and the fact that 4 out of those, if you include Peterka, 4 of those 5 guys that had 60 points or more are under the age of 26.
That's a young group. Peterka's only 23.
Yeah. Cooley's 21, Gunther's 22.
He is a German player. He's out of Munich, and he is exactly what a lot of us have been wanting and waiting for. 6 foot, 190 pounds. He is a very smooth skater. I'm actually watching video of him right now as we speak. A very smooth skater, very aggressive, and I think he's going to fit in well. For those of you that didn't hear, the Mammoth are giving up Kesselring, and they're giving up Doan, and those are tough losses, but they're not backbreakers. And I don't want to take away from anything that they've done, because they're great players. And I did look at both of those guys like the piece to that step into the postseason this upcoming season. But when you get a guy of this caliber, I think you're going to be just fine.
Also agreeing with the Utah Mammoth on a 5-year contract extension, average salary about $7.7 million a year. So not only did you trade for Peterka, but you also got him to agree to an extension. Now, that has not been signed as of yet, so I don't believe Bill Armstrong can comment on that part of it, but the trade has gone through, and J.J. Peterka, the newest member of the Utah Mammoth.
couple of other bits and notes of J.J. Peterka before we jump out to Bill Armstrong. And, Bill, sorry to keep you waiting on the line, but we've got a few more things.
Yeah, you just hold off there, Bill. We'll get to you here in a second.
Drafted in 2020, second round, number 34 overall to Buffalo. In his first season, he only saw 2 games of action in 21-22 after getting the call up. In 22-23, 77 games played. He ended up with 32 points. In 23-24, 82 games played. He had 50 points in the season. And then last year, 77 games played, 68 points. You're seeing a dramatic jump in points every year that he's been on the ice. He's finding his level of comfort. He's finding his maturity. And he's also getting to that age, that ripe age now where it's time to put on the big boy pants, be a big-time skater, and go win some games. So Peterka every year has gotten better. His time on ice has continued to increase. His assist numbers have continued to increase. He went from 22 assists in 2023 to 41 assists in 2024. Huge jumps for JJ. And I like that. I like those indicators that somebody is just continually getting better and that Buffalo relied on him the way they did.
Bill Armstrong expected to join us here momentarily. He's just wrapping up a press conference right now, and then we will have a chance to chat with him and get his thoughts on the movement yesterday. As I like that Bill's like, you know what? I'm not letting the Ainge boys have all the limelight today. I'm going to come in here and have ourselves a little bit of fun. So we're going to get after it a little bit.
A couple of other thoughts about JJ. He has not seen postseason NHL play. Buffalo has been left out of the postseason, the 3 seasons that he's been an integral part of what they're doing on the ice. They barely missed it his first season on the ice, and they've continually taken step backs the last couple years in terms of team play. But that's a guy that's going to be extremely hungry to help take a young crew to that next step. I'm not saying he doesn't know what it takes to win. Obviously he does. But Buffalo has not been able to find their way to the postseason in the 3 years that he's been a big-time role player for them. But there's a few ways to look at that, because you remember that the Mammoth already have a couple of players with that level of experience. Peterka is going to be extremely hungry for postseason play.
Hansen Scotty joining us now. He is the general manager of the Utah Mammoth. Bill Armstrong, kind enough to hang out with us. And Bill, you just can't let Danny and Austin Ainge have all the fun yesterday. You got to get on the mix a little bit, right?
Well, yeah, I guess so. I really like their picks, though.
Yeah.
I was so happy for those guys yesterday. So it's good, man. They're great people. So we've enjoyed working alongside the Jazz. Been good stuff. But yeah, we were working on a deal, and I didn't think it was going to get done at times, and we were able to kind of really kind of close in on it at the end to get her done. So it's a big deal for us. We got a young player that can come into the top 6 and score. So he's young, he's developing, and he's a real good player. We're really excited about getting him.
Tell us a little bit about who he is as a player, his strengths, and what Mammoth fans can expect out of him next year.
Well, he's fast. He can score from and beat goaltenders from distance. He's great at coming down the wing, ripping pucks, and he's good. I mean, he's got a laser of a shot, and he's somebody that he's going to add some speed into our game too. And you can't wait to see him with the likes of Logan Cooley and Dylan Gunther and some of those other younger guys that can play. It's going to be exciting. He's a goal scorer, and we like what he did last year. He can also make plays, so he's a double threat for us.
Well, it's not easy losing Kesselring or Doan. I know that you thought the world of both of those guys, and moving them on with the trade. How tough was that decision to make, Bill?
Well, it's extremely tough. It's one of those things for us, when you have 2 great kids that come into your organization and just do everything they can to succeed and take the next step, and really help drive our culture. It's a hard one. In this particular move, we had to fill a need. That need was scoring, and we didn't really want to go into in some of the free agent market and get 35, 36, 37-year-old players. We wanted to keep it in the same age range as we could, and we did that. We did that last year with Marino and Sergachev, and we did it the year before with Thursday, and we're able to stay, and get JJ's 23 years old. So it's a big win for us.
What have your initial conversations with JJ been like about getting here to Utah and getting to work?
Can't get you in town fast enough, and we only got you for a couple of reasons. One is to make playoffs, and the second is to drive this team into winning a championship. And this is you're a big player for us. You're an impact player for us. We can't wait to see what you can do here.
Well, Bill, I know how intensely you focus. When I bumped you in the hallway, I thought you were going to throw a right haymaker on me. So I know that these are intense times for you, and it's a big day coming up tomorrow. I'm just curious, how much did that draft lottery change the way you look at tomorrow? Just all things combined, and taking the jump.
Yeah, it's really exciting to be picking that high in the draft, and along with that comes a lot of calls, moving up, moving down, where are we going, all that, and that's been really exciting for this group, to kind of go through this process, and explore every option and see what's the next step that we can take, right? So we're extremely excited about picking at 4 and the talent range that's the talented players that are available. So we're just finishing up doing the double, triple check-ins, as I called all the paranoid work, making sure we're ready for tomorrow.
So many scenarios could be in play tomorrow, and I got to imagine your phones, if not blowing up already, will certainly be heating up tomorrow. I guess I know you don't want to tip your hand, but I guess pretty much everything's on the option, right? Or is on the table, right?
Oh, it's all on the table, yeah. And listen, when you're picking like there, you got teams that can come at you and put crazy scenarios in front of you, and that's we got to explore all of them and just pick the right one. And most likely, if you look at it, when you have a pick at 4, very rarely from 1 to 5 do the picks ever get traded. Everybody likes what's coming their way and they pick. So most likely we'll be picking, but you never know. You got to tune in to see.
How beneficial was it, and how difficult was it in your trade talks to Buffalo to make that a trade for players only, and that there were no picks exchanged there?
Well, we're at the point where we've picked more players in the NHL in the last 4 years than any other team. So, we want to get up. We want to get players back. We want to get players that can come into our lineup to have impact. So we're kind of focused really on, in that particular trade of getting back a player that can have impact.
Hey, Bill, why are goalies so often not taken early in the draft with the level of importance that they play? I'm just trying to better understand why we don't see many go early.
Yeah, that's a great question. There are some, elite goaltenders that go early and have great careers, but there's a lot of goaltenders that are picked in the first round that aren't the best goaltender of the draft. And I think teams get nervous because of that, and they say, hey, listen, we can pick in the 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th round and still have the same odds as picking early. So that's why you probably don't see as many goaltenders go. And you don't know with goaltenders, it just takes a long time for them to develop. And it's weird. There are goaltenders you would watch in junior, like that guy's a road hockey goaltender. He'll never play pro. And he turns out to be a great player. So they're really interesting positional wise. And you see all these goaltender scouts out, and I say, listen, if you can get a goaltender scout that can predict, the next great goaltender, I think we don't pay that guy $1 million. So it's a hard job to be a goaltender scout. It really is.
You mentioned earlier in your press conference that in your conversations with JJ that he'd already done his homework and knew about the roster and kind of knew what he was working with here. What does that say a lot about who he is as a player, that he really wants to go to work and he's already getting his homework in on what to expect here in Utah?
Absolutely. He's prepared. He knows who he's playing with, and he studied the town and knows what a good place it is to play hockey and how crazy our fans are. It's the loudest building, I believe, in the National Hockey League. And, we're probably one of the most exciting teams. And again, we'll probably be one of the youngest teams in the National Hockey League pushing to make the playoffs.
Well, let's go to work, and good luck tomorrow, Bill. Take care of business.
All right. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
You got it. There he is, Bill Armstrong. That's a man who you can tell he's buckling up.
Oh,
he's getting ready.
When we were walking in the hallway, I told you, man, It was like, so Matt's hanging out on headset with us, but we had done interviews with Bill all year long, and Bill was walking down the hallway.
It was after a tough loss.
After a tough loss. It was a shootout.
Yeah.
And against Pittsburgh. And
Sid
Crosby.
The Crosby game, yeah.
Oh, no, it wasn't a shootout. It was an overtime
Yeah,
loss. And
yeah.
Sid Crosby knocks it through. Anyways, we're walking down the hallway, and I see him. He's looking at the floor, and he's seething. I'm like, yeah, I'm going to introduce myself.
Yeah. Hey, Coach.
I stepped in front of him. We see eye to eye. He's my height.
Yeah, he's a big guy.
Yeah, he's a big boy. And I said, Coach. And he was like, what? And then I said, I'm Hansen. He's like, oh, okay. I could tell. He's like, if there's just a fan like stopping me, we got problems. He's an intense guy, but he's also big heart, very, very good at his job. And this is a big-time trade. And this is an indicator that the Mammoth are ready. The Jazz drafting yesterday was an indicator they're not ready, and they're going to continue to simmer. This move was an indicator of we're ready, postseason ready, let's go.
Let's do it. That's the next step for this team. There's no doubt about it. All right, Matt's with us, wrapping things up here at My Hearing Center. There is Matt gives you no excuse whatsoever. Matt is not in the excuse business. He is all about that business. Yeah. He's all about making sure that there's no yeah buts. You're when you're listening, you're like, yeah, but I don't know about this. Guess what? You're going to get a free test. You're going to get a free 30 days to work with these hearing aids. You're going to get free gift cards to Red Lobster or Olive Garden for trying those things out. There is no reason why you shouldn't be calling right now and checking out how you can improve your hearing.
Yeah, I mean, and we recognize no one was in second grade just dreaming of when they get their first hearing aid. Like, that's not.
That's the truth.
It's not what was going on, right?
It's not your goal.
No, it wasn't your goal. But I know you're thinking about your family and when you and want to spend time with them. I know you're thinking about all the cool events. Yeah, I have this fun. This is my first week without kids, really, because and being home, we sent our kids down to a camp, and they've been gone. And when they're gone, you're like, oh, life's a little different, right?
Yeah.
And you don't get to spend as much time with them.
The word I use is glorious, but yeah,
some of it can be very glorious, right? But when you are with them, those times you are with your kids, your grandkids, your family, your friend, you want to make sure that it's meaningful. And if it can't be meaningful if you can't communicate. That's what the hearing aids are all about. That's what My Hearing Center is all about. We're changing lives through better hearing. Call us, schedule a free evaluation, try it risk-free for 30 days, take it on your trips, take it to your family gatherings, take it to your business, go to the plays and the theaters, whatever you have going on. Come back. If you don't love them, we'll take them back. You get the gift card. If you love them, we got special pricing for you.
No problem.
Simple as that.
And I've said, look, I wear them. I'm more than happy to admit it. But I don't wear them 24/7. But what I do wear them to are events like restaurants, movies, church, places where there's a lot of other noise going around.
Yep.
And that helps me be able to zone in on conversations when I'm trying to talk to my wife at a restaurant or a concert or a game or something like that. Those are really important because it helps me identify what's being said in those interpersonal conversations when there's a lot of ambient noise around.
Yep. And everybody that's listening right now, for yourself or for a loved one, can experience the same thing, Scotty. All you need to do is start off with a free evaluation. Give us a call, 801-701-1629.
801-701-1629. We'll be back with you tomorrow, getting you ready for the NHL draft tomorrow right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Take the Zone with you wherever you go. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows.
Downloading.
Download the latest podcasts and get all the latest breaking news on the teams you can't live without. Everything you need delivered right to your phone.
Let's go get them where we can get them.
Just search KSL Sports on your app store of choice. Download it now. The KSL Sports app, presented by University of Utah Health.
Do your summer plans include travel? Make sure your prep includes more than just flights and hotels. Stay up to date with COVID-19 vaccination. especially if you're 65 or older or have certain health conditions. There have been surges in COVID-19 in the summer, too. It's important to help protect yourself no matter your destination. So check eligibility and schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Brought to you by Pfizer.
For a lot of us, saving up a down payment can be the biggest barrier to buying a home. So Rocket Mortgage is lowering down payments to 1% for eligible home buyers with ONE+. Because everyone deserves their shot at the American dream. Call 800-4ROCKET or visit rocket.com to get a head start on your starter home.
Rocket Mortgage, LLC. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLSConsumerAccess.org, number 3030.
Looking for reliable home services you can actually count on? I've got just the team for you. Mountain Home Services. They've been serving Utah since 1954 with honest, upfront pricing and zero hidden fees. Plus, they back every job with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. With summer heating up, now's the time to get your AC in shape. Mountain Home Services delivers fast, expert air conditioning service to keep your home cool and comfortable. And don't forget, they also handle electrical and plumbing work with the same trusted care. And here's the best part. KSL listeners get exclusive limited-time specials, but you have to call and ask. These deals won't last, so don't miss your chance to save. Call 801-543-2222 today and tell them KSL sent you. That's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com. Get the service you need and the deal you deserve.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
What the Jazz didn't do last night is they did not reach on Ace Bailey by any means. The guys drafted right behind him, Trey Johnson, Jeremiah Fears, Yegor Dehaman, they probably don't have as much just natural skill as he has. Plus, he's got this physical body. Like, the Jazz didn't just draft a physical freak with no basketball skills. They got a good combination of skills and measurables.
They don't have to sell anything with Ace. When they drafted Trey Burke, they really had to sell it that he's a winner.
Yeah.
Because he wasn't really good at anything.
Right.
Dante Exum, you had to sell that he's going to learn to shoot. There's really nothing that you have to, sell it with this dude. The ceiling is there. He's super skilled. He's huge.
No, this isn't the Jazz trying to be smarter than anybody in the room. In fact, I think they're just not overthinking it. It's a huge player with a ton of skill. Great. That's the sell. That's what you're excited about.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found in G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just a bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them at Costco, Harmon's, Maverick, and now at Smith's.
Hey, bro. You hear us every day with our crazy opinions.
Hey, what you doing?
Well, now, it's time to hear from you.
Hey, great show.
Download the KSL Sports app and fire off your thoughts with the call-in tab on the bottom of your screen.
Your show is fantastic. It's the one that captivates me the most.
You can tell PK to stop singing.
G-Bangs! G-Bangs!
Let Jake and Ben know what you really think of the Jazz. Tell Hansen Scotty about your favorite barbecue spot or what color of tie JJ should be wearing on TV. The best entries will be played on the air. Download the KSL Sports app now and hit the call-in button to let your voice be heard.
I think you guys do an incredible job.
This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey!
This is JJ and Alex.
I made a name for myself. I told you I won't be denied.
As you wrap up your day, it's time to get your fix of the teams you live for and the sports you love. This is JJ and Alex, presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, everybody, welcome on in. It's another edition of JJ and Alex. It is a post-draft, post-first round NBA Draft edition of the program. Thanks for being with us on the show today. It has been a very busy 24 hours here in the state of Utah in terms of sports. And, man, we wouldn't have it any other way, JJ, right? I mean, come on. This is what we sign up to do.
This is why we call it basketball Christmas, right? And, of course, we're going to experience hockey Christmas. Maybe we did yesterday. We'll get into that.
A little bit, yeah. Listen, not to be outdone, the Utah Mammoth wanted to be in the news last night too, and they, of course, were. All good news for the franchises here in the state of Utah that are owned by Ryan Smith and Ashley Smith. So all good news on that front, and good news for us who love to cover all this stuff. Maybe we're that desperate, JJ, just for things to go a little bit differently than what we felt for the Jazz franchise in the last, 12 to 24 months. And a day like yesterday brings you a lot of hope. It also brings you a lot of different options. And all I could think of today was, I know that there's been this specter of a big name coming out of Boston again, possibly coming this way. That would be so fun. However, I also am a realist, but I also looked at the East and I went, boy, that conference sucks. And they are going to be bad the next – the Eastern Conference is absolutely in shambles.
Who's left?
I don't –
all of a sudden we're like talking ourselves into the Orlando Magic being championship contenders.
Pistons and the Pistons and
young
the Magic.
Rising team.
How dare they? And then it's like it's the Cavaliers to lose next year at this point.
And they'll probably lose it because that's what they do.
So maybe Indiana actually had something up their sleeve. They might be long for having some success there, even without Tyrese Halliburton. But we'll see what goes on. All the things that we have looked at over the past 24 hours, all of the draft coverage from last night. We thank our folks at the Cage last night. It was an awesome party for the entire night. It was one of those nights, JJ, where we hit the road after, and it's like 7 o'clock, and I'm listening to the rest of the coverage, and I'm as glued to the radio as anybody else was. And so to see what the outcome is, we never know exactly what it's going to be. But at the same time, we'll see how this thing goes. And like I said, it's been an awesome 24 hours at the very least. Brant, who's running the show here at RGS today, he's had quite the 24 hours as well. So it's been a lot of work. And it's tough for him because he is also one of these people who follows sports. And unfortunately, he has to hear our droning on for hours. So
well, he's sore from swinging the bat so hard last night.
Did you get any home runs last night, Brant? You got one. All right, well, that's good. Everybody gets a home run at the Cage. I love when we were doing it. When I was like, man, I hit so many home runs when I was boosted 50%. He goes, we got 6-year-olds hitting home runs. I was like, thanks a lot.
If you need a boost in confidence, go down to the Cage and hit some baseballs. It'll help you a ton.
And by the way, when they say it's like the top golf of batting for batting cages, I thought no. Golf doesn't do this where they go, oh, no, you hit that one.
I suck at golf.
No, you hit that one 400 yards. Like, they don't do that for you.
No, they don't.
You looked at it and you go.
You can still suck at Topgolf. You can't suck at the Cage.
No, it's awesome. All right, our program brought to you by G2G Bars. All natural ingredients and no preservatives make the G2G Bar the perfect protein bar. Let's kick off the program. We've got tons to get to. We've got tons to jump into. And if you've missed anything over the past 24 hours and you're on your way home or you're podcasting the show, we're going to have a lot of different views today as to kind of a little bit of reflection and trying to get some reality, because you can get very excited about how things go on a draft day, but we never really know exactly how it's going to go until the basketballs start hitting the wood floor and we start to get to summer league, and then we start to convince ourselves that things are worse or better than they actually are. That's the way we are, right? So let's kick things off here. Top of the hour, we've got to talk about some of that Jazz movement last night and some of the moves that happened for them to get one of the better first rounds we've seen in a long time. Ace Bailey then moving to get Walter Clayton Jr. out of Florida. That's a guy that we all admired during the tournament. I mean, my heavens, the performance that he had for Florida, phenomenal. And I think you get a really, really good shooter. Even if he is 6'2", I know that was a dangerous height territory, but who cares if you shoot the lights
you're not
out?
taking him number one overall. You're taking him at 18.
Taking him at 18.
With your 21st pick and a great trade.
Can you do something
Final
with that?
Four MVP.
It's gonna be fun to watch. So let's get into the program. We're at RGS Exteriors here in South Jordan today, and we are having an awesome time. Tim Brown is in the house, and so we're going to chat about all things when it comes to his business, and maybe sneak in a little bit of basketball talk as well. So let's kick things off with the cut. Let's jump in right here.
It's time for the biggest story of the day. This is what made the cut with JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
With the 5th pick in the 2025 NBA Draft, the Utah Jazz select Arius Ace Bailey from Rutgers University. And with the 18th pick in the 2025 NBA Draft, the Washington Wizards select Walter Clayton Jr. from the University of Florida.
Look, kids, I know that you've had everything given to you your whole life. But when the NBA draft comes around, I don't care where you say you want to be. No one cares. And you know who really doesn't care? Danny Ainge. Danny Ainge will pick you, all right? And I think that people look at that and they go, oh, they said they wanted to go to these other franchises. Every person that is in the draft has an ideal place that they feel like they want to go. Most years when the Pistons or the Hawks or somebody are picking first, second, third, whatever it might be, nobody's sitting there going, I can't wait to get to Charlotte. You know what I mean? Like that. There's going to be franchises. Now, and Utah can come across as one of those that people go, oh, they don't want to go to Utah. By the way, there's only 2 ways for you to really build in the NBA nowadays, right? It's through the draft and it's through trading.
Yep.
And ultimately, whatever your assets are in the draft, you end up trading those things away. There's no such thing as trying to woo somebody in free agency anyway. The way you build your team is with a draft pick. And last night, the draft that the Jazz had was basically, and maybe I'm seeing it through, what's the color scheme nowadays for the Jazz?
Purple colored glasses, I think.
It's kind of a black.
They're trying to sneak
white
in that mountain blue I saw.
So whatever the color of the Utah
whatever
Jazz
they are right now,
colored glasses are, I look at it and I go, all right, maybe we look at it through that. We won't really know, but everybody looking at this thing has to look at Utah and go, man, they had a pretty darn good draft.
All the people. I mean, I don't hear anybody nationally, these people that cover the draft every year, say anything negative about this. I think there's been a lot of positive feedback. That I've heard some say the Jazz got 2 of the best tough shot makers in the draft. Ace Bailey was supposed to be 3rd minimum. Some argue he's the 2nd best player in the draft. And as far as potential goes, we're talking about prospects here. We're not talking about what they did in college or where they're at right now. Where they can go, he was right there with Cooper Flagg. And before the college basketball season, a lot of people thought that he would rival Cooper Flagg for the number 1 overall pick of the draft. The Jazz just got that kid at number 5. So when you talk about value, and that's the only thing we can evaluate on right now, 5 years from now, we may look back on this and say, wow, what a genius move. This helped set up the Jazz for their next generation. Or we're going to look back and say, man, what a super bust. We should have known. All those red flags, should have known. What a big mistake. We can do that in 5 years, but today we only have this lens to look at it with. And if you can get somebody who was the 2nd or 3rd pick evaluation and you get him at number 5, you have to take that player because they become an asset. And when you talk about what you just talked about with the trades, with the draft, everything is an asset. And I don't like talking about human beings that way, but that's how the league works.
Sure.
You have to accumulate assets. And that's what they have right now. If you look at their roster, do they have a future superstar? I don't think so. You look at all the drafts they've had over the last 3 or 4 years, how many of those guys are stars? How many of those guys are going to play in an all-star game? I feel pretty confident right now saying 0.
Yeah.
0. Maybe Walker Kessler is a center someday. So you got to keep swinging. And the Jazz needed to get somebody out of these drafts that's going to be that guy. And Ace Bailey has that potential. 6'7", 6'8" wing, incredible athleticism, tough shot maker, doesn't lack for confidence, has the potential to be an alpha. By all accounts, setting all this draft drama aside, great kid, great locker room presence. Everybody loves him. They love to play with him. They love to work with him.
One of the best stories out of the draft of somebody not wanting to play for a team is Steph Curry trying his darndest to avoid playing for the Golden State Warriors.
And that's funny that nobody knows that or talks about it.
Right.
Because he wanted to go play for the Knicks.
Right. But guess what the thing was? Because now what do we know him as? High character guy, maybe the hardest worker in the history of the NBA. Maybe, like in terms of putting up shots and developing a skill that people have never had at that level before. And you say, and Hall of Fame, bona fide Hall of Famer, how many titles? 4? With the or 3 with the Warriors that he's had?
4.
4 titles with
4 titles.
4 titles with the Warriors. So now what does he look back and go, I hated my time in Oakland. I hated my time in San Francisco. Absolutely
He
not.
never left.
Right. He never
and
left.
they never gave up on him. It all paid off.
And all the people that came and went around him,
yeah,
he was always the piece in the very middle. Eventually, like even when KD was there, you were like, KD is kind of this lone wolf dude, and he won a title there. Guess who won 4? He won 1 there at the Golden State Warriors. And so it's one of those things where I think people get caught up in, yeah, but he doesn't want to be there. Well, guess what? Nobody does that first day of school when they're forced to go to that one group. You're in group 1, you're in group 2, you're in group 3, and you're like, I hate group 3. It has that one kid in it. And then you get there, and you have to make it work because that's where you've been slotted, and that's kind of the end of the discussion.
2 things I'll say on that. Number 1, how many 20-year-olds in the country want to live in L.A., New York, or Miami? For obvious reasons, right?
Every one of them, probably.
Okay. If you got to choose, you do that. But if you have a job in Fargo, North Dakota.
North Dakota.
North Dakota.
You even said it like a North
that
Dakota.
pays you $20 million, you can't wait to move to Fargo.
Oh, yeah. No.
You'll love the winters there.
You've never been more excited.
You'll learn how to fish on the ice.
You'll put on the
You know
hat.
what I mean?
You'll put on the hat.
So spare me this garbage, okay? Ace is going to fly in here today or tomorrow or whenever they bring him in. He's going to fly over the mountains. He's going to get here. He's going to see the mountain air. He's going to see the facilities. He's going to meet his coaching staff.
Was that an inversion joke, by the way, that he's going to see the mountain air? Is that what
you can see it in the summer. Don't fly in here in January. Let me just say that. Okay? We'll own that. But in the summer, can you beat the views? Okay? This is a great place to live. He'll figure that out.
Yeah.
Okay?
Well,
the other
again,
thing I'll say, Alex, a lot of these kids that are growing up right now, they're never told no. There is some entitlement, especially when you're gifted. And we have this generation of players who went to 4 different high schools by the time they graduated and went to college. And then if there weren't one and done in college, they played at 3 colleges. Okay? So they are used to saying, I want to go here. And then you go there. Well, you get to the NBA, and that's not an option anymore. So this stuff with Ace, I'm not that worried about it. I'm okay with it in the sense that that's what kids want these days. They want options. They want to be able to decide what they want to do. I get that from a human being perspective. But when somebody offers you $20 to $30 million to come work somewhere, suddenly that place looks just amazing.
The check clears, the very first check clears for 7 or 8 figures, and things feel pretty good. You know what I mean? Like that, you'd be in a good spot, not just because they're paying you, but because at some point you go.
You're from Atlanta. You played college basketball in New York. Fine.
Got it. Great.
Come check it out.
But also, if you're the guy who gets to any location in the NBA and you don't play well, and you go, well, that's because I didn't like it there. No. By the way, no Miami will ever want you. No New York will ever want you. If you stink. You know what I mean? That's the way it is.
100%.
Here's what Ace Bailey sounded like after the draft. He said all the right things. I know everybody made stuff about, look at the look on his face right before Utah took him. Look at the look on his face when Commissioner Silver was shaking his hand. I was like, I think every person when they're shaking Adam Silver's hand ends up everyone sitting next to Adam Silver looks a little bit awkward, right? So here's what Ace Bailey said in his Zoom conference call last night after the draft.
I know you just talked to Coach Hardy. What was that conversation? What did he tell you?
He told me a lot of stuff. I mean, he told me, very young team, come in, it's time to get to work.
Ace, it's Andy Larson from the Salt Lake Tribune. What was your reaction when you learned that you were drafted by Utah, and kind of what were your thoughts on the Utah Jazz throughout this draft process?
Oh, man, definitely. When they called my name, I was selected. It was very emotional at the time with my mom. I mean, she's crying, the whole table crying, because they know the hard work and the sacrifices we made for me to be in this position. Not just me, but my family also. So it was very emotional to be in that position.
Hi, Ace. It's Sarah Todd from the Deseret News. A lot has been made in the pre-draft process about you not working out with teams, having preferred destinations. I just want to give you a chance to say whatever you'd like about that situation.
I haven't been worried about that. I've just been focusing on basketball. That's the main thing. That's why I'm here, is just to play the basketball side, and I let my family and stuff deal with the other stuff.
Is it fair to say that those decisions were, management and your people?
Yes, ma'am.
Ace, Sam Parsons, KSL Channel 5, Salt Lake City. What do you feel like you can bring immediately to this Utah Jazz team?
A leader, confidence. Hard worker. just a player that pushes people to be the best. I mean, a very great teammate. I'm clapping for the first person to get off the bench to the last person. So I'm the person that's going to push everybody to be the best who they can be, even the coaches.
Ace, where do you think that your greatest areas are where you can improve?
I feel like I can improve on everything. I mean, not just that. I'm very young. I'm just coming to the game, so it's a lot of stuff I can improve physically and mentally. I mean, from jump shots, the more creativity, the more ball handling, just all of it plays in effect.
Ace, what are your thoughts on, have you ever been to Utah, first of all, and what are your thoughts on moving here?
Nah, I ain't never been to Utah. Here it get hot out there, though.
That's about right.
That's the most accurate description I've ever heard of.
I heard you guys have it's pretty hot out there. You guys have, what is this, Chuckorama? Is that what that's called?
Hey, Ace, the choice is yours.
There are so many things that these kids are going through. The reality is that
and you know
the complete upheaval of your life is like secondary to the fact that you got to get into a gym and start dribbling a basketball, which is 100% where you just want that. You want these kids to just get to the place where they're the most comfortable, and that's it. That's the place.
He's 18 years old. He turns 19 on August 13th.
Okay.
Let's keep that in mind.
Mm-hmm.
Like, this is a kid.
Oh, for sure.
And he's got a lot of growth to do and growing to do, and we're going to watch that growth happen right here. And that's exciting and fun because if you watch the film, that's what I really think people need to focus on. Just go to YouTube and watch the highlights.
Oh, yeah.
And you'll be like, okay.
You see why they got him.
I see this.
Yeah.
I get it. And this is a great fit for him. He's going to come in here. He's going to be able to play 30 minutes a night. He's going to have all the room to make all the mistakes he wants. There's no pressure on him. Everyone's going to want him to succeed. Everybody's going to be patient. And he's going to have time to grow and progress. Whereas imagine if he went to the Sixers last night. Would that be the best situation for him?
It'd be a really good situation for the Sixers, who, like I said, the East sucks, and suddenly they could be like in the mix for a title talk.
He'd be buried on their bench.
For sure. He would not be a contributor to the level that I think he probably has been used to in his life.
Right.
Every one of these guys, the biggest shock, I think, in their system. Think about every guy we've ever talked to who goes to the NBA for the first time, who goes to the NFL for the first time. I don't care what level of talent you're at. You go, this is different, right? Yeah. This is very different. And walking in and being an immediate impact on an NBA basketball team isn't something that happens every day. Even though we kind of pretend like it does, we go, oh, yeah. Because it's easy to look at the guys who have done it and say, oh, yeah, everybody should be able to do that. The reality is that it's a short list of people who do the type of stuff that guys like LeBron do as soon as they get to the league. You think of the best rookies ever, and you go, what did they do to get to that spot? It usually means that they were at a legacy level of an Hall of Fame type career, or they were a flash in the pan and they didn't last. So which one do you want? The guy who can develop. You got you got an 18-year-old last night, and then you got a veteran guy in Walter Clayton Jr. that I think everybody should be pretty darn excited about as well. And we'll get to him a little bit later. Also, this portion of the show, The Cut, at this 3 o'clock hour, brought to you by Trajan Wealth, TRAJAN Wealth.com. Trajan Wealth for all your trusted local needs in retirement. We are at RGS Exteriors here, and we got Tim Jr. here with us. Tim, first of all, thanks for inviting us to your home, and we love being up here. I like that the Clay turned the AC on up here, and now we're
we didn't get you guys there.
Listen, for a minute I thought you were trying to help us lose weight, which I was appreciative of, and then at some point,
I walked in and it was dark in here. You guys were in a cave.
We were just trying
to get on the sauna trend.
I actually stayed here overnight. You didn't know that, but I was here.
We need to treat our hosts a little better. We need to treat you guys a little better.
No, we always love coming here.
Yeah, we're glad you guys are here.
The best part about all this is I had the RGS guy. I had one of your crews out of my house this week because we had done some rain gutter work, and he said, and your guy said, look, I'm not happy with this color tone right here. I'm coming back, and I'm going to. And so you know what he did? He made the trip back out again. He made the perfect match on the color, just on a dumb elbow on the rain gutter. And I thought that's an indicator where he comes out and he said, I'm going to take care of it. No, I'll be right back out. And he comes out and he walks up and goes, here to fix that elbow again. I didn't like the color. Boom, they nailed it. And that's just the smallest thing, but it's that detail. And it's the part of you guys being around all the time, I think, that really helps people understand what RGS does.
No, and I appreciate you sharing the story. And I mean, that's what we love to hear, because that's what we try for, right? I mean, you guys are here. You see our mission statement, our core values here on our wall. I mean, that's what it's all about. We really, truly, it's so cliche to say take care of your customers. But our guys have green lights. We use the school of Flight of the Buffalo, if you guys have ever heard of that before. It's something that Jim Collins wrote about, that buffalo will eat each other off a cliff, where geese won't. They take turns leading. And so we always try to talk and preach that we want to be geese and on our company, not buffaloes. And so that we want them to take ownership, and if they see a problem, just fix it. Just take care of the customers. And that's cliche, but it's also what's made us successful.
Everybody's in their homes right now. They don't want to give up their 2.7% interest rate, but maybe they want a new look on their home. That's where you guys come in. There's so many things that you can help people with, and they can take advantage of the equity in their home by giving it a new look.
Yeah, so 75% of Americans have a mortgage of 3% or under. And so it's a really high number, but it's the reality right now. And no matter what, even if rates come down, we thought they were coming down last week, and obviously didn't happen. But when they start to come down, they're not going to get there again, right? I mean, I don't know if we'll ever see those numbers. And so to your point, I'm saying that's what it's about is look, stay where you're at. You love your neighborhood. You love where you go to church. You love whatever it is, but you don't love the exterior of your home. Let's fix it. And then you said something that's key. When we buy vehicles, when we buy houses, we don't pay cash for either one of them. Mm-hmm. So why in our mind do we pay for home improvements with cash? Now, if it's a small one, you put on a credit card, of course.
Right.
Do that.
I got it.
But if it's substantial, why not finance it? Because even of any interest that you're going to pay, if you pay interest at all, which we have a lot of 0% where you pay nothing.
Sure.
But let's just say you did. Whatever interest you paid, your value of your home and your value of what you just did is going to appreciate greater than the interest you paid. So it's a no-brainer to finance your entire home improvement project, and that's what we preach.
They came out to our house, and then I also saw at one point, maybe 3 weeks ago, I saw a truck pull up, and it had the utility trailer attached to it, and it said RGS Exteriors on it as well, because the people across the street from us just sold their house. The people who moved in went, "This is our dream home, except for these 2 or 3 things right here." And they called you guys up. So we had RGS at my house, right in front of my house for a couple of weeks, I felt like, because it was like, boom, right there on that house.
Love it.
They came across the street to ours to get a little, just a little things done, but it meant as much, right, to be able to have both there. And I thought, there are people who are saying, hey, I want a local company who cares about what a real lifetime warranty looks like, what an actual, taking care of your customers looks like, and that's a huge deal for you guys, too.
Well, it is. I mean, look, we talk all the time that we've been in business for 5 generations. We didn't get that way by not taking care of our customers. But what you said is so key, and I'm so glad you said that. We're here for the long haul. We want to earn your business and your kids' business and your grandkids' business. I mean, look, my kids are going to be taking over, and et cetera, et cetera. And so we want to just make sure that we're taking care of everybody. And a warranty does no good if you go out of business. Well, that's not who we are. We're not going to. We're just here to take care of our customers.
Siding, gutters, custom metal work, whatever it is on your home, RGS Exteriors wants to help you out. Just make sure you get with them and give them a call today. What number are we telling people to call today here, Tim?
801-280-3110.
That's what it is.
801-280-3110. And today we're just also mentioning that you don't have to schedule it today, but you have to call today. And if you do that and mention you heard us on the zone, we'll make sure the estimators bring out a Miki Couture blanket to you.
Hey,
just as an appreciation. So,
801-280-3110. RGS Exteriors wants to take care of you. Call today and get on the books, and you'll get that extra blanket on top of it that is just the bonus value. But on top of it, you're going to get the reality is you're getting a company that you can do business with and feel good about. So just give them a call right now, 801-280-3110. Tim will chat with you in a few minutes here, man. Appreciate it. We'll come back. We got more to go around the corner. Let's talk a little bit more when we get back about Ace Bailey. Someone who covered him during his time at Rutgers, Bobby Darren, who covers Rutgers athletics for ScarletNation.com. He's going to join us. Bobby will give us an idea of what type of a kid Ace Bailey was to cover, what type of a teammate he was in the locker room, what his coaches said about him. It's not all the time you get a number 2 and number 5 pick in the lottery, especially out of Rutgers.
Never.
So we'll get to Bobby next, and we'll have that discussion. Stay right here with us, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Jay Hill, defensive coordinator for BYU, joins us.
When I look at your group, so many of the guys have experience. So it seems like it's not a lot of holes, and the holes that you do have, you're filling them with experience.
I love the transfers we took, and I love the guys coming back. The corners right now are the most inexperienced group on the defensive side, but they're one of the most talented. There's always going to be things that you're working on and trying to build depth, but I do like the roster a lot. I think we're way bigger inside than we were last year. The linebacking core is as good as there is in the country. I'm excited to see how this defense comes together and how they gel. That's such a critical part of good defense, and that's what we had last year. We had the sum of the 11 was pretty special.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Well, it's officially summer, and whatever you have planned for the summertime months in the great state of Utah, it can be made better with a stop at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. Say, for example, you're heading up into the mountains, going to do a little hiking, a little shopping at the outlet stores, whatever it might be. How about wrapping up a perfect day with that perfect meal that waits for you at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse at Hotel Park City? And, of course, all of the things to do here along the Wasatch Front, especially in the capital city, whether it's a play, maybe a concert, some sporting event, Ruth's Chris Steakhouse is waiting for you at 275 South West Temple, where your entree will be perfectly prepared. I love the ribeye steak, and it is always cooked to perfection. The side dishes, the desserts, just the way you're treated, the way the servers take care of you. You're going to love your dining experience this summer at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse.
At Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, we understand the value of a dollar going further, especially right now. So we're offering up to $10,000 off almost any brand new 2025 Mazda. Yes, up to $10,000 off. Or get 1.9% APR on a 2025 Mazda CX-50.
Yes!
You heard right. Get up to $10K off or 1.9%. Make your dollars go farther at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown today. Financing for up to 36 months OAC. See dealer for complete details. Offer ends soon.
91 years of rodeo fun with the 2025 Ute Stampede Rodeo and Extreme Bulls in Nephi, Utah. Happening July 9th through the 12th at 8 p.m. nightly at the Juab County Fairgrounds. It's going to be a wild Wednesday, July 9th, as the best bull riders in the PRCA go head-to-head with the best bulls in pro rodeo. July 10th through the 12th, it's PRCA Rodeo with all the events you love. Family entertainment from Flying U Rodeo Company, NFR Roman Rider Dusty Dickerson, Trick Roper Tomas Garcia Lazo. Get your tickets now at UteStampedeRodeo.com.
This is your Utah Jazz NBA Draft Update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ace Bailey is the newest member of the Utah Jazz, and he talks about what he can bring to this organization.
A leader, confidence, hard worker, a player that pushes people to be the best, a very great teammate. I'm clapping for the first person to get off the bench to the last person, so I'm the person that's going to push everybody to be the best who they can be, even the coaches.
Today's Utah Jazz Draft Update brought to you by The Cage. Take real swings in a virtual batting cage. Book now and score 10% off with promo code THEZONE. You're listening to JJ and Alex live from RGS Exteriors on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Accessing.
When TV and radio collide.
Love it.
This is what you get. You're listening to JJ and Alex, presented by G2G Bars.
Don't touch that dial!
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, everybody, welcome on back. JJ and Alex, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. We're at RGS Exteriors today. Just got done chatting with Tim Brown. 801-280-3110 if you want to get that house hooked up with the best look possible. We're going to be chatting with Tim in just a few minutes as well. Hey, next week, next Wednesday, we're going to be at Kenny J's Barbecue in the District in South Jordan. Order half-pound burgers in time for your 4th of July barbecue, pre-smoked by Kenny himself. Have you ever imagined where we are in the 21st century, JJ, where I'm ordering pre-smoked burgers for 4th of July? This is America, all right?
God bless America,
So we'll
land that I love.
Yeah, now you do. So tasty.
I'm in.
We'll be there next week. Can't wait to try Kenny J's barbecue. We just heard the best from Hansen, Scotty, of course, so we'll be out there next week. Bobby Darren covers Rutgers athletics for ScarletNation.com. Bobby, of course, was able to see Ace Bailey very, very close and personal last year, and to see a historic number 2 and number 5 pick in the draft for the Scarlet Knights. And Bobby, first of all, thanks for joining us on the program. What a wild time to be covering the Rutgers Scarlet Knights, man.
Yeah, and last night, 2 top 5 picks is the first draft pick they've had since 2010, which was the 56th pick in the draft. So it ends a drought and ends it in an emphatic way.
We'll talk about Ace Bailey on the court here in a moment, but I got to start with all this stuff, all this smoke around his drafts situation. What's your take on that? Because I'm sure you're familiar with the agent, the family, and everybody involved. Were there really red flags on that? How big of a thing do you really think that was?
Ace, from the time, and even his recruitment as a high school recruit, he's let his circle, his whatever you want to call it, his group, his camp, he's allowed them to handle all that stuff, and he just wants to play basketball. So he had a first-time agent who was inexperienced in this, tried to leverage no workouts in a certain play. You've heard all the different rumors, but that wasn't Ace's doing. He's a really likable kid. He just wants to play basketball. He's a gym rat. He's in there all the time. This was all the exterior people trying to control the narrative. And, I think he's in a great fit out there. The kid just wants to play basketball.
So we got a little taste last night being able to chat with him during our draft coverage. He did the press conference, and then he ended up joining the roundtable show that our station was doing last night. And he just seems like, hey, just get me in a gym. Look, you can ask people, like, what do you think about Utah? It's like, is there a basketball gym there? Like, you get the idea that there's
a lot here. He
wants to play, and he wants to. Could you imagine? Obviously, with where he was picked, I think the Jazz felt like they got a steal. But what are they getting with Ace Bailey when it comes down to it from an X's and O's standpoint?
I mean, they're getting an unbelievable offensive player. I mean, he makes some shots that you just sit back and go, wow. I mean, even when I first saw him practice before the season, there'd be a guy in his face, him. He'd just turn around and hit a fadeaway 19, 20-foot jumper like it was almost a layup, Like, he makes these unbelievable shots. Now, he'll have some nights where he's a little off, but he's not a common type of player. I mean, he is definitely a guy who can do some things that are really – it just make you say, wow. Now, he wasn't equipped with the best team at Rutgers. He had Dylan Harper, but it was basically them two against the world. So you might not have seen him on a national stage, as prolific as he might have been surrounded by a team. But, there was a game against Indiana. He scored 39 points. I believe it was 16 of 29 he hit. And it wasn't just like making layups or drives to the lane. He was making like ridiculous shots, fade away 20-footers going almost out of bounds on the side, like just stuff that's really unbelievable. He's really an exciting player. And there was a time when he was being recruited where they were toying with the notion of putting him number 1, Cooper Flagg at number 2 in the recruiting rankings when they were coming out of high school.
Wow.
The tape speaks for itself. He's got some incredible highlight reels. You mentioned, though, that the feeling that it was Dylan Harper, Ace Bailey against the world. A lot of people, if they're concerned, one of the concerns I think people have is they look at that Rutgers team as like, why didn't they make it to the NCAA tournament? Why were they a 500 team? What you covered them closely. Why did they not win more together, Ace and Dylan in that group?
Well, excuse me. They put everything into that basket, the Ace and Dylan basket, and the guys they surrounded them with. They just weren't a good supporting cast. Nothing against those guys, but they didn't have the rest of the NIL to compensate other players who would have came in and been a little better. So it was basically those two playing with the guys who were really more like mid-major players. And there was a stint during the year when Dylan Harper rolled an ankle. He was playing on a ginger ankle for a while, missed some games, had a bout of the flu for a while. So he wasn't there the whole season. So in those games, Ace had to pick it up himself. But, they lost some close games, and there really wasn't a lot of defense being played, which is unusual because Rutgers kind of made its bones under Steve Peichel with a good defense. But it was just it really wasn't a well-orchestrated or put-together roster to really give those guys the support they need to really flourish.
A guy that's 18 years old, they come into the league, and you're a top 5 pick, they're going to ask a lot out of you. But the Jazz organization is a patient one, and it's a smart one, I think, in the front office. What do you think that Danny Ainge and now Austin Ainge and the general manager, Justin Zanuck, and then the head coach have? Will Hardy is the guy that spoke to him, obviously, right off the bat last night. But what do you think those guys, to be able to sit down with this young man and to be able to mold him, how open is he going to be to what exactly they want to do with this system?
He's very open, and I mean, when I first started covering this year, we thought he was going to shoot every time, and it wasn't like that. He tried to get his teammates involved. Now, like I said, he didn't have the best supporting cast, but he wasn't a guy who was just chucking up every shot he could get. He averaged less than 15 shots a game, and on that roster, I think he should have shot 25 a game. But he was selfless. He played defense better as the year went on. He rebounded. He's a guy who's going to do a lot of different things, and he made his marks as a scorer. And, obviously we talked about his unbelievable ability to make shots, but he's a guy who does a lot of little things, and he's going to be open to really, soaking everything up, being a sponge. And, once all this draft stuff gets out of the way with where he could have gone and all that jazz, no pun intended. Yeah. But, he's a guy who just wants to play basketball. Like I said, he let his whole camp do all that stuff, even through high school recruiting and in college. He wanted them to handle that exterior, that media, all that other stuff, and he just wanted to play basketball.
Based on your interactions with him and the interactions of others that you've talked to, what kind of kid is Ace Bailey?
He's a very jovial kid. He's always laughing, smiling. He jokes around a lot. A lot of the reports where they said he might be a little immature, well, he's a young kid, but he's just a kind of happy-go-lucky kid who just – I never encountered him and he wasn't smiling. Even after some losses, he wasn't running around happy, but you know what I mean? He was generally an upbeat kid, and he loved the college experience. He wanted to get the college experience, stayed in the dorms, and just a likable young man.
Bobby Darren, he covers Rutgers for ScarletNation.com. Of course, up close and personal with Ace Bailey this year as he covered him for the Scarlet Knights. And thanks for the insights. We appreciate it. Everybody in Utah is trying to get to know this kid as he's trying to get to know Utah a little bit. And so we're excited about the whole prospect. Thanks again for joining us today.
All right. Thanks for having me, guys.
There you go. Bobby Darren.
Great perspective from somebody who saw him often on the court and off the court.
It's good to know, too, that, and I think that's the case. And why wouldn't they say anything differently? Oh, he doesn't handle any of that stuff. But a smart group of adults around a kid are going to say, let him just do that thing so we don't have to worry him about all of it. Look, the business will take care of itself when this guy is a phenomenal player and he's developed himself to the best degree. I know that guys have their opinions, but at the same time, like an 18-year-old, just ask him to be extremely good at his craft and get himself in the position where they can even start negotiating, a top 5 contract and pick and wherever that might be. I think when it comes down to it, he's like, look, just point me in the direction where the hoop is and let's go from there.
Go watch his highlights and remind yourself that what you're watching was a 17, 18-year-old kid doing what he's doing. He plays basketball like a man, and he's really impressive from that standpoint. We'll get to know him better off the court in person.
Yeah.
And he's got a lot of growing to do, as any 18-year-old should. How
But
many of you have an 18-year-old out there?
I know. By the way,
those of us who have 17 and 18-year-old kids,
imagine trying to put them through this.
I'm looking at him through that lens.
Yeah.
And there needs to be patience and understanding through that. He's, by all accounts, this is a good, jovial, happy kid that everybody wants to be around. He's going to thrive here.
Yeah. Look, Eli Manning said, I'm not going to San Diego, and he stuck to his guns to the point that he got drafted by him, and then he still didn't. He told him he's not coming. That's not what happens in most draft processes, right? You go to where they go, where they take you. You go to where this team has you. This is the process. A draft is exactly that. There's kind of no choice in it, right?
Yep.
That's the whole point. And that's how the league can stay at the level that it is of a good mix of talent across the board, is by forcing these athletes, if they're drafted, that's the order they go in. Yeah, you can refuse to play, and then you won't have a basketball career anymore. Like, that's just not
how
it
many
works.
of these guys that refused workouts or didn't want to go somewhere end up going there? You mentioned Steph Curry thriving. Donovan Mitchell signed an extension in Cleveland. Nobody thought that would happen.
Right.
Like, just let it play out. Mm-hmm. Let them figure it out. Like, everybody has their own personal preferences.
Sure.
I'd love to live in Hawaii. It's not going to happen. My job's here, and I love being here. You know what I mean? Like, everybody has an example of that. So let's not worry about that.
JJ's been holding out on the state of Utah for years, just playing a game of chicken every day with the state. I guess I'll live in Utah, for now, until that big free agency contract comes up. And
as soon as that anchor position opens up in Honolulu, I'm out of here.
Hawaii picks up my option. I can't wait. All right. We'll take a break. We'll come back. We're at RGS Exteriors here in South Jordan. We are going to chat in just a moment with Tim Jr., of course, and that's right on the corner. And on top of it, a post-NBA first-round draft edition of Would You Rather. So stay right here. More to go. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
I told you we went to this country writers thing in Nashville where you saw these different people that write hits. But mixed in the middle was this old timer. He sang a song about his dog dying. I'm not kidding. Like, there were people going, play a happy song, like yelling at this guy.
Be happy.
Be happy. Guy played like 3 songs and everybody was like, oh, I'm so depressed. Yeah. You know what? Read the room.
Yeah, right.
By the way, and he said before he sang the dog dying song, he's like, nobody's picked this one up. I can't figure it out. I can. The song was called For Pete's Sake, and the dog was named Pete.
It's a little on the nose.
I'm just coming to this theater to rock out on some country I barely like, and they got to sing about a dog dying.
Dying dog, for Pete's sake.
Oh, it's so bad. So bad, dude.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Have you seen those turtle billboards up and down I-15? Well, it's just a fun way to get you to visit anyhour.com to learn about our coolest summer sweepstakes. Every week this summer, Anyhour is giving away an air conditioner to one lucky customer. When you get an estimate to replace your air conditioner or purchase a new air conditioner from Anyhour Services, you're automatically entered into our weekly drawing. If your name is drawn, Anyhour will pay for your air conditioner up to $8,750. No purchase is necessary. See official rules at anyhour.com.
Get ready to join the climb, Jazz fans. It's time to place your season ticket deposits for the 2025-26 season. Place your deposit now and receive priority access to select your seats, exclusive gear, and more. Season tickets give you access to every home game, plus exclusive member-only discounts and benefits. Call or text 801-355-DUNK or go to UtahJazz.com to lock in your deposit for next season.
So you're a Forester? Yep. Seemed like a good car. Describe your dream job.
Work stinks, but I love commuting.
Lease a new 2025 Subaru Forester at Doug Smith Subaru for only $298 per month. MSRP $31,850. 36-month lease, 10,000 miles per year. $3,199 due at signing. No security deposit required. JF2, SLDA, C8, SH5, 30755, OAC, valid through June 30th, 2025. No one knows Subaru like Doug.
Market volatility isn't slowing down. If you're nearing retirement, now is not the time to wait and see.
Every day of uncertainty can put your future at risk. It's time to diversify. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I want you to know you can create certainty, locking in guaranteed income for life. This means predictable, stable cash flow, even in turbulent times. You've worked too hard to leave your retirement to chance. Right now, there are options to receive up to 30% upfront or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't wait. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. 801-899-7600.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. Any examples provided are hypothetical. Annuities are issued with prospectus and sales brochures and should be reviewed carefully before funding as features and benefits vary. DBA in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Dick's epic 4th of July sale is on. Get summer ready with 25% off select Stanley drinkware. Get 20% off Igloo coolers and water bottles and select bog bags. Buy one, get one 50% off DSG coolers, canopies, chairs, and water bottles. $200 off Callaway AI smoke irons and TaylorMade QI10 drivers. These deals won't last. Stock up for summer now, in-store or online at Dicks.com. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Are you ready for the ultimate baseball experience? Introducing the Cage Baseball, Utah's first high-tech, entertainment-based batting cage. Just the fun parts of baseball. Whether you're a rookie or all-star baseball player, everyone can experience the thrill of hitting a home run. Swing away with friends, families, coworkers, maybe even a date night. The Cage Baseball, just off Redwood Road around the corner from the Maverick Center. Use code THEZONE for 10% off your 1-hour session. Step up to the plate at the Cage Baseball.
If you want to save a lot of money on your fireworks this year, go to SomeDudesFireworks.com and watch our semi-famous, somewhat rednecky Chuck It video, and you will never buy your fireworks anywhere else. Some Dudes Fireworks, Lehigh High School parking lot, 10 to 10 daily.
Listen, everybody! Real-life hypotheticals to get your brain churning. As JJ and Alex ask, would you rather?
Welcome back, everybody. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Alex Curie, Jeremiah Jensen. Ooh, we got some, look, calling all listeners here. This is an emergency situation. We've got a pair of tickets to give away to you to the X Games that are tomorrow, by the way. Okay? The way that this works is you give us a call right now, and if you're calling number 12, we're going to give you tickets to the X Games, including a free concert with those tickets featuring Deadmau5. So there you go. That's a 1-2 punch right there. That's quite an entertaining deal. 801-575-ZONE. That's 801-575-ZONE. 801-575-9663 for a pair of tickets. Caller number 12 right now for the X Games and Deadmau5. So go check it out. JJ, would you rather? I'm taking a look at the freshly minted odds for the NBA title for next year.
Ooh.
So based off of kind of where you're at roster-wise, I'm going to give you a few teams in here. And then I'm going to also kind of throw in some that are not necessarily high up on the odds, but might be what we would consider dark horse candidates.
Okay.
So would you rather be in the position of the Denver Nuggets next year or the Los Angeles Lakers next year?
The Denver Nuggets.
You just heard Lakers and already don't want any noise at that. Austin Reeves, by the way, rejecting the $86 or $89 million or $96 million extension that was offered to him.
So they're going to have to come up with some money to pay him to keep him.
Either that or they're going to move off of him entirely and he could be available to somebody else, right? I mean, I don't know. Yeah. I don't know how this works if the Lakers are just a team that, you have LeBron and you have Luka and you should have way better odds than you have right now. Currently, they're at the 7th best odds to win the title.
I'm okay with the 7th best. I would rather take the Nuggets situation right now today.
Yeah. Denver Nuggets or the Minnesota Timberwolves?
That's tough. Timberwolves, but it's close.
Okay.
Don't forget, the Nuggets pushed the Thunder to 7 games.
What about
the Nuggets aren't dead yet?
So this is us talking about possibility to put yourself in the NBA Finals next year,
Yes.
which is where the San Antonio Spurs will not be. But at the same time, would you rather have the Minnesota Timberwolves roster or the Spurs roster?
If I'm looking past next year, the Spurs. If I'm focused on winning a title next year, the Timberwolves.
Do you think they're in that real conversation? I mean,
the Timberwolves have made it to the conference finals 2 years in a row.
Yeah.
Could they finally break through? Maybe they need to add one more piece. They're close.
Okay,
they're very close.
Staying in the West, Timberwolves or Rockets?
Rockets.
You liked it. You just love that KD ad, huh?
I do.
It's insane.
You add him with that young core, and they're not done.
Okay.
They're not done.
Now, next year might be a tough ask because I don't know what Kyrie's timeline is, but the Mavericks suddenly Nico Harrison doesn't look like a complete idiot just because that Cooper Flag.
He still does.
He still does. I'm just saying, Cooper Flag.
Just because you got struck
Anthony
by lightning
Davis.
doesn't mean you're smart. You know what I mean?
I know.
He got struck by lightning in the lottery.
Yeah, but I'm saying he's got. Oh, here comes the conspiracy theories from Tim, which we don't necessarily.
The frozen envelope.
I don't totally dismiss it. However, for the sake of our conversation, the Rockets or the Mavericks where they're at, because the Mavericks.
I take the Rockets right now.
The Mavs are going to have
Cooper
a big
Flag's
three.
a rookie. Kyrie's not going to play next year until at the earliest February. He's coming off an ACL.
In 18 months, you could be a big Mavericks bandwagon.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
But right now, the Rockets. The Rockets finished second in the West last year.
Yes, they did.
By the way. And they're adding KD.
Right. And really, to not be able to get past, who did they lose to in the Western Conference? It was the
Warriors.
Warriors.
Yes.
And they obviously were
and
not
they're not
equipped.
dead and buried yet either.
Okay. Now in the East, would you rather have the Orlando Magic roster or the New York Knicks roster?
Magic.
The Magic or the Cavs?
Magic.
Really?
Yes.
The Cavs might walk into the East next year and just win that whole thing because of how the attrition that's across the rest of the conference.
The Magic have another level to get to. The Cavs are what they are.
By the way.
And the Magic added Desmond Bane. Who have the Cavs added?
By the way, the Celtics not listed in the top 10,
because they're tanking
of title odds. So your best title odds. You ready for this? Thunder, Rockets, Cavs, Knicks. That's your those are your top four from the East. Yeah. Then it goes the Magic, the Timberwolves, the Lakers, the Nuggets. I'm surprised that the Detroit Pistons aren't on this list yet. I know that they're young, but they won so many.
They deserve consideration.
So many.
They are coming.
But again, just as bad as the East has been, and how good they got over the last year, why not?
Isn't it crazy? The Pacers, Celtics, and Bucks, not anywhere close on that list.
I know it is kind of not.
That shows you how quickly things can change in the NBA when you have a massive injury.
With an Achilles. How many teams right now in the league are ruined by an Achilles? The Mavericks.
There's three of
them.
them.
Pacers, the Celtics.
ACL for the Mavericks.
Oh yeah, Mavericks is ACL.
Achilles for the three teams in the East.
Bonkers. Hey, Tim Jr.'s here with us, and of course we're at RGS Exteriors, and we're chatting how to improve the exteriors of the Utahns' homes around us. And Tim and his company here, RGS, we're in their shop, and they have in this meeting room right here where we're at their place. They've got the mission statement on the wall. They obviously have a lot of discussions about what their values are, goals, all those things. And it all revolves around making sure that the customer knows that they are going to get taken care of, Tim. And that's a huge deal for you guys.
Well, there's no doubt about it. But real quick, by the way, though.
Oh, here comes the conspiracies.
No,
Is there
no,
UFOs
quick,
involved
2
in
seconds,
this? Okay.
Just 2 seconds. When are we going to talk about these injuries and why is there so many now versus in the past? When are we going to start talking about that?
I can give you some suggestions real quick.
I mean,
is it low carb? Is it the low carb diet?
It's the way the game is played.
Yeah.
It's more wide open. Players on average run 200 miles more per year now than they did in the past.
Okay, what was your theory?
The game used to be primarily half court, and now it's a full court game.
I want to hear your fully baked, like put it in the National Enquirer.
Well, I don't disagree with anything you're saying. I also think I look at my son who's gone through every injury in the world. It's because he puts too much strain on his body.
There you go.
He just does. I mean, my kid specifically doesn't stop in the weight room, and there is a time to stop. Anyway, it's just an interesting
competitive
conversation.
things are now at every level.
Yeah,
kids and adults feel so much pressure to make it that they overwork themselves. There's no doubt about it.
I think you go back and look at Karl Malone, which we're way getting off on a tangent here, but you look at Karl Malone and how fit he was.
Yeah.
And how Stockton was. I mean, those guys never had injuries. Now, Carl ended up ending on a knee injury, unfortunately. But really, but really, I mean, anyway, enough about that. But yeah, so back to siding and gutters. That was my fault to take us away from it. But look,
if you have wear and tear on your home, give RGS Exteriors a call.
That's a pro right there.
My
20 years in the business.
My gutters have a torn Achilles, so to speak. So I don't want to be out 18 months. So come on.
By the way, how sick was that watching that? Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I know.
Anyway, but yeah, so siding gutters. Look, it's what I do. I have two loves in life besides my family. Obviously, that's the most important thing. But it is sports, and then what we do here at RGS. Really, those have been the two biggest parts of my life, my entire life. Since I was a little boy, I love sports, and I was in this business since I was a little boy, sweeping up after my dad, coming up and meeting my dad on the job sites and picking up garbage and learning and growing. And when I was 14, I was working full-time with my dad. So, summers, evening, weekends kind of thing. So I love this business. It's an industry that I think is great. I think it's an industry that is needed. It's wanted. AI is not going to build your home. AI is not going to work in the cold. We're not going to be replaced. My industry won't.
Yeah.
All these other industries may, right? But we're not. And so what we do is important. We value it. We know we have really good people. We take care of them, and ultimately we put out a good product because of it.
There's a lot of people out there, and we talked about in the first segment about people wanting to improve their homes now that they're not going to leave. What incentives do you guys have right now if people are thinking about doing some new exteriors, maybe they need some new gutters? What incentives do you guys have for all the people out there that are looking to get work done?
Yeah, I mean, so we have the simple discounts, depending on typically 10% discount is what most of your listeners get. But I think a lot of it, the incentives that I would personally look at that are actually even better is the financing options that we have. When you go to a car dealership and you can get 0% interest or you can get this rebate, we're kind of the same way. But we just look at it and go, what's going to be best for the consumer? But financing right now is so key. 50% of our dollars produced last year were financed. So 1 in 2 homes were financed. And why is that important? Why does that matter? Well, it's because home improvement projects aren't the cheapest thing in the world. They can be. I mean, it may be a simple thing.
You don't want them to be cheap, to be quite honest, right?
You want to do it right and be done.
You want high quality. Your home matters.
Well, and the good thing about it is we talked in the last segment, but your home appreciates so much. Even the small interest that you're going to be paying, you're going to get that back in value.
Yep.
So I always tell homeowners, finance it. Do whatever's going to be the best for you. Whatever we're offering, if it's 0%, if it's 5.9%, whatever it is, take. Or if you can get a great HELOC on your house, get it and do it today. The other thing is, and this is one incentivized that we don't talk about enough, my price today versus 6 months from now is going to be substantially different, and it's not going down.
Yep.
I've been in this business for almost 40 years, and I've seen one price decrease in my entire time, and that was in 2008.
Yep.
And it was a very, very small decrease.
For obvious reasons, and very, very particular reasons.
And that's hopefully never happening again, right?
Right.
But prices are never going down.
Right.
So if we're waiting till we can afford it or we're waiting till something's going to happen, it's not.
Yeah.
Get it done today, finance it, and you'll actually be ahead.
Yep.
801-280-3110. Tim and his guys want to get to your home and they want to check it out. At least get on the books and have them come take a look at it. Yeah, have them come out and look, and they'll tell you exactly what you're going to get. And you know what you're also going to get with these guys is a warranty that actually works, a warranty that actually matters. You've heard Tim talking about it before. Like, hopefully you never have to use the warranty, but the reality is it's there because they want to take care of you.
And if you get on the phone, they're on the other end.
They're going to take care of you forever. So here's what I want to do. Get on the books right now. What are we throwing in, a Minky Couture blanket? Is that what we talking about?
Yeah, if we call, and you don't have to schedule it for today, but call today. Mm-hmm. Then we'll send the salesman out with the Minky Couture blanket.
Get on the books and at least have them come out and take a look at what your project is. Tell them your ideas. 801-280-3110. That's 801-280-3110. RGS Exteriors. We'll take a break. We'll come back. We've got more to go around the corner. Hey, we've got Cole Bagley rolling up. Guess what? Not to be outdone last night, the Utah Hockey Club said, I want to be in the news too. And they are.
They were.
And they made a big move last night, and it was a good move for this Utah for the Utah Mammoth. I keep going Hockey Club. Jeez.
We're getting there. By October, we'll be ready.
By the next segment, I've been told already via text from Ryan Smith. I have to get it right. All right, more to go right on the corner. Cole Bagley joins us next. 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
Take the Zone with you wherever you go. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows.
Downloading.
Download the latest podcasts and get all the latest breaking news on the teams you can't live without. Everything you need delivered right to your phone.
Let's go get them where we can get them.
Just search KSL Sports on your app store of choice. Download it now. The KSL Sports app, presented by University of Utah Health.
Hey guys, Jake and Ben here for our friends at Peach Doors and Windows. If you're looking for a way to invest in your home to improve its livability and its value, well, there's no better place to start than doors and windows, and there's no better place to do it than with Peach Doors and Windows.
Peach has 5-star customer service with no exceptions. They love their customers with an eye on every detail from the beginning of the process to the very end, and years down the road, you can check out their 5-star reviews on Google. Whether you're looking for French doors, sliding glass doors, customization is the name of the game with Peach. Peach can do renovations that other companies will not touch.
So you can check out those reviews on Google. You can go online to peachbuildingproducts.com. You can call and set up a free in-home estimate, 801-566-1255.
Or better yet, go see them in person, 2940 South 300 West in Salt Lake City. They're open Monday through Saturday, 6 days a week. It's Peach Doors and Windows.
So many commercials you encounter these days include generic people engaged in generic activities, frolicking in generic locations, accompanied by generic music and a generic voiceover. Pharmaceutical commercials are on the cutting edge of this phenomenon. In fact, I find myself less worried about the risk of lockjaw, intermittent loss of smell, or explosive diarrhea, and more concerned that the drug might turn me into a mannequin at Kmart. So what does this have to do with Shamrock Plumbing? Nothing, really. But if you find our commercials over the top, just remember it could be worse. They could be generic.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your teams and focus on your future. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Millions of Americans take medicine like Ozempic and Zepbound. Many of them are overpaying by thousands of dollars a year. These GLP-1 medications for diabetes, weight loss, and more may not always be covered by your insurance, but GoodRx can help. GoodRx helps you save every month on prescriptions at over 70,000 pharmacies nationwide. Best of all, it's free to use. Check GoodRx to save on GLP-1s. Just go to GoodRx.com/GLP. That's GoodRx.com/GLP. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance, including Medicare and other federal and state-funded programs.
You're stubborn. Okay, be stubborn. Don't admit you have hearing issues, but they won't go away. You'll just suffer with them. But you don't have to suffer. My Hearing Centers will fit you with a high-tech hearing aid that's powerful and barely noticeable. So if you're suffering from hearing loss, or if you have a hearing aid but it's 3 years or older, you owe it to yourself to schedule a free consultation at My Hearing Centers by calling 801-438-7058. With locations from Ogden to St. George, be smart, not stubborn, with My Hearing Centers.
Plan your next corporate, friend, or date night, special occasion, or just because at Ruth's Chris. Delicious food, cooked, served, and delivered to perfection. Hotel Park City in downtown Salt Lake, or online at ruthschris.com.
At Larry H. Miller Toyota Murray, you're not just a guest, you're part of the family. When you're part of the family, buying or servicing your vehicle is easy. Visit LarryHMillerToyota.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen,
the biggest name. You're locked into JJ and Alex. With the insight and analysis on the teams you can't live without. Presented by G2G Bars. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, everybody, welcome back. It's another edition of JJ and Alex right here, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. Happy Thursday to you. Oh, man, it was a big day for Utah sports. Of course, the franchises here locally, the Utah Jazz yesterday, were hoping to make a turn for the better and to look to the future just to see what this thing was going to look like going forward for this franchise, and to give hope, I think, to fans out there that things will turn in the right direction at some point here in the next couple of years. They had a great night last night, but not to be outdone. It's almost like he was like, I'm sick of everybody talking about the Jazz today. I want to get some attention myself. Bill Armstrong pulls the trigger on a massive deal that the consensus across the entire league is the Mammoth came out on top by far on this deal. Joining us on the program right now, by the way, our show brought to you by G2G Bars. All natural ingredients and no preservatives make the G2G Bar the perfect protein bar. He's Cole Bagley. He's our Utah Mammoth insider for KSLSports.com. Love having Cole on the program here with us. Cole, what were your thoughts on the move that happened last night, and inform everybody what exactly the moving pieces were of this one that the Mammoth made?
Yeah, so, like you were saying, Bill kind of shocked the hockey world again with a big trade. They sent Josh Stone and Michael Kesselring to Buffalo for right-wing, 22-year-old right winger J.J. Peterka, the Buffalo Sabres. And this is a great trade for Utah. Obviously, it's a difficult thing to give up players like Doan and Kesselring just because of their locker room presence, their efforts, and, their potential. But in return, Utah's getting exactly what it needed. They're getting a top six forward who can score, who can create, who utilizes his speed very well, his hands, and is going to be a difference maker. That's what Utah entered the summer looking for, was size and scoring. Well, in terms of size, they went ahead and signed a couple of their young prospects, and Daniil Boat and Dmitry Simashev, and then they went and they found a scorer in J.J. Peterka. So this is a big deal.
You shared a little bit about the skill set that J.J. Peterka brings to the Mammoth, but you talk to people around the league and you look at his age and his value. What is the ceiling that's projected for him? When people talk about J.J. Peterka, how good do people around the league think he can be?
I mean, you're getting a player of similar, I think, skill and potential that you already have in Logan Cooley and Dylan Guenther. Now, Peterka was actually overlooked, I think, in his draft year, which was 2020. He actually ended up slipping out of the first round and into the second. But since he made his debut 3 years ago, he's taken steady jumps in terms of his game and point production. He actually has been able to increase his point production by 18 points over the last two seasons individually, so 36 total over the last 2 years. He was able to register 68 this last season in Buffalo, and that's in Buffalo. That's on one of the worst teams in the National Hockey League that, was not known for their offense and was not very good defensively, and finished with, I believe, one of the bottom 5 or 6 records in the league. So in terms of his potential, I don't know that you're getting a superstar, but I think you're getting a player with star potential that's going to be a high impact player. That's what Bill Armstrong called him this afternoon when we talked to him. And again, it's just bolstering their young core. It's adding to Cooley and Guenther, who are both under the age of 21, 22. Now you're getting a 23-year-old who can help you now, and let's see what kind of leap he can continue to make now that he's on a team that's pushing towards not only making the playoffs, but hopefully in the next few years contending for a championship.
Guenther, Kelly, Cooley, now Peterka. We talked about what that means to have not just firepower but young firepower. How big of a deal is it to be able to bring a group of already young guys to bring another young guy in and to grow those guys up, so to speak, together on this set of lines for this Utah Mammoth team? And where do you see him in that group? And obviously they're going to have to get with him and play around a little bit, but where do you see him fitting in with that group already? And how long can you keep a core like this together?
Yeah, it perfectly fits what Utah, was looking to add this offseason, like I was talking about earlier, because of his age. Rather than going to the free agent market and looking to, potentially overpay for guys like Marner or, aging, some more aging players who are up into their later 20s and early 30s. You get a kid, that's producing almost as many points and even more points than guys like Ehlers or Brock Besser for a much cheaper price tag. And so it's a continuation of Bill, remaining true to the process, trusting in the steps that they've been building, and not jumping any particular step, not trying to necessarily, win the summer but then lose the winter, as Bill has said repeatedly over the last couple of weeks. They don't want to be the next Nashville Predators of the National Hockey League, where it looks like you really made this incredible signing, but then you get to the winter and it doesn't really work out. So in terms of how long they can keep this together, you've got Gunther locked up for the next 7 years on a great contract. You've got Peterka locked up for, another 7 years on a great contract, and Logan Cooley should be getting another, his extension, which will have him, remaining in Utah as soon as that's done for another 8 seasons. So they're really starting to build around this young core, and it's great that your veterans are only 26 and 27. Guys like, Clayton Keller and Mikhail Sergachev. This is such a young, talented team, and now they can take these next few years to really figure it out rather than trying to rush, and fulfill a timeline with an older player in free agency. They've got a young guy that's, darn near as good and has just as much potential as most of those other guys to help them, let's figure this thing out, let's do it the right way, and let's start competing in a couple of years.
So what does the trade and extension with J.J. Peterka, how does that impact what the Utah Mammoth can do for the rest of the offseason when it comes to free agency and trades?
I don't think they're done. After signing Peterka, I believe they've still got about $15 million that they can do some things with. Now they obviously need to re-sign Logan. They need to extend Logan Cooley. They need to re-sign Jack McBain, which to my understanding is what the plan is. It sounds like both parties are on the same page, but they've got to wait, continue to wait and get everything finalized before they can do that. But maybe there's some money left over to sign, an additional player. I know there's been a lot of rumors circulating about Brad Marchand. I know we talked about him. But the more I think about the potential of signing a guy like Brad Marchand, the more that I like it, especially based on what Utah has now accomplished in, bolstering their young core. What better guy to come and teach these young players how to play, just obnoxious hockey. Not only obnoxious hockey, but winning hockey. This is a guy that has won 2 Stanley Cups. He was part of Canada's 4 Nations victory this last season. He played in Boston during a lot of years where that team was competitive. So it'll be interesting to see what they end up doing. And, in terms of the draft, Bill said today that he expects that Utah is going to end up making that pick. But you never know. And, could that pick now be in play for another player? That's what the reports are saying is, hey, if Utah is going to move off this, they need another, younger player that can help them win now. So, the next 24 hours are definitely going to be very telling as the draft is tomorrow night. We'll see what the Mammoth continue to do.
Is it too much to assume that maybe a big name like a Mitch Marner goes away after an acquisition like yesterday, and then when it comes to moves outside of it, when you said either taking that 4th pick or getting another big name, is it a thing where there could be still a big name out there, or is it more along the lines of, nope, you chip away with these young, ultra-talented, high-upside guys instead of going around and looking for a big money ticket item?
Yeah, I think based on the extension, and like I was talking about earlier, I believe Utah has about $15 million, but they've got to take care of, internal business, right? You got to sign Logan Cooley, and even though that contract doesn't kick in until next season, you have to account for it. Same thing with Jack McBain. If you want to keep him, you got to take care of your own business, and that's probably going to take up, I think, most of what they have left to account for. But that doesn't mean that they can't go and find some depth. I do believe that it takes the Marner sweepstakes, the Bennett sweepstakes, the Besser and the Ehlers opportunities off the table because you have just put a majority or at least a good portion of your money towards Peterka. So do they look to add another veteran? Do they look to add maybe just some more depth, somebody that can come in and help them be their second or third line center? I think that's more of the moves that they're looking at. But if they're able to make a deal using that 4th pick to bring in another young talent that maybe fits in a little bit better and fits in a little bit sooner, I don't think that, that they're going to shy away from anything. Bill said today that they're constantly looking for ways to improve the team, and generally nothing is off the table. So, like Bill said, I do anticipate Utah to make that selection tomorrow, but it would not shock me in the slightest if, they get a phone call, with the team coming to the table saying, hey, we can give you this player now who doesn't necessarily fit our team anymore, but they'd help you, and we'll take that 4th overall pick. So we'll see how those additions go.
If they do indeed take that number 4 pick, what's the latest mock draft, or what's the latest? Obviously, we saw the NBA draft last night, which was somewhat unpredictable. But is there I guess you could say, a mock draft or a pecking order that's kind of worked its way out in that top 5, or is it still wide open as we've talked about?
Yeah, it gets really interesting when you get down to that 3rd pick through about the next 4 or 5 selections. I think Schaefer and Misa, I think, are pretty locked in as your number 1 and number 2 selections. But there's been a lot of reports lately that, San Jose, who owns the number 2 pick, could be selecting Anton Frondel, which means that either Misa or Schaefer maybe drops to 3. And that's Chicago. So what does Chicago plan to do? But I think, at 4, I expect players like Porter Martone, Caleb Desnoyers, Brady Martin, Jake O'Brien, James Higgins. I think those are the guys that Utah is going to have the opportunity to select. And a lot of mock drafts as of late have been kind of saying, hey, it looks like Utah's leaning towards Desnoyers, who is a phenomenal 6'2" center out of the Quebec Junior Hockey League. He just had 30 points in the postseason and was the MVP. Guys who were more recently, guys who did that in the same league most recently that stand out are Nathan McKinnon and Sidney Crosby. To average that many points in the postseason, to put their teams on their back, that's elite company to be mentioned in. So I think Caleb would be a great pick. Porter Martone has been compared to the Kachuk brothers and kind of his style, his approach, and he's also got quite a bit of individual brilliance up his sleeve in terms of his offensive skill set. So I would, if Utah does in fact keep the pick, I probably would look to guys like Desnoyers, Martone, and maybe James Higgins as someone that Utah would probably select 4th overall.
Cole Bagley, he covers the Utah Mammoth, and he's our insider for the Utah Mammoth at KSLSports.com. A great move in the direction of making this team, this already young team, younger and actually better. I know that some of those names, I just haven't seen any version, any world where this trade breaks for the Sabres, who seem to be a mess of an organization. It seems like the consensus is that Bill Armstrong took advantage of those guys and got a great deal out of it.
I mean, does Peterka become the next Buffalo Sabre drafted player to leave and to go on and win a Stanley Cup?
You could put an all-star team together of those guys.
You really could. Reinhardt and Eichel and now Peterka. It's crazy. I don't know who's running the show over there.
Those poor souls.
I think JJ could do a better job running the Sabres, to be honest with you.
How much do they pay?
I'm sure plenty. I guess not enough.
I was going to say maybe not. Actually, they might be the new Cleveland Browns of.
I'd have to take a pay cut to be the GM of the Buffalo Sabres. That's not good.
Remember when Tim was talking about Buffalo's leading each other off of a cliff?
Okay.
Yeah, maybe that's what
they take it a little too serious with the Sabres.
Maybe that's what Sabres do. They just run off of the edge of the cliff together. So there you go. Got to be more
bad organization.
Cole Bagley, we appreciate it, Cole. Thanks for all the insights, and it's awesome to have some Mammoth news in the last couple of days here, man.
Yeah, we're just getting started, right? The draft tomorrow, free agency on the 1st, development camp the 29th through the 3rd. It's going to be a busy week, but it's going to be a lot of fun.
That's right. Thanks, Cole. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Of course, we're going to have all of our draft coverage tomorrow, and it's going to be exciting, man. Thanks for being with us.
Thanks, guys.
There you go. Oh, it's a good time. It's a good time to be a Mammoth fan. I think you should be excited. Honestly, there are people in an organization that seem to be, when you look, and I think that you start to get a little bit nervous about, okay, can this team be any good? Whatever team you might be cheering for.
Yeah.
Look at the front office, okay? That's why I think Jazz fans need to settle down a little bit. Let's wait and see, right? You brought it up, too, and I think it's a perfect point. You were like, I think that's the best news that Jazz fans have gotten in a while. And you said, yeah, Jazz fans will actually wake up when the winning starts. So this is a great move for that. And we as like the inside guys who get to like kind of chat about all the nuances of deals being made, no one cares until the win column starts.
Give them a reason to
up.
get excited. Give them a reason to pay attention.
And the Mammoth are already there. Like they're moving in that direction. You see where that's coming from.
Yeah.
So when you have
you see the product on the ice and it excites you.
And you see the ads like last night and you go, okay, there's like some other stuff going on here. And people who are really smart and they're putting the foot down on the throats of other teams around the league. I love to see that they took advantage of. I think they took advantage of
fleeced
Buffalo.
them.
Who cares? And you know what's funny today? The amount of people going crazy about it
How did
in
Buffalo not ask for the number 4 pick?
I think that they may have. Remember, the whole thing was this thing's getting held up on some contingency.
Right.
I think that Utah just dug in and said, we're not giving you our freaking draft pick. And they go, okay, well, all right, well, whatever it is then. It's cool. Like, I think that they end up making deals like that.
That's a direct quote from the Buffalo Sabres GM.
Whatever, dude. Like, cool. I just want to get this deal done so that, like, whatever. I like Kesselring and Doan, man. You can have what's his name? His name's JJ, right?
JJ Peterka.
I just like calling him JJ. He'll be the new JJ.
He's a better JJ.
He'll be our favorite JJ. For
he will.
Come on.
He already is.
Peterka versus Jensen.
I'm not a JJ hater. I'm not. But
I love busting that one out. There's only one JJ. Come on this program. I mean, until JJ Peterka comes on the program.
Yeah, then he's the JJ.
We've got me. We've got our producer, Alex. We already have too many Alexes in the building, all right? Let's get another JJ in the building. So anytime we can get JJ Peterka on with us, and just another JJ, 2 JJs and 2 Alexes on every
You can't
program.
have too many JJs.
Come on. All right. Tim Brown is here with us. Or actually, we're here with Tim Brown. I mean, that's the way it really is. So.
This isn't JJ. This is Mr. Jensen.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. Brother
There's
Jensen,
nothing
everybody.
I've done in my life to command that kind of respect.
This would be Mr. Jensen.
Yeah.
Sir.
Sorry. All right. Listen.
Do not take me that serious ever.
Hey, look, it's exciting, man, guys. It's so fun. Like, as a season ticket holder to both the Jazz and the Mammoth.
That's what I was going to say. Cause
like, give us your perspective on
you've
all
been a
this.
Jazz guy your entire life, but like the reality is with the move into the hockey team, if you become that hockey fan too,
well, I'll
obviously
tell
you
you,
get the season
I did.
tickets.
I mean, I've had season tickets. We give them for our employees. I mean, that's why
Sure.
it's an incentive for our team. But I have not been to a Jazz game for 4 years.
Okay.
Wow.
Okay. I mean, haven't.
You know what? I don't blame you, Tim, because why?
Hey, you want to update him on what's going on with that team since he hasn't been for a while?
Hey, there was a draft last night, Tim.
Tell him what he
might have heard.
But look, there is some excitement. I
They
think
aced it.
Tell him
you
what he
guys
missed
just
over the last
said.
few
Wow,
years.
look at that.
See?
Mr. Jensen, well
Look
done.
at
But I think what you guys talked about a second ago is really key and important. Is that we need to look what they've done. We need to look at the front office, and some things are happening. You say what you want to say about Ainge. I know there was the whole talk nepotism. Look, he's good. He's good at what he does. I'm talking younger Ainge, right?
Yeah, he's been doing it for 17 years.
But Austin's doing it. And anyway, so what they're doing is good. And then what the Mammoth did or last night, really, today, whatever, is exciting.
Yep.
They're going to draft tomorrow. I was just downstairs talking to some of the team. They're huge hockey fans, have been their whole lives. He said, dude, we're going to the Stanley Cup next year. Like, so that's the sentiment of diehard hockey fans, is that what we're doing is we're making moves. So anyway, it's just exciting.
Which is giving fans reason to be excited, which is all you can do.
Well, look, and it's just talk about our climate. What BYU's done, citing Ryder Lyons a couple days ago, is a huge deal. Bronco coming back in Utah. I mean, we've got some reasons to be big-time fans here, and we're so blessed to have so much amazing sports in Utah. And again, that's why we love partnering with you guys, because we love being part of that, and it's just amazing time to be a sports fan in the state of Utah.
If you are somebody who is also a homeowner, Tim and his guys want to help you out. If it's the soffit, the fascia on the outside of the home, if you've been dealing with the clogged gutter situation, if you've been hating getting up and cleaning your gutters, I know that's a big bread and butter for you guys. But let's talk a little bit about what you guys' services are compared to with what people need here in the Wasatch Front, because you guys have been doing business for 5 generations here now. You know exactly what the homes go through, and that's a huge part of it as well. It's interesting for companies to come in and go, hey, we'll install something here in the state of looks at map Utah. You know, it makes a difference that you guys are from here, live here, work here, and install here.
You have no idea how much truth you're speaking. Truly, our biggest competitors in the ring at our side are people that are not from Utah. They come in for a little bit, they make money, and then they leave. I've seen it time and time again. Gutter companies that are local, that have been here forever, are very, very hard to find, and it doesn't happen. My grandpa had the first seamless gutter machine in the state of Utah. I mean, we've been installing seamless gutters before anybody else, period. From the 70s is when he brought that machine, and so we are in Utah. We're never leaving, and that's so important. And the reason why that's so important is you get a national guy that does anything. You get a storm chaser that comes in, whether it's roofing or anything. They come in, they do the job, and then the storm leaves, and they leave. Yeah. And then what happens to your warranty? You know, it goes with them, because if they're not in the state, they're not going to service you. So that's the thing that we really pride ourselves on, is that we're here to take care of our customers, not only today, not only tomorrow, but 10, 20, 30 years from now. And it's what we love to do, and we're happy to help. And to your point on the gutters, look, give us a call right now. People don't think about gutters in June and July, but they should, because that's when the trees, you got the seeds that have fallen in the spring. Your gutters probably are plugged, and you don't realize how bad it is until that first big rainstorm. Yeah. That big rainstorm comes, and you get flooded. Now you're replacing your carpet, and who wants to wake up at Sunday morning and have soaking wet carpet because of the rainstorm last night? I only say that because that happened to me once. We forgot to leave our hose. I left our hose on, so it wasn't from the rain, but woke up and our basement was completely flooded Sunday morning, and it was miserable. Hawking out carpet Sunday morning. And look, no one wants to mess with that, so that's the last thing I'm going to do. So just give us a call and let's prevent it.
If somebody's listening right now, you guys always have some incentives out there. The prices on products in your industry do not get cheaper. I mean, this is what happens. You can lock in a price now. It's going to be very different in 6 months or even a year. I know that we talk a little bit about some of how the timing goes, but literally now is the best time to, if you're going to get something done, now is the time to do it. And if you've got to get that interest-free payment, then that's the way to do it, because you're not going to find a better price going forward, because all that's going to happen in this industry is you're going to see prices go up. Yeah, prices just naturally go up. I promise you 100% January 1 there will be some price increase. Most of our manufacturers increase January 1. Having said that, before January 1, you never know. With the tariffs and all those kind of things, you may never. It still could happen. I know they've been suspended temporarily, but we may get some more price increases. But we do our best to protect our customers. We buy truckloads of material, so we always have 2 or 3 months of materials on hand, so to protect customers. But it is the best time, and the reason why it's the best time is, believe it or not, winter's coming. I know that sounds funny. It's June. It's beautiful outside. But it takes a couple of months to get this project done. And if you want to get this done and enjoy it before the weather flies, we really need to get on it, because the fall is when we go crazy. So the absolute best time, believe it or not, is June and July. We tend to have a little dip because people go on vacation. So our recommendation is call us now, get us out, let's look at it, and get the process started. 801-280-3110. That's 801-280-3110. Get on the books. It's nice to get that minky blanket from the rep who could come out and take a look at your property. Great, nice, awesome. The reality is you're going to get the best price, the best products. You're going to get the best warranty in the business, and you're going to get it done by the very, very top-notch folks. And they're going to give you all sorts of ways to do it. You can have that no-interest payment. You can get some really low payments. But, again, nothing's going to beat, the service that you're going to get with RGS. So, Tim, thanks for having us today, man.
Thanks, guys.
We'll come right back. We got more to go right around the corner. Let's jump in. We have so many things to talk about. I just read an article that popped up just about 45 minutes ago on ESPN about Ace Bailey and about some pretty wild news about some teams who had contacted him and what his representatives said about whether or not they should draft him or not. And so we'll bring that up. And I know people have been wondering about that pre-draft process for him, but I think it's actually pretty good news for Jazz fans when they hear this next story. So stay right here with us. More to go right around the corner. 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Usual slowdowns on southbound I-15 South Salt Lake to Midvale with a crash in the mix at 45th South on the left lane. Another crash on northbound I-15 at 15th South. Delays on eastbound I-215 on the South Belt past the Murray Golf Course. From system install to fast fixes to deliver winning heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical work, call Whipple Service Champions for the win today. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
Accessing. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G.
BYU jumped into the Big 12 for their own game.
and they're going to get theirs. And they got their money together, and they got the recruiting together, and they came in all cute and happy, like, we're just grateful to be a partner. Oh, our broadcast unit, oh yeah, we're one of 2 in this country that can run our own broadcast. Hey, we'll be cool with it. You know, whatever bone you can throw us. And, oh, what's that? 4 years integration to full revenue? Okay, that's fine, whatever. And then it's like, bam, we're going to take the number 1 recruits. We're going to sign 5 stars. We're going to get in the game with money, and we're going to compete. We're going to go from a 13th pick to the number 3 team in the Big 12, and we're here to make this nasty. So what do you know about Amway? Can I sign you up or what?
Can I get 3 people under you and let's all make some money?
Because I'm looking for diamond status. I'm here to freaking compete.
Catch Hansen Scotty weekdays from noon to 3 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The 2025 Utes Stampede Rodeo and Extreme Bulls in Nephi, Utah. It's all happening July 9th through the 12th at 8 p.m. nightly at the Juab County Fairgrounds. On July 9th, it's a wild Wednesday as the best bull riders in the PRCA go head-to-head with the best bulls in pro rodeo. July 10th through the 12th, it's PRCA Rodeo with all the events you love, including Flying U Rodeo Company Entertainment, NFR Roman rider Dusty Dickerson, Chano on the Road Tomas Garcia-Lazo, and more. Go to UtesStampedeRodeo.com.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Hi, this is Jay Stevens, host of the Utah Puck Report. Thanks to our sponsor, Larry H. Miller Toyota in Murray, where you're not just a guest, you're part of the family. And when you are part of the family, buying or servicing your vehicle is easy. Right now, get a new 2025 Toyota Tundra for only 2.99% APR for 72 months. Visit them in Murray or online at LarryHMillerToyota.com. 72 monthly payments of $1,519 for every $1,000 financed. On approved credit through Toyota Financial Services. Price plus tax, title, license, and a $299 doc fee. Offer ends 6/30/25.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, you refer to yourself as a full-service jeweler. What does that mean?
Once upon a time, before national stores and online sites flooded the market, your local family jeweler was the expert in your life that handled all your jewelry and watch needs. J. Brooks is that full-service jeweler today, where everything is handled by us, including appraisals, jewelry repair, watch repairs, as well as general service of all Swiss brands, and the most beautiful custom creations, including our new JBJ Bridal Collection. We can take your existing jewelry and freshen it up, or we can repurpose it completely with a fresh design, but using all of the sentimental parts that you already own. And of course, if she's ready for the upgrade you always promised, we can help you with a selection of a new larger diamond to say, I love you more than ever. So whatever your celebration is, let J. Brooks help you any way you may need. J. Brooks Jewelers, Murray and Lehigh, and online at jbrooksjewelers.com, where women know what women want.
5 guys walk into a JCW's and Aura Burgers. A pastrami, a mushroom Swiss, a guacamole bacon, a hickory barbecue, a ribeye steak, 2 onion rings, 3 french fries, a strawberry, mint, peanut butter, chocolate, and marshmallow shake, and not one left to tip. Because at JCW's, we don't ask for it. We think the price you see should be the price you pay. And all that, would you like to leave a tip stuff, is for the birds. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it. Open in Lehigh, Provo, Harriman, South Jordan, and American Fork.
Any Hour Services can help with any size electrical project around the house. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. Help with electrical projects and repairs are closer than you think. Call Any Hour Services or visit anyhourservices.com.
This is your Utah Jazz NBA Draft Update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Brand new Utah Jazz guard Walter Clayton Jr. talks about how his 4 years in college could help him excel at the NBA level.
Like you just said, experience. I feel like I'm a little older, so, done got physically stronger. And then just mentally, I feel like I've just got mentally stronger over my 4 years in college. So just mentally prepared for anything that come my way.
This Utah Jazz Draft Update brought to you by The Cage. Take real swings in a virtual batting cage. Book now and score 10% off with promo code The Zone. JJ and Alex continues live from RJS Exteriors right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Your home for the best coverage of the Jazz, Utes, and Cougars is right here on The Zone. This is JJ and Alex, presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back, everybody. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Alex Curie, Jeremiah Jensen. We are here at RGS Exteriors, and we've been chatting with Tim Brown today, not just about your soffit and fascia and your and the look on the outside of your home, but also lots of draft coverage. I love it too because
it's a fun time of year because this gets fans excited. All of you listening right now,
yeah.
There's something to talk about, something new and fresh. Coming off seasons where things didn't quite go the way you wanted. For the hockey team, it was a good year, but it would have been fun to go to the playoffs. Well, now you have hope for the future.
We haven't been able to chat very much about Walter Clayton Jr., but we'll get to his Zoom call that he had with media last night, and also just a little bit of a chat about what kind of a player he is. I tweeted it out last night. The real introduction that I think all of us had for people who aren't Florida Gators fans, which I am not. When you watch their run to their national championship. And, look, the Jazz have picked national champions before, guys who are guards who are a little bit older. They've picked them before. But this guy took over the highest level of the toughest tournament you can play at the college basketball level and hit shots during a time and across multiple games. There's a reason why he was the MVP of the Final Four, and there's a reason why he was so freaking good getting them to spots, coming back. He has a clutch gene in him. That's the kind of place where you learn it. And so Walter Clayton Jr. was an awesome pickup, obviously, when you heard a little clip from him, but we'll get to a longer piece. Before that, though, it's a Thursday. You know what that means, JJ? We always award our Hercules Hero of the Week this time of the week, and we want to make sure and highlight this week's winner, who is Ryan Porter, nominated by Jessica Murray. How does this work? Well, Ryan, according to the nomination from Jessica, says, Ryan has changed my daughter's self-worth forever. My daughter has struggled with feeling accepted, was bullied severely at her junior high. I had to put her in online schooling. Ryan worked with her individually to build her self-confidence up, push her to do hard things and that she didn't believe that she could do, and helped her believe that she was a valued member of her team. He's an excellent coach and so supportive. But more than that, he's an absolute cheerleader and supports the girls and support to the girls' team. I've been so impressed with his dedication to helping these girls improve in softball and his commitment to ensuring they feel like a team, supporting every member, ensuring each team member that they know their value. It's incredible, and I've never seen as much in anybody as I have in Ryan. He deserves so much more than this award for changing my daughter's life. I would love for him to be recognized for his outstanding efforts in our small community softball team. Thank you so much. And thank you, Jessica, for that nomination. And thank you to Ryan Porter, who's the winner of this week's Hercules Hero of the Week, brought to you by Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals. He gets a prize, a gift card from Hercules Credit Union, $200 to Beehive Meals. And it's not enough, right? Just like she said, this award is a lot, and what he's done is actually a lot more, and it runs a lot deeper than a small reward that we can give, but we love to be able to do it. So you can nominate a youth sports volunteer in your neighborhood who is like Ryan Porter, and if you are that person that goes, this person changed our kid's life, or they helped in this way, KSLSports.com/contests, and we read those winners off every week. So congrats to Ryan Porter, our Hercules Hero of the Week for this week. Let's listen to what Walter Clayton Jr. said after being drafted by the Jazz. This is his Zoom conversation, at least a chunk of it, after he was drafted last night. 18th, they moved up to get him, the guard out of Florida, who was one of the best in the entire tournament, actually the best in the entire NCAA tournament. Here's what he said.
Did you work out for the Jazz at all during the pre-draft process?
I did not. There were just a few conversations.
Yeah. Were you surprised at all tonight when your name was called and then you learned that you would be going to the Jazz?
Not too surprised. I knew there was a possibility.
What do you hope to bring to the Jazz in your rookie year?
Definitely just some offensive versatility. Hope that, just bring a great leader, a great teammate, and great player, a guy that's willing to do whatever to win.
Have you ever been to Utah?
I have not. I've heard it's beautiful the past hour.
Well, what do you know about the team, and where do you think you kind of fit in with the group?
Definitely a great young group. I might be one of the older guys coming in, but definitely a great young group. A lot of talent, and I think the talent will mesh well this next year.
Have you had any conversations with Will Hardy or the Jazz front office, and what was said in those conversations?
Yes, we had some conversations after I got drafted tonight. They like my skill set. They think I could bring something great to the team, be a great piece for the team.
Is it strange to think that you're one of the older guys after you just got drafted?
I wouldn't say strange. Obviously there's a lot of guys, about 2-3 years younger than me. I wouldn't say I'm too much older, but I wouldn't say too strange.
Where do you think the areas of your game are where you could improve the most?
Turnovers for sure, and some defensive consistency.
Walter Clayton Jr. What does he add to this team, JJ? I mean, obviously it's a lot to ask somebody to come in and make an immediate impact, but this is a roster you could come in and start making an impact on, and I'm certain that they're asking a lot of these guys when they come in to start making an impact right away.
He's a winner. Just won a national championship, and he was the best player on that national championship team. He was the best player in March Madness. Made tough shot after tough shot after tough shot. He's clutch. He's an efficient player. He's got athleticism. He can go up and pack it if he needs to, but he can shoot tough threes. He could be the starting point guard day one. He can come in right now and potentially be their starting point guard. There's competition there. He'll battle Isaiah Collier for that. But I look at his skill set and what he brings to the table, the experiences he's had. I would call him an alpha dog. I feel like he's that guy. And with that kind of confidence, leadership, where he's been, what he's accomplished already, he comes into that locker room and already has some cachet. So he can come right in and be that guy. Now, how good can he be in the NBA? We'll see. Can he be a starting point guard for the Utah Jazz this season? I believe so.
If somebody's not familiar with his game, like what does he bring immediately to like a locker room too, aside from the winning part? Like, what is it that you like about what he can do and come in? Because you come to the NBA, you got a lot of athletic guys who can shoot. You got a lot of guys who can rise up, over somebody else. But it seems like he catches and shoots so quickly. He can pull up kind of from anywhere too.
He does all those things on the court. Then you talk about the stuff that comes off the court. The guy was at Iona, and he had to fight and claw and scratch for every opportunity he had. He played for Rick Pitino, who's not easy to play for, who's a tough guy, and he earned Rick Pitino's respect. He's had to fight and claw and scratch. And some of these guys in the NBA haven't had to fight and claw and scratch as hard as he has. And I think that matters. And I think guys respect somebody that has accomplished what he has, despite being overlooked and maybe underrated throughout his career.
We're going to take another break here. We'll come back. We've got so much stuff to still talk about, and I'm certain over the next few days we'll be able to trickle out all those things as well. But you've got round 2 of the NBA draft tonight, yes, and then you've got the NHL draft tomorrow, and we've got all those things for you to be able to chat about. So we'll take a quick break. We'll come back. I've got a top 10 for you. Poor showing yesterday by JJ and Tim Lacombe. And our producer, Alex, didn't even try to get
It was
involved.
pretty embarrassing, actually, I'll be honest.
It was nasty. But you know what? We can make up for it next, and we'll talk a little bit about it's some money stuff.
Can we get Tim to help me today?
He probably could. Hey, look, he had a long night last night. His draft coverage, by the way, everybody did a phenomenal job on our roundtable last night, and just to be able to have those
really
reactions was really good. So we'll take a break. We'll come back. We've got our top 10 next right here, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
No crashes right now. Heavy traffic on southbound I-15 at 45th South in Murray, out to the point of the mountain. Northbound I-15, thick and slow from Murray to South Salt Lake and Layton to Ogden. Whether you park it, stripe it, or pave it, GoPave Utah has your blacktop covered at gopavutah.com. That's gopavutah.com. Call or visit gopavutah.com. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
You should really write these crazy letters that in 250 years, people are like, this Jake Scott lived the craziest life. Like, they'll be like, you listened to his radio show and his life was pretty flat, but man, these letters are colorful.
Nowadays, that's how you get arrested. Because nobody writes letters anymore. So, like, if you start writing some unhinged letters, like,
Zodiac.
people are showing up at your door.
Yeah.
You could send some unhinged emails, and people will dismiss it. You write out an unhinged letter and mail it to somebody.
No fly list.
Yeah,
Day
immediately.
This guy bought stamps. Let's keep an eye on him.
I mean, honestly, I could say whatever I want to over the radio, and nobody's there going to give it a second thought. But I write that thing down.
He meant it. This guy meant it. This is a threat.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
SLC Fat Loss and SaltLakeCityFatLoss.com. Go check it out. And here's what's great. You're going to get an awesome program when you at least just ask the question. That's where it starts, JJ. Just being like, okay, well, how is it that your program works? There are a lot of companies that will be pretty quiet about the things that they do to help you get to that weight loss goal that you have. And if it's not the natural way of doing it, you might feel a little bit intimidated. Hey, do some injections, do this. This is not what it is with Salt Lake City Fat Loss. You get a program that is doctor run that can help you get to the weight that you want and to do it quickly, but more importantly, JJ, to keep that weight off, which has been the key for us.
Yeah, if you're out there and you want to lose weight, you know how hard it is. And you need to ask yourself, what's preventing me from doing it? What's preventing me from reaching my goals? What's preventing me from making that commitment? And don't wait. Find a way to do it and find something that's going to help you do it. Invest in yourself. And Salt Lake City Fat Loss is a great way to do that. I did that, and it worked for me. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days. I've been able to keep that weight off for a year now. And this program gives you the structure that you need. They have a plan for you each and every day. They have the support you need, and they have accountability as well. Those are the things you need to reach your goals. So if you're serious about weight loss, look into this program. Give it a try. Go to their website at the very least. Learn more about this program, slcfatloss.com. This may be your answer to losing weight and keeping it off forever. That's slcfatloss.com.
They're pounding on the door. They're calling on the phone. They're threatening to close your business. If debt has your business on the brink, call Ray Reynolds, the godfather of credit. For over 40 years, Ray Reynolds has helped thousands of customers get millions in cash credit. It's no wonder why they call Ray the godfather of credit. He may even be able to raise your score above 750 before the end of the year. You could even get a new personal or business credit line up to $50,000 within days. If your credit needs a rebuild, call Ray Reynolds and receive a $1,000 cash credit card at closing. Raise your credit score to 750 or more. Call Ray Reynolds at 800-627-3749. 800-627-3749. Learn about Ray's secrets to success and how he can fix and improve your credit score to 750 or more. Call the Godfather of Credit Rebuild, Ray Reynolds, at 800-627-3749. 800-627-3749.
Whether you're building your $1 million dream home, giving your current home a facelift, or just trying to get it out of the minor leagues, Peach Windows and Doors brings the big league look.
Modern style, energy efficiency, clean lines, tough builds, and curb appeal that hits like a home run. Not sure what you need? No sweat. Peach has the coaching staff to get your home in the game. No pressure, no gimmicks, just solid game plans and pro-level results to help you knock it out of the park.
Come see for yourself big, beautiful windows that bring the outside in. Visit Peach Windows and Doors showroom, big enough to spark ideas, small enough to feel right at home. It's time to step up your game and make your house the MVP of the neighborhood. Why live in the minor leagues when you can swing like $1 million? Peach Windows and Doors, because real homes play like champions. Visit peachdoorsandwindows.com or call 801-566-1255 for your free consultation.
That's Peach Windows and Doors. Give them a call, 801-566-1255.
So it says here you released from the factory with your top down.
That's right.
You want to speak to that?
Well, I'm a Jeep. I'm a Wrangler. You can't tie me down. Am I a little on the spicy side? Sure. Are kids going to stare at the school pickup? Absolutely. But I helped build this country, doggone it. You ever hear of World War II?
For the best selection on 2025 Jeeps, drop into Doug Smith Jeep in Spanish or American Fork during the Employee Pricing Plus sales event, now through June 30th. No one knows Jeep like Doug.
Don't miss the Salt Lake Shred. Take on the Oakland Spiders Friday, June 27th at 7 p.m. at Zions Bank Stadium. High flying, fast-paced, ultimate frisbee. Grab your tickets now at saltlakeshred.com. The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
Accessing. When TV and radio collide.
Love it.
This is what you get. You're listening to JJ and Alex. Presented by G2G Bars.
Don't touch that dial.
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Riding on a wall. This is your guy Stevie Wonder.
Yeah, it is Stevie
This
Wonder.
is a great tune.
I didn't know he was my guy.
Well, this
incredibly talented
tune
artist.
is phenomenal. I love it.
It's a classic.
Welcome back to the program, by the way. JJ and Alex, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. Our producer Alex got in our ear and he said a bunch of stuff. I actually didn't hear any of it, but
not the first time you've done that.
Next Wednesday, Hansen and Scotty are going to be noon to 3 at Kenny J's Barbecue. We'll be out there from 3 to 6.
Ooh.
Join them first or join us after. We don't care. Join us both in both sets because you will not get enough of some amazing barbecue.
Come eat with us.
Order some half-pound burgers in time for your 4th of July barbecue pre-smoked by Kenny himself. Never had my burgers pre-smoked, JJ, and I'm not opposed to trying all of it. All right. Also, I've got some tickets to give away. Another set of tickets to the X Games tomorrow. There's a concert afterward also featuring Deadmau5. So if you are familiar with either of those things, phenomenal stuff. 801-575-ZONE. We got a free pair of tickets for you. 801-575-ZONE. That's 801-575-9663. Caller number 12 right now. Top 10 game. All right, I have in front of me, JJ. So Cooper Flagg is brought up as being – there's an interesting projection that was made about Cooper Flagg's career, and that is that he could likely be the first billion-dollar contract or billion-dollar earnings just through the play of his in his career of his sport. So I have in front of me the largest contract values given at a time. So here's what it looks like. You got the rookie contract right now, which, by the way, he's taking a 50% cut on his pay from last year, coming from Duke and being the number one pick. He'll earn $13.5 million guaranteed this year in salary. Okay, $62 million for the first 4 years of his career. His rookie extension would be like $270, $275, and then the Supermax by the time it hits 2034 through 2038, a 5-year deal at $551 million is what that
making $100 million a year.
$110 million a year.
He will likely be the first $100 million a year player.
Crazy. So that puts him at over that $1 billion mark. So I've got in front of me the largest single contracts in the history of sports. I've got the top 10 in front of me. You've got to start to name some of those. So,
Tim, you want to play?
Tim can play. Why not? Absolutely. It's our top 10.
Start throwing out names.
Might as well. We just need as much help as possible at this point because our producer Alex and JJ just do a terrible job day after day. Anyway.
Hey, that's Mr. Jensen.
That's Mr. Jensen.
That's right.
How dare you? Respect your elders. All right. So without further ado, here comes the timer.
All right. Here we go.
On your mark, get set, go.
Ronaldo. Messi.
Ding.
Giannis.
Ooh, hold on.
LeBron. Aaron Judge.
Ding. on Aaron Judge, on LeBron, on whoever the other one was that you said.
Wow. Giannis is
Steph
Curry.
These are single, like, think of the biggest one single contract that any players had gotten.
Over
so
time.
this isn't like a career.
Shohei Ohtani.
Ding.
Mike Trout.
Ding.
Do we have an F1
Juan Soto. Juan Soto.
Ooh, F1 driver's right outside the top of it. Did you say Juan Soto?
Juan Soto.
Ding.
Fernando Tatis Jr.
Checking.
Machado.
Ooh, just outside.
I'm looking at baseball. It's baseball.
I know. There's a lot of baseball.
There's some Japanese players that just signed some big deals, and I don't know their names.
You got Shohei, so you're good.
And Aaron Judge isn't on there?
Ding.
Oh, he is.
Just throw a lot of vowels in there.
Suzuki. Toyota.
Nope.
Honda.
Nope.
Dang it.
Now you're just getting offensive.
It's been nice working here.
No drivers.
There's the time.
Oh, F1 drivers.
F1 Max Verstappen.
What about a
Verstappen?
boxer?
Number 14. Boxer is correct. Who would it be? Who would it be?
Who is it?
Merriweather.
Canelo Alvarez.
Oh, really?
The largest boxing contract, 5 years with Dazen. What company is that?
DAZN.
But it's not here. Yeah, welcome to DAZN.
We need to sue them.
He's number 8.
Infringement.
All right, so here's
what was his amount?
His was a deal with DAZN, 5 years, $365.
Wow.
Yeah, not bad. That's a $73 million per. These baseball players get these long contracts, but they don't have the big. They have big numbers attached to them, but the yearly salary isn't nearly what some of these other cats are bringing in. So here's number 10, Aaron Judge, at 9 years, $360 on his last deal he just made. Jeez. Mookie Betts, you were right. You got to stay on baseball. The Dodgers, 12 years, $365. Canelo Alvarez was $365 for 5 years. Trout, 12 years, $426. Remember when he's made
was
his
Bryce
deal?
Harper on there?
Yeah,
Bryce Harper's actually further down. He was like 15th.
Okay.
Yeah.
His contract was a while ago.
Mahomes, 10 years, $450.
All
right. Vlad Guerrero Jr.
Oh, he just signed that.
14 years, $500 million. Ronaldo, just his last contract
with Saudi Arabia
was 2.5 years, $536 million.
Oh my gosh!
So his per year was the biggest. Not to be outdone though, Lionel Messi, of course, when he played for Barca, between 17 and 21, 4 years, $674 million. And then Shohei Ohtani, 10 years, $700, and then Juan Soto, 15 years, $765. So there you go, bunch of cajillionaires. But they say that Cooper Flagg will be the first $1 billion, but his will only be a 10-year, only 10 years, $550 million. All right.
In baseball, are they guaranteed? I don't know.
Yes, they are.
Yes, they are.
So, so that's actually a bigger deal when you look at it.
It is.
100%
it really
is.
Like Mahomes isn't guaranteed.
No,
right?
no, it's close. I mean, his most recent extension, I think that the guaranteed number
They're
was
getting
closer
better
to
with the guaranteed
280.
numbers in the NFL, but still not. You're right. It's still not guaranteed.
Tim, Argis Exteriors, helping out a little bit on that list and giving us an opportunity. First, let's talk about what we got going on here at RGS. First, you guys are in the business of improving the look on the outside of the home. We haven't even talked about James Hardy siding. I mean, my goodness, that's what I have on the outside of my home. There's a reason you guys are so good at what you do and that they trust you guys to install over almost anybody in the state, right?
They do it. Well, one thing that really sets us apart from anybody is there's a couple, if you look on the website, some elite preferred contractors, but we're the only ones that meet all the standards. And the standard that nobody's met but us is that Guild Quality is an independent company that surveys our customers and surveys James Hardy customers and to try to get an approval rating. And to be an elite preferred contractor, you have to have a 90% approval rating, and we actually are 95%.
Nice.
Now, what that means is that 95% of our customers will hire us again. The industry standard is 50.
Wow.
And if you go look on the website on our competitors, they're in the 80 range, which is still really good, honestly. But we're 95. And so we're the only elite preferred contractor in Utah 1. The second thing, I'm on the advisory board for James Hardy Siding, so I fly to corporate once or twice a year and meet with kind of the Hardy brass and kind of give them some feedback. And why that's important is that we're the only one in the Intermountain West. So they trust us enough, they value our feedback, and we're enough of a player in our industry that we're part of that. So yeah, so what does all that mean to a homeowner? Okay, great, you've got all these things, who cares? What it just means is we're doing it right.
Yeah.
And the problem is too many people and too many contractors cut corners. They use inferior trim. They're going to tell you you're getting a Hardy job, but they're not using Hardy trim. And there's just these little things that can make the job cheaper. They can save a few bucks, but you pay for it in the long run. In fact, it's so funny. My neighbor, automatically enough, totally random, the sales guy just said, "Hey, I just was out at your neighbor's house and we're replacing all their trim. I didn't even know. They didn't even ask me. I guess they just called us. I don't know.
Sure.
But they had, it's a new home, beautiful home, but their trim is all garbage.
Wow.
Because somebody put an inferior product in. 3 years, the trim's toast.
Wow.
Jeez. And literally these homeowners are spending way too much money to replace a brand new job. And so we just want to do it right and do it right the first time.
Yeah, don't cut corners. Get it done right. And if you have a home that needs to get done and you don't wait. Like, you guys have financing options available for people to get the job done now and get it done right.
Well, and we've talked about it. It's kind of been the theme of the maybe talk today is that costs never go up, or never go down. They only go up.
Yeah.
But the product you appreciate. Consumer Reports actually comes out with every year of what products on your home, if you put it in your home, what are you going to get the most value for? And 2 years running was James Hardie siding. So if you put James Hardie on your home, more likely than not, you're going to get whatever you put back into it. So by the time you do that and then you finance it, you're actually ahead because of what your home is appreciating. And set aside the fact of you can drive up in your driveway and be super proud of what you have.
Let me give you the phone number. If you want to get a hold of a Utah company with Utah values and a Utah warranty that is going to absolutely, they're going to stick to it. They're going to make sure they take care of you. RJS Exteriors wants to do it. Have Tim and his team take care of you. 801-280-3110. That's 801-280-3110. Get on the books, and just to have somebody come out and take a look. You don't have to obviously make any commitments today. Just have somebody get on the books, have somebody come out and take a look, and you're going to get that Minky Couture blanket when one of the reps shows up, and just for your troubles. So there you go. 801-280-3110. We'll take the break here. We'll come back. We got more to go right around the corner. Stay with us. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com. Discover the exceptional taste of Bar W beef, where quality meets flavor. Bar W beef is dry-aged for 14 days, ensuring rich marbling and tender texture. Whether you're grilling, roasting, or pan-searing, you'll find cuts perfect for any occasion. Experience the bold flavors and impressive sizes that are ideal for special gatherings. Order today and enjoy free shipping on purchases over $150. Elevate your meals with Bar W beef. Order online at barwbeef.com or visit the store in Nephi.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370, or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
This 4th of July, celebrate red, white, and wow at
Monster Jam World Finals, the biggest family event of the year. The most trucks and all the best drivers in one place. And the biggest festival-style pit party of the year, all included with your ticket. Monster Jam World Finals. First time in Salt Lake City, July 4th and 5th. Rice-Eccles Stadium. Brought to you by the Utah Sports Commission and BKD Tires.
What's up, everybody? I'm Mike Wilson with Any Hour Services, and if you want your air conditioner to last, keep a clean filter, rinse the outdoor unit off occasionally, and have it serviced each summer. Small things can help you avoid unexpected breakdowns. But if it does break down, Any Hour technicians service all brands and will never pressure you into thinking that replacing it is your only option. And remember, every week this summer, Any Hour is giving away an air conditioner to one lucky customer as part of our Coolest Summer Sweepstakes. No purchases necessary. See official rules at anyhour.com.
If you want to save a lot of money on your fireworks this year, go to somedudesfireworks.com and watch our semi-famous, somewhat rednecky Chuck It video, and you will never buy your fireworks anywhere else. Some Dudes Fireworks, Lehigh High School parking lot, 10 to 10 daily.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen,
the biggest name. You're locked into JJ and Alex. With the insight and analysis on the teams you can't live without. Presented by G2G Bars. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back, everybody. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Happy NBA draft to all of you who celebrate out there.
Oh, I celebrate.
Got the, of course, got the first round of the books last night.
I am in observance right now.
I will say there's something nice and packaged up about having 2 rounds of a draft. Imagine that. I mean, the NFL is chaos for 7 rounds. The baseball draft, nobody even knows even what goes on there. We're trying to wrap our heads around the NHL draft still, and, of course, we're going to have that coverage for you on Friday. But the NBA draft is singular. I mean, there is so much talent and yet so few spots to be able to mix that talent around. And the Jazz last night getting their first round figured out with 2 things. One, a coup in being able to get Ace Bailey, who worked out for very specific teams. The Utah Jazz were not one of them. And then trading up to get Walter Clayton Jr. out of Florida. I think anybody who watches the Utah Jazz or follows them that's a pretty darn good day. Our program brought to you by G2G Bars, all natural ingredients and no preservatives. The G2G Bar is a perfect protein bar. Give it a shot today. We're going to jump in right here with the cut. Eric Sparapolos, who writes for NBA.com. Of course, he covers the Utah Jazz for NBA.com. He is going to give us some insights as to what happened last night and what's going to possibly happen tonight as well. Let's jump in here with the cut.
It's time for the biggest story of the day. This is what made the cut with JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Trajan Wealth brings you this portion of the program. TRAJANwealth.com for all your trusted local needs in retirement. Eric Sparapolos covering the Utah Jazz. Eric, thanks for being with us. Fun night last night covering this team, and I would imagine the front office was as tickled as they could have been getting the guys that they got.
Yeah, thanks for having me. And, I mean, Austin Ainge pretty much said it himself yesterday after the first round ended, saying that basically getting Ace Bailey and Walter Clayton Jr. was their best-case scenario that they envisioned weeks ago when they looked at their board and what the potential options could be. And so you take a big swing at 5 with Ace Bailey, which, you know, I came on the program about a week ago, and I said that I would do that as well if he was there. And then I think you take what many consider a really safe pick in Walter Clayton Jr. just because of his experience, his success at Florida, obviously winning the national championship, and his, you know, I think one of the top 2 or 3 shooters in the class. So you take a swing and you take a safe pick, complementary skill sets, and Austin Ainge said it was a dream scenario.
You got to take a swing. The Jazz need a superstar, and you've got to go get a guy that has that potential. Obviously, we don't know. He's 18 years old. It could go one of either ways, you know, right? But why was Ace Bailey worth the swing? When you look at him as a player and the things that he has, the skill set he has, what he brings to the table on and off the court, why was he worth the swing?
I think a lot of it comes down to his shot-making ability at his size. I think, it's still, there are trends, and I think the league is getting a little bit bigger, and big men are maybe back on the rise a little bit. But I think at the end of the day, it is still a wings league, and teams are always looking for these guys, 6'8", 6'9", who can create and make tough shots. And Ace Bailey can do that. And you factor in his age being so young, his athletic tools, and what I think is, an under-discussed aspect of his game is his ability to impact the game on the defensive end, which Austin Ainge pointed out last night as well. He can block some shots. He's a good defensive rebounder. So you factor that in with his age, his size, and his shot-making ability, and if he puts it together, that is just a rare skill set that you see in the league.
A lot was made about his pre-draft process, and everybody wants to know immediately, like, have you even thought about Utah, or it didn't look like you worked out for him, and do you even want to be there? It doesn't look like he was avoiding Utah as much as maybe other cities, but it certainly wasn't his first choice. I think that's probably the case with anybody getting drafted. Like, I don't know anybody who doesn't have any thoughts of, hey, that'd be awesome to be in this city, but there are a lot of franchises out there. When it comes down to it, what's the thing that they're going to be asking of Ace Bailey as he comes into this franchise as an 18-year-old and still has a lot of growing up to do, but can also make an impact?
Yeah, I think you kind of want to ask him to kind of soak it all in, take from some experience and some knowledge and advice from the veterans around him, listen to the coaching staff. There's going to be plenty of people around him that are trying to not only grow his game on the court, but help him adapt to life as an NBA player, which is obviously a big deal at his age. So I think what you really can ask for is, work on your game, listen to those around you, take it all in. Don't try and rush it. Like, don't try and, force it on day one. Understand that it is a process to adapt to the NBA and to your teammates and to a different system. But if you can ask him to basically take what's around him, into consideration and see how he grows his game, that's probably what you're hoping for given his age, and what you would expect to be a longer timeline to get his game acclimated to the NBA.
We saw Walter Clayton Jr. in the NCAA tournament lead Florida to a national championship. He was the Final Four MVP. We know a lot more about him than we do about Ace Bailey on the court. What did the Jazz see in Walter Clayton Jr., besides the obvious things I just mentioned, that made them want to move assets and move up in the draft 3 spots to get him?
Yeah, Austin, when asked about him last night, talked about how he had been kind of following Walter Clayton Jr. over his collegiate career. He started at Iona for 2 years, then went to Florida for his final 2 years. He just talked about how he progressed, as that lead guard over that time period. I think the main skill obviously is the 3-point shooting. It's elite off the catch. It's elite off the dribble. He can get to his own shot in the pick and roll. He's such a dangerous shooter that although he's, pretty undersized, and I think he's an underrated athlete, but he's not, an above the rim player. Because of the threat of his 3, he is still able to get into the paint, and he actually finishes at a pretty good clip for his size. So, the Jazz offense, Will Hardy's system, they run a lot of off-ball screens. They want to take a lot of 3-pointers. And last year's team didn't really make threes at a good rate. You add a guy who is just so dynamic as a 3-point shooter that can open up other things for himself, but can also open up things for his teammates. And when you can have the chance to draft that type of player, the 3 is king in today's NBA, and the Jazz just added one of the best shooters in the class.
Eric, one of the things that we've looked at with this whole process is that these teams are in processes, and there are very different levels of trying to develop their roster and figure things out. In just the last little while, what has Austin Ainge done that you've noticed? Okay, I see what they're wanting to do with him, and what it is that he's making an impact with. What has he already done? Obviously there's the picks from last night, but what has he already done and worked with this with the front office and his dad and Justin Zanuck to kind of make his mark already?
Yeah, and I think, last night was the first opportunity for, I think, Austin in a significant way to kind of put his stamp on this Jazz team. And I think you have to see, a vision of wanting to take this huge swing on Ace Bailey, get a wing into the mix, who could be a dynamic shot maker with high-end potential. But I also think you're looking at, from just last night alone, the Jazz and Austin seem to be prioritizing shot making. It's one thing to get those shots up, but you want to make them too. And between Ace Bailey and Walter Clayton Jr., they do it in different ways at different positions. But their main, hallmark of their game is making tough shots. And I think that could be a key part of Austin's vision, moving forward as he kind of puts more of his stamp on the roster.
You also have a lot of questions around the roster. Now you've got John Collins opting in for next season, which all of a sudden he becomes an interesting asset when it comes to the trade market. And you got other guys who have expiring contracts. How busy do you think the Jazz will be when it comes to those things as you move forward through the rest of the summer?
Yeah, I'm sure the phones, they'll be making calls, they'll be receiving calls. It's just the nature of the NBA offseason. We've already seen, so many trades already in the past week, basically. And I think, given the amount of young players on the roster and wanting to hopefully get them, minutes to develop, it would be, it wouldn't be a surprise to see the Jazz making a lot of calls and taking a lot of calls about some of their vets. And on the other hand, there is a scenario where, we just talked about Ace Bailey's youth and just how many young players there are on the roster. There is benefit, as, Will Hardy, Justin Zanuck talked about last year, in having some vets around to teach these guys the way of being a pro in the NBA. So I think there's going to be plenty of calls. There may be some moves potentially, depending on if they like an offer that they get. But there also is probably something in the back of their minds of, well, maybe we should have some veteran presence around the team to make sure these guys can acclimate to the NBA.
It's hard to handicap the first round, even harder to handicap the second round. The Jazz moved off of their 43rd pick, and they're going to be picking 53rd, their lone pick in the second round. We have a hard time wrapping our head around where a second rounder and a 53rd pick would fit into any franchise. What can the Jazz pick up tonight, or where do you think their thought is going to be on how to get better as a team tonight with that one and singular pick in the second round of this year's draft?
Yeah, I think in the second round you get to a lot more players that are, older prospects who are, maybe don't have the super high-end upside, but could maybe come in and project them to fill a specific kind of niche or role as a defender, as a three-point specialist, a rebounder, et cetera. I think, when you're picking at 53, with NIL and the transfer market, the second round, I think, has been even more diluted than in previous years. I think you're probably hoping to pick up a guy who you could envision slotting into a two-way contract, who could maybe, specialize in an area that, over the course of an 82-game regular season, you can call him up for some games and to provide some kind of value in a specific way. So there's obviously always a potential to trade up or trade down or trade out of the draft entirely. But I think if you stay at 53, you're looking to add a specialist in some way on a potential two-way contract.
Did Austin Ainge say anything about the availability of Ace Bailey and Walter Clayton Jr. in Summer League?
Yeah, he mentioned that both players are going to play Summer League.
There you go.
Love being able to watch those.
And how much fun is that going to be up at the Huntsman Center?
It's fun to have it back up there, too. It looks like, kind of feels old school, right? Like the way that we used to kind of follow it when we were younger. And, man, Eric, this is a lot. And obviously the team's got a lot over the next year to figure out with this team, and but really, really awesome night for this team last night, according to them. They feel really good about it. We appreciate you joining us here and giving us the breakdowns. Eric Sparapoulos for NBA.com. He covers Utah Jazz, of course. Eric, thanks again, man. We'll chat with you when Summer League fires up, and we'll see how these guys are doing.
Awesome. Thanks for having me.
There you go. Love having Eric on. It's an interesting time because there's this nervous excitement for a lot of these guys in the front office, right?
Yeah.
And I think Jazz fans are a little bit the same way. They're probably a little bit more wary. I think you're exactly right. They're kind of like, okay, cool. Wake me up. Call me when they're winning some games, which might not be this year still.
You got to give the fans a reason to wake up.
Yep.
And maybe Ace can provide that. We'll see. But it may not happen in year one. We'll see. I don't know.
We are at RGS Exteriors here in South Jordan. We've got ourselves a conversation, of course, with our guy Tim Jr. here. Tim's been nice enough to bring his office up here to our remote up here. I mean, we're at his office, but he kind of works remotely upstairs here with us. And I appreciate you coming in, Tim, because number one, you guys have a lot going on. It's a busy time of year. I would imagine you've got crews out everywhere because, while the weather's nice, it's good to get some things done. So what's the number one thing you see people calling you guys for and saying, hey, we need a little bit extra help with this?
I think right now, as sad as it is that we're going and fixing other people's work.
Oh, man.
Really. I mean, it's crazy to me. Hey, there a couple times, in fact, we had a job a little while ago. We were more expensive, and so they went with a cheap bid, and then they called us back, well, we made a mistake. And so we went and redid the job.
Hey, that's an expensive prospect when you have to double pay here.
It is, and the
reality, do it the first time, man.
It is. Look, we'll be transparent. I think it's always good for listeners to hear. We're not the cheapest companies. If you're trying to hire the cheapest price, it's not us. When you compare apples to apples, we're definitely cheaper. But it's because we don't cut corners. We do everything right the first time, and so we are a little bit more. But you're not going to have to call somebody else when we're done. And in fact, we haven't talked about this yet today, and I think it's a really good thing to talk about, is something is going to go wrong on your project. Now, if it's a simple gutter job, probably nothing. But if you have a big, large exterior remodel, something is going to happen. It just is. And I think the difference is, what does the company do when that happens? I give you an example, terrible example. It's terrible to admit this, but we just did a very, very large remodel on a customer's home, and we damaged their garage door. And sucked, right? It was an expensive screw up, but guess what we did?
Went out and fixed it.
We fixed the door.
Yeah.
And so it's just what happens is when you get a good company, I think that's what really separates a good from a great company. A good company will do the job and do an adequate job. But when something happens, they just kind of wash their hands of it. Well, sorry, we told you that would happen, Mrs. Jones. We can't. A great company is going to stand behind it and they're going to fix it.
Yeah.
And so that's just who we are. We want to take care of you, and we want to earn your business today, but we also want to earn your business 30 years from now.
If you're somebody who's listening right now and you need those gutters, for example, what's the biggest thing that fails on the gutter systems? And I know, look, I've had the guys come around and knocking on my doors before, trying to sell me the gutter covers, and they're not from in-state and whatever, and they'll say, oh, you can do this and this and this and this, and it's X amount of dollars. And the reality is that you've got to make sure you know exactly what you're doing when it comes to getting the right covers for those gutters, right?
Well, a couple things. One, we talked earlier about be very careful on the national guys because they'll come in, they'll sell it, and then they'll leave. The second thing, they're ridiculously priced. They're going to come in super high. They're going to start at one price, and the longer you stay in the living room, the cheaper the price gets. Let's just, again, we don't play that game, but that's what these guys do.
The product stays the same.
Product's the same. Nothing's changed other than they're wearing you down, and they drop. And honestly, I'll give you an insight. What happens is these sales guys are paid on commissions, and so that if they can squeeze you out of more, they make more commission.
Sure.
And then when it drops down, there's just a certain point that the company will sell it at X price, and they just get a flat commission. So we don't do that, but that's what they'll do. But the second thing, or the last thing, and then probably the most important thing, is gutter covers are not one size fits all. There is not one cover that will fit every gutter, fit every roof, fit every tree. There isn't one. And that's one thing that we're really proud of is we have 4 or 5 different products, same manufacturer, same lifetime warranty, but we have different products that will different foliage that'll work for different roof types, for different gutter types. So it's not a one-size-fits-all gutter cover. And so when we can come out, we can have a gutter cover that's going to work for you, that's going to be cheaper than these big guys, and we're going to actually be able to give you a warranty.
801-280-3110. That's 801-280-3110. Just give a call to the folks at RGS Exteriors. And like you said, I mean, Tim puts his company out there for exactly what they are. They're not going to try to cheat you any way or the other to say, hey, just to try to get you to come out. Have them just have them come out and take a look at your project and tell them, and you can tell them what you want to have done, and they can tell you exactly what you're going to get. You're going to get that perfect warranty as well. They're going to stand behind it. 801-280-3110. That's 801-280-3110. Tim, thanks, man. We'll chat with you next time.
Thanks, guys.
All right, when we come back, we've got more to go. I think we might even have some NFL stuff to talk about next. I mean, my heavens, some NFL blitz. We haven't done it in
I forgot about the
right?
NFL today.
Don't forget about the NFL blitz.
I'm kidding.
Ever.
I never forget about the NFL. It's
well,
king.
And if something breaks,
even on a day as busy as this, with the Jazz and Mammoth, we're still going to fit in the NFL.
If something breaks though on those fronts, we'll always be right there with it. So, all right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. We've got more to go from RGS Exteriors. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Watching a crash on eastbound I-215 southbound at Redwood Road on the right shoulder. Got the usual slow ride on southbound I-15 Midvale and Bluffdale, and from Lehigh's Main Street into Linden. Northbound I-15 delays South Salt Lake into North Salt Lake and Layton to Ogden. Heavy on southbound Mountain View corridor as well between the 201 Highway and 35th South. Advanced Window Products. Get $2,500 off 10 windows or more at advancedwindows.com. Affordable windows guaranteed. With your traffic update, Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Jay Hill, defensive coordinator for BYU, joins us. When I look at your group, so many of the guys have experience. So it seems like it's not a lot of holes, and the holes that you do have, you're filling them with experience.
I love the transfers we took, and I love the guys coming back. The corners right now are the most inexperienced group on the defensive side, but they're one of the most talented. There's always going to be things that you're working on and trying to build depth, but I do like the roster a lot. I think we're way bigger inside than we were last year. The linebacking core is as good as there is in the country. I'm excited to see how this defense comes together and how they gel. That's such a critical part of good defense, and that's what we had last year. We had the sum of the 11 was pretty special.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Everyone has a fave Wendy's Frosty flavor. And when you're choosing from chocolate or vanilla, it's not that hard. But now, there's all new Frosty Swirls and Frosty Fusions. So try picking your fave from Oreo Brownie Fusion, Pop-Tarts Strawberry Fusion, Strawberry Swirl, Brownie Batter Swirl, Caramel Swirl, and Caramel Crunch Fusion. Not so easy now, huh? For a fresh way to Frosty, gotta be Wendy's. Open till midnight or later.
At participating U.S. Wendy's. Hours may vary by location. Oreo is a trademark of Mondelez International Group. Pop-Tarts is a trademark of Kellogg North America Co., LLC. Used with permission.
Kubota Orange Days delivers the savings you need for the life you love. Shop a wide selection of equipment at your local dealer, including America's #1 selling compact tractor. And get your perfect match delivered to your door. Designed for comfort and built for performance. Now through June 30th, get 0 down, 0% APR for 84 months or up to $3,000 off select compact tractors. Sales ending soon. See the details at KubotaOrangeDays.com.
Looking for reliable home services you can actually count on? I've got just the team for you. Mountain Home Services. They've been serving Utah since 1954 with honest, upfront pricing and 0 hidden fees. Plus, they back every job with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. With summer heating up, now's the time to get your AC in shape. Mountain Home Services delivers fast, expert air conditioning service to keep your home cool and comfortable. And don't forget, they also handle electrical and plumbing work with the same trusted care. And here's the best part. KSL listeners get exclusive limited-time specials, but you have to call and ask. These deals won't last, so don't miss your chance to save. Call 801-543-2222 today and tell them KSL sent you. That's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com. Get the service you need and the deal you deserve.
All Pro Services is your trusted source for disaster cleanup, handling water damage, mold, asbestos, and full restoration services, contributing to our community with unbeatable integrity. Find them at allproutah.com. That's allproutah.com.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
This is your Utah Jazz NBA Draft Update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utah Jazz President of Basketball Operations, Austin Ainge, talks about the expectations for both Ace Bailey and Walter Clayton Jr.
We hope they're really good at basketball. I mean, they got a lot of talent. They each can do different things, but both of them are very good shooters and scorers, and we hope that they develop and learn our system very quickly. But, you know, we understand it's a process with young guys. Over the next couple years, we hope they can become really important pieces of our future.
Today's Utah Jazz Draft Update brought to you by The Cage. Take real swings in a virtual batting cage. Book now and score 10% off with promo code THEZONE. JJ and Alex live from RGS Exteriors continues next on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All the latest news and notes from the league and the locals in the NFL. JJ and Alex bring you the NFL Blitz on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I feel a little bit lost right now, JJ. We haven't talked about college football, NFL football. It's just not like me to. I feel a little bit naked not talking about those
That's
things.
why we have the NFL Blitz each and every day right here on JJ and Alex.
Hey, by the way, do you have a product that you're passionate about? You'd like to have us endorse it on the program? Do what other companies have done. Jump on board. Have us endorse your company. Have us get on board. Partner with us. And we will make that company fly here for you. Let me give you the way to get a hold of our sales staff and just say, hey, I want to be on JJ and Alex's program. Let's get it going. Just text JJ to 57500. That's JJ to 57500. And then our sales staff will get a hold of you. They'll tell you all the details, but we'd love to meet with you and at least come up with a plan on how to improve your business or your product. Just text JJ to 57500. In the meantime, by the way, speaking of us putting our stamp on things, we're going to be out on Wednesday from 3 to 6 at Kenny J's Barbecue in the district in South Jordan.
Tough job, but someone's got to do it.
Sure, I'll taste it. You know I'm a Texan by nature. I'm a native of Central Texas, and so I have my feelings on barbecue. You're a meat connoisseur.
Yeah.
I think that you know
I've
your
had
stuff.
good barbecue.
We enjoy making it ourselves, but I enjoy eating it when other people make it way better than I do, which I think we're going to be getting at Kenny J's. You can start ordering your half-pound burgers in time for 4th of July. Pre-smoked by Kenny himself. Give it a shot. We'll be out there in South Jordan at the district at Kenny J's Barbecue. Cannot freaking wait. All right. Todd Bowles and Jason like to multi-year extensions for the Buccaneers. I think they love what Todd Bowles is doing. And I think that the Buccaneers are a bright spot in an NFC South that is an absolute mess. But you know what? That's one of the teams, crazy enough, that Todd Bowles is the head coach of, that Baker Mayfield is the starting quarterback with. And I have as much faith that team could go to the playoffs as a lot of teams in the NFC right now. So it's a good thing to have them sign up and go long-term with Todd Bowles because they've done a lot with a little there in Tampa.
Until someone in that division steps up and proves that they can knock off Tampa, this is exactly the right move to make.
Of course.
And who is that team? The Falcons have the talent to do it but can't execute.
Whoa.
The Panthers are still far away. And the Saints are now
the worst.
They might be the worst team in the league.
Yeah, so it's going to take a minute. But, what's really crazy is that their GM has been there for he's the fifth longest tenured GM in the entire NFL. That's a franchise that a lot of times gets made fun of, for all the things that they've done. But the reality is that they're it's a really good team right now, and I think that they've made some good moves. And I don't hate the Bengals, man. I mean, I don't hate the Buccaneers. I do hate the Bengals. Anyway. Looks like they're going to get a lease extension, and they're going to get that stadium like all teams do now and all owners do now. They get into a bickering match with the local jurisdictions, and the Bengals have now taken a step forward to get their stadium renovated. One of the cheapest, poorest run teams in all of the NFL, JJ, and they're finally working something out with their stadium, which is a good deal for them.
Now they have all that money. Maybe they can actually start paying their players.
Hey, why not? Not just Joe Burrow. Did you see Joe Burrow, by the way, throw a first pitch the other night?
He was doing some kind of was that at a Reds game? He was doing another MLB thing.
He did some MLB thing where he's like in a cage and he was throwing and he could not throw it straight.
Which tells you that throwing a football and throwing a baseball
very different.
Very different things.
I thought that they put him in a weird spot because then he throws a first pitch and it looked terrible. And it just, it's not something. And by the way, if you're him, just know that it's going to be different. Maybe lob it in there and just wave to the crowd. Because if you try to zing it in there, great. You can throw 81 miles an hour with a baseball. You're a professional freaking quarterback. I think we all know that your arm talent's there. We don't need to have it proven with you throwing a baseball. The kicker for the Ravens, former now kicker for the Ravens, a 10-week ban, Justin Tucker, after their investigation. Of course, the NFL looks into improprieties, and it doesn't matter whether or not there's criminal anything to it or civil anything to it. They swoop in and go, we're going to do our own thing, and we're going to determine if you need to get suspended. And they determined that Justin Tucker, with his weird relationship with massage therapists, what is the deal with the massage therapists and players in the NFL? But he's going to get 10 weeks of not playing in the league. He might just not get – does he have any place he's kicking right now, by the way?
I think he's a free agent.
If you're a team, you're smart to pick him up, I guess, but you won't be able to have him kick for you until – might be a not just 10 weeks from now, but I mean, like, maybe that's a pick him up during the offseason type of deal. Maybe his career is over. I'm not sure. Tyler Schauf. You remember that name because it's the guy who's going to lead the Saints to one of the worst records this year in the NFL. He says, on the pressure of being QB1 at the Saints, quote, "You're not going to faze me. Oh, don't worry. The NFL will do that for you. The teams you play against will phase you for you, Tyler."
Do you know how old he's going to be when he starts the season?
I think we looked at this. I think that Tyler Schauf was the same age as Brock Purdy. I want to say he's 23 and a half, 24.
Tyler Schauf on September 28th will turn 26 years old. NFL rookie.
Maybe get some advice from another old quarterback, Taysom Hill down there. What did he enter the league at? Probably 26, 25.
Yeah.
So, yeah. I don't know what. Nobody's looking around at Tyler Schauf and going, can he be QB1? They're going, whatever you guys have going on there, you guys figure it out. But the Saints are not it this year.
They'll lose a lot of games, and they'll take another quarterback in the next draft.
Where do you think that Brian Daboll is on the list of coaches being on hot seats?
Might be the hottest.
I think they did a lot. Obviously, their draft was pretty good. They feel really good about.
I don't think rookies are going to save his job, though.
But that's the problem is that you're going to have a whole group of people who went all in on guys like Jackson Dart, and then you're going to get a whole regime change during the middle of all this, which is going to be very, very difficult. So Brian Daboll, who's listed as also, according to this list at CBS Sports, he is the hottest of hot seats that he's got. The one I was shocked by is Mike McDaniel, who is entering his fourth season with the Dolphins, and he's a guy who's just about 500 as a head coach. He's obviously a weird dude at the podium, kind of interesting, right? But he's got the second best odds or second worst odds, however you want to look at it, for somebody who could leave. Then Zach Taylor. Are you surprised that Zach Taylor's in that conversation as somebody who could be on the hot seat?
Because that Bengals team was in the Super Bowl
2 years ago?
3 years ago? And what have they done since? Things have been going like this. They missed the playoffs last year with a really talented roster. Now they're spending all this money on Jamar Chase, Joe Burrow. Will they pay for I don't know what they're going to do with those other guys that are trying to get paid. But that's a team that's not going the right direction in a division that's tough. And you mentioned Mike McDaniel. The Dolphins, while they've been more interesting under him, have not won a playoff game in his tenure.
Yeah, you're right.
And Brian Daboll, you're in New York. There's a lot of pressure to win. You won 3 games last year. They're not patient in New York. You got to win football games, and he hasn't done that. So all 3, I get it. I understand why they're on the hot seat.
So Aaron Rodgers, by the way, talking about DK Metcalf, he's a big reason why I signed with the Steelers. I don't know if it's a big enough reason to be able to sign yourself up with the Steelers, but I like DK Metcalf. I don't know how much he's got left to be that guy. All right, let's take a break here. We'll come back. We've got our best and worst next. We'll have one more conversation with Tim here at RGS Exteriors, and then we'll get you ready for some draft coverage as well. So we've got tons going on, so hang out here right with us, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Emergency traffic on westbound I-80 near the Lake Point heading into Twilla County. Delays continue on southbound I-15 Midvale to Bluffdale and Lehigh into Linden. Northbound I-15 delays South Salt Lake into North Salt Lake and late into Ogden. Live flight on scene near East and West 94 South by the Sandy Amphitheater. Try UTA to get more done while you ride. Games, work, books, shows. You'll be too busy to notice all the traffic that you're missing. Plan your trip at rideuta.com. With your traffic update, I am Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
I told you we went to this country writers thing in Nashville where you saw these different people that write hits. But mixed in the middle was this old timer. He sang a song about his dog dying. I'm not kidding. Like there were people going, play a happy song, like yelling at this guy.
Be happy.
Be happy. Guy played like 3 songs and everybody was like, oh, I'm so depressed. Yeah. You know what? Read the room.
Yeah, right.
By the way, and he said before he sang the dog dying song, he's like, nobody's picked this one up. I can't figure it out. I can. The song was called For Pete's Sake, and the dog was named Pete.
It's a little on the nose.
I'm just coming to this theater to rock out on some country I barely like, and they gotta sing about a dog dying.
Dying dog, for Pete's sake.
Oh, it's so bad. So bad, dude.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
SLC Fat Loss and SLCFatLoss.com. If you want to take advantage of really a program that works, I mean, I can't stress enough. You can go to the website. You can see JJ and my testimonials about what SLC Fat Loss has been for us. The reality is that we're just two of a couple of really, really great examples of people who go out there, just average people. And like I say, we put ourselves in that category. We go, it's been hard for me to lose weight my entire life, JJ. I didn't just lose weight with SLC Fat Loss, but I've kept it off this year. It's been really good. It helps that you and I both kind of keep each other, with a little bit of accountability. But that's what they do with the program as well. But they don't do it in a weird way. They don't have these negative, they don't have a negative ask of you. It's such a good program to work with, and you're going to get it, and you're just going to not just drop the weight, but keep it off, which has been my problem my entire life.
I think one of the most important things about losing weight and keeping it off is education. Understanding how to lose weight. Understanding just how many calories am I consuming in a day? What calories what foods do I think are healthy and are healthy, but are very heavy in calories that I'm consuming too much of? All those things are things that you'll learn with Salt Lake City Fat Loss. They have so much information based on science. This is built by a doctor using a lot of these studies that'll help you lose weight. They're going to put you in a caloric deficit without starving to death and feeling hungry. And then you're going to lose weight. And it's terrific. And they're doing this without pills, without injections, without prepackaged meals, just the food you're going to buy at the grocery store that you normally would buy. And you're going to see the weight drop. And then once you lose that weight, I lost 40 pounds in 60 days. They're going to help you keep that weight off as well. That's the difference with Salt Lake City Fat Loss, is not just helping you lose the weight, but helping you keep it off. What's the point in dropping weight if you're just going to put it right back on again when you stop doing something, right? That's not the case with this program. Go to their website, slcfatloss.com. Learn more about it. That's slcfatloss.com.
Helping your money do more means putting yourself in the financial driver's seat.
Oh, yeah.
And there's no better or more literal way to do that than with a low-rate auto loan from America First Credit Union. Plus, for a limited time, when you finance your new vehicle with America First, you'll enjoy no payments for 90 days. And that means getting more mileage out of every cent you spend. So make your money move. Head to AmericaFirst.com to apply for pre-approval of your low-rate auto loan today. Eligibility, terms, conditions, and creditworthiness apply. Subject to change. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal opportunity lender.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Tim Hughes back again with Greg and Mike at Replenish Landscape Garden Products. It's that time of year when you're looking to make a change in your landscaping, and maybe you're tired of some of those areas that you just end up pulling a lot of weeds out of this time of year. Greg, you've got a lot of answers for that in the form of rocks and bark and so many other things.
That's right. We carry 22 different varieties in our bins here, and they're available to be picked up, or we can deliver them to you.
Mike, there's a reason why professional landscapers and even school districts and others use your products.
Yeah, it's a great proven material. We get a lot of school districts and municipalities that use it as well, and landscapers.
You still have those playground chips too?
We do.
You're going to find it all right here in Murray at 4660 South 200 West. And remember, you can drive right in and pick it up yourself or have it delivered right to your home. Call them at 801-262-5142 or go online at replenishcompost.com. Remember, Replenish. It's good stuff.
The 2025 Ute Stampede Rodeo and Extreme Bulls in Nephi, Utah, happening July 9th through the 12th at 8 p.m. nightly at the Juab County Fairgrounds. PRCA Pro Rodeo, PRCA Extreme Bull Riding, Flying U Rodeo Company, and more. Get your tickets at UtestampedeRodeo.com.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
Wrapping up the hour with our picks for the best and worst moments on today's show. As JJ and Alex want to hear your best and worst of the day.
Welcome back, everybody. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Thanks for being with us on the show. Best and worst brought to you by good folks at the Doug Smith family of dealerships in American Fork, Spanish Fork, and in Linden. Thanks for being with us on the program, everybody. Nobody has cars like Doug. Before we get to Tim here, best and worst, very quickly. I will say, too, and you're going to get some draft coverage, our own Ben Anderson and Chandler Holt, who host the Jazz Notes podcast as well. They're going to take over, and you're going to get the best draft coverage for this second round. Interesting to see what will happen. Maybe the Jazz make some crazy moves. Maybe it's all as quiet on the front.
Is there somebody out there that they really like in that second-round range? And remember, the second round isn't what it used to be because so many college players are staying in college because of NIL.
Yeah, and I wonder, too, if there are teams out there that, you know, I don't know. We've been trained to think that the second round is like basically the seventh round of the end of the NFL draft, right?
Yeah.
Where we go, but there's always somebody. I went through the list yesterday with you of the best players all time that are undrafted in the NBA, and it's crazy. These are not teams we're talking. These aren't guys we're talking about who are not drafted. We're talking about guys who are going to get picked in that second round. There's going to be a handful of guys out of this group of 30 who end up getting. I guess it's probably 29 picks tonight. Who are going to get a shot. By the way, the Utah Jazz last year in the second round. I know it was the 31st pick or 32nd. But they got Kyle Filipowski, who ended up being a big-time rookie for them. I think that a guy who showed a lot of – he's not just going to be – he's not a two-way contract guy. He's going to be a player in this league. And I think
10 years.
Yeah, he could be in this he could be a role player on this Jazz team for a long, long time as well. Last time for us to be able to chat with Tim from RJS Exteriors. Tim, first of all, thanks for having us, and thanks for hosting us, and even just the off-air conversation we have about football and life is just fun for us, man. I think we get if people could get a taste of what it's like to be here with you just in person, I think they'd love who they're doing business with when it comes to somebody fixing their home and making it look better on the outside.
Well, I appreciate that. It means a lot, and honestly, like, we love having you guys, and it's nice to have friends that you chat with. And look, we get to do the greatest thing in the world. We get to talk sports and gutters and siding.
No, I think gutters and siding might be first on that list. I mean, come on.
Well, if I could make a living doing sports,
both,
that's what I would do. But
it's a way to.
But unfortunately, no. We love what we do. I joke all the time and say, "What would you?" Growing up, I wanted to be a sports broadcaster. There's no question. That's what I wanted to do. Yeah. Well, I wanted to play in the NFL, but that dream ended really quick. But then but that was what it's all about, is just being sports. And I was growing up as a kid. Back when we actually had the newspaper, every single morning I'd go out and get the newspaper. I'd open up the sports page and I'd read page by page and eat my cereal. That's just what I did. Woke up 30 minutes early just so I could read every ounce of the sports page.
You know what's funny? That was the same background that JJ and I have. Like, honestly, I would memorize Sports Center every morning, and when they'd replay the second playing of it, because back then it was 30 minutes in the morning, they were like, "Hey." I would watch 4 of them in a row, and it was the same 4 Sports Centers, those 30 minutes, and I'd have it memorized by the end. And my parents were like, "How do you know who these people are?" I'm like, "Because I don't watch cartoons. I watch Sports Center, Dad."
That's right. Well, the sad thing
problem.
is today, I mean, obviously, many of your listeners know, JJ knows, I coached his kid for a minute, but coach high school football, and it blows my mind. High school kids today don't even understand the game. Even the really good players don't understand the game.
They don't watch it
growing up. Now,
they
can read a defense better than we can because of Madden.
Right.
But they don't understand the simple things of it too. But anyway, look, we're glad you guys are here. We appreciate you guys coming out. We're great partners with the Zone. We love the Zone. We love the Zone listeners, and we just want to take care of them. And really, just give us a call. Love to earn your business. Love to be able to do what we can to do some siding, gutters, decks, windows, whatever, and just earn your business.
Let's get it going. All right.
No better place to go if you need siding. And
Thanks
gutters.
for hanging out with us, Tim. We appreciate it, man.
Oh, thank you. It's a pleasure.
801-280-3110. That's 801-280-3110. More draft coverage next right here on 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. Stay dialed in right here.
Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise?
Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter.
Get exclusive analysis.
Plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth.
Sign up today at KSLSports.com
for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move.
Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter.
So you're a Forester?
Yep.
Seemed like a good car. Describe your dream job.
Work stinks, but I love commuting.
Lease a new 2025 Subaru Forester at Doug Smith Subaru for only $298 per month. MSRP $31,850. 36-month lease, 10,000 miles per year. $3,199 due at signing. No security deposit required. JF2, SLDA, C8, SH5, 30755. OAC, valid through June 30th, 2025. No one knows Subaru like Doug.
Show some love to youth sports volunteers with the Hercules Hero of the Week. Let's praise your favorite youth coach, ref, or maybe the parent that pulls the team together. Your nomination could score them a $100 Visa gift card from Hercules First Federal Credit Union and a $200 gift card from Beehive Meals. Listen to see if they win Thursday afternoons with JJ and Alex. The Hercules Hero of the Week with Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals, helping you take the busy work at a family dinner. Get rules, info, and nominate your hero at KSLSports.com/contests.
You've built the dream, the home, the lifestyle, the legacy. Now it's time your windows and doors reflect that same $1 million standard. Whether you're designing a stunning custom home or upgrading the one you've loved for years, Peach Doors and Windows is here to bring that vision to life with precision, style, and craftsmanship.
The Peach specialty? High-end custom windows and doors that don't just fit your space, they elevate it. From sleek modern lines to timeless elegant finishes, they offer the kinds of craftsmanship that truly complements a $1 million space. And with Peach, the process is easy. No pressure, no gimmicks, just knowledgeable experts helping you find solutions to turn your someday project into right now.
Visit their spacious showroom, get inspired, and create something beautiful together. Peach Doors and Windows for the $1 million home you live in and the $1 million feeling you deserve. Visit peachdoorsandwindows.com or call 801-566-1255 today.
That's Peach Windows and Doors. Give them a call, 801-566-1255.
Discover the exceptional taste of Bar W beef, where quality meets flavor. Bar W beef is dry aged for 14 days, ensuring rich marbling and tender texture. Whether you're grilling, roasting, or pan-searing, you'll find cuts perfect for any occasion. Experience the bold flavors and impressive sizes that are ideal for special gatherings. Order today and enjoy free shipping on purchases over $150. Elevate your meals with Bar W beef. Order online at barwbeef.com or visit the store in Nephi.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
You should really write these crazy letters that in 250 years, people are like, this Jake Scott lived the craziest life. Like, they'll be like, you listened to his radio show and his life was pretty flat, but man, these letters are colorful.
Nowadays, that's how you get arrested. Because nobody writes letters anymore. So, like, if you start writing some unhinged letters, like,
Zodiac.
people are showing up at your door.
Yeah.
You could send some unhinged emails, and people will dismiss it. You write out an unhinged letter and mail it to somebody.
No fly list.
Yeah, immediately.
This guy bought stamps. Let's keep an eye on him.
I mean, honestly, I could say whatever I want to over the radio and nobody's there going to give it a second thought. But I write that thing down.
He meant it. This guy meant it. This is a threat.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
Every new day is a chance to be kinder to your body and your mind. U of U Health is here to help you build strength and confidence every day. Let us help you be a better you. U of U Health, official health partner for the Utah Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, Utes Athletics, and the Utah Grizzlies. Take the first step today at uofuhealth.org.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Live from the cage, this is your NBA Draft Roundtable show as the Utah Jazz look for their newest superstar. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Your NBA Draft coverage on KSL Sports. Live coverage of the second round. Ben Anderson, Chandler Holt stepping in for forever. The next 3 hours of the second round of the NBA Draft. 29 picks because the New York Knicks have forfeited one of their picks for tampering. To get Jalen Brunson. Worth it.
Yes.
Worth it. But so there will be 29 picks coming up here in the second round. As of yesterday, we thought the Jazz were going to have 2 picks, number 43 and number 53 overall. That has changed. The Jazz traded that second-round pick and 2 future second-round picks, I believe 2031 and 2032, to the Washington Wizards to jump up from number 21 to number 18, where they selected Walter Clayton. So we will have your coverage definitely through the end of the second round, I would imagine, but absolutely through pick 53, where the Utah Jazz are going to be selecting. We will talk about some interesting names coming up, of course, and look, it looks like the Phoenix Suns are going to be on the clock with pick number 31. They have been wheeling and dealing all afternoon. Pretty creative. They had, 56 and 53, and they traded up something to get to 41, and then they traded 41 in cash, and now they have, 31, 36. I mean, anyways, the Suns are all over the second round here coming up. So they're specifically trying to get better and are going to take a player, it sounds like, at number 31 that you quite like, which is Rasheer Fleming.
Yeah, I was going to say, especially in the first 5 to 10 picks, there's some pretty solid names to look out for. But yeah, I really did like Rasheer Fleming. He was one of the guys that I wouldn't have minded if the Jazz stayed at 21 and picked there. He's sort of the Taylor Hendricks archetype, stretch 4, shot 39% from 3 in his last year at St. Joseph's. And yeah, I'm pretty sure it was Gambo in Phoenix who reported that was the expected pick for the Suns.
Our sister station down there in Arizona. So very cool there. We will see. I think rebuilding through the second round is a really dangerous game to play. I'm not sure what else the Phoenix Suns think they're going to be able to do here, but I don't think they're officially on the clock yet, but they will have, the number 32 or number 31 overall pick. And as the Jazz learned last year, and we've seen in recent years, that can be a really valuable spot. The Jazz got Kyle Filipowski with the 32nd pick overall. So while I don't think you go into the second round thinking this is where we're going to make our hay, you hope to find a guy. And when you do, when they're on these low-cost contracts, I think they bring a lot of value.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Some other names to sort of look out for in the beginning of this second round. Maxime Renaud, who you liked a lot.
Yes, I did.
Center coming out of Stanford. And then an interesting name, Ryan Kalkbrenner. We weren't the biggest fans of him, talking on the Jazz Notes podcast. And then there was rumors coming out today that the Lakers were interested in him, but I'd imagine he'd be gone before their pick at, 45?
Yeah, they traded up. They bought a pick, essentially, to move up, but they did swap their pick, so they have moved up in this draft as well. So some interesting names. We will carry the names as we can in the second round. I don't think we're going to be glued to every pick so far, but obviously we'll give you some interesting names as we get closer to the Utah Jazz picking at number 53 overall. But Chandler, I do want to talk with just getting your thoughts on what happened last night. It was a huge night for the Utah Jazz. They end up with the 5th pick and they trade up to the 18th overall pick. And the big story, of course, is that they ended up drafting Ace Bailey, who had been the number 1 name discussed nationally, not just by Jazz fans, but nationally as far as what is going on
with Ace leading up to the draft. He wasn't conducting pre-draft workouts. Then there was kind of a late report that maybe he'd worked out with Washington, and that's kind of since been stepped back, that maybe he didn't work out with anybody, and nobody really knows. But the Jazz end up selecting Ace Bailey. He falls to 5, and they make the pick.
Yeah, a lot of smoke and a lot of mirrors with the pre-draft process for Ace Bailey, but one thing that stayed the same as his film at Rutgers, and it was awesome. Don't get me wrong, it wasn't perfect. Like, the handle can be a bit sloppy sometimes, and there's some decision-making questions, but when it comes to just like shot making, the athletic tools, he came in at 6'7", 6'8", listed at the combine. A true upside swing, and someone with like absolutely all-star ceiling, maybe even an all-NBA ceiling, and that's what a lot of people think the Jazz needed.
I think one of the things that people may be misreading, and I actually haven't seen it a lot, but I just want to clarify or maybe underscore that I don't think it's the case, is that just because Ace Bailey, may have not been expected to land in Utah, and there's like some controversy about his game, not just like the pre-draft process, but his game. He's mercurial. He has a lot of fans. He has a lot of people who really doubt him. I don't think when I watch him, and we've talked about all the players before we knew who the Jazz were drafting that could be in that conversation and in that spot, I don't think he is any more flawed than any of the players drafting that were selected behind him.
Yeah.
He's got question marks. Like you said, the handle's loose, plays a little bit upright, loses attention, loses focus defense, takes too difficult of shots, like doesn't play with his teammates well enough. But I look at the guys taken behind him. It's like, all those things describe Trey Johnson, excuse me, in Texas, exactly, right? Yeah. Like, takes too many difficult shots, didn't pass the ball enough. His handle is better, but he doesn't get anywhere with it. It's like, defense is terrible.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you could have been talking about the same player there. The difference being, of course, that Trey Johnson is 6'6", and Ace Bailey is 6'7.5".
Yes.
And plays like he's 6'9", and Trey Johnson plays like he's about 6'3".
Specifically looking at Trey Johnson and Jeremiah Fears, like those two guys were definitely in the conversation for the Jazz at 5. I trust Ace Bailey to reach at least average, if not above average defender, so much more than I trust either of those guys to become average or better defenders. Like, at the very least, he's bigger, right? And then also it's just like an effort thing. Like me and you had talked about with Trey Johnson, like there was just a lack of effort a lot of times at Texas for him. And then Jeremiah Fears, he's just really too small to really make too much of an impact on the defensive end. And like Ace Bailey, he's competitive, and he has that, like, even though it was a rough season for Rutgers, it seems like he's coming in with a winner's mentality, something that the 18th pick, Walter Clayton, talked about as well. But yeah, I just trust that his defensive floor, if you want to call it that, is higher than the other two guys.
Yeah, length. You look at the Indiana Pacers, who did fall in 7 games in the NBA Finals, but while Tyrese Halliburton may not be a great defensive player, the simple fact that he's 6'5", meaning he's 6'6.5" in shoes, just having his length on the floor when you're closing out on shooters is really impactful. Mm-hmm. I look at some of these other guys in the draft that I liked quite a bit, and I liked Con Knippel. And even though I think he positions himself really well and he moves better than people think, like, the problem is when he is helping and then has to recover quickly to block a shot, he's still only 6'5" with a 6'5" wingspan. Like, there's only so much ground he can cover, and there's only so much vertical space he can fill. Where you talk about Ace Bailey now, and yeah, maybe he wanders a little bit. One of the reasons he wanders is because when he's been playing against high school kids and younger kids his whole life, and he's bigger than they are, he can recover and block their shot. So some of that's just fine-tuning of, like, actually, how close can you get to help and still be able to recover and challenge somebody on the three-point line? But I think that will come, and then you have a 6'7.5" player, 6'9" in shoes, with a 34-inch vertical, not huge, but a decent vertical, and an 8'11" standing reach, which is, 8 inches more than some of these other guys that we're talking about. And that's how you get those weak side block shots. So that's how you are able to, recover by covering so much ground and get back to your guy on the perimeter and force him to drive. And then when he's forced to drive, he's running into Walker Kessler, or he's running into a player like Taylor Hendricks. Like, okay, there's just value of having length there that you're not going to find if you're drafting at 11, if you're not going to find drafting at 12. You just don't find big athletic bodies like that you got with the number 5 overall pick with Ace Bailey, and that's why you want to be in the lottery. That's why you want to be high in the lottery, to get some of the physical tools that you just can't find anywhere else.
Yeah. I've watched a lot of draft reviews today, and something that I haven't really seen, especially on like the national level, talking about the Ace Bailey pick for the Jazz, is the fact that I think looking at all of the context, I think it is the best landing spot for him, because he's going to have the opportunity that he would have in, say, like a Washington, Charlotte, etc. But then I trust the Jazz to develop more than those teams, right? Like, I think that there's like the winning culture, if you want to talk about it, in like Philadelphia, because they're going to be looking to contend next year. But I trust both the opportunity and the development with him landing in Utah.
If he wants to be a star, Utah's a decent spot.
Yes.
Now, Washington, D.C. is just a bigger town.
Yeah.
It's going to have more fans there than in Salt Lake. Brooklyn, obviously, a much larger population. The hard part is you're always inferior to the New York Knicks there.
Yes.
I don't know what to make of New Orleans other than they had one of the worst draft nights I've ever seen a team have last night. They had a really bad performance last night. So we'll see what they're able to do to recover if they do anything here in the second round. But, yeah, you come to Utah, and we've seen it. We've seen it with Donovan Mitchell. We've seen it with Gordon Hayward. You even see it try to get forced on guys, maybe a Keontae George after his rookie season or after the first summer league of his rookie season, going back Darren Williams, etc. Jazz fans make their favorite players and their best players into stars.
Yes.
They treat them like stars, and the NBA does take notice. Lauri Markkanen makes an all-star team, and he had the numbers, certainly, but the Jazz were a 500-level team. They were in the rebuild. Yes, the game was being played in Salt Lake City, and that didn't hurt that all-star game. But Lowry, in his first year in Utah, becomes an all-star.
Yes.
Mike Conley had never been an all-star before he comes to Utah. The attention that the Jazz put on their players, because the fan base is so rabid, will benefit Ace Bailey if that's what he is looking for.
Yeah.
And that is what he's looking for. He carries himself like a star. He looks the part of a star. He talks like a star. He plays like a star. He just actually has to put it all together.
Yes.
And if he does, the fans will give him what he's looking for.
Absolutely. One thing I do want to ask you about, and then, of course, we can talk about it more when it actually gets to that time. But for the Jazz, who are picking at 53, I believe Micah Potter, two-way player, his contract is over.
Correct.
So in all likelihood, this Jazz player at 53 will come in and probably be a two-way guy, or at least just like Jazz have the rights to him, full G League guy. What do you think?
Yeah, that's what gets interesting, and I guess it depends on the type of player they grab.
Yes.
They will have an open two-way spot, and that would be the odds-on favorite of what they would do because, yes, Micah Potter is no longer he's no longer on a two-way contract, and I haven't seen him doing workout stuff with the team in the offseason. And actually, you've got another open two-way spot, potentially.
Okay.
I think you do have another two-way spot on this Jazz roster, so they may even have a couple of opportunities if they want it, though they may just decide to continue to roll with Elijah Harkless. I think that could be an opportunity they go. And Oscar Tshiebwe was on a one-year two-way deal.
Okay.
But he is still only entering his third season in the NBA, so he's still eligible to sign another two-way. That was the problem with Micah Potter. He's just been in the NBA too long.
Yeah.
So he can't be on a two-way contract any further. Otherwise, I would imagine the Jazz wouldn't mind bringing him back. But yes, they will have an open two-way contract now with Micah Potter leaving, and that's where they could sign him. Now, they do have a full 15-man roster.
Yes.
I expect them to make moves. You can carry up to 21 players, I think it is, during the offseason. Maybe it's even 23 with your two-way players. So you can carry a much bigger roster in the offseason. So they can just draft somebody and do whatever they want. And then by the regular season or the beginning of the regular season, they have to waive somebody. And when you look at Svi Mykhailiuk, you look at Johnny Juzang, you look at some of the names that they've got that are options to waive if they want them. They don't necessarily need to bring Jaden Springer back next year. They could waive KJ Martin if they didn't want to bring him back next year. They've got a team option for that. He's non-guaranteed. So they could waive any one of those guys and actually just make room for a full NBA contract if somebody was sitting there at 53 and they just thought, wow, either you way outplayed what we expected in Summer League or you're just, we can't believe that player fell to us at 53 in the draft and we want to take you there. I'm not sure you will wait until a guy, goes through Summer League before you sign him to his contract. Like guys want to get their deals done so they get their money. And so if something were to happen, they were to get hurt, they have guaranteed money. Though you could sign a guy to a two-way contract, and then if you love him and want to bring somebody else in on a two-way, you could promote him off of a two-way contract to a traditional NBA contract. So there's options. And I also certainly wouldn't rule out the Jazz taking a draft and stash player.
True.
Which is not as common as it maybe once was in the NBA, but if the Jazz feel like, look, we've got all these young players already, added two more yesterday. It sounds like Gabriel Procida is at least in Utah right now. I don't know if it's going to be on the Summer League or not, but he was the guy the Jazz acquired in the Simone Fontecchio trade last year at the trade deadline, or 2 years ago at the trade deadline, I guess I should say. If he's coming over and has a chance to play, A, you could put him on a two-way contract, or B, you could just give him a normal NBA contract, and that means you have to waive somebody else, and maybe you don't want to waive another player to bring in a rookie. Yes. It's a lot of it's a lot of moving pieces for the Jazz, but they've got that type of roster flexibility.
And we can speculate on who they draft with that pick and what we think the Jazz will end up doing with them. Because, like you said, they draft an international guy. Chance it could be drafted in stash. If they draft a guy who's coming out of his senior year in college, probably won't be.
Yeah.
So we can talk about that. Then one guy we shouldn't skip over, Walter Clayton Jr. with the 18th pick.
Yep.
I know that you liked him a lot. Senior out of Florida, led the team to an NCAA championship last year, and just kind of like Ace Bailey, an awesome shot maker.
Yeah, and a better shooter,
Yes.
actually, than Ace Bailey. And now, look, there's some differences. We actually get the second round of the NBA draft underway. Officially, Mark Tatum, the deputy commissioner, is up at the podium and will announce that the Phoenix Suns are on the clock. Probably won't announce it as the Suns. I'm not sure if the trade's official yet, but the Suns will be on the clock. Originally a pick from the Utah Jazz, actually, to the Minnesota Timberwolves, and now rerouted to the Suns, just as a small aside. Walter Clayton is just one of the best shooters in college basketball. One thing that if we want to say, we know for sure the Jazz added last night, they added shooting. They became a much better shooting team, especially on the perimeter, which is where you really value it. Ace Bailey can make shots, and especially in spot-up situations and catch-and-shoot situations, he's going to be pretty dangerous. Walter Clayton's just dangerous all the time.
Yes.
The second he crosses half court, whether he has the ball in his hands, whether he's off the ball, if he's playing the 2, if he's playing the 1, coming off screens, in isolation, he can really shoot the ball. So that's going to be something the Jazz, I think, are going to be really excited to have, because as much as I think they've gotten value out of Isaiah Collier, I actually think they've gotten more value than people recognize out of Keontae George. I just think there was this hope that he's Donovan Mitchell, and he's not.
No.
But there still might be something there with him if he's on the roster next year. They just don't have comfortable, guaranteed shooting. They don't have confidence in the guys shooting at the point guard position right now. And Walter Clayton is going to bring that the second he steps on the court.
Oh, yeah.
Because I believe I heard the numbers throughout a lot of draft coverage. He shot something like 240 shots off the dribble last year, which nobody does.
Yes.
You think you only played 37, 38 games as a college player when you make it to the championship game. To take nearly 250 off the dribble shots is really hard to do.
Yeah.
And that might have just been off the dribble threes. It's just a lot of shots to get up without catching the ball in a spot-up situation, and he hit them at almost a 40% rate. Like, he's really an elite shooter.
I know of that stat, and Trey Johnson was the second most at 190-something in that range.
It's like 50 fewer. Yeah, it's a lot.
Which is crazy. Last year at Florida, he shot 38.6% from 3, 87.5% from the line, and that's already great. But if you go back to his sophomore year at Iona, 43.1% from 3 and 95% from the free throw line. Like, he can just...
Pure shooter.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's a pure shooter, but not just a shooter. I think that's what we need to note. He's more in the vein, and look, I'm not comparing him to this player.
Yeah.
But he's more in the vein of like Damian Lillard as a shooter than some of these like Isaiah Joe. Like, all I do is shoot. My whole, way of making it in the NBA, and maybe that's what I don't want to say devolves into, but maybe that's what his role ends up being. But there's a chance that I think he can really shoot off the dribble and has the ball in his hands a lot and is creating out of that. And his shooting is so dangerous that he's able to just be a secondary playmaker from that. And I think that's more what he is. He's not. I mean, he's a combo guard.
Yes.
He's a combo guard, but not necessarily like the Jordan Clarkson type.
Yeah.
I think he's a little bit more of a true passer coming into the NBA than Jordan was.
And something that I thought was really cool in Austin Ainge's press conference last night, he came in and he let on that. I forgot exactly when he said, but basically. Somewhere back in the draft process, he said his best case scenario was Ace Bailey and Walter Clayton. They got Ace Bailey, fell to him at 5, and then there was a little bit of nerves down there into the late teens because the Miami Heat were expected to take Walter Clayton at 20, and then, as you previously mentioned, the Jazz trade up and get their guy at 18.
Yeah, they said about 2 weeks ago, they laid out what they'd hope would happen in the draft, and they said Ace Bailey, and they said Walter Clayton.
Yeah.
And the Jazz ended up landing those two players. Now, actually, I thought one of the most interesting details that came out as the Phoenix Suns are on the clock, technically the Timberwolves, but this pick will be made for Phoenix, about a minute left here. One of the interesting details was that apparently, this is Legion Hoops tweeted that this was from ESPN. I didn't see the original report. I apologize. But was that Charlotte at 4 and Washington at 6 had a deal agreed to or were working on a trade that would have allowed Washington to jump the Jazz to move up to 4, to draft Ace Bailey, and the Hornets would have had to hope that Con Knippel was going to fall to 6.
Yep.
But they weren't confident that Con Knippel was going to fall to 6 and thought the Jazz might take him at 5. And so the Jazz not really revealing what their board would have looked like, who they would have taken. I think that's where some of the Jeremiah Fears smoke really helped them out, of just saying, like, maybe it's Fears, but maybe it's not And if it's not, are they going to take Con Knippel? And if so, Charlotte didn't feel comfortable dropping back, which meant that they couldn't make a trade, which meant that really nobody could move up in front of the Jazz.
Yeah.
So the Jazz really played their hand extraordinarily well because they just froze the draft around them. They made it so it was too hard to maneuver because you wouldn't be positive you were still able to get your guy.
That is true, just like elite drafting. Like that is how you have to do it. You have to not let anyone else know what you're going to do, especially the teams that are right around you. Like I had always questioned Jeremiah Fears' fit with the Jazz, and maybe if Ace Bailey wasn't there, he would have been the pick.
Let's go to the podium really quick for the 31st pick in the NBA draft.
With the 31st pick in the 2025 NBA draft, the Minnesota Timberwolves select Rasheer Fleming from St. Joseph's University.
As we mentioned, not surprising here. No. This had been reported a little while ago. And generally the 31st pick, now that they're splitting it up into 2 nights, will be done this way. We're going to know who's going to go early, and teams are going to trade up to try and get him, just like the second round in the NFL. You know, usually whatever quarterback slips, you trade up and get. And Rasheer Fleming certainly had a lot of first-round grades and moves here. The junior out of St. Joe's, as you mentioned, who really is an interesting player. I mean, he's kind of the prototypical NBA forward now as far as a 3-and-D prospect who really shot the ball well. You know what I compared him to? I was car shopping recently. I had to replace my car. And it's like, when I watched him, I know you liked him a little bit more, but when I watched him, it's kind of like, you like when you're looking for a car, you're like, well, I want 40 miles to the gallon, or I want, 3 rows of seating. And like, you kind of put out specific things you want. And you're like, I want this, I want this, I want this. And this car on paper checks all those boxes. And then you go and you test drive the car, and you're like, I hate this car. This is not what I wanted at all.
Yeah.
That's kind of what I felt about Rasheer Fleming. That doesn't mean I hated him.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, like, he checks the boxes, right? Crazy wingspan, nearly a 40% three-point shooter, good defensive player, good athlete. And then I watched him, and I'm like, yeah, all those things are there, but they're not quite there the way I want them to be there for whatever reason. So that was my knock on him. Then again, someone may really like that car and it checks all the boxes, and he comes in and he plays his role perfectly.
Yes. And I will say, both with Kaman Malawash at 10 and then now Rasheer Fleming at 31, like, great value for both of those picks. Like,
agreed.
Malawash was like some people like, maybe he goes 4 to the Hornets, Like, and then if not, it was like 9 to the Raptors. They end up snagging him at 10. And then, like I said earlier, like, I would not have minded if they Jazz took Fleming at like 21. Like, he's very similar to Taylor Hendricks, honestly.
He is, yeah.
I do think that Taylor Hendricks, and honestly, I do get with what you're saying, is like he checks the boxes, but it doesn't, like, something about it doesn't connect perfectly.
It's like not all, it doesn't mesh.
Yes.
It's not fully complete. It's like all those pieces are there, but they work independently of one another.
Yes, exactly. And I think that Taylor Hendricks' game is a little bit more fluid. And that's like, but then again, I don't know if, like, when I was talking to one of our coworkers about he hadn't watched or heard of Rasheer Fleming, I was like, think of Taylor Hendricks, but you're getting him in the 20s instead of at 9.
Yeah.
Like,
there is also a reason you're getting him at 31 instead of at 9. Like, and again, it's that hard thing to put a finger on exactly what it is. Now, first of all, Rasheer Fleming is older than Taylor Hendricks.
Yes.
Right? Still, like, to this day, he's 2 drafts later, and he's still older than Taylor Hendricks, I believe. I know he's a little bit younger for his class, but he's got to be similar age, if not a little bit older. And Taylor's late trajectory from going from, where he was as like a decent recruit to, is this guy the best player in college basketball as a freshman in his first couple of months at Central Florida? I think that trajectory really had people exciting. The Boston Celtics are now on the clock, by the way, which is a good spot.
Yes.
They ended up with a late draft pick last night as well, and now they're back on the clock here. So we'll see which direction they go. They could certainly use a big guy. I know they've been tied to a Kalkbrenner. We could see if they also wanted to go with a player like Maxime Reynaud, who I mentioned I really liked.
I feel like Reynaud would be a little bit more Boston style. I'm not sure. We'll see what ends up happening. But me and you were not the biggest Kalkbrenner fans, as I previously mentioned. I would be kind of worried. Like, don't get me wrong, Zach Edey came in and he was very solid for the Grizzlies in his first year. But I'm kind of worried it's one of those cases where just like he's bigger than everyone else in college.
Yeah, and that really helped him.
Yeah.
Yesterday, the Celtics ended up drafting Hugo Gonzalez.
Yes.
With the 28th overall pick, who was kind of expected to be drafted right around this range as well. And I would expect he's going to come over. Boston's in an interesting situation. We've seen them blow it up the last couple of days, getting rid of Kristaps Porzingis, trading away Drew Holiday. But they still have young talent. They still have Anthony Simons. They still have Jaylen Brown, who's not quote-unquote young, but they're talented. Yeah. And I think there's a pathway for them to still make the playoffs in the East. It sounds like this pick is proposed to be traded to the Orlando Magic. So
Interesting.
the Magic are now on the board.
Yeah. I'd be interested what the Magic are looking at here.
I think Ray Noah makes a ton of sense.
Yes,
I think
agree.
they need shooting, and he's a good shooter, and he's got great size, and they like those types of guys.
Another guy who we haven't mentioned yet, who's on the board, Noah Penda, who
is
pretty solid as well, coming over from France.
Big, strong.
Yes.
Wing/big. I think he's more of a big than a wing. But Orlando on the clock. So we'll see. This pick should be coming up momentarily. But anyways, as we were saying with the Jazz's draft strategy, I'm not really revealing who they were going to take at 5 or what their board was going to look like. It didn't allow Washington or Brooklyn or New Orleans to be able to move up ahead of them.
Yes.
Because really it's not that what those teams wanted. Oh, let's go to the podium for the pick.
With the 32nd pick in the 2025 NBA Draft, the Boston Celtics select Noah Penda from Bondy, France, and Francis Lemon.
There you go. As you mentioned, Noah Penda.
Yes.
Going to be going to Orlando. They love these big, strong defensive guys, and that's what he is. They love these big 6'8" bodies that can step out and move their feet well. And, he's kind of shaped like Paolo Banchero. He's kind of got that same big build, but certainly nowhere near the offensive player. He's going to be known for his athleticism, his defense, far more than he's going to be for his offense. Back to the Jazz's draft strategy. It wasn't the problem of New Orleans or Washington or Brooklyn having enough to move up. They all did.
Yeah.
They all had the willingness to move up. Apparently, New Orleans will trade anything to move up in the draft, including an unprotected pick next year, to move up 10 spots to draft Derek Queen. That's what they ended up taking was Derek Queen. But they weren't able to move up to 4 because Charlotte was too afraid that they were going to lose out on Con Knippel, which is interesting that Charlotte valued him so much. But my co-host during the day, Jake Scott, did remind me, remember where they are. They are playing in the Carolinas, and those Duke guys are beloved in that area. So you get a guy like Con Knippel. It's an easy win for new ownership and a new front office to come in and say, like, hey, look, we're taking care of you. We've got this. We know he's a fan favorite, so we're going to pick him up.
Yeah, and I also just think he's an awesome fit. Like, we've talked about the danger in picking for a fit sometimes, but I think that he's just going to slide in next to LaMelo Ball and Brandon Miller perfectly. He had shooting. The Charlotte Hornets were one of the worst shooting teams in the NBA last year, and that's exactly what he does, and he does it in a lot of different ways too.
Why don't we take a quick break, and we'll come back with the next pick, the Charlotte Hornets. We've got back-to-back picks here. I don't see a proposed trade here, but we'll take a quick break. When we come back, we'll continue to break down the second round, get you familiar with some names that could be on the board for the Jazz at 53, and continue to break down what happened last night for the Utah Jazz in the first round of the NBA draft. Stick around. More second-round draft coverage on KSL Sports.
To residents of Utah, Idaho, Wyoming, and Nevada who are 18 years of age or older unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity related to the contest may not be eligible. Persons who have won in the last 90 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available at kslsports.com or in person.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Get a $15 prepaid MasterCard after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Home sellers, do not lose money selling your home the old way. Make more money when you sell your home with a Bank Buster loan. This is Rod with the Save Right Realtor team at Realty Path. Average interest rates are in the mid to high 6s, but Save Right Realtors will market your home with a fixed rate as low as 4.75%. The ultra-low Bank Buster rate gives buyers monthly payments that are hundreds less than comparable homes. When your home is much more affordable, you get a larger pool of potential buyers who can buy your home. When buyers compare homes and see your home is hundreds less per month, you'll get a quicker offer and a higher sale price. Do not lose money selling your home the old way. Sell faster and make more money. Sell with Save Right. Sell with the Bank Buster loan. Call 801-APPROVE or visit SaveRight.com.
Complete coverage of the NBA Draft and the Utah Jazz. This is your Utah Jazz Draft Night Roundtable Show on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back to the second round draft coverage on KSL Sports. The pick is in for the Charlotte Hornets right now at 33.
They've got 33 and 34.
Yes.
Again, we'll have to see which of these picks get traded. Again, remember last year, every single second-round pick got traded. No one made the original second-round pick, and that doesn't mean they were all traded on draft night, but no pick was made by its original team. Here's Mark Tatum with the pick.
With the pick.
With the 33rd pick in the 2025 NBA Draft, the Charlotte Hornets select Sion James from Duke University.
Another Duke guy going to Charlotte and Con Knippel's teammate. So some familiarity there. This was a name I wrote about. I made a list at KSLSports.com of 5 names that could potentially be on the board. Now, originally when I'd written this, I thought the Jazz were going to have the 43rd pick.
Yes.
And that was going to be more realistic. There are still some names that I wrote about that I thought were going to be available at the back of the draft as well. But Sion James is kind of one of these priority players.
Yes.
We talked about James, Kalkbrenner from Creighton's going to be one of these names. Rasheer Fleming was obviously one of these names. Maxime Reynaud was going to be one of these names as well. So there is going to be a desire and a push to get some of these guys that are going to be selected early in the draft. And then you're looking at a lot of second-round draft picks that are going to get two-way contracts or not really going to get contracts overall. I mean, some of these guys are just going to come in and have to audition for their job, and they may not make it. And what I think is important to remember and remind people if they're paying attention now, this second round is particularly unique this year. There is some belief that because of the amount of NIL money that has really quickly gone into college basketball, like over the last year, there's a bit of a bubble that's forming, that more players went back to college this year than will in future seasons. Okay. There's a belief that there's going to be fewer players that go back, but also because of that, you've ended up with this weird gap, this bottleneck of more guys going back to college without backfilling the number of guys who are automatically entered in the draft by finishing their 4th or their 5th year of college. So as of next year, more of those guys will have caught up. If you're a junior who decided to go back to college to get paid in NIL, you're automatically going to be forced in the draft because you don't have any college eligibility left.
Yep.
A lot of those guys this year went back, and there wasn't a big enough group forced into the NBA this season. So it's relatively thin this year compared to what's expected to happen in future seasons. And then as the bubble of NIL probably calms down a little bit, I mean, you're talking about guys who are second-round NBA draft picks getting $2 million, $2.5 million to stick around in college. I think that will flatten out. I think that will even out. I think we're going to see a little bit less of that, though it's not like money in college is going anywhere. And then you will backfill of just, the graduating classes will put more players into the draft naturally. That will make the second round relevant again.
Yes, absolutely. And like I mentioned, there are some surprise fallers from the first round, but I think once you get to at least probably the second half, it's going to get a lot weaker.
Yeah, and it always does.
Yes.
So now it's just weak. It's a weaker spot of the weakest part of the draft.
Yes.
It's just going to get thinner and thinner here. So I think that is one of the interesting aspects of it. And why I know some people were concerned that, Walter Clayton's 22. Why did you draft a player like that in the top 20 or in the first round? Traditionally, those guys don't stick around. That's just who's going to go in the later half of the NBA draft now. And even in the first round, not just the second round. Yeah. You're going to have a lot of guys that were 22 years old that play 4 years of college, because unless you're absolutely guaranteed to be a first-round pick, I mean, Rasheer Fleming's probably going to get a guaranteed NBA contract, right? Kyle Filipowski got a 4-year deal. But the Suns don't have to give it to him.
No.
And they can just say, hey, dude, all we have for you is a 2-way contract. This is all you get. And he can back out. He can go play overseas and try and make more money. But then he's not in the NBA, and his rights are still going to belong to Phoenix. And that's a bad foot to start off on.
Yep.
So if he wanted to, or if the Suns wanted to, I should say, they could just force him to take a 2-way deal. And some of these teams that are in bad financial situations, like the Suns are, I could see that happening. And he's going to say, wait, that's $500,000. I had an offer to transfer to Texas, Duke, Kentucky, Kansas, USC, any of these big spenders for $2 million, $2.5 million, and I'm making a fifth of that to audition for an NBA team and play in the G League? That's not what I wanted to do. So I think you're going to continue to see more of these guys that are juniors, sophomores, freshmen, anyone that's really an underclassman that isn't a guaranteed top 20 pick, just go back to school.
Yeah.
And we've already seen a little bit. Yoxel Lenenberg did that. He's transferring over to Michigan to backfill where Danny Wolf just left. You're going to see more of these guys opting to stick in college, and that means that only the guys that are forced into the draft because they've exhausted all their amateur availability or ability are going to be pushed into the NBA.
Yeah, I would imagine that this will specifically apply to, I think we're still going to have like a good amount of one and done guys. Like if you're good enough to go to the NBA, like that's your dream. Like there's going to be the Cooper Flags and even some lower level guys who are going to just like make that a jump immediately. And then of course the seniors who are forced to, but I would imagine there's going to be a lot more sophomores, juniors who are like, yeah, I could probably go and be a like second half of the first round guy, but why not stay around and make the same money, more money?
Yep. Unless you're just in a really bad situation, you know, and we saw some one and done guys who bounced and still went in the 20s. Will Riley, Drake Powell, Neek Clifford. No, excuse me, Neek Clifford played 5 years.
Yeah.
Jace Richardson.
Yes.
Who I'm thinking of. All one and done guys. It's a bit of a risk. Those guys would have gotten big money, and they decided to make the jump to the NBA. But otherwise, you know, Danny Wolf did go in the second round, and there was a lot of international players or guys like Neek Clifford who were drafted in the 20s they had exhausted all of their availability and eligibility.
Yeah.
It's probably a better word in college. So something to watch and something interesting. And you know, when you see guys like Kasparis Yakashonas fall from a potential lottery pick down to 20, I'm sure it gets a little bit dicey because there's going to be some guys who are truthfully losing money their first year in the NBA.
Looks like the pick is in for the Hornets now at 34. They took Zion James. I like Zion James. He's a shooting guard for the Duke, like you mentioned. He averaged about 8.5 points, shot over 40% from three.
And he's one of the best defensive players in college. So they're going to get a guy who's going to come in and audition for a spot, and probably he's going to make the team and is probably going to get some opportunity to play. They really need a center, right? They just traded Mark Williams yesterday to the Phoenix Suns using one of the picks. They got one of the picks that the Jazz sent the Suns for that unprotected 2031 first-round pick, I believe it is. So the Jazz are part of that pick with Mark Williams now going to the Phoenix Suns. And then they drafted Kamen Malawash right after. Let's go to the podium.
The Charlotte Hornets select Ryan Kalkbrenner from Creighton University.
Boo! No. Ryan Kalkbrenner was just a player that I watched and, you know, thought he was maybe would be in the running for the Jazz at either 43, maybe 21.
Yeah.
I do think there's a reason he fell to the second round.
Yes.
He played all 4 years at Creighton and put up some really good numbers. He won Defensive Player of the Year 3 times in the conference. And when you watched him play, you just saw a guy, despite the fact that he's 7'1", 7'2", and has legitimate NBA size. He's probably 225, and stronger players just simply picked him up and moved him out of the way.
Yes. He averaged 19.2 points. I think this is very telling. Like, if you can be so dominant where you're a 3-time Defensive Player of the Year winner, but you're only grabbing 8.7 boards. Like, you'll even look at, like, Maxime Reynaud, who we're going to be talking about at some point soon. Like, he was a double-double guy. He averaged a double-double. And it's like, you would think that Ryan Kalkbrenner is more, like, physically imposing than Reynaud is, but I think that's sort of a telltale sign. He did shoot 65.3% from 3 and then 34% from 3. Or, sorry, 65% from the field, 34% from 3 this last year.
He is an efficient shooter, especially inside the arc. Last year was his first good year shooting threes, and even then he only took 1.7 a game, whereas you know, you look at a guy like Maxime Reynaud, and he's taking over 5 a game and shooting 35%. I'm more prone to believe in that. But Kalkbrenner's effective around the rim, you know, on both sides of the ball. He also led the the conference in block shots for 3 straight years, hence the Defensive Player of the Year awards. But yeah, the rebounding numbers are a little suspect. He does have our favorite stat line that we saw of any player in college basketball this year. Kalkbrenner, in their first game of the season at Creighton, put up 49 points on an extraordinarily efficient 20 of 22 shooting, including 7 of 8 from the free throw line to go with 11 points. And he really kind of, he'd been on the NBA scene.
Yeah.
But when you put up a 49, 11, and 3 block night, even if it's against Texas Rio Grande Valley, people are going to take notice.
Oh, man. Yeah. I mean, that is a crazy game. Shout out to the Vaqueros. Not much they could do against Kalkbrenner that night. But yeah, up next will be the Philadelphia 76ers with pick 35.
I'm going to say this a lot. I think Reynaud makes a lot of sense here.
Yeah.
I actually think they could use a backup big that could
absolutely
stretch the floor a little bit.
And it's like he can – it's interesting because you talked about with Reynaud specifically coming to the Jazz maybe at like the 21st pick, the fact that like he would be a change of pace big from Walker Kessler in the starting lineup, which is very true. They don't not as good of a rim protector. He has that shooting element. But having an offensive-minded big – to sort of like be able to do the same things on offense, not the same things, but you can keep your same offensive scheme with Joel Embiid. I think that would be a good pick as well.
So we will see. There's some value on the board here still, and we are at pick 35. The Jazz are still at pick 51, so they are 18 spots below. And we will see. We'll be curious. The Jazz worked out a lot of players. I think notable, they didn't work out either of the players that they selected yesterday.
Yes.
We talked to both of them. We'll let you hear those interviews coming up in the next segment. But the Jazz obviously didn't work out with Ace Bailey because Ace Bailey didn't work out with anybody. And Walter Clayton said he did not make it to Utah either in his process, which is interesting. He was kind of very firmly in that spot. And the Jazz 2 weeks ago, as Austin Ainge said, they really identified that was the player they wanted. That could be a situation where you say, we got to get him in. We love him. We want him. Or don't let anyone know you like him.
Yes.
And when he goes and works out at the next city and they say, hey, where have you worked out? Don't mention Utah.
Mm-hmm.
And they may say, well, maybe the Jazz don't like him. And we're okay sitting at 20, and he'll fall to us when the Jazz are at 21, and they end up jumping up to the 18th spot to draft him.
My question for you, was there a report that came out that Ace Bailey declined a workout with the Jazz, or was it just he didn't work out with the Jazz?
I very strongly suspect he declined a workout with the Jazz.
Okay.
I can't confirm that, but that's exactly who, if the 5th pick, you would have wanted to work him out.
Yeah.
So I think that's certainly a guy. I know Trey Johnson did work out for the Jazz. Fears worked out for the Jazz. Jeremiah Fears came in and worked out as well. And those were the guys who ended up going 6 and 7, right?
Yep.
So Commonwealth Malawach made a trip to Utah as well. So they got some of those guys in, but they did not get Ace Bailey in. And he will be making his first trip to Utah, I would imagine. I can't imagine he's been here before, but he'll be making his first trip here, I'd imagine, then before the weekend or over the weekend. The Jazz will announce him, and then we'll make his debut with the Salt Lake City Summer League coming up next Saturday.
Yes, and that's something that I think, pick is in for the 76ers at 35. But this is something that I think that, Jazz fans, even just NBA fans, people who are caught up with the draft process, don't fall for lying season. Don't fall for all this smoke. The Jazz had those 2 guys as this is our best case scenario. Didn't work out, either of them. Their last experience with them presumably was at the Combine. But still, the pick came in, they were there, and they made the pick. They even traded up to take Walter.
Yeah, so. and don't buy into who they are working out.
Yes.
That's the thing. You work out Jeremiah Fears twice, and previously, I will tell you, when the Jazz had worked out a guy twice, in the 90s, early 2000s, that generally meant that was the player they were going to pick. They would work out. You didn't work out 100 players like you do now. They'll work out 100 guys, but you work out your guys, the ones you really like, you work out twice. Very famously, the Jazz worked out Carlos Boozer twice. It was there it is. That's your replacement for Karl Malone. And then Curtis Borchard falls on draft night, and they take Curtis Borchard, and Boozer falls to the second round and ends up being an all-star. And the Jazz had to pay way more to get him when they got him from the Cavaliers versus what they would have had they just drafted him in the first round.
Yep.
But you can work out guys multiple times now, and maybe that's your smokescreen. Maybe it's going to get out. You know who's going to leak it. You leak the information to them, so they will leak it. And you say, worked out Jeremiah Fears twice. We've got him at number 5 on our board. We can't wait to take him. And then when push comes to shove, it kind of seems like the Jazz were probably picking between Ace Bailey and Trey Johnson. And maybe Jeremiah Fears wasn't ever really fully in the conversation.
Yes.
Let's go to the podium and see the 76ers pick.
With the 35th pick in the 2025 NBA Draft, the Philadelphia 76ers select Janai Broome from Auburn University.
All right, Janai Broom,
Yes.
nearly the college player of the year. He was the SEC player of the year. One of the most productive players in college basketball last year. Played for Auburn. Had Cooper Flagg not had one of the greatest seasons and probably the greatest freshman season we've ever seen, right up there with Kevin Durant. Janai Broom would have won college player of the year. We have seen these guys in college before. Ultra productive forwards who end up falling to the second round and have a hard time sticking. The name I'd bring up most commonly is like a Drew Timme type that was super productive at Gonzaga and goes to the NBA and just really I think he played a few games with Brooklyn late in the year last year, but hasn't become that same NBA guy. Tyler Hansborough didn't slip to the second round, but had similar issues despite being one of the best college players we've ever seen. Janai Broom is ultra strong. Mm-hmm. He's a legit man playing against children when he's out there, and I think that's where most of his production comes from. But yeah, started his career at Morehead State, transfers over to Auburn, and does establish them as a legitimate power. They had a chance to win the national title this year.
Not to harp on the last pick, but Johnny Broom listed at 6'9.25" at the combine without shoes, about 4 inches smaller than Kalkbrenner, and he is a double-double guy. He averaged 18.6 out of 10.8 rebounds, 51% from the field. You're right, just absolute beast from the power forward position.
And in fact, those two played each other in the tournament, and Auburn played Creighton. And Janai Broom he just would push Ryan Kalkbrenner out of bounds to grab rebounds.
Yes.
I mean, it was like playing against a fifth grader. He would just walk him out of bounds and grab the board and score all over him. So while Kalkbrenner had an okay game there, Broom was certainly the more dominant there. So yeah, Janai Broom, an interesting player. Can't jump over a phone book. Yeah. Just absolute ground bound, but really strong and tough on top of being strong. Yes. I watched him in the tournament. And it was one of the more gruesome injuries I've ever seen. He fell, and it looked like he dislocated his elbow and hyperextended his knee. I mean, it looked like they both broke, and it was like, his career's over. It's too bad. Is he even going to be draft eligible after that injury? He went to the locker room for 15 minutes and came back out. First play, hits a three. It was it was a very cool moment. It was a very historic moment. So, and then, of course, they made the run to the Final Four before being beaten by Florida.
Yes.
I think in the semifinals there.
Yeah.
Let's take a break. Actually, we'll stick around for the next one. It looks like this pick from Brooklyn's going to be made by the Minnesota Timberwolves.
Okay.
So they will be on the board here. They were originally supposed to make that 31st pick, but they have traded back. That pick ended up going to the Suns, which ended up being Rasheer Fleming. So the Minnesota Timberwolves are on the board here with pick number 36, though it will be announced as a Brooklyn Nets pick.
Yeah.
Brooklyn, one of the more interesting drafts we've seen so far. Made all 5 first-round picks last night, including Yegor Demin.
An NBA record.
At number 8 overall. So getting Yegor, but then bringing in Ben Soroff, bringing in Danny Wolf, bringing in Drake Powell, and Nolan Traore.
Yes.
They had a very interesting draft with some funk.
Yeah.
Those guys are all a little bit funky.
Yep.
Yegor Demin's a little funky. Nolan Traore is a little funky. Danny Wolf's a lot funky. Drake Powell's a little bit funky. Kind of some interesting players there.
All I'm going to say is I hope that Brooklyn's shooting coach is a combination of Steph Curry, Ray Allen.
Chip England. It's like the best shooting coach that's ever lived. Yeah, because you're going to need it.
Yeah.
Because Traore can't shoot a lick. Soroff can't shoot a lick. Danny Wolf can shoot a little bit, but the center they drafted is their best shooter.
Yeah,
maybe
Yegor Demin as well.
Maybe Drake Powell a little bit, but Yegor really can't shoot either. So, yeah, you've got to be extraordinarily confident. Send it to the podium for the Lakers' proposed traded pick.
With the 36th pick in the 2025 NBA Draft, the Brooklyn Nets select Adu Thero from the University of Arkansas.
Wow. Adu Thero.
Yeah.
He's been the worst coach player in college basketball because he's been under Coach Calipari under Kentucky and then moving over to Arkansas as well. So we have no idea if this guy can play.
Yes.
A super athlete, a freakish athlete.
Absolutely.
We talked a lot about VJ Edgecombe being the best athlete in the draft. Adu Thero honestly might be second.
Yeah.
He is very bouncy. No three-point shooting game. You hope he can kind of develop those physical skills into defense, but he's got to figure out something to do offensively. But he's explosive. He's exciting.
Yeah, kind of a confusing pick, to be honest. Like you said, super athlete. He shot 25.6% from 3 last year. With Luka and LeBron on the roster, I feel like you either need to get a center or you need to get shooters. And you had Maxime Reynaud right there, who's both a center and a shooter.
And, I guess I like the idea of a player who can step in and maybe do some of the dirty work.
Yeah.
So, because Luka's not going to do the dirty work, and LeBron's too old to do the dirty work anymore. But, yeah, they really need a big, unless they're confident they're getting Walker Kessler in a trade, which we should talk about coming up in a little bit here. They don't have an answer at big man right now. And Maxime Reynaud, who's on the board and is one of my favorite players in the draft, not just here. Like, I honestly might have taken him in the lottery, which is why I'm not a general manager in NBA front office. Still on the board, and probably would have been a nice help there because he does both. He's a big man and he adds shooting, which would have been a real plus for them.
Give yourself some credit, though. I don't think you would have taken Yang Hansen at 16.
But I do like to get dangerous. All right, let's take a break. When we come back, looks like the Detroit Pistons are on the board at number 37. Jazz are 16 picks away. We'll continue to break down the draft. We'll let you hear from Jazz's draft picks last night. Stick around. More NBA draft coverage on KSL Sports.
It's Jeff Jr. from Trajan Wealth, and I've got something important to talk to you about, your 401k. If you have changed jobs, there are two very important considerations. You don't want to leave your 401k behind, and you don't want to roll it over into your new company plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. 401ks will often have limited investments or age-based options. Since companies have to make choices to suit all employees, they may not be suited to you, which could cost you fees and money. When you roll over your 401k into an IRA, you not only keep your money growing tax deferred, but you also gain access to a world of investment options specifically designed for you. Trajan Wealth and our fiduciary advisors have helped thousands, and we can do the same for you. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. 801-899-7600.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. I want to tell you about our famous "You Don't Need a Warranty" warranty. That's right. It's a warranty you don't need, but we give it to you anyway. Let me explain. Most warranty problems for siding, gutters, and windows are caused by not installing stuff right in the first place. If you rush the work, cut corners, or use subpar materials, you're just begging for problems later. At RGS Exteriors, we don't tolerate careless workmanship. We slow down, focus on every detail, and use only the best materials. We prevent warranty work by doing the job right in the first place. That's why the 10-year everything guarantee we give you is also known as our "You Don't Need a Warranty" warranty. We absolutely will be there if you need to use it. But honestly, you probably will never have to. Done right the first time. That's the RGS way. For siding, gutters, and windows, call 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsexteriors.com.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month. But what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
This is your NBA Draft Roundtable Show as the Utah Jazz look for their newest superstar. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Your NBA draft coverage on KSL Sports. Ben Anderson, Chandler Holt. If you like the show, you can check out the Jazz Notes podcast that we record every Monday. Chandler and I do it together, giving you a kind of in-depth coverage of the Utah Jazz, kind of the goings-on, the movement behind the scene. And we had a lot of coverage of the draft last night, including we had a big podcast that we did last night immediately following the draft, which you can still find wherever you get podcasts. While we were in break, Chaz Lanier, drafted out of Tennessee by the Detroit Pistons. He's kind of exactly what you're afraid of with drafting older guys, which is his first 3 years in college basketball, he did absolutely nothing. And then once he turned 22 years old at North Florida, he dominated everybody. Mm-hmm. He went from 4.7 points per game to 19.7 points per game.
Crazy.
And then transferred up to Tennessee and 18 points a game last year on a decent Tennessee team.
That's kind of interesting. If you look at his freshman and sophomore year, he was a 30% almost flat 3-point shooter. And then that 1 year you talk about the 15-point jump, he jumped up to 44%.
Yeah. which is pretty good.
Yeah.
A lot. So a pure shooter, which is what you kind of start to look at here, I think, for a lot of these teams. You start looking for guys who are a little bit more specialists.
Yes.
And then you hope that they can turn into something a little bit more. And we have seen success with that. Last year, the Memphis Grizzlies in the second round drafted Jalen Wells, and the big question was like, well, he can really shoot, but can he play any defense out of Washington State? And he's like, suddenly the best 3 and D wing in the NBA, and made the all-rookie team. So there is value. You can always find those types of guys. Last night, during our roundtable, we were able to talk to the Jazz's 5th overall pick, Ace Bailey. It's not a long interview, but we were able to ask Ace a couple of questions, and here's that conversation.
You're in Utah now. You're a member of the Jazz. What are your first thoughts about coming to this program?
We got a lot of work to do. We're going to put in the work. We're going to put our heads down and just grind.
Ace, this is Coach Cleveland. I was head coach at BYU, and in Fresno State, Coach Paul George in college. And my question for you was, were the Jazz in your thoughts, with your family, your parents, your coaches? And if the Jazz weren't in your thoughts at that time, did you have any real strong feelings about any other organization that you might want to have looked at?
Nah, they didn't know what was going on. We was just putting our head down. We were just working. Basketball, that's the reason why I'm here. That was the main thing. So we were just focusing on the basketball.
Good. Working on your game is the most important thing you can do.
Speaking of basketball, Ace, tell the Jazz fans who are listening right now what they can expect out of you on the floor.
Oh, on and off the court, a great human being, a very humble young man. On the court, I can bring a lot from scoring, from rebounding, from facilitating, to off the shots, to catching shots.
Well, tell you, Ace, there are a lot of fans here in Salt Lake City that are excited to meet you and cheer for you and see you in Salt Lake Summer League. So thank you again for a few moments, and congratulations.
I appreciate that, boss man.
Boss man. Ace Bailey. To Jake Scott. I should start calling Jake Boss Man now on the show. He would love that. Cam Jones drafted by apparently by the Indiana Pacers.
Yes.
Would be tough if you are Andrew Nembhard and they pass on your brother, Aaron Nembhard, right?
Yes.
Who led the nation in assists.
Or Ryan Nembhard, sorry.
Ryan Nembhard.
Yes, Gonzaga.
Yes, Ryan Nembhard, not Aaron. Ryan.
Yes.
Nembhard at Gonzaga, who led the nation in assists.
I think you're thinking of Andrew and Aaron Wiggins.
Correct. Appreciate that. So, to pass on your brother. Like, I've got good intel. I like this guy a lot. We don't like him.
Cam Jones, 6'5", Marquette, averaged almost 20 a game last year.
Kind of interesting. You remember Tyler Kolek? Some Jazz fans will remember him. He was a name that was kind of tossed around where the Jazz were picking last year when they ended up taking Isaiah Collier and taking Kyle Filipowski. There was some talk that, maybe that's kind of a very steady point guard at Marquette who could step in and fill the job. And he ends up getting drafted by the Knicks and goes in and plays, and Cam Jones comes in and backfills for him and is just a much better player. It's just like really steps in and had a great season for Marquette. And before he had, kind of taken over full-time playmaking roles, he had been a great shooter. And then his role within the offense at Marquette climbed a lot. He carried a much heavier load, and his three-point shooting dipped like 30%.
Yes.
So that's where it fell off. But I think you're excited that if you get the playmaking that he showed this last season at Marquette, plus the shooting he had a little bit earlier in his career, you might really have a player there.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. He dipped from 40.6 from 3 to 31.1, but his assist jumped from 2.4 to 5.9, so just stepped into a different role. And I think there's some value there because, you can either, the Pacers can use him at the 2, and then presumably he'll be a really good shooter, and then he also has the capabilities to make the right pass, and it's best case scenario, he combines them.
Again, I think at this point, you're just trying to find a guy who's going to stick in the NBA.
Yeah,
and
true.
while it can be cute to draft your backup guard or, second guard's brother, you're just trying to find a guy who's going to stick around in the NBA, especially when we're now talking about 38, 39, this range. We're getting to the latter half, and I think most of these guys now, really once you get past 40, his little brother's on TV, he's looking great. Once you get past 40, you're not really giving these guys normal NBA contracts. I think most of these guys are talking about two-way deals now, so you're just trying to hope somebody can come in, impress in the G League, in a pinch in the dog days of the NBA, can step in, maybe give your team a little bit of energy in a blowout. But otherwise, I just don't think there's not really major pieces you're looking for here.
Yeah, the Toronto Raptors are on the clock right now at 39. We'll see what they can do.
You know who I like here? Who? Maxime Reynaud. Not to beat a dead horse, but they actually do need another big guy, right? They could use some help with size. They did draft Colin Murray-Boyles in the first round. Who I like Colin Murray-Boyles. I thought that was a little bit high for me personally, but I know a lot of people really did like him. He was ultra productive at South Carolina and is still very young for his class. but he can't shoot a lick at all. So if you go out and you get a big guy here with a French background, which obviously fits into Toronto a little bit better, and certainly Masai Ujiri's made a killing with international players in his career.